This book talks a lot about hobbits. From these pages, the reader can learn about who they are and a little about their past. More facts can be found in another book called The Hobbit. That story comes from the Red Book of Westmarch. Bilbo Baggins wrote the first parts of it. He was the first hobbit to become well known in the wide world. He called his story There and Back Again. It tells about his trip to the east and how he came home. That journey later pulled all hobbits into big events of that time, which this book also tells. Some readers may want to know more about hobbits at the start. Others may not have read the earlier book. For them, this part gives some important notes from hobbit stories, and it briefly tells about the first adventure. Hobbits are quiet people and very old. In the past, there were more of them than there are now. They love peace, calm places, and good farmland. They like neat fields and well-kept country areas. They do not like machines that are hard to use. Simple tools like a bellows, a watermill, or a hand loom are enough for them. Still, they are good with their hands and tools. Long ago, they were shy around big folk, which is what they call us. Today, they avoid us even more and are hard to see. They hear well and see clearly. They can be a bit round and do not rush, but they move quickly when they need to. From the beginning, they knew how to hide fast and quietly when big people came near. Over time, they became so good at this that men thought it was magic. But hobbits never studied magic. Their skill comes from practice, family habits, and their close tie to the land. Bigger and clumsier folk cannot copy this skill. Hobbits are small people, even smaller than dwarfs. They are not as thick or heavy, even when they are not much shorter. Their height is different from one hobbit to another. They can be between 2 and 4 feet tall. Today, most are under 3 feet. They say they were taller long ago. The Red Book tells of Bandobras Took, also called Bulrora. He was the son of Isumbras III. He was 4 feet 5 inches tall and could ride a horse. Only 2 hobbits in old stories were taller than him, and this book will speak about them later. The hobbits of the Shire, who are the focus of these tales, were happy people in their best days. They wore bright clothes and liked yellow and green. They did not often wear shoes. Their feet had hard skin and thick, curly hair, like the hair on their heads, which was usually brown. Because of this, they did not need many shoemakers. But they had long, clever fingers and could make many useful and nice things. Their faces were usually friendly rather than beautiful. They had wide faces, bright eyes, red cheeks, and mouths ready to laugh, eat, and drink. They laughed often and enjoyed food and drink very much. They liked simple jokes and enjoyed 6 meals a day when they could. They were kind to guests and loved parties. They liked giving gifts and were also happy to receive them. It is clear that hobbits are related to us, even if we grew apart later. They are closer to us than elves, and even closer than dwarfs. Long ago, they spoke the languages of men, in their own way. They liked and disliked many of the same things as men. But no one now knows exactly how we are related. The first days of hobbits go back to very old times that are now forgotten. Only the elves keep stories from those days, and they mostly talk about themselves. Men appear rarely in those tales, and hobbits are not named at all. Still, it is clear that hobbits lived quietly in Middle-earth for many years before other peoples even noticed them. The world has always been full of many strange beings, so these small folk did not seem important. In the time of Bilbo, and of Frodo who followed him, this changed. Without wanting it, hobbits became important and well known. They became part of serious plans made by great and wise people. Those days were in the Third Age of Middle-earth, which is now long gone. The lands of the world have changed since then. But the places where hobbits lived were likely the same areas where a few of them still remain today. These lands were in the northwest of the Old World, east of the sea. In Bilbo's time, hobbits did not remember where they first came from. Most of them did not love learning, except for family stories. But some people in the old families still read their own books. They also listen to stories from elves, dwarfs, and men about the past and far places. Their own written history started only after they settled in the Shire. Their oldest stories did not go far back, only to their wandering days. Even so, these stories and their special words and habits show that hobbits, like many peoples, moved west long ago. Their oldest tales show a time when they lived in the upper valleys of the River Anduin. This place was between the edge of Greenwood the Great and the Misty Mountains. No one is sure why they later made the hard and dangerous journey over the mountains into Eriador. Hobbit stories say that the number of men grew in the land. They also say a darkness came over the forest, and it became known as Mirkwood. Before they crossed the mountains, hobbits had already split into 3 groups. These were the Harfoots, the Stoors, and the Falahides. The Harfoots had darker skin. They were small and short. They had no beards and did not wear shoes. Their hands and feet were quick and neat. They liked high ground and hills. The Stoors were wider and heavier. Their hands and feet were larger. They liked flat land and river sides. The Falahides had lighter skin and hair. They were taller and thinner than the others. They loved trees and forests. Long ago, the Harfoots had many dealings with dwarfs. They lived for a long time near the mountain foothills. They moved west early and traveled across Eriador as far as Weathertop. At that time, the other groups were still in wilder land. The Harfoots were the largest group and the most common type of hobbit. They liked to stay in one place. They kept the old custom of living in holes and tunnels longer than the others. The Stoors stayed for a long time by the great river Anduin. They were less afraid of men. They came west after the Harfoots and followed the Loudwater south. Many lived for a long time between Tharbad and the edge of Dunland. Later, they moved north again. The Falahides were the smallest group and came from the north. They were more friendly with elves than other hobbits. They were better at language and song than at making things. Long ago, they liked hunting more than farming. They crossed the mountains north of Rivendell and followed the river Horwell. In Eriador, they soon mixed with the other hobbit groups. Because they were braver and liked adventure, they were often leaders among Harfoots or Stoors. Even in Bilbo's time, this Falahide blood could still be seen in great families, like the Tooks and the Masters of Backland. In the western lands of Eriador, between the Misty Mountains and the mountains of Lune, the hobbits met both men and elves. A small group of the Dunedain still lived there. These were the kings of men who had once come from over the sea. But they were growing fewer, and their northern kingdom was slowly falling into ruin. There was plenty of empty land, so the hobbits began to settle in organized towns and villages. By Bilbo's time, most of the early hobbit settlements were gone and forgotten. But one of the first important ones still remained, though it was smaller. This was Bree and the Chetwood around it, about 40 miles east of the Shire. In these early days, the hobbits learned letters and began to write. They followed the style of the Dunedain, who had learned writing from the elves long before. At this time, the hobbits also forgot their old languages. From then on, they spoke the common speech, called Westron. This language was used in all the lands of the kings, from Honor to Gondor, and along the coasts from Belfalas to Lune. Still, the hobbits kept a few special words of their own. They also kept their own names for months and days. They remembered many personal names from long ago. Around this time, hobbit stories became true history, with counted years. In the year 1601 of the Third Age, the Falahide brothers Marcho and Blanco left Bree. They received permission from the High King at Fornost. Then they crossed the Brown River Baranduin with a large group of hobbits. They crossed the bridge of stone boughs, which was built long ago when the North Kingdom was strong. They took the land beyond the river, between the river and the far downs, to live in. In return, they had simple duties. They had to keep the Great Bridge and all other bridges and roads in good repair. They had to help the king's messengers travel quickly. They also had to accept the king as their lord. Thus began the Shire reckoning. The year when the hobbits crossed the Brandywine became year 1 of the Shire. All later years were counted from that time. The hobbits in the west quickly loved their new land. They stayed there and soon disappeared from the stories of men and elves. While a king still ruled, they were called his people in name. But in truth, they followed their own leaders and did not take part in events outside their land. They once sent some archers to help the king at the last battle at Fornost against the Witch Lord of Angmar. At least, that is what they said. No stories of men tell of this. After that war, the North Kingdom ended. The hobbits then claimed the land as their own. They chose one of their leaders as a Tyne. He held the place of the king who was gone. For 1,000 years, they had few wars. Life went well, and their numbers grew after the Dark Plague. Later came the long winter and the hunger that followed. Many thousands died then. But those hard years were long past when this story begins. The hobbits again lived with full stores and good food. The land was rich and gentle. It had been empty for a long time when they arrived, but it had once been well cared for. Long ago, the king had many farms, fields of grain, vineyards, and woods there. The land was 40 leagues wide from the far downs to the Brandywine Bridge. It was 50 leagues long from the northern moors to the southern marshes. The hobbits called this land the Shire. It was the land ruled by their Tyne and a place of careful order. In this pleasant corner of the world, they focused on their simple daily lives. They paid less and less attention to the wider world, where dark things still moved. In time, they came to believe that peace and plenty were normal everywhere and the right of all sensible people. They forgot, or chose not to think about, the guardians and the hard work that kept the Shire safe. They were protected, but they no longer remembered this. Hobbits had never been a fighting people. They never fought each other. Long ago, they sometimes had to fight to survive. But in Bilbo's time, those days were very old stories. The last battle in the Shire happened beyond living memory. It was the Battle of Greenfields in the year S.R. 1147. Bandobras drove away an attack by orcs. Even the weather became kinder over the years. Long ago, wolves came down from the north in cold white winters. Now they were only stories told by grandparents. There were still weapons in the Shire. But most were used as decorations. They hung above fireplaces or on walls. Many were kept in the museum at Michel Delving. It was called the Matham House. Hobbits called anything they did not need but did not want to throw away a mathom. Their homes often became full of such things. Many gifts passed from hand to hand were also mathams. Even so, an easy life did not make the hobbits weak. They were harder than they looked. If needed, they were not easy to frighten or to kill. They loved comfort and good food. But they could live without these when they had to. They could endure loss, danger, and bad weather better than most people expected. Those who judged them only by their round faces often misunderstood them. Hobbits did not seek fights. They did not kill for sport. But when forced to defend themselves, they stood firm. They could still use weapons when needed. They were good with bows, as they had sharp eyes and steady aim. They were also skilled with stones. If a hobbit bent to pick one up, it was wise to move away quickly. Animals that came where they did not belong knew this well. Hobbits believed that their people had once lived only in holes in the ground. These homes still felt most comfortable to them. Over time, they had to build other kinds of homes. In Bilbo's day, only the richest and the poorest still lived in holes. The poorest lived in very simple burrows. These were plain holes with one window or none at all. The richer hobbits built fine versions of the old tunnels. They called these homes smiles. But good places for large tunnels were not everywhere. In flat and low lands, as the population grew, hobbits began to build houses above ground. Even in the hills and old villages like Hobbiton and Tuckborough, there were many houses above ground. In Michel Delving, the main town of the Shire on the White Downs, this was also true. These houses were made of wood, brick, or stone. These buildings were liked by millers, smiths, rope makers, cart builders, and other workers. Even when hobbits lived in holes, they liked to build sheds and work rooms. They did this for a long time. People say that farmhouses and barns first appeared in the Marish near the Brandywine River. The hobbits of this area, in the East Farthing, were quite big and strong in the legs. In wet weather, they wore heavy boots. Many people said they had much store blood. This was clear because some of them had soft hair on their chins. Harfoots and Falahides never had beards at all. The people of the Marish and of Buckland, east of the river, came later into the Shire from the south. They kept strange names and special words that other hobbits did not use. It is likely that the skill of building came from the Dunedain, along with other skills. But the hobbits may also have learned it from the elves. The elves taught men long ago. At that time, the High Elves still lived in Middle-earth. They stayed at the Grey Havens in the west and in other places near the Shire. 3 very old elf towers still stood on the Tower Hills beyond the western lands. They shone in the moonlight. The tallest tower stood far away on a green hill. Hobbits in the West Farthing said you could see the sea from its top. But no hobbit was known to climb it. Very few hobbits had seen the sea. Even fewer had sailed on it and come back to tell about it. Most hobbits felt uneasy about rivers and small boats. Not many could swim. As time passed, they spoke less with the elves. They began to fear them. They did not trust people who met with elves. The sea became a fearful word to them and a sign of death. They turned away from the western hills. The skill of building may have come from elves or men, but hobbits used it in their own way. They did not like towers. Their houses were long, low, and comfortable. The oldest houses were like built versions of holes. They had roofs of grass or straw, or layers of turf. Their walls were a little round and bent. This old style belonged to early days. Later, hobbit building changed and became better. They learned tricks from dwarfs and also invented things themselves. One special hobbit style remained. They liked round windows and round doors. Hobbit houses and holes were often large. Big families lived in them. Bilbo and Frodo Baggins were unusual because they did not marry. They were also unusual for other reasons, like their friendship with elves. Sometimes, as with the Tooks of Great Smiles or the Brandybucks of Brandy Hall, many family members lived together. They shared one large home with many tunnels and mostly lived in peace. All hobbits cared deeply about family ties. They carefully counted who was related to whom. They drew long family trees with many branches. When dealing with hobbits, it is important to know these family links. It is impossible to show all these families here. Even the important families had very large trees. The family records at the end of the Red Book of Westmarch are a book by themselves. Anyone who was not a hobbit would find them very boring. Hobbits loved them as long as they were correct. They liked books that showed things they already knew, written clearly and without mistakes. Concerning pipeweed, there is another surprising thing about old hobbits that must be told. They had a strange habit. They breathed in the smoke of burning leaves through pipes made of clay or wood. They called this plant pipeweed, or leaf. It was probably a kind of Nicotiana. No one knew clearly where this habit began. Hobbits called it an art. Meriadoc Brandybuck, who later became master of Backland, collected all old knowledge about it. Since he and the pipeweed of the South Farthing are part of the story that follows, his words from the beginning of his book, Herblore of the Shire, may be shared here. This, he says, is one art that we can truly say is our own. No one knows when hobbits first began to smoke. Old stories and family tales all say that hobbits have always done it. For a very long time, people in the Shire smoked many kinds of plants. Some smelled bad. Some smelled good. All stories agree on one thing. Tobold Hornblower from Longbottom in the South Farthing was the first to grow real pipeweed. He did this in his gardens long ago, around the year 1070 in Shire time, during the days of Isengrim II. Even now, the best pipeweed still comes from that place. The most famous kinds are Longbottom Leaf, Old Toby, and Southern Star. No one knows where Old Toby got the plant. He never told anyone, even before he died. He knew a lot about plants, but he did not travel far. People say that when he was young, he often went to Bree. He never went farther than that. So it is possible that he learned about this plant in Bree. Today, the plant grows well on the sunny sides of the hill there. The hobbits of Bree say they were the first to smoke pipeweed. They often say they did everything before the Shire hobbits, whom they call colonists. Many people do not believe them. But in this case, the story may be true. It is certain that from Bree, the habit of smoking spread to others in later years. Dwarfs, rangers, wizards, and other travelers learned it there as they passed along the old crossing of roads. Because of this, the heart of smoking life is the old inn in Bree, the Prancing Pony. The Butterbur family has kept this inn for longer than anyone can remember. Still, from my own many journeys to the south, I believe something else. I think the plant itself did not begin in our lands. I believe it came from the south, near the lower Anduin. Long ago, it may have come across the sea with the men of Westerness. The plant grows very well in Gondor. There it is bigger and richer than in the north. In the north, it never grows wild. It only grows in warm and safe places, like Longbottom. The men of Gondor call the plant sweet Gaelnars. They like it only for the smell of its flowers. Over many long years, the plant likely travelled north along the Greenway, from the time of Elendil to our own days. Even so, the men of Gondor agree on one thing. Hobbits were the first to put the plant into pipes. Not even the wizards thought of that before we did. One wizard I knew learned to smoke long ago. He became very good at it, as he did with everything he chose to learn. Of the ordering of the Shire. The Shire was divided into 4 parts called farthings, north, south, east, and west. Each farthing was then divided into smaller lands. These places still had the names of old families who once lived there. By this time, however, many families lived in many places. Most Tooks still lived in the Tookland. But families like the Bagginses and the Boffins lived all over the Shire. Outside the farthings were other lands. To the east was Backland. To the west was the West March, which was added to the Shire in the year 1452 of Shire time. At this time, the Shire had almost no government. Most families looked after their own business. Growing food and eating it took most of their time. In other matters, they were usually kind and not greedy. They were happy with simple lives. Because of this, farms, shops, and small businesses stayed the same for many generations. There was still an old story about a high king who once lived far to the north, at Fornost, which hobbits called Norbury. But there had been no king for almost 1,000 years. Even the ruins of the king's city were now covered with grass. Still, hobbits spoke of wild people and bad creatures, like trolls, by saying they had not heard of the king. They believed that all their most important laws came from the old king. They followed these laws by choice, because they said the rules were old and fair. The Took family had long been the most important family in the Shire. The title of Tyne had passed to them many centuries before. Before that, it belonged to the old Bucks. The head of the Took family had been Tyne ever since. The Tyne led meetings of the Shire and was the head of the Shire's forces. But meetings and musters were only held in great trouble, and such times no longer came. So the title became mostly a name without real power. Even so, people still showed special respect to the Tooks. The family was large and very rich. In every generation, it often produced strong and unusual people. Some of them even liked adventure. Most hobbits did not really approve of this, but they allowed it, especially because the Tooks were wealthy. The custom remained of calling the head of the family the Took. When needed, people added a number to his name, such as Isengrim II. At this time, the only true official in the Shire was the mayor of Michel Delving, also called the mayor of the Shire. The people chose him every 7 years at a fair in summer. As mayor, he had very little real work. Most of the time, he only sat at big meals during Shire holidays, and these holidays happened often. The mayor also held 2 other jobs. He was the postmaster and the first sheriff. Because of this, he was in charge of the message service and the watch. These were the only public services in the Shire. The message service was much bigger and much busier than the watch. Not all hobbits could read or write, but many of them could. Those hobbits wrote letters all the time to friends and some family members who lived far away, more than a short walk from home. The sheriffs were the Shire's kind of police. They did not have uniforms. They only wore a feather in their caps. In daily life, they acted more like farm guards than police. They cared more about animals that wandered off than about people causing trouble. There were only 12 sheriffs in the whole Shire. Each farthing had 3, and they worked inside the Shire. There was also a larger group when needed. These were called the Bounders. Their job was to walk the borders and make sure strangers did not cause problems. When this story begins, the number of Bounders was much higher than usual. Many people spoke about strange people and strange creatures near the borders, and sometimes crossing them. This was the first sign that something was wrong. But most people did not worry. Even Bilbo did not understand what it meant. 60 years had passed since Bilbo left on his famous journey. He was now very old, even for a hobbit. Many hobbits lived to be 100, but Bilbo was already near that age. He still had much of the wealth he brought back with him. No one knew how much he had, not even Frodo, his favorite nephew. Bilbo also kept a secret. He still had the ring he once found. Long ago, as told in The Hobbit, one day a great wizard named Gandalf the Grey came to Bilbo's door. With him came 13 dwarfs. Their leader was Thorin Oakenshield, from a royal family. The dwarfs asked Bilbo to join them. To his great surprise, Bilbo agreed. One April morning, in the year 1341 by Shire count, he left home with them. They travelled far to the east. Their goal was a great treasure under the lonely mountain, in a place called Erebor. A dragon guarded this treasure. In the end, the quest succeeded, and the dragon was killed. A great battle followed, and Thorin died. Many brave acts happened. Still, this story might not have mattered much later, if not for one small accident on the way. While crossing the misty mountains, the group was attacked by orcs. During the trouble, Bilbo became separated from the others. He wandered alone in dark tunnels deep under the mountains. In the darkness, he felt the ground with his hands. By chance, his hand touched a small ring lying on the floor. He picked it up and put it in his pocket. At the time, it seemed like simple luck. Bilbo tried to find a way out. He went deeper and deeper until he could go no further. At the end of the tunnel, there was a cold underground lake with no light. On a small rock island in the water lived a creature named Gollum. Gollum was small and ugly. He used a tiny boat and moved it with his wide feet. He watched with pale shining eyes. He caught blind fish with his long fingers and ate them raw. He ate any living thing he could catch quietly. Long ago, when he lived in the light, he found a gold ring. This ring could make the wearer invisible. It was his greatest treasure. He loved it more than anything and called it his precious. He talked to it even when it was not with him. Gollum usually hid the ring in a hole on his island. He only wore it when he hunted or watched the orcs in the tunnels. When Bilbo met him, Gollum did not have the ring. Bilbo held a small elvish knife, which he used like a sword. Because of this, Gollum did not attack at once. Instead, Gollum suggested a riddle game. He said they would ask each other riddles. If Bilbo could not answer, Gollum would kill him and eat him. If Bilbo won, Gollum would show him the way out. Bilbo was lost, tired, and afraid. He had no other choice, so he agreed. They asked many riddles back and forth. At last, Bilbo could not think of a riddle. Without thinking, he spoke aloud.
What have I got in my pocket?
Gollum could not answer this question, even after 3 guesses. In this way, Bilbo won the game, mostly by luck. The wise people did not all agree about the last question. Some said it was not a true riddle by the rules of the game. But everyone agreed on one thing. Gollum had accepted it and tried to answer. Because of this, he had to keep his promise. Bilbo asked him to do so. Bilbo felt worried. He thought this wet and lonely creature might lie. Long ago, even bad creatures feared to break such promises. But Gollum had lived alone in the dark for a very long time. His heart had grown hard, and he knew how to cheat. Gollum moved away quietly. He went back to his small island, which Bilbo did not know about. It was close, in the dark water. Gollum thought his ring was there. He felt very hungry and very angry. He believed that with his precious ring, he would fear nothing. But the ring was not there. He had lost it. It was gone.
He cried out loudly.
The sound made Bilbo feel cold fear, though he did not yet know why. At last, Gollum understood the truth, but too late.
He shouted about what was in pockets.
His eyes shone bright green. He ran back, planning to hurt the hobbit and take back his ring. Bilbo suddenly saw the danger. He ran fast into the tunnel, away from the water. Once again, luck helped him. As he ran, his hand went into his pocket. The ring slipped onto his finger by itself. Gollum ran past him and did not see him. Gollum went to watch the exit so the thief could not escape. Bilbo followed carefully behind him.
Gollum talked to himself and spoke again and again about his precious.
From this, Bilbo slowly understood the truth. Hope grew in his heart. He had found a magic ring. It could help him escape from the goblins and from Gollum. Soon they stopped near a dark opening. It led to the lower gates of the tunnels on the east side of the mountains. Gollum stayed there, low to the ground, listening and smelling the air. Bilbo thought about using his sword on him. But he felt sorry for the sad creature. The ring was his only hope, but he did not want to use it to harm Gollum. At last, Bilbo found his courage. He jumped over Gollum in the dark and ran away.
Behind him, he heard cries full of hate and pain. calling him a thief.
It is strange, but this is not the story Bilbo first told his friends. He said that Gollum had promised him a gift if he won the game. Gollum went to his island to get it. There he found that the gift was missing. It was a magic ring he had received long ago on his birthday. Bilbo guessed that the ring he found was the same one. Since he had won the game, he believed the ring was his. He did not say this out loud. Instead, he asked Gollum to show him the way out as his reward. Bilbo wrote this story in his book and never changed it, not even later. It appeared in the first Red Book and in many copies. But some copies also tell the true story. These likely came from notes by Frodo or Sam. They both learned the truth. They did not want to remove anything Bilbo himself had written. Gandalf did not believe Bilbo's first story. He felt unsure from the start and became very interested in the ring. After much asking, he finally learned the true story from Bilbo. This caused some trouble between them for a time. Gandalf believed the truth was important. He was also worried. It was unlike Bilbo to hide the truth. The idea of a gift did not come only from Bilbo's mind. He said he heard it from Gollum's own words. Gollum often called the ring his birthday gift. Gandalf found this strange and troubling. But he did not learn the full meaning of this for many years, as this book will later show. There is little more to say here about Bilbo's later travels. With the help of the ring, he escaped the guards at the gate and found his friends again. He used the ring many times to help others. But he kept it secret for as long as he could. After he returned home, he spoke of it only to Gandalf and Frodo. No one else in the Shire knew about it, or so he thought. Only Frodo saw the story of the journey that Bilbo wrote. Bilbo hung his sword, Sting, over his fireplace. He gave his fine mail coat, a gift from the dwarfs, to a museum at Michel Delving. He kept the old cloak and hood in a drawer at Bag End. He had worn them on his journeys. The ring stayed in his pocket. It was tied to a thin chain. He came back to his home on June 22nd. He was 52 years old then. Nothing special happened in the Shire for a long time. Later, Mr. Baggins started to plan a big party. It was for his 111th birthday. This is where this history begins. At the end of the Third Age, hobbits became more interested in their past. They had taken part in great events. Because of this, the Shire became part of the reunited kingdom. Many old stories had only been spoken before. Now people wrote them down. Important families also cared about events outside the Shire. Some of their members studied old stories and legends of the wider world. By the end of the 1st century of the Fourth Age, the Shire had several libraries. These places kept many history books and records. The biggest collections were at Undertows, Great Smiles, and Brandy Hall. This story about the end of the Third Age mostly comes from the Red Book of Westmarch. This book was the most important source about the War of the Ring. It was called that name because it was kept for a long time at Undertows. That place was the home of the Fairbin family. They were the wardens of Westmarch. At first, the book was Bilbo's private diary. He took it with him to Rivendell. Frodo later brought it back to the Shire. He also brought many loose notes. During the years 1420 and 1421, Frodo filled most of the book. He wrote his story of the war. With this book, there were also 3 large books. They were bound in red leather. Bilbo gave them to Frodo as a goodbye gift. Later in Westmarch, a 5th book was added. It had notes, family trees, and other information about the hobbits in the Fellowship. The original Red Book is now lost. But many copies were made. Most copies were of the first book. They were made for the children and grandchildren of Samwise. The most important copy has a special story. It was kept at Great Smiles. But it was written in Gonda. It was likely written because a great-grandson of Peregrine asked for it. It was finished in the year 1592. The writer added a note with his name, Findagill. He said he was the king's writer. He said the book was an exact copy of the Tynes book in Minas Tirith. The Tynes book was also a copy. King Elessa had asked for it. It was copied from the Red Book of the Perianath. Peregrine brought it with him when he went to Gonda. This was the first copy ever made of the Red Book. It had many parts that were later lost or left out. In Minas Tirith, people added many notes and fixes. They corrected names, words, and quotes, especially in Elvish. They also added a short version of the story of Aragorn and Arwen. The full story was written later by Barahir, the grandson of Faramir. Findagill's copy is very important for another reason. It is the only one that keeps all of Bilbo's translations from the Elvish. These were 3 books. Bilbo wrote them between the years 1403 and 1418. He used all the stories and writings he could find in Rivendell. Frodo did not use these books much. They were mostly about very old times. So they are not spoken of more here. When Meriadoc and Peregrine became heads of their families, they stayed in touch with Rohan and Gonda. Because of this, the libraries at Bucklebury and Tuckborough had many books not found in the Red Book. Brandy Hall had many works about Eriador and the history of Rohan. Some of these were written or started by Meriadoc himself. In the Shire, people mostly remembered him for his book on plants. They also remembered his work on time and calendars. He explained how the Shire calendar matched those of Bree, Rivendell, Gonda, and Rohan. He also wrote a short book about old words and names in the Shire. He liked to study how some Shire words were related to the language of Rohan. At Great Smiles, the books were less interesting to most hobbits. But they were important for the wider history of the world. Peregrine did not write these books. But he and his family collected many writings from Gonda. Most were copies or short versions of old histories and legends. They were about Elendil and his heirs. Only in the Shire could one find so much information about Númenor and the rise of Sauron. It was likely at Great Smiles that the Tale of Years was put together. Meriadoc helped by sharing his collected materials. Though the dates written here are often guesses, this is very true for the Second Age. Still, they are important. It is likely that Meriadoc got help and knowledge from Rivendell. He went there more than one time. Elrond had already left, but his son stayed for many years. Some high elves also stayed with them. People say that Celeborn came to live there after Galadriel left. But no one wrote down the day when he finally went to the Grey Havens. When he went, the last living memory of the elder days in Middle-earth went with him. Book 1. Chapter 1, A Long-Expected Party. When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End said that he would soon have a big party for his 11th birthday, everyone in Hobbiton began to talk about it. People felt excited and curious. Bilbo was very rich and very strange. For 60 years, he had been famous in the Shire. This started when he vanished one day, and later came back without warning. The gold and things he brought from his travels became a local legend. Many people believed that the hill at Bag End had many tunnels full of treasure. The old hobbit said this was not true, but most people did not listen. Bilbo was also famous because he did not seem to grow old. Time passed, but it did not change him much. At 90, he looked almost the same as at 50. At 99, people said he was well kept. But he truly looked unchanged. Some hobbits did not like this. They felt it was unfair. One hobbit seemed to have endless youth and endless money. They said such good luck would bring trouble one day. They said it was not natural. But no trouble had come yet. Bilbo was kind with his money and liked to give gifts. Because of this, most people forgave his strange ways and his good luck. He kept friendly contact with his family, except the Sackville Bagginses. He also had many fans among poor and simple hobbits. Still, he had no close friends. This changed when some of his younger cousins grew up. The oldest of them was Frodo Baggins. Bilbo liked him the most. When Bilbo was 99, he chose Frodo to be his heir. He asked Frodo to live with him at Bag End. This ended all the hopes of the Sackville Bagginses. Bilbo and Frodo shared the same birthday, September the 22nd. One day Bilbo said to Frodo that he should come and live with him. Then they could celebrate their birthdays together in comfort. At that time, Frodo was still in his tweens. Hobbits used this word for the years between childhood and adulthood. These years went from 20 to 33. 12 more years passed. Every year, Bilbo and Frodo had happy birthday parties together at Bag End. But now people knew that something very special was coming that autumn. Bilbo was turning 111, or 111. This was a strange number, and a good old age for a hobbit. Even the old Took had only lived to 130. Frodo was turning 33. This number was very important, because it marked his coming of age. Soon people in Hobbiton and Bywater started to talk a lot. News of the party spread across the whole Shire. Once again, people talked about the life and ways of Mr. Bilbo Baggins. The older hobbits enjoyed telling old stories. Many wanted to listen to them. No one had more listeners than old Ham Gamgee. People called him the Gaffer. He liked to talk at the Ivy Bush, a small inn on the road to Bywater. He spoke with confidence. He had worked in the garden at Bag End for 40 years. Before that, he helped old Holman with the same work. Now the Gaffer was old, and his body felt stiff. Most of the garden work was done by his youngest son, Sam Gamgee. Both father and son were good friends with Bilbo and Frodo. They lived on the hill too. Their home was number 3 Bagshot Row, just below Bag End. The Gaffer often said that Mr. Bilbo was a kind and polite gentle hobbit. This was true. Bilbo was always polite to him. He called him Master Hamfast. He often asked him for advice about growing food. This was especially true for roots and potatoes. Everyone nearby agreed that the Gaffer knew the most about this, including the Gaffer himself. Then Old Noakes from Bywater asked about Frodo. He said Frodo was called a Baggins, but people said he was more than half a Brandybuck. Old Noakes said he did not understand why a Baggins would look for a wife in Backland. He thought the people there were strange. Daddy Two-Foot, who lived next door to the Gaffer, agreed. He said the people there were strange because they lived on the wrong side of the Brandywine River. They also lived close to the old forest. He said it was a dark and dangerous place, at least according to the stories.
"You are right, Dad,"
said the Gaffer.
The Brandybucks of Buckland do not live in the old forest. But they are a strange kind of hobbit. They play with boats on that big river, and that is not right. It is no surprise that trouble came from it. Still, Mr. Frodo is a very nice young hobbit. You could not wish to meet a better one. He is very much like Mr. Bilbo, not only in how he looks. His father was a Baggins, after all. Mr. Drogo Baggins was a good and respectable hobbit. There was never much to say about him, until he drowned.
Drowned, said several voices. They had heard this before, and also other sad stories. Hobbits love family stories, so they wanted to hear it again.
"Well, that is what people say," said the Gaffer. Mr. Drogo married poor Miss Primula Brandybuck. She was Mr. Bilbo's first cousin on his mother's side. Mr. Drogo was his second cousin. So Mr. Frodo was related to Mr. Bilbo in more than one way. Mr. Drogo stayed often at Brandy Hall with his wife's father, old Master Gorbodoc. He liked the food there, and old Gorbodoc was very generous. One day, Mr. Drogo went boating on the Brandywine River with his wife. They both drowned. Mr. Frodo was only a small child then.
"I heard they went on the river after dinner in the moonlight," said old Noakes, "and the boat sank because Mr. Drogo was too heavy."
"And I heard she pushed him in, and he pulled her in after," said Sandyman, the miller.
"You should not believe everything you hear," said the gaffer. He did not like the miller much. There is no need to talk about pushing and pulling. Boats are dangerous enough without adding silly stories. The truth is simple. Mr. Frodo was left without parents. He had to live among those strange Bucklanders in Brandy Hall. That place is very crowded. Old Master Gorbodoc had hundreds of family members there. Mr. Bilbo did the kindest thing when he brought the boy back to live among decent folk. But it was a hard blow for the Sackville Bagginses, the gaffer went on. They thought they would get Bag End when Mr. Bilbo went away and was thought dead. Then he came back and sent them away. After that, he kept on living and never seemed to get older. Then, all of a sudden, he named an heir and signed all the papers. The Sackville Bagginses will never live in Bag End now. And that is a good thing.
"There is a lot of money up there, I hear," said a stranger from Michel Delving. "People say the hill is full of tunnels with chests of gold and silver, and jewels too."
"You have heard more than I know," said the gaffer. "I know nothing about jewels. Mr. Bilbo spends money freely, and he has plenty. But I know nothing about tunnels. I saw Mr. Bilbo when he came back, about 60 years ago. I was young then and working for old Holman. He sent me to Bag End to keep people from walking all over the garden during the sale. In the middle of it all, Mr. Bilbo came up the hill with a pony. He had some very big bags and a couple of chests. I believe they held treasure from faraway places. But there was not enough to fill tunnels. But my boy Sam may know more," he added. "Sam is often at Bag End. He loves old stories and listens to all of Mr. Bilbo's tales. Mr. Bilbo even taught him to read, meaning no harm. I hope no harm comes from it." "Elves and dragons," the gaffer said. "Cabbages and potatoes are better for folk like us. I tell Sam not to get mixed up in the business of important people, or he will find trouble too big for him." He looked at the stranger and the miller, and I could say the same to others.
But the gaffer did not change their minds. The young hobbits already believed strongly in the story of Bilbo's great wealth.
"He has likely added more over the years," said the miller, speaking for many. "He is often away, and strange folk visit him. Dwarfs come at night, and that old wandering wizard, Gandalf. Say what you like, gaffer. Bag End is a strange place, and its people are even stranger."
"And you can say what you like about things you know nothing about," said the gaffer sharply. "You know no more about this than you do about boating, Mr. Sanderman. If being strange means being better than most, then we could use more of that around here."
There are some people, not far from here, who would not even give a cup of beer to a friend, even if they lived in a fine house. But things are done well at Bag End. Our Sam says that everyone will be invited to the party. He says there will be gifts too. Yes, gifts for everyone, and all in this same month. That month was September, and the weather was very good. A few days later, a story went around. It was likely started by Sam, who knew many things. The story said there would be fireworks. Not just any fireworks, but the best kind. People said they had not seen fireworks like these in the Shire for almost 100 years, not since the old Took died. More days passed, and the special day came closer. One evening, a strange wagon came into Hobbiton. It was full of strange boxes. It moved slowly up the hill to Bag End. Hobbits came to their doors and looked out in surprise. The wagon was driven by unusual people who sang strange songs. They were dwarfs, with long beards and deep hoods. Some of them stayed at Bag End. At the end of the second week of September, another cart came. It came from the direction of Brandywine Bridge. It came in the daytime. One old man drove it alone. The old man wore a tall blue hat with a sharp point. He had a long grey coat and a silver scarf. He had a long white beard. His eyebrows were thick and stuck out under his hat. Little hobbit children ran after the cart through all of Hobbiton and up the hill. The cart was full of fireworks, just as they thought. At Bilbo's front door, the old man began to take the boxes off the cart. There were many fireworks of different kinds and shapes. Each one had a big red letter G on it and a strange sign. This was Gandalf's mark. The old man was Gandalf the wizard. People in the Shire knew him mostly for his fireworks and bright lights. His real work was much harder and more risky, but the people of the Shire did not know about that. To them, he was just part of the fun at the party. That is why the children were so excited. G for great. The old man smiled. They knew how he looked, even though he did not come to Hobbiton often and never stayed long. But only the very old hobbits remembered his fireworks. For most people, they were only old stories. When the unloading was done, Gandalf had help from Bilbo and some dwarfs. Bilbo gave the children a few small coins. But he gave them no fireworks at all. This made the children feel sad.
Go home now. You will get many things when the right time comes.
Then he went inside with Bilbo, and the door closed. The young hobbit stood and looked at the door for a while. Then they walked away. They felt the party day would never arrive. Inside Bag End, Bilbo and Gandalf sat by an open window in a small room. The window looked west, toward the garden. The late afternoon was calm and bright. The flowers were red and gold. There were snapdragons, sunflowers, and nasturtiums. They grew over the grass walls and looked in through the round windows.
Your garden looks very bright.
Yes, I love it very much, and I love the dear old Shire. But I think I need a break.
So you will follow your plan?
Yes, I will. I decided months ago, and I have not changed my mind.
Very well. There is no use talking more. Follow your plan, all of it. I hope it will be good for you, and for all of us.
I hope so too. Anyway, I plan to enjoy myself on Thursday and play my little trick.
I wonder who will laugh.
Gandalf shook his head and spoke, but he did not look sure. Bilbo answered calmly, saying that they would find out. The next day, many carts came up the hill, and then even more carts arrived. Some people talked about buying things nearby, but this did not last. That same week, many orders went out from Bag End. Bilbo ordered food, tools, and fine goods. He bought everything that Hobbiton, Bywater, and the nearby places could sell. People became very excited. They marked the days on their calendars and waited for the postman each day, hoping to get an invitation. Soon, the invitations were sent out in great numbers. The Hobbiton post office was full and very busy, and the Bywater post office was overwhelmed as well. They asked for helpers to deliver the mail. A long line of helpers walked up the hill, carrying many polite reply letters. Most of them said, "Thank you, I will come." A sign was put on the gate at Bag End. It said, "No admittance except on party business." Even people who claimed they had party business were rarely allowed inside. Bilbo was very busy. He wrote invitations and checked replies. He packed presents and made some quiet plans of his own. After Gandalf arrived, Bilbo was hardly seen by anyone. One morning, the hobbits woke up to a surprise. The large field south of Bilbo's door was full of ropes and poles, meant for tents and shelters. A new entrance was cut into the bank toward the road. Wide steps and a big white gate were built there. The 3 hobbit families of Bagshot Row lived next to the field. They watched everything with great interest and some envy. Old Gaffer Gamgee almost stopped working in his garden altogether. Soon the tents went up. One pavilion was very large, so large that the tree in the field stood inside it. The tree was near one end, close to the main table. Lanterns were hung on all its branches, and this made the hobbits very happy. Even better, a huge outdoor kitchen was built in the north corner of the field. Many cooks arrived from inns and eating places far and wide. They came to help the dwarfs and other strange guests staying at Bag End. Excitement reached its highest point. Then the sky grew dark with clouds. This was on Wednesday, the day before the party, and people felt very worried. Then Thursday came at last. It was September the 22nd. The sun rose, the clouds disappeared, flags went up, and the fun began. Bilbo Baggins called it a party. In truth, it was many kinds of fun all together. Almost everyone living nearby was invited. A few people were missed by mistake, but they came anyway, so it was fine. Many guests came from other parts of the Shire. A few even came from beyond its borders. Bilbo stood at the new white gate and greeted everyone himself. He gave presents to everyone. Some people even left by a back path and came in again by the gate, hoping for another gift. Hobbits give presents to others on their own birthdays. The gifts are usually small and simple. This time, Bilbo gave far more than usual. Still, hobbits liked this custom. In Hobbiton and Bywater, every day was someone's birthday. This meant each hobbit could expect a present at least once a week. They never grew tired of this. This time, the presents were very special. The hobbit children were so excited that they almost forgot to eat for a while. There were toys they had never seen before. They were beautiful, and some seemed magical. Many had been ordered a year earlier. They came from the mountain and from Dale. They were made by dwarfs, and they were of fine quality. When all the guests were inside the gate, the fun truly began. There were songs and dances, music and many games. Of course, there was also plenty of food and drink. There were 3 main meals: lunch, tea, and dinner. At lunch and tea, everyone sat and ate together. At other times, people ate and drank all day. This went on from late morning until 6:30 in the evening. Then the fireworks began. The fireworks were made by Gandalf. He brought them, planned them, and set them off himself. He also shared many small fireworks with the guests. There were sparklers, little bangs, bright lights, and shining fountains. All of them were wonderful. Gandalf's skill grew better as he grew older. Some rockets looked like bright birds flying and singing softly. Others formed green trees made of light and dark smoke. Their leaves opened at once, like spring arriving in a moment. Shining flowers fell gently from the branches. They faded away with a sweet smell just before they touched the faces of the amazed hobbits. Bright fountains of butterflies flew into the trees and shone in the light. Tall shapes of colored fire rose into the air. They changed into eagles, ships, and lines of flying swans. A red storm flashed above them. Yellow rain fell from the sky. Silver shapes jumped up like spears and made a loud cry, then fell back into the water with a sharp sound. There was one last surprise for Bilbo. Gandalf planned it, and it shocked the hobbits. All the lights went out. Thick smoke rose into the air. The smoke took the shape of a far mountain. The top began to glow. Green and red fire burst out. A dragon flew out. It was not as big as a real one, but it looked very real. Fire came from its mouth. Its eyes shone brightly. It made a loud noise and flew 3 times over the crowd. Everyone bent down. Many hobbits fell to the ground. The dragon rushed past very fast, turned in the air, and exploded over Bywater with a huge bang.
That is the sign for supper.
At once, the fear was gone. The hobbits jumped up happily. There was a fine supper for everyone, except for those invited to the special family dinner. That dinner was in the large tent near the tree. Only 144 guests were invited. Hobbits called this number 1 gross, but they did not like to use this word for people. The guests were chosen from the families of Bilbo and Frodo. A few close friends were also invited, like Gandalf. Many young hobbits came too, with their parents' permission. Hobbits did not mind their children staying up late, especially when there was free food. Young hobbits ate a lot. There were many Bagginses and Boffins. There were also many Tooks and Brandybucks. There were Grubbs, Chubbs, and many other families. Some guests were only distant relatives. Some had hardly ever visited Hobbiton because they lived far away. The Sackville Bagginses were invited too. Otho and his wife Lobelia came. They did not like Bilbo and hated Frodo. Still, the invitation card was so beautiful, written in gold ink, that they could not say no. Also, Bilbo was famous for good food. All 144 guests expected a great meal. They only feared Bilbo's speech after dinner. He often spoke too long. He sometimes talked about poems. After a few drinks, he might even speak about his strange journey. The guests were not unhappy. The meal was wonderful. There was plenty of food, many kinds, and it lasted a long time. After this, shops nearby sold very little food for weeks. Bilbo had bought almost everything before the party, so it did not matter. After the meal came the speech. By then, most guests felt calm and pleased. They were drinking their favorite drinks and eating small treats. They forgot their worries. They were ready to listen to anything and to cheer often.
My dear people.
Here, here. They shouted again and again. Bilbo climbed onto a chair under the bright tree. The lantern light shone on his happy face. The gold buttons on his fine vest sparkled. Everyone could see him clearly. He waved one hand in the air. The other hand stayed in his pocket.
My dear Bagginses and Boffins. And my dear Tooks and Brandybucks, and Grubbs, and Chubbs, and Burrowses, and Hornblowers, and Bolgers, Bracegirdles, Goodbodies, Brockhouses, and Proudfoots.
Proud feet,
shouted an old hobbit from the back. His name was Proudfoot. His feet were very big and very hairy, and both were on the table.
Proudfoots. And my good Sackville Bagginses. I welcome you back to Bag End. Today is my 111th birthday. Today I am 111.
Hooray! Hooray! Many happy returns. They shouted. They hit the tables with joy. Bilbo was doing very well. This was the kind of speech they liked. It was short and clear.
I hope you are all enjoying yourselves as much as I am.
There was very loud cheering. People shouted yes and no. Trumpets, horns, pipes, and flutes all made noise. Many young hobbits were there. They pulled hundreds of party crackers. Most crackers had the word Dale on them. The hobbits did not know this word, but they loved the crackers. Inside were small music tools. They were well made and sounded sweet. In one corner, some young Tooks and Brandybucks stood up. They thought Uncle Bilbo was finished speaking. They made a small band and played a happy dance song. Master Everard Took and Miss Melilot Brandybuck climbed onto a table. They held bells and danced the Springle Ring. It was a nice dance, but very active. But Bilbo was not finished. He grabbed a horn from a young hobbit and blew it 3 times, very loudly. The noise slowly stopped.
My dear friends, I will not speak for long.
Everyone cheered. He said he had brought them together for a purpose. The way he said this made people listen. The room became quiet. Some of the Tooks listened closely.
I have 3 purposes. First, I love you all very much. 111 years is too short a time to live among such excellent and admirable hobbits. I do not know half of you half as well as I should like. And I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve.
Everyone cheered loudly. The guests were surprised. Some clapped, but most tried to understand his words.
Second, we are here to celebrate my birthday. And it is also my nephew Frodo's birthday. Today he comes of age and will inherit his future home.
The older hobbits clapped a little. The younger one shouted Frodo's name happily. The Sackville Bagginses looked angry. They wondered what Bilbo meant about Frodo's future home.
Together, we are 144 years old. This number was chosen on purpose. I call it 1 gross.
Nobody cheered. Many guests felt insulted. They thought they were invited only to reach a number. The Sackville Bagginses were very unhappy. Bilbo then spoke about a past event. He said it was also the day he arrived by barrel at a lake town long ago. At that time, he forgot it was his birthday. He was only 51 then, and birthdays felt less important. He remembered a fine meal there. He also remembered he had a cold and could not speak well.
Now, I thank you all clearly for coming to my party.
The room was silent. People worried he might sing or read a poem. They were bored and wanted to drink instead. But Bilbo did not sing. He stopped and waited.
Finally, I come to my third and last point. I regret to say that, though I love you all, this is the end. I am going. I am leaving now. Goodbye.
Then he stepped down and disappeared. There was a bright flash of light. Everyone blinked. When they looked again, Bilbo was gone. 144 hobbits sat in shock. Nobody spoke. Old Odo Proudfoot took his feet off the table and stamped them. After a moment, everyone began to talk at once. All the families argued together. Most guests agreed the joke was very bad. They wanted more food and drink to feel better. Many said Bilbo was crazy. Even most of the Tooks thought his actions were silly. They believed his disappearance was only a foolish trick.
Something feels wrong. Bilbo has truly left again. He is foolish, perhaps, but it does not matter. He did not take the food. Frodo, pass the wine again.
Frodo said nothing. He sat quietly next to Bilbo's empty chair. He ignored questions and comments. He had enjoyed the joke and knew about it before. He found it hard not to laugh at the angry and shocked faces around him. But at the same time, he felt very sad inside. He suddenly understood that he loved the old hobbit very much. Most guests kept eating and drinking. They talked about Bilbo Baggins and his strange ways, from the past and now. The Sackville Bagginses had already left. They were angry. Frodo did not want to stay at the party anymore. He told the servants to bring more wine. Then he stood up. He drank his glass quietly to wish Bilbo good health. After that, he left the tent without a word. Bilbo Baggins was busy too. Even while he spoke to the guests, his hand touched the gold ring in his pocket. It was his magic ring. He had kept it secret for many years. When he stepped down from the stage, he put the ring on his finger. After that moment, no hobbit in Hobbiton ever saw him again. He walked fast back to his home. He stopped for a short time. He smiled as he listened to the loud noise from the tent and the happy sounds from the field. Then he went inside. He took off his party clothes. He carefully folded his fine silk vest and wrapped it in paper. He put it away. Then he put on old, messy clothes. He tied an old leather belt around his waist. On the belt, he hung a short sword in a worn black cover. From a locked drawer with a strong smell, he took an old cloak and hood. They were kept like treasures. But they were old, full of patches, and faded by weather. It was hard to see their first color. Maybe it was dark green. They were a little too big for him. Then he went to his study. From a strong box, he took out a bundle wrapped in old cloth, a book with a leather cover, and a large thick envelope. He pushed the book and the bundle into a heavy bag. The bag was already almost full. He put the gold ring and its thin chain into the envelope. He sealed it and wrote Frodo's name on it. At first, he put the envelope on the shelf above the fire. Then he suddenly took it again and put it in his pocket. At that moment, the door opened. Gandalf came in quickly.
"Hello," said Bilbo. "I was wondering when you would come."
"I'm glad I can see you," said the wizard. "I wanted to find you and say some last words. You think everything went very well, just as you planned, don't you?"
"Yes," said Bilbo. "But that bright flash surprised me. It scared me, and the others even more. That was your idea, I guess."
"Yes, it was," said Gandalf. "You were wise to keep the ring secret for so long. I thought your guests needed another reason for your sudden disappearance."
"And it ruined my joke," Bilbo laughed. "You like to interfere. But I think you are right, as usual."
"I am right when I truly know," said Gandalf. "But I am not fully happy about this plan. This is the final moment. You played your joke. You upset or shocked many of your family. And you gave the Shire something to talk about for many days. Are you really going away?"
"Yes, I am," said Bilbo. "I need a holiday. A very long one. Maybe forever. I do not think I will come back. I do not plan to. I have prepared everything." "I am old, Gandalf," he said. "I do not look old, but I feel it deep inside. People say I am well kept, but I feel thin and tired inside. Like something spread too far. That does not feel right. I need a change."
"No, it does not seem right," he said quietly. "I think your plan may be the best one."
"I have decided," said Bilbo. "I want to see the mountains again. Then I want to find a quiet place to rest. I want peace. I do not want many relatives watching me. I do not want many visitors ringing my bell. Maybe I can finish my book there. I already know the ending. He lived happily until the end of his life."
Gandalf laughed. "I hope so. But I think no one will read the book, no matter the ending."
"Maybe they will, one day," said Bilbo. "Frodo has already read some of it. You will watch over Frodo, won't you?"
"Yes," said Gandalf. "As much as I can."
"He would come with me if I asked," said Bilbo. "He even offered once, before the party. But he is not ready yet. I want to see the wild lands again before I die. I want to see the mountains. But Frodo still loves the Shire. He loves the trees, the fields, and the small rivers. He should stay here and be comfortable. I am leaving everything to him, except a few small things. I hope he will be happy when he gets used to living alone. It is time for him to lead his own life."
"Everything?" said Gandalf. "The ring too? You agreed to that?"
"Well, yes, I suppose so," said Bilbo, speaking slowly.
Where is it?
It is in an envelope. If you really want to know, Bilbo said in an impatient voice, it is there on the mantelpiece. No, wait, it is in my pocket. He stopped and felt confused. That is strange, he said quietly to himself. But maybe it is not so strange. Why should it not stay there?
Gandalf looked at Bilbo again, very closely. A small light shone in his eyes.
"I think, Bilbo," he said in a calm voice, "you should leave it here. Don't you want to do that?"
Well, yes and no, said Bilbo. Now that we talk about it, I really do not like giving it up. I do not see why I must. Why do you want me to do this? His voice changed. It sounded sharp and unhappy. You always ask me about my ring. You never ask about the other things I got on my journey.
"No, but I had a reason to ask," Gandalf said. "I wanted to know the truth. It was important. Magic rings are special and very rare. I was interested in your ring because of my work. I still am. I want to know where it is if you travel again. And I think you have had it long enough. You will not need it anymore, Bilbo, I believe."
Bilbo's face grew red, and his eyes looked angry. His kind face became hard.
Why not? He shouted. And why is it your business what I do with my own things? It is mine. I found it. It came to me.
Yes, yes, said Gandalf. But there is no need to be angry.
If I am angry, it is because of you, Bilbo said. It is mine. My own. My precious. Yes, my precious.
It has been called that before, he said. But never by you.
But I say it now, said Bilbo. Why should I not? Gollum said it once, but it is not his now. It is mine, and I will keep it.
Gandalf stood up. His voice became firm.
You will be foolish if you do, he said. Your words show it clearly. The ring has too much power over you. Let it go. Then you can go too and be free.
I will do what I want and go where I want, Bilbo said stubbornly.
Please, my dear hobbit, Gandalf said. We have been friends all your life. You owe me some trust. Come now. Do what you promised. Give it up.
If you want my ring for yourself, then say so, Bilbo cried. But you will not get it. I will not give my precious away.
His hand moved to his small sword. Gandalf's eyes grew bright.
I am close to being angry, he said. If you say that again, you will see another side of me.
He stepped toward Bilbo. He seemed taller, and his shadow filled the room. Bilbo moved back to the wall. He breathed fast and held his pocket tightly. They stood facing each other for a short time. The room felt tense and strange. Gandalf kept his eyes on Bilbo. Slowly, Bilbo's hands relaxed. He began to shake.
I do not know what is happening to you, Gandalf, he said. You have never been like this. What is this all about? It is mine, isn't it? I found it. Gollum would have killed me if I had not kept it. I am not a thief.
I have never called you that, Gandalf said. And I am not one either. I am not trying to take from you. I am trying to help you. I wish you would trust me, like before.
He turned away. The shadow left the room. He looked like an old grey man again, tired and worried.
Bilbo rubbed his eyes. I am sorry, he said. I felt very strange. Still, it would be a relief not to worry about it anymore. It has been on my mind so much. Sometimes it feels like something is watching me. I always want to put it on and disappear. Or I worry if it is safe, and I take it out to check. I try to lock it away, but I could not rest without it in my pocket. I do not know why. I cannot make a clear choice.
Then trust my choice, said Gandalf. It is clear. Go away and leave it here. Stop holding on to it. Give it to Frodo. I will take care of him.
Bilbo stood still for a moment. He felt tight and unsure. Then he sighed.
All right, he said with effort. I will do it. He lifted his shoulders and gave a small, sad smile. That is what the party was really for, to give away many birthday gifts, and to help me give this away too. It did not make it easier in the end, but it would be a shame to waste all the plans. It would spoil the joke.
Yes, that is the only good point I ever saw in it, said Gandalf.
Very well, said Bilbo. It will go to Frodo with the rest. He took a deep breath. Now I must go, or someone will stop me. I have already said goodbye. I cannot do that again.
He picked up his bag and walked to the door. You still have the ring in your pocket, said the wizard.
You are right, cried Bilbo. And I have my will and my papers too. You should take it and carry it for me. That will be safer.
No, do not give the ring to me, said Gandalf. Put it on the shelf by the fireplace. It will be safe there until Frodo comes. I will wait for him.
Bilbo took out the envelope. He moved his hand to place it near the clock. But his hand suddenly pulled back. The envelope fell to the floor. Before Bilbo could bend down, the wizard moved fast. He picked it up and put it in its place. For a moment, Bilbo looked angry again. Then his face changed. He looked calm and laughed.
Well, it is done, he said. Now I am going.
They walked into the hall. Bilbo took his favorite walking stick from the stand. Then he whistled. 3 dwarfs came out from different rooms where they had been working.
Is everything ready? Asked Bilbo. Is everything packed and named?
Yes, everything, they said.
Good. Then let us go.
Bilbo stepped out of the front door. The night was clear and cool. The sky was black and full of stars. He lifted his head and breathed in the air.
How wonderful. I am going again. I am back on the road with dwarves. I have wanted this for many years.
He looked at his old home and bowed to the door.
Goodbye, he said. Goodbye, Gandalf.
Goodbye for now, Bilbo, said Gandalf. Take care of yourself. You are old and may be wise too.
Take care. I do not worry, said Bilbo. Do not worry about me. I am as happy as I have ever been. That means a lot. The time has come at last.
Then he spoke very softly and sang to himself in the dark.
The road goes on and on. It starts at my door. The road goes far ahead. I must follow it if I can. I walk with happy feet. It will join other roads. Many paths meet there. Where will I go next? I do not know.
He stopped and stood quiet for a moment. Then he turned away from the lights and voices in the fields and tents. With his 3 friends, he went into his garden. He walked down the long path. He jumped over a low part of the hedge. He crossed the open grass and disappeared into the night, like a soft sound in the wind.
Goodbye, my dear Bilbo, he said quietly. Until we meet again.
Then he went back inside. Soon after, Frodo came in. He found Gandalf sitting in the dark and thinking.
Has he gone? Asked Frodo.
Yes, said Gandalf. He has gone at last.
I wished, said Frodo. I hoped until this evening that it was only a joke. But I knew in my heart that he truly meant to leave. He often joked about serious things. I wish I had come back earlier, just to say goodbye.
I think he liked leaving quietly in the end, said Gandalf. Do not be too sad. He will be fine. He left something for you. It is there.
Frodo took the envelope from the shelf. He looked at it but did not open it.
I think his will and his papers are inside, said the wizard. "You are the master of Bag End now. And I think there is also a gold ring."
"The ring," said Frodo. "He left that to me. I wonder why. Maybe it will be useful."
"Maybe it will, and maybe it will not," said Gandalf. "I would not use it if I were you. But keep it secret, and keep it safe. Now I am going to bed."
As the master of Bag End, Frodo felt it was his hard duty to say goodbye to the guests. Stories about strange things had spread across the field. Frodo only said that everything would be clear in the morning. Around midnight, carriages came for the important guests. One by one, they left. They were full from food but not happy. Gardeners came as planned. They used wheelbarrows to take away those who had stayed too long by mistake. The night slowly passed. The sun came up. The hobbits got up later. The morning went on. People came with orders to clean everything. They took away tents, tables, chairs, spoons, knives, bottles, plates, lamps, flower boxes, crumbs, paper, lost bags, gloves, handkerchiefs, and the small amount of food left behind. Then more people came without orders. They were Bagginses, Boffins, Bolgers, Tooks, and others who lived nearby. By midday, even those who had eaten the most were awake and moving. A large crowd stood at Bag End. They were not invited, but they were expected. Frodo stood on the step. He smiled, but he looked tired and worried. He welcomed everyone. He did not say much. To every question, he gave the same answer.
"Mr. Bilbo Baggins has gone away. As far as I know, he has gone for good."
Some visitors were asked to come inside. Bilbo had left messages for them. Inside the hall, many boxes, parcels, and small pieces of furniture were piled up. Each thing had a label tied to it. There were many labels like these. For J.R.R. took, for his very own, from Bilbo, on an umbrella. J.R.R. had already taken many things without labels. For Dora Baggins, in memory of a long exchange of letters, with love from Bilbo, on a large paper basket. Dora was Drogo's sister. She was the oldest living female relative of Bilbo and Frodo. She was 99 years old. For over 50 years, she had written long letters full of advice. For Milo Burrows, hoping it will be useful, from B.B., on a gold pen and ink bottle. Milo never wrote back to letters. For Angelica's use, from Uncle Bilbo, on a round mirror. She was a young Baggins. She clearly thought her face was very pretty. For the collection of Hugo Bracegirdle, from a contributor, on an empty bookcase. Hugo often borrowed books. He was very bad at bringing them back. For Lobelia Sackville Baggins, as a present, on a box of silver spoons. Bilbo believed she had taken many of his spoons while he was away long ago. Lobelia knew this was true. When she came later that day, she understood the message at once. But she still took the spoons. This was only a small part of all the gifts. Bilbo's home had filled up with many things during his long life. Hobbit holes often became crowded. This was partly because hobbits gave many birthday gifts. These gifts were not always new. Some old useless objects had gone from home to home for years. But Bilbo usually gave new gifts and kept the ones he received. Now his old home was being cleared a little. Every goodbye gift had a label written by Bilbo himself. Some labels had a joke or a special meaning. But most things were given to people who needed them and would enjoy them. Poor hobbits did very well, especially those from Bagshot Row. Old Gaffer Gamgee received 2 sacks of potatoes, a new spade, a warm wool vest, and a bottle of cream for his stiff joints. Old Rory Brandybuck received 12 bottles of Old Wynyard's wine. It was a strong red wine from the South Farthing. Bilbo's father had stored it long ago, so it was now very good. After the first bottle, Rory fully forgave Bilbo and said he was a fine fellow. There was still plenty left for Frodo. All the best treasures stayed with him. He also kept the books, pictures, and more than enough furniture. There was no sign of money or jewelry. Not a single coin or bead was given away. That afternoon was very hard for Frodo. A false story spread quickly. People said everything in the house was free. Soon the place was full of people who should not have been there. They would not leave. Labels were pulled off and mixed up. Arguments started. Some people tried to trade items in the hall. Others tried to quietly take small things that were not meant for them. The road to the gate was blocked with carts and wheelbarrows. In the middle of the noise, the Sackville Bagginses arrived. Frodo had gone to rest for a short time. He asked his friend Merry Brandybuck to watch everything. When Otho loudly demanded to see Frodo, Merry bowed.
He is not well. He is resting.
Hiding, you mean? We want to see him, and we will see him. Go and tell him.
Merry left them waiting in the hall for a long time. During this time, they found their goodbye gift of spoons. This did not make them happier. At last, they were shown into the study. Frodo sat at a table with many papers. He did not look happy to see the Sackville Bagginses. He stood up and touched something in his pocket. Still, he spoke politely. The Sackville Bagginses spoke in a rude way. They offered very low prices for valuable things without labels.
Only the items named by Bilbo are being given away.
They said the whole matter seemed strange.
Only one thing is clear. You are getting a lot from this. I want to see the will.
Otho would have been Bilbo's heir if Frodo had not been adopted. He read the will carefully and made an angry sound. Sadly for him, it was very clear and correct. Hobbit law required 7 witness signatures in red ink, and everything was done properly.
Tricked again. After waiting 60 years. Spoons? Rubbish.
He snapped his fingers near Frodo's face and walked away angrily. But Lobelia did not leave easily. A little later, Frodo came out of the study to check the house. He found her still there. She was looking into corners and tapping the floor. Frodo firmly led her outside. Before she went, he quietly took several small but valuable things from her umbrella. They had somehow fallen inside it. She looked ready to say something very sharp. But at the door she only said,
You will be sorry one day, young man. Why did you not go away too? You do not belong here. You are not a Baggins. You are a Brandybuck.
Did you hear that, Merry? That was an insult.
It was a compliment. And that makes it untrue.
Then they walked around the house. They sent away 3 young hobbits who were making holes in the cellar walls. Frodo also had trouble with young Sancho Proudfoot. Sancho had started digging in the pantry because he heard an echo. Stories about Bilbo's gold made many people curious. They hoped to find something. When Frodo finally pushed Sancho out, he sat down in the hall, very tired.
It is time to close the house, Merry. Lock the door. Do not open it for anyone today, even if they come with tools.
Then he went to drink a late cup of tea. He had just sat down when there was a soft knock at the front door. Frodo thought it was Lobelia again. He believed she had come back to say something unkind. He decided to ignore it and continued drinking his tea. The knock came again, louder, but he still did not move. Suddenly Gandalf's head appeared at the window.
If you do not let me in, Frodo, I will break your door and blow it out of the hill.
Gandalf. Come in, please. I thought it was Lobelia.
Then I forgive you. I saw her earlier, driving away. Her face looked very angry.
She almost made me disappear. I nearly wanted to use Bilbo's ring.
Do not do that. Be very careful with that ring. I came to say one last thing about it.
What do you mean?
What do you already know?
Only what Bilbo told me. How he found it and how he used it on his journey.
Which story?
Not the one he told the dwarfs. He told me the true story after I came to live here. He said you made him tell you first.
That is interesting. What did you think about it?
I thought the true story made more sense. I did not understand why he changed it. That seemed strange.
So did I. Strange things can happen to people who use such objects. Be careful. The ring may have other powers.
I do not understand.
Neither do I. But I am worried about the ring, especially since last night. Do not use it often. Do not use it in a way that makes people talk. Keep it safe, and keep it secret.
You sound mysterious. What are you afraid of?
I am not sure. I may know more when I return. I must go now. This is goodbye for now.
At once? I thought you would stay longer. I hoped for your help.
I wanted to. But plans have changed. I may be away for some time. I will return when I can. I will come quietly. I will not visit the Shire openly again. Some people say I cause trouble. They even think you and I plan to take Bilbo's gold.
Some people? You mean Otho and Lobelia? That is very unpleasant. I would give them Bag End and all I own if I could have Bilbo back. I would go walking in the fields with him again. I love the Shire. But now I start to wish I had gone with him. I wonder if I will ever see him again.
So do I. I wonder about many things. Goodbye now. Take care of yourself. Watch for me, especially at strange times. Goodbye.
Frodo walked with him to the door. Gandalf waved one last time and then left quickly. But Frodo felt the old wizard looked more bent than usual. It was like he carried a heavy load. Evening was coming. Gandalf's dark shape soon disappeared in the dim light. Frodo did not see him again for a long time. Chapter 2: The Shadow of the Past. People did not stop talking about Bilbo for many days. They talked for months and even for years. Bilbo Baggins's second disappearance was spoken about in Hobbiton and all over the Shire. People remembered it for a very long time. It became a story told by the fire to young hobbits. After some years, people spoke of Mad Baggins. In the stories, he disappeared with noise and light. He came back with bags of gold and jewels. This story lived on after the true facts were forgotten. At the time, most people nearby believed Bilbo had always been a little strange. They thought he had finally lost his mind and run far away. They believed he fell into water and died somewhere. They said his end was sad but not surprising. Many people blamed Gandalf. They said if the wizard would leave Frodo alone, Frodo might become more normal. To everyone's eyes, Gandalf did leave Frodo alone. Frodo did settle down. But he did not become much more like other hobbits. Frodo quickly became known as odd, like Bilbo. He did not wear black or show sadness for Bilbo. The next year, he gave a party for Bilbo's 112th birthday. He called it a 100-weight feast. 20 guests came. There were many meals. There was more food and drink than anyone could count. Some people were shocked. But Frodo kept giving the party every year. In time, people accepted it. Frodo said he did not believe Bilbo was dead. When people asked where Bilbo was, Frodo only lifted his shoulders. Frodo lived alone, as Bilbo had done. Still, he had many friends. Most were young hobbits. Many were from the Took family. They had liked Bilbo as children and often visited Bag End. Folko Boffin and Fredegar Bolger were among them. His closest friends were Peregrine Took, called Pippin, and Merry Brandybuck. Merry's true name was Meriadoc, but few used it. Frodo walked across the Shire with his friends. But often he walked alone. Sensible folk were surprised to see him far from home at night. Sometimes he walked in hills and woods under the stars. Merry and Pippin thought he sometimes visited the elves, like Bilbo had done. As years passed, people noticed something else. Frodo did not seem to grow older. He still looked strong and young, like a hobbit just out of childhood. People said some folk were lucky. But when Frodo came close to 50, they found it strange. After the first surprise, Frodo enjoyed being his own master in Bag End. For several years, he was happy and did not think much about the future. But slowly, he felt sorry that he had not gone with Bilbo. This feeling grew without him noticing. In autumn especially, he thought about wild places. He dreamed of mountains he had never seen. He sometimes thought, maybe I will cross the river one day. Another part of his mind always answered, not yet. Time passed. Frodo's 40s ended, and his 50th birthday came closer. The number 50 felt important to him, and also a little worrying. Bilbo's great adventure had started at that age. Frodo began to feel uneasy. The old roads felt too familiar. He studied maps and wondered what was beyond them. Shire maps showed empty white space outside its borders. He started to travel farther and more often alone. Merry and the others watched him with concern. People often saw Frodo talking with strange travelers who now came into the Shire. There were whispers of odd events in the wider world. Gandalf had not visited or sent word for many years. So Frodo listened carefully and gathered all the news he could. Elves did not often walk in the Shire. But now people could see them in the evening, moving west through the woods. They passed by and did not come back. They were leaving Middle-earth and no longer cared about its problems. At the same time, many dwarfs were on the roads. This was unusual. The old east-west road crossed the Shire and ended at the Grey Havens. Dwarfs had always used this road when they travelled to their mines in the Blue Mountains. They were the hobbits' main source of news from far places, when hobbits wanted news at all. Dwarfs usually spoke little, and hobbits did not ask many questions. Now Frodo often met strange dwarfs from far lands. They were travelling west to find safety. They looked worried. Some spoke very quietly about the enemy, and about the land of Mordor. Hobbits knew that name only from old stories of dark times. It felt like a bad shadow in their minds, and it made them uneasy. People said the dark power in Mirkwood had been pushed out by the White Council. But now it had returned, stronger than before, in the old land of Mordor. They said the Dark Tower was built again. From there, the dark power was spreading across the world. Far away in the east and south, there were wars and fear. Orcs were increasing in the mountains. Trolls were also seen again. They were no longer slow and foolish. They were clever and carried dangerous weapons. There were also quiet rumors of creatures worse than all of these, but no one could name them. Most hobbits did not hear much of this. But even the quiet ones who stayed at home began to hear strange stories. Hobbits who worked near the borders saw unusual things. One spring evening, in Frodo's 50th year, people talked about this in the Green Dragon at Bywater. This showed that rumors had reached even the safe center of the Shire, though many hobbits still laughed at them. Sam Gamgee sat in a corner near the fire. Across from him sat Ted Sanderman, the miller's son. Other country hobbits sat nearby and listened.
strange things are being talked about these days, said Sam.
Yes, said Ted. If you listen. But I can hear fireside stories and children's tales at home if I want.
I'm sure you can, said Sam. But some of those stories have more truth than you think. Who made the stories in the first place? Take dragons, for example.
No thank you, said Ted. I heard about them when I was a boy. But there's no reason to believe in them now. There's only one dragon in Bywater, and that's green. He made a joke, and everyone laughed.
All right, said Sam, laughing too. But what about the tree men? You might call them giants. People say one, bigger than a tree, was seen beyond the North Moors not long ago.
Who says that? Asked Ted.
My cousin Hal, said Sam. He works for Mr. Boffin at Overhill. He goes to the North Farthing for hunting. He saw one.
He says he did, said Ted. Your Hal is always saying he sees things. Maybe he sees things that aren't really there.
But this one was as big as an elm tree, said Sam. And it was walking. It took steps 7 yards long.
Then I bet it wasn't true, said Ted. He probably saw an elm tree.
But this one was moving, said Sam. And there are no elm trees on the North Moors.
Then Hal didn't see one, said Ted.
People laughed and clapped. They felt Ted had won the argument.
Still, said Sam. You can't deny that others have seen strange folk crossing the Shire. They cross it, I tell you. And more of them are turned back at the borders. The bounders have never been so busy. And I've heard that elves are moving west, Sam went on. They say they are going to the harbours, far past the White Towers. They are sailing, sailing, sailing over the sea, said Sam softly, like a song. They are going into the west and leaving us. He shook his head with sadness.
Ted laughed. That's nothing new, if you believe old stories. And I don't see why it matters to you or me. Let them sail. I don't think you've seen it yourself. And no one else in the Shire has either.
Well, I don't know, said Sam quietly.
He thought he had once seen an elf in the woods. He still hoped to see one again. Of all the old stories he had heard as a boy, the tales about elves had always touched his heart the most.
There are some people, even around here, he said, who know the fair folk and hear news from them. There is Mr. Baggins, who I work for now. He told me that they were sailing. He knows a little about elves. Old Mr. Bilbo knew even more. I talked with him many times when I was a small boy.
Oh, they are both a bit strange, said Ted. Old Bilbo was strange, and Frodo is becoming strange too. If you believe them, you will believe any silly story. Well, friends, I am going home. Good health to you all.
He drank the rest of his ale and left with a lot of noise. Sam stayed quiet and did not speak again. He had many things to think about. There was much work to do in the garden at Bag End. If the weather was better, tomorrow would be a busy day. The grass was growing fast. But Sam was thinking about more than plants and soil. After some time, he sighed. He stood up and went outside. It was early April. Heavy rain had just stopped, and the sky was clearing. The sun had gone down. A cool and pale evening slowly became night. Sam walked home through Hobbiton and up the hill. Early stars shone above him. He whistled softly and walked in a thoughtful way. At this same time, Gandalf came back after a long time away. For 3 years after the party, he had been gone. Then he visited Frodo for a short time. He looked at Frodo carefully and then left again. In the next year or two, he came now and then. He often arrived after dark and left before morning. He did not talk about his own travels. He mostly asked about Frodo's health and daily life. Then his visit stopped. More than 9 years passed with no word from him. Frodo began to think Gandalf would never return. He thought the wizard no longer cared about hobbits. But that evening, while Sam was walking home and the light was fading, there was a familiar knock on the study window. Frodo welcomed his old friend with surprise and great joy. They looked closely at each other.
"All well? You look the same as always, Frodo."
"So do you."
But in his heart, he felt Gandalf looked older and more tired. Frodo asked him for news about himself and about the world outside. Soon they were talking deeply. They stayed awake very late into the night. The next morning, after a late breakfast, Gandalf sat with Frodo by the open study window. A bright fire burned in the fireplace. The sun was warm, and a soft wind came from the south. Everything looked clean and new. Fresh green spring colors shone in the fields and on the ends of the tree branches. Gandalf thought about a spring long ago, almost 80 years earlier. That was the day Bilbo ran out of Bag End without a handkerchief. Gandalf's hair was whiter now. His beard and eyebrows were longer. His face showed more lines from care and wisdom. But his eyes were still bright. He smoked with the same joy as before, blowing round smoke rings into the air. Now he smoked quietly. Frodo sat still and thought deeply. Even in the morning light, he felt the heavy feeling from what Gandalf had told him the night before. At last, Frodo spoke.
"Last night you started to tell me strange things about my ring, Gandalf," he said. "Then you stopped. You said it was better to talk in daylight. Please tell me the rest now. You say the ring is dangerous. More dangerous than I think. How is it dangerous?"
"In many ways," said the wizard. "It is much stronger than I first believed. It is so strong that, in time, it would fully control anyone who owns it. The ring would rule the person. Long ago in a region, the elves made many rings. They were magic rings, as you say. Some were stronger, and some were weaker. The weaker rings were early work. To the elves they were small things. But even those were not safe for mortals. The great rings, the rings of power, were very risky. A mortal who keeps one of the great rings does not die. But he does not truly live more either. He does not grow or change. He only goes on, until every moment feels heavy and tiring. If he often uses the ring to turn invisible, he slowly fades. In the end, he becomes invisible forever. He then lives in a dim world, watched by the dark power that controls the rings. Sooner or later, even a strong or kind person will be taken over. Good intentions and strength do not last forever."
"How frightening," said Frodo.
They were silent again for a long time. From the garden came the sound of Sam Gamgee cutting the grass.
"How long have you known this? And how much did Bilbo know?"
"Bilbo knew only what he told you," said Gandalf. "I am sure of that."
He would never give you something he thought was dangerous. This is true, even when I promised to care for you. He thought the ring was very pretty and helpful when needed. If anything was strange, he thought it was his own mind. He said the ring stayed in his thoughts and made him worry. He did not think the ring itself was the cause. He knew the ring needed care. It did not always feel the same. Sometimes it felt heavier or lighter. It could become smaller or larger. It could slip off a finger even when it was tight before.
"Yes, he told me that in his last letter, so I always keep it on a chain."
That was a good choice. About his long life, Bilbo never linked it to the ring. He believed it was his own strength. He was proud of it. But he was also uneasy and restless. He said he felt thin and stretched. This showed the ring was starting to control him.
"How long have you known this?"
"Known? I know many things that only the wise know. But about this ring, I did not truly know. There was one last test to do. Now I no longer doubt my idea. When did I first begin to guess? Let me think. It was the year when the White Council drove the dark power from Mirkwood. It was just before the Battle of 5 Armies. That was when Bilbo found the ring. A heavy feeling came to my heart then. I did not yet know why. I often wondered how Gollum got a great ring. It was clear to me that it was one. Then I heard Bilbo's strange story about how he had won it. I did not believe it. When he finally told me the truth, I saw what he was doing. He was trying to make his claim to the ring sound fair. It was very like Gollum and his birthday present. The stories were too similar. This made me uneasy. I saw that the ring had a bad power. It began to work on its owner very quickly. That was my first clear warning. I often told Bilbo that such rings were better not used. He did not like this. He soon became angry. There was little I could do. I could not take it from him. That would have caused more harm. I also had no right to do that. I could only watch and wait. I might have asked Saruman the White for help. But something always stopped me.
Who is he? I have never heard of him.
That is not strange. Hobbits were never important to him. But he is great among the wise. He leads my order and the council. He knows a great deal. But his pride has grown with his knowledge. He does not like others to interfere. The study of the elven rings belongs to him. He has studied them for a long time. He looks for the lost secrets of how they were made. When the rings were discussed in the council, his words went against my fears. So my doubt rested for a time, but not in peace. Still, I watched and waited.
And everything seemed fine with Bilbo. The years passed. They passed, but they did not change him. He showed no signs of age. Then the heavy feeling returned. I told myself that his mother's family lived long lives. I said there was still time. I decided to wait. And I waited. Until the night he left this house. That night, his words and actions filled me with fear. No words from Saruman could calm me then. I knew something dark and deadly was at work. Since that time, I have spent many years finding the truth.
There was no lasting harm, was there? He would be well again in time, wouldn't he? I mean, could he rest in peace?
He felt better at once. Only one power in the world knows everything about the rings and what they do. And no power knows everything about hobbits. Among the wise, I am the only one who studies hobbits. It is a small and forgotten field, but it is full of surprises. Hobbits can be gentle and soft. But sometimes they are very strong inside. I believe some could resist the rings longer than most of the wise would expect. I do not think you need to worry about Bilbo. He had the ring for many years and used it. So its influence may take a long time to fade. For example, it would not be safe for him to see it again too soon. But otherwise, he may live happily for many years. He will simply stay as he was when he gave it up. This is important. He gave it up by his own choice. After that, I was no longer worried about dear Bilbo. It is you that I now feel responsible for.
Since Bilbo went away, I have worried about you. I also worry about all these kind, silly, helpless hobbits. It would hurt the whole world if the dark power took the Shire. All your happy people could lose their freedom. Even the funny Baggins family could become servants. Frodo felt cold fear.
But why us? Why would he want us as servants?
To be honest, I think he did not notice hobbits before. That was good luck. But now you are not safe. He does not need you. He has many other helpers. But he will remember you now. He would like hobbits to be sad and controlled, not happy and free. He enjoys being cruel and getting back at others.
Getting back? For what? I do not understand what this has to do with Bilbo, with me, and with our ring.
It has everything to do with it. You do not see the danger yet, but you will. I was not sure before, but now I am. Give me the ring for a moment.
Frodo took the ring from his pocket. It was on a chain at his belt. He opened the chain and gave the ring to Gandalf. It felt very heavy. It was as if the ring did not want to leave him. Gandalf held it up. It looked like solid gold.
Do you see any marks on it?
No. It is plain. It never gets damaged.
Then watch.
To Frodo's shock, Gandalf threw the ring into the fire. Frodo cried out and reached for the tools by the fire.
Wait.
Frodo froze. Nothing seemed to happen to the ring. After some time, Gandalf closed the window shutters and pulled the curtains. The room became dark and quiet. Frodo could still hear Sam cutting grass outside. Gandalf watched the fire. Then he used the tools to take the ring out and placed it on the stone by the fire. He picked it up at once. Frodo gasped.
It is cool. Take it.
Frodo took it in his hand. It felt even heavier.
Hold it up. Look closely.
Frodo did. He saw thin glowing lines on the ring, inside and outside. They looked like letters made of fire. They were bright but also felt far away.
I cannot read them.
No. But I can. The letters are in an old elvish style, but the words are from Mordor. I will not speak them aloud. In simple words, they say this.
One ring has power over all others. One ring can find them. One ring can bring them together and hold them in darkness. This is part of an old verse. It tells of many rings for elves, dwarfs, and men. But there is one ring for the Dark Lord. It was made to rule them all.
This is the Master Ring. It is the One Ring. He lost it long ago, and his power became weak. He wants it back very much. But he must never have it.
Frodo did not move. He felt fear grow around him like a dark cloud.
This ring. How did it ever come to me?
That is a long story. It began in very dark years that only wise people remember. If I told it all, we would still be here many months from now. But last night I told you about Sauron, the Dark Lord. The stories are true. He has risen again. He has left Mirkwood and returned to his dark tower in Mordor. Even hobbits know that name from old tales. Evil often returns in a new shape and grows again after a rest.
I wish this did not happen in my time.
So do I, said Gandalf. All people feel this way when they live in dark times. But we cannot choose the times. We can only choose what to do with the time we have. Frodo, our time is starting to look very dark. The enemy is growing strong very fast. His plans are not ready yet, but they are growing. It will be very hard for us. It would be hard even without this terrible chance. The enemy still misses one thing. Without it, he cannot fully win. He cannot break all defense or cover the world in a second darkness. He does not have the One Ring. The elves hid the 3 rings from him, and he never touched them. The dwarf kings had 7 rings. He got back 3, and dragons destroyed the others. He gave 9 rings to men, who were proud and powerful. These rings trapped them. Long ago, they fell under his control. They became ring wraiths, dark servants under his shadow. This happened long ago. The 9 have not been seen for many years. But as the shadow grows again, they may return. But enough of this. We will not speak more of such things here in the Shire. This is the truth now. He has gathered the 9 to himself. The 7 are also with him, or they are gone forever. The 3 are still hidden. But this does not worry him now. He needs only the 1 ring. He made it himself. It belongs to him. He put much of his own power into it, so he could rule the others. If he finds it again, he will control all the rings, wherever they are, even the 3. All their works will be open to him. He will be stronger than ever. This is the terrible chance, Frodo. He believed the 1 ring was destroyed, as it should have been. He thought the elves had ended it. But now he knows it still exists. He knows it has been found. So he is searching for it all the time. All his thoughts are on it. It is his great hope, and our great fear.
Why was it not destroyed? Cried Frodo. And how did the enemy lose it, if he was so strong and loved it so much?
Frodo closed his hand around the ring. He felt afraid, as if dark hands were already reaching for it.
It was taken from him, said Gandalf. Long ago, the elves were stronger against him. At that time, some men still stood with them. The men of Westerness came to help. That story is very old. It is full of sadness and dark days, but also great courage and brave acts that mattered. One day, I may tell you the whole story, or you may hear it from someone who knows it best. For now, you only need to know how the ring came to you. That story is enough. Gil-galad, the Elven King, and Elendil of Westerness defeated Sauron. They both died in that fight. Isildur, the son of Elendil, cut the ring from Sauron's hand and kept it. Sauron was beaten. His spirit fled and hid for many years, until his shadow slowly returned in Mirkwood. But the ring was lost. It fell into the great river, Anduin, and disappeared. Isildur was walking north along the river. Near the Gladden fields, orcs from the mountains attacked his people. Almost all of them were killed. Isildur jumped into the river to escape. As he swam, the ring slipped from his finger. The orcs then saw him and shot him with arrows.
Gandalf stopped speaking for a moment.
There, in the dark waters of the Gladden fields, he said, the ring passed out of memory and story. Only a few now know even this much. The Council of the Wise could learn no more. But now I can continue the tale. Long after that, but still very long ago, a small and quiet people lived by the great river, near Wilderland. They were clever with their hands and light on their feet. I believe they were related to hobbits. They were kin to the old fathers of the Stewars. They loved the river. They often swam in it and made small boats from reeds. Among them was a family known by all. It was large and richer than most. A strong and wise grandmother ruled it. She knew many old stories and customs. In that family was one who asked many questions. His name was Smeagol. He wanted to know where things came from. He dived into deep pools. He dug under trees and plants. He made tunnels into green hills. He stopped looking at hills, leaves, and flowers. His head and eyes were always turned down toward the ground.
He had a friend named Dougal. Dougal was like him. He had very sharp eyes, but he was not as fast or as strong. One day they took a boat and went to the Gladden fields. This place had many tall flowers and green reeds. Smeagol got out of the boat and looked along the river bank. Dougal stayed in the boat and fished. Suddenly, a very big fish pulled his hook. Before he understood what was happening, the fish pulled him into the water and down to the bottom. He let go of the fishing line. He thought he saw something bright on the river floor. He held his breath and reached for it. Soon he came up again, coughing and wet. Weeds were in his hair and mud was in his hand. He swam to the bank. When he washed the mud away, he saw a beautiful gold ring in his hand. It shone in the sunlight. It made him feel very happy. But Smeagol was watching from behind a tree. He saw Dougal staring at the ring with joy. Smeagol came quietly up behind him.
"Give it to us, Dougal, my love," he said softly.
"Why?" asked Dougal.
"Because it is my birthday, my love, and I want it," said Smeagol.
"I don't care," said Dougal. "I already gave you a gift. It cost me a lot. I found this ring, and I will keep it."
"Oh, is that so, my love?" said Smeagol.
Then he grabbed Dougal and hurt him badly. Dougal died because Smeagol wanted the gold so much. Smeagol put the ring on his finger. No one ever learned what happened to Dougal. He died far from home, and his body was hidden. Smeagol went back alone. He soon found something strange. When he wore the ring, his family could not see him. This made him very happy. He kept the ring secret. He used it to listen to others and learn things he should not know. He used this knowledge in bad ways. The ring made his senses stronger, but only for harm. People did not like him anymore. When they could see him, they avoided him. His family pushed him away, and he bit at them. He began to steal. He walked alone and talked to himself with strange sounds. Because of this noise, they called him Gollum. They shouted at him and told him to leave. His grandmother wanted peace, so she sent him away from her home. He walked alone for a long time. He cried sometimes because the world felt cruel. He followed the river until he reached a stream from the mountains. He went that way. He caught fish in deep pools while wearing the ring and ate them raw. One day it was very hot. He bent over the water. The sun burned the back of his head. Bright light hurt his wet eyes. He was surprised, because he had almost forgotten the sun. For the last time, he looked up and shook his fist at it. Then he looked ahead and saw the tops of the misty mountains. The stream came from there.
He thought, "It will be cool and dark under those mountains. The sun cannot see me there. There must be old secrets hidden deep inside."
So he traveled at night into the hills. He found a small cave where the dark stream flowed out. He crawled deep into the mountains and disappeared from the world. The ring went into the dark with him. Even its maker could not find it again.
"Gollum!" cried Frodo. "Gollum? Do you mean this is the same creature that Bilbo met? How horrible!"
"I think it is a sad story," said the wizard. "It could have happened to others. It could even have happened to some hobbits I have known."
"I cannot believe Gollum was connected to hobbits," said Frodo angrily. "That idea is terrible."
"It is true," said Gandalf. "At least about where he came from. I know more about this than most hobbits do. Even Bilbo's story shows it. They had many similar thoughts and memories. They understood each other very well. A hobbit would not understand a dwarf, an orc, or even an elf like that. Think about the riddles they both knew."
"Yes," said Frodo. "But many people ask riddles, not only hobbits. And hobbits do not cheat. Gollum wanted to cheat all the time. He wanted to trick Bilbo and make him careless. He enjoyed starting a game that could help him catch Bilbo, and if he lost, it would not harm him."
"I am afraid that is true," said Gandalf. "But there was something more. You do not see it yet. Even Gollum was not completely broken. He was stronger inside than anyone expected, even one of the wise, in a way a hobbit can be."
There was a small place in his mind that was still free. Light could enter there, like light through a small crack in darkness. It was light from the past. It felt kind to hear a gentle voice again. It brought back memories of wind, trees, and warm sun on green grass. These were things he had almost forgotten.
But that kindness would only make the bad part of him more angry later. Gandalf said. Unless that part could be beaten. Unless it could be healed. Gandalf sighed. Sadly, there is little hope for him. But there is not no hope. No, even though he had the ring for a very long time, almost all his life. He had not worn it much for many years. In the deep darkness, he did not need it often. He never faded away. His body is still thin but strong. But the ring was slowly eating his mind. His pain had become very hard to bear. All the great secrets under the mountains turned out to be only empty darkness. There was nothing left to learn. There was nothing good to do. There was only secret eating and angry memories. He was very unhappy. He hated the dark, and he hated the light even more. He hated everything, and he hated the ring most of all.
What do you mean? Frodo asked. The ring was his precious. It was the only thing he cared about. If he hated it, why did he not throw it away? Or why did he not leave it behind?
You should understand now, Frodo, after all you have heard, Gandalf said. He both hated and loved the ring, just as he hated and loved himself. He could not throw it away. He had no choice anymore. A ring of power takes care of itself. It may slip away by trick, but its keeper never truly gives it up. At most, he may think about giving it to someone else, and only at the beginning, when the ring first starts to take hold. As far as I know, only Bilbo ever truly gave it away. Even then, he needed all my help. And still, he would never have simply left it behind or thrown it aside. It was not Gollum, Frodo, who decided. It was the ring itself. The ring left him.
Just in time to meet Bilbo. Frodo said. Would not an orc have been a better choice?
This is no joke, Gandalf said. Not for you. It was the strangest event in the history of the ring so far. Bilbo arrived at just that moment. He put his hand on it in the dark, without seeing it. There was more than one power at work, Frodo. The ring wanted to return to its master. Long ago, it slipped from Isildur's hand and caused his death. Later, it trapped Perdigal, and that ended badly. After that, it took Gollum, and slowly ruined him. In the end, the ring could no longer use him. He was too small and too weak in spirit. As long as he had the ring, he would never leave his dark pool. So when its master woke again and sent out his dark thoughts from Mirkwood, the ring left Gollum. And it was found by the most unlikely person of all, Bilbo from the Shire. But there was something else at work too, beyond the plans of the Ringmaker. I can only say it this way. Bilbo was meant to find the ring, and not by its maker. If that is so, then you were meant to have it as well. That may give some hope.
It does not, Frodo said. I am not sure I understand you. But how do you know all this about the ring and about Gollum? Do you truly know, or are you still guessing?
Gandalf looked at Frodo, and his eyes shone. I knew much and I have learned much, he said. But I will not tell you everything I have done. The history of Elendil, Isildur, and the One Ring is known to all the wise. Your ring is shown to be the One Ring by the writing that appears in fire. That alone is proof.
And when did you find that out? Frodo asked.
Just now in this room, the wizard answered sharply. But I expected it. I came back from long and dark journeys to make this final test. It is the last proof. Now everything is clear. Understanding Gollum's part, and placing it into the missing part of the story, took time. I may have started with guesses. But I am not guessing now. I know. I have seen him.
You have seen Gollum? Frodo cried in surprise.
Yes, said Gandalf. It was the clear thing to try, if possible. I tried long ago. At last I succeeded.
Then what happened after Bilbo escaped from him? Frodo asked. Do you know that?
Not so clearly, Gandalf said.
What I have told you is all that Gollum was ready to say. Of course, he did not speak like I tell it now. Gollum often lies, so his words must be checked with care. For example, he said the ring was his birthday present, and he never changed this story. He said it came from his grandmother. He said she owned many fine things like that. This story was silly. I believe his grandmother was an important woman in her family. But she could not have owned many magic rings. And she would not have given them away. Still, this lie had a small part of truth in it. The death of Deagol stayed in Gollum's mind for a long time. He made a story to excuse himself. He told this story again and again to his precious while he lived alone in the dark. After some time, he almost believed it himself. He said it was his birthday. He said Deagol should have given him the ring. He said the ring was found just in time to be a gift. So he kept saying it was his birthday present again and again. I listened to him as long as I could. But the truth was very important. At last, I had to be firm with him. I frightened him with talk of fire. Little by little, he told me the true story. He cried and complained as he spoke. He thought everyone treated him badly. At last, he told me his life story up to the riddle game and Bilbo's escape. After that, he would say no more. He only spoke in dark hints. He was afraid of something worse than me. He kept saying he would get revenge. He said people would see how it felt to be pushed away and robbed. He said he had friends now. He said they were strong and would help him. Above all, he thought of Bilbo. He hated him deeply and spoke his name with anger. More than that, he knew where Bilbo came from.
But how did he learn that?
Well, Bilbo foolishly told him his name. After that, it was not hard to learn his homeland once Gollum left the mountains. Yes, he did leave them. His need for the ring became stronger than his fear of orcs, and even stronger than his fear of light. After a year or two, he went out into the world. The ring no longer ate away at him as before. He began to feel a little better. He felt very old, but also less afraid. And he was terribly hungry. He still feared and hated sunlight and moonlight, and I think he always will. But he was clever. He learned how to hide during the day and the night light. He learned to move quietly in deep night with his pale eyes. He caught small creatures that did not see him coming. With new food and fresh air, he grew stronger and braver. In the end, he went into Mirkwood, as we might expect.
Is that where you found him?
I saw him there. But before that, he had traveled far while following Bilbo's path. It was hard to learn clear facts from him. His speech was broken by angry words and wild talk. He kept saying things like, "What did it have in its pockets?" He said Bilbo cheated and broke the rules. He said Bilbo should have been caught and punished. He spoke like this again and again. That is how he talked. I do not think you want to hear more. I had many tiring days listening to it. But from small hints between his angry words, I learned that his quiet feet had taken him to Esgaroth, and even into the streets of Dale. There he listened in secret and watched people. News of great events spread far across Wilderland. Many people had heard Bilbo's name, and knew where he came from. We had not hidden our return to his home in the west. Gollum's sharp ears would soon hear what he wanted to know.
Then why did he not follow Bilbo farther? Why did he not come to the Shire?
Ah, now we reach the heart of it. I believe Gollum tried to. He started west and reached the great river. But then he turned away. I do not think distance stopped him. No, something else pulled him aside. That is what my friends believe, the ones who searched for him for me. The wood elves followed his trail first. This was easy for them at that time, because the trail was still fresh. They followed it through Mirkwood and back again, but they never caught him. Many strange stories spread through the wood. Even animals and birds seemed afraid. The woodmen spoke of a new fear in the land. They said a dark shape moved at night. It climbed trees and crept into holes. It slipped into houses and frightened families. But at the western edge of Mirkwood, the trail turned away. It went south and passed beyond the wood elves' knowledge. Then it was lost. And then I made a great mistake. Yes, Frodo, not my first one. But I fear it may be the worst. I let the matter rest. I let him go. I had many other troubles at that time. And I still trusted the knowledge of Saruman.
Well, that was a long time ago. Since then, I have suffered many hard and dark days. After Bilbo left this place, I followed the trail again. But it was old and cold. I would never have found anything without help. A friend helped me. His name is Aragorn. He is the greatest traveler and hunter of our time. Together we searched for Gollum across all of Wilderland. We had no hope. We found nothing for a long time. At last, I stopped the search and went to other work. Then Gollum was found. My friend came back from great danger. He brought the poor creature with him. Gollum would not tell us what he had done. He only cried. He said we were cruel. He made strange sounds in his throat. When we asked him more, he bent down and shook. He rubbed his long hands. He licked his fingers like they hurt. It was like he remembered pain from long ago. But I fear the truth is clear. He had walked slowly, step by step, far to the south. At last he reached the land of Mordor. A deep silence filled the room. Frodo heard his own heart beating. Outside, everything was quiet. Sam's scissors had stopped.
Yes, to Mordor. Sadly, Mordor pulls all evil things to it. The dark power was calling them there. The enemy's ring left a mark on Gollum. It made him open to that call. At that time, people whispered about a new shadow in the south. They spoke of its hate for the west. There Gollum found new friends who fed his anger. Foolish creature. In that land he learned many things. Too many. He could not hide forever. While he watched and searched near the borders, he was caught and taken away to be questioned. That is what happened, I fear. When he was found, he had been there a long time. He was already on his way back. He was sent on some dark task. But that is not important now. The worst harm was already done. Through him, the enemy has learned that the One Ring has been found again. He knows where Isildur fell. He knows where Gollum found the ring. He knows it is a great ring, because it gave long life. He knows it is not one of the three, because they were never lost and do not serve evil. He knows it is not one of the 7 or the 9, because all of those are known. He knows it is the one. And I believe he has now heard of hobbits and the Shire. He may already be looking for the Shire. He may even know where it is. Frodo, I fear he may think that the name Baggins, once ignored, now matters.
This is terrible. It is far worse than anything I feared from your hints. Oh Gandalf, my best friend, what should I do? Now I am truly afraid. What should I do? I wish Bilbo had ended that vile creature when he had the chance.
Pity stopped his hand. Pity and mercy. He would not strike without need. Bilbo was rewarded for that. Because he began his time with the ring in pity, the evil hurt him less. In the end, he escaped because of that choice.
I am sorry. But I am afraid. I feel no pity for Gollum.
You have never seen him.
No, and I do not want to. I do not understand you. Are you saying that you and the elves let him live after all those terrible acts? Now he is as bad as an orc. He is an enemy. He deserves to die.
Deserves it? Maybe. Many who live deserve death. Some who die deserve life. Can you give life to them? Then do not be quick to give death in judgment. Even the wisest cannot see every end. I do not have much hope that Gollum will be healed before he dies. But there is a chance. His fate is tied to the ring. My heart tells me he still has a part to play, for good or bad, before the end. When that time comes, Bilbo's pity may shape the fate of many people, including you. In any case, we did not kill him. He is very old and very broken. The Wood Elves keep him locked away. They treat him with as much kindness as they can.
Still, even if Bilbo could not end Gollum, I wish he had not kept the ring. I wish he had never found it. I wish I had never received it. Why did you let me keep it? Why didn't you make me throw it away, or destroy it?
Let you? Make you? Have you listened to what I said? You are not thinking clearly. Throwing it away would have been wrong. These rings are always found again. In evil hands, it could do great harm. Worst of all, it could fall into the enemy's hands. In truth, it surely would. This is the One Ring, and he is using all his power to find it or pull it back to himself. Of course, my dear Frodo, it was dangerous for you. This has worried me very much. But the matter was very important, so I had to take some risk. Even when I was far away, the Shire was never alone. Careful eyes were always watching it. As long as you did not use the ring, I did not think it would change you. I did not think it would turn you to evil, at least not for a long time. You must remember that 9 years ago, when I last met you, I still did not know everything for sure.
But why did you not destroy it, like you say it should have been done long ago? Frodo cried again. If you had warned me, or even sent a message, I would have got rid of it.
Would you? Said Gandalf. How would you do that? Have you ever tried?
No, said Frodo. But I thought maybe someone could hit it with a hammer or melt it.
Try, said Gandalf. Try now.
Frodo took the ring out of his pocket again and looked at it. It looked plain and smooth. He could see no sign or mark on it. The gold shone softly. It looked clean and perfect. Frodo felt how beautiful its color was and how round it was. It felt valuable and very special. When he took it out, he wanted to throw it into the hottest part of the fire. But now he found that he could not do it. It felt very hard to try. He held the ring in his hand and paused. He forced himself to remember Gandalf's words. Then he made a strong effort to throw it away. But instead, he found that he had put it back into his pocket.
Gandalf gave a hard, quiet laugh. You see? Already, Frodo, you find it hard to let it go. You cannot even wish to harm it. I could not make you do it, except by using force. That would hurt your mind. And breaking the ring with force will not work. If you hit it with a heavy hammer, it would not change at all. You cannot destroy it, and neither can I. Your small fire cannot even melt normal gold. This ring has already been in that fire, and it was not damaged or even warmed. There is no forge in the Shire that could change it. Not even the strong fires of the dwarves could do so. People say dragon fire could destroy rings of power. But no dragon alive now has fire hot enough. There was never any dragon, not even the greatest ones, that could harm the One Ring. It was made by Sauron himself. There is only one way, he went on. The ring must be taken to the cracks of doom, deep inside the Fire Mountain. It must be thrown into that fire. Only then can it be destroyed forever, and kept away from the enemy.
I truly want it destroyed, cried Frodo. Or at least, I want it gone. I am not meant for dangerous journeys. I wish I had never seen the ring. Why did it come to me? Why was I chosen?
These questions have no clear answers, said Gandalf. You can be sure it was not because you are stronger or wiser than others. But you were chosen. So you must use the courage, kindness, and sense that you do have.
But I have so little of those things, said Frodo. You are wise and strong. Will you not take the ring?
No, cried Gandalf, jumping to his feet. If I had that power, it would grow too great and too fearful. The ring would gain even more power over me. Do not tempt me. I do not want to become like the Dark Lord. The ring would reach my heart through pity and the wish to do good. That makes it more dangerous. Do not tempt me. I dare not take it, not even to keep it safe and unused. The desire to use it would be too strong for me. I will face great dangers myself.
He went to the window and opened the curtains and shutters. Sunlight poured into the room. Outside, Sam walked along the path, whistling.
Now, said the wizard, turning back to Frodo, the choice is yours. But I will always help you. He put his hand on Frodo's shoulder. I will help you carry this heavy duty, as long as it is yours. But we must act soon. The enemy is moving.
There was a long silence. Gandalf sat down again and smoked his pipe. He seemed deep in thought. His eyes looked closed, but he was watching Frodo closely. Frodo stared into the red coals in the fireplace. They filled his sight. He felt as if he was looking into deep fires. He thought about the cracks of doom and the fear of the burning mountain.
Well, said Gandalf at last, what are you thinking? Have you decided what to do?
No, said Frodo. He came back to himself, feeling as if he had been in darkness. He was surprised to see that the room was bright, and the garden outside was full of sunlight. Or maybe, yes.
From what I understand, Frodo said slowly, he thought he must keep the ring and protect it for now. He did not know what it would do to him, but he felt he had no other choice.
Gandalf answered that the ring would not turn him to evil quickly, if Frodo kept it with a good heart and a clear purpose.
Frodo said he hoped this was true. He hoped Gandalf would soon find someone better to take the ring. For now, he said, he felt dangerous to the people around him. He could not keep the ring and stay in his home. He felt he must leave Bag End, leave the Shire, and go far away.
He sighed as he spoke.
Frodo said he wanted to protect the Shire, if he could. In the past, he had sometimes thought the people there were slow and boring. He had even joked that a big shock might wake them up. But he did not feel that way now. He loved the Shire. If it stayed safe behind him, he said, his journey would be easier. He would know there was still a safe place in the world, even if he could never return. He said he had often thought about leaving before. He had imagined it as a fun journey, full of adventures like Bilbo's, and ending in peace. But this was different. This was not a holiday. This was running from danger, with danger close behind. He thought he would have to go alone to protect the Shire. He said he felt small, lost, and very worried. The enemy felt too strong, and too frightening.
Frodo did not tell Gandalf everything. While he spoke, a strong wish grew in his heart. He wanted to follow Bilbo. He even hoped he might find him again one day. This wish grew stronger than his fear. For a moment, he almost ran out of the door at once, just as Bilbo had done long ago.
Gandalf cried out in surprise and praise. He said hobbits were amazing, and full of surprises. He said Bilbo had chosen well when he named Frodo his heir, even if he did not know how important that choice would be. Gandalf said Frodo was right. The ring could not stay hidden in the Shire much longer. For Frodo's safety, and for the safety of others, he would have to leave. He said Frodo must stop using the name Baggins while traveling. It would not be safe outside the Shire. On the road, Gandalf said, he should use a new name. Mr. Underhill. Gandalf then said Frodo did not need to go alone. He could take someone he trusted, someone brave enough to face danger. But he warned Frodo to choose carefully. He also warned him to guard his words, even with close friends. The enemy, he said, had many watchers, and many ways of learning secrets.
Suddenly, Gandalf stopped speaking. He seemed to listen. Everything grew very quiet. Gandalf moved softly to the window. In one quick motion, he reached outside and seized something. There was a short cry. Then Sam Gamgee's head appeared, pulled up by one ear.
"What are you doing there, Sam?"
"Nothing wrong, sir. I was cutting the grass under the window. See, sir, here are my scissors."
Gandalf said he did not believe him. He said he had not heard the scissors for a long while. He asked Sam how long he had been listening.
"Listening, sir? I don't rightly know what that means. There aren't any roof edges at Bag End, sir."
"Stop acting foolish. Tell me what you heard, and why you were listening."
"Please, Mr. Frodo. Don't let him hurt me. I meant no harm, indeed I didn't. I'm very scared."
"Don't worry, Sam. Gandalf won't hurt you. We both know you meant no harm. Now answer him honestly."
"I heard a lot of strange things, sir. An enemy, and a ring. Mr. Bilbo, and dragons. A burning mountain, and elves. I didn't understand it all. I listened because I couldn't help it. I love tales like that, sir, and I believe them. I'd dearly love to see elves. If you're leaving, Mr. Frodo, could I come too?"
Gandalf suddenly laughed. "Come inside, Sam." With both arms, he lifted Sam through the window, scissors, grass, and all. He set him gently on the floor. Gandalf smiled down at him. "So, my lad," he said, "do you truly wish to see elves?"
"So you heard that Mr. Frodo is leaving?"
"Yes, sir. I did. That is why I made a noise. You heard me. I tried to stop, sir, but I could not. I was very sad."
"It cannot be changed, Sam," Frodo said in a quiet voice.
He now understood that leaving the Shire would hurt more than he thought. It was not only about leaving his home.
"I must go. And he looked straight at Sam, if you care about me, you must keep this a secret. Do you understand? If you tell anyone, even one small word, I hope Gandalf will turn you into a spotted toad and fill the garden with snakes."
Sam dropped to his knees. He shook with fear.
"Stand up, Sam," said Gandalf. "I have a better idea than that. Something to stop you from talking, and to punish you for listening. You will go with Mr. Frodo."
"Me, sir?" Sam shouted. He jumped up with joy, like a dog ready for a walk. "Me? I will see elves and everything. Hooray!"
Then he began to cry. Chapter 3. 3 is company.
"You should leave quietly, and you should leave soon," said Gandalf.
2 or 3 weeks had passed, but Frodo had not started to prepare.
"I know," Frodo said. "But it is hard to do both. If I disappear like Bilbo, everyone in the Shire will talk about it very fast."
"You must not disappear," said Gandalf. "That would be a bad idea. I said soon, not at once. If you can leave the Shire without people knowing, then waiting a little is fine. But do not wait too long."
"What about autumn, on or after our birthday?" Frodo asked. "I think I can make plans by then."
In truth, Frodo did not want to leave yet. Now that the time was close, Bag End felt more dear than ever. He wanted to enjoy his last summer in the Shire. When autumn came, his heart would feel more ready to travel, as it always did in that season. He had secretly decided to leave on his 50th birthday. It was also Bilbo's 128th birthday. It felt like the right day to follow Bilbo. Thinking about Bilbo helped him accept leaving. He tried not to think about the ring or where it might take him. He did not tell Gandalf everything he felt. It was hard to know how much the wizard understood. Gandalf looked at him and smiled.
"Very well," he said. "That will do. But not later than that. I am becoming worried. Until then, be careful. Do not give any hint about where you are going. And make sure Sam Gamgee does not talk. If he does, I really will turn him into a toad."
"As for where I am going," Frodo said, "that is hard to tell, because I do not know myself."
"Do not be silly," said Gandalf. "I am not talking about leaving a letter behind. You are leaving the Shire, and that must not be known until you are far away. You must go north, south, west, or east, and no one should know which way."
"I have thought so much about leaving Bag End and saying goodbye," said Frodo. "But I never thought about the direction. Where should I go? How do I choose?" Bilbo went to find treasure and came back. "I am going to give something up, and I do not think I will return."
"You cannot see very far," said Gandalf. "Neither can I. Your task may be to reach the cracks of doom, but that may be for others to do. I do not know. In any case, you are not ready for that long journey yet."
"No, I am not," said Frodo. "So what should I do now?"
"Move toward danger, but not too fast and not in a straight line," said Gandalf. "If you ask my advice, go to Rivendell. That journey should be fairly safe, though the road is harder than before. It will grow worse as the year goes on."
"Rivendell," said Frodo. "Very well. I will go east to Rivendell. I will take Sam to see the elves. He will be very happy."
He spoke lightly, but his heart was touched. He felt a strong wish to see Elrond's house and breathe the clean air of that quiet valley where many of the fair folk still lived in peace. One summer evening, surprising news reached the ivy bush and the green dragon. People forgot about giants and strange signs near the Shire. There was bigger news. Mr. Frodo was selling Bag End. In fact, he had already sold it to the Sackville Bagginses. For a good price, some said. At a cheap price, said others. That makes sense when Mistress Lobelia is the buyer. Otho had died some years earlier, at the age of 102, without ever getting Bag End. Just why Mr. Frodo? Many people talked about why Frodo was selling his lovely hole. Some said the price was strange. A few people believed that Frodo was losing his money. They said he wanted to leave Hobbiton and live a quiet life in Backland, near his Brandybuck family. They added that it was also far away from the Sackville Bagginses. Frodo himself sometimes nodded when they spoke like this. But most people did not believe this story. For a long time, everyone thought the Baggins family was very rich. Because of this, many felt this idea was hard to accept. Some even thought Gandalf had a secret plan that no one knew yet. Gandalf stayed very quiet and did not walk around in the daytime. People said he was hiding at Bag End. Even if Gandalf had his own reasons, one thing was clear. Frodo Baggins was going to Backland.
"Yes, I will move this autumn. Merry Brandybuck is helping me find a small hole, or maybe a little house."
In truth, with Merry's help, Frodo had already chosen and bought a small house at Crick Hollow. It was in the land beyond Buckleberry. Frodo told everyone except Sam that he planned to live there forever. His real plan was to travel east later. Backland was on the east side of the Shire. Frodo had lived there as a child, so this move sounded natural to others. Gandalf stayed in the Shire for more than 2 months. Then, one evening at the end of June, he suddenly said he would leave the next morning.
I hope it will be a short trip. I am going south, beyond the borders, to look for news. I have waited too long already.
He spoke in a calm way, but Frodo felt that Gandalf looked worried.
Has something bad happened?
No, not exactly. But I heard something that troubles me. I must check it. If I decide you need to leave at once, I will return quickly, or send a message. Until then, follow your plan. Be very careful, especially with the ring. I must say it again. Do not use it.
Gandalf left at sunrise.
I may come back any day. At the latest, I will return for the farewell party. You may need me with you on the road.
At first, Frodo felt uneasy. He often wondered what Gandalf had heard. After some time, his worry became weaker. The weather was warm and bright, and he forgot his fears for a while. The Shire had a beautiful summer and a rich autumn. Apple trees were full. Honey filled the hives. The corn stood tall and ready. Autumn was already far along when Frodo began to worry again. September was almost over, and there was still no word from Gandalf. His birthday and his move were getting close. Gandalf did not come, and he sent no message. Bag End became busy. Some friends came to help Frodo pack. Fredegar Bolger came. Folko Boffin came too. Of course, Pippin Took and Merry Brandybuck were there. Together, they made a great mess of the house. On September 20th, 2 covered carts left for Backland. They carried the furniture and things Frodo had kept. They crossed the Brandywine Bridge on the way to his new home. The next day, Frodo felt truly worried. He watched the road all the time, hoping to see Gandalf. Thursday came, the morning of his birthday. The day was clear and bright, just like the morning of Bilbo's famous party long ago. Gandalf still did not arrive. That evening, Frodo gave his farewell dinner. It was small. Only Frodo and his 4 friends were there. He felt heavy in his heart and could not enjoy it much. Soon he would leave his young friends behind. He did not know how to tell them the truth. The 4 younger hobbits were very happy. Soon the dinner felt cheerful, even without Gandalf. The dining room was almost empty, with only a table and chairs. But the food was good, and the wine was fine. Frodo's wine was not sold to the Sackville Bagginses.
Whatever happens to the rest of my things when the SBS take them, at least this wine has found a good home,
said Frodo, and he finished his drink. It was the last of the old Wynyard's wine. They sang many songs. They talked about many things they had done together. Then they raised their glasses for Bilbo's birthday. They drank for Bilbo's health and for Frodo's health, as Frodo always liked to do. After that, they went outside. They breathed the cool air and looked at the stars. Then they went to bed. Frodo's party was finished, and Gandalf still had not come. The next morning, they were busy again. They packed another cart with the rest of the bags and boxes. Merry was in charge.
Someone must go first and make the house warm. I will see you later, the day after tomorrow, if you do not fall asleep on the road.
He drove away with Fatty, whose full name was Fredegar Bolger. Folko went home after lunch. Pippin stayed. Frodo felt uneasy and worried. He kept listening, but he heard nothing from Gandalf. He decided to wait until night. If Gandalf really needed him, Frodo would go to Crick Hollow. He might even arrive first. Frodo planned to walk all the way. He wanted to enjoy the walk and take a last look at the Shire. He would walk from Hobbiton to Buckleberry Ferry, without hurrying.
This will help me get fit again.
He looked at himself in a dusty mirror in the half-empty house. He had not walked much for a long time. He thought he looked soft and weak. After lunch, the Sackville Bagginses arrived. Lobelia came with her son Lotho. Frodo felt annoyed.
At last, it is ours.
This was rude. It was also not fully true, because the house was not hers until midnight. But Lobelia was very old now, almost 100. She had waited many years for Bag End. She wanted to be sure that nothing was taken away. She also wanted the keys. She had a long list of everything in the house. She checked it all, item by item. This took a long time. At last, she left with Lotho. She took the spare key. Frodo promised to leave the other key with the Gamgee family in Bagshot Row. Lobelia made an angry sound. She clearly thought the Gamgees might steal things in the night. Frodo did not invite her for tea. Frodo had his own tea in the kitchen. Pippin and Sam Gamgee were with him. Everyone knew that Sam was going to Backland. He would help Frodo and take care of the garden. The gaffer agreed to this plan. Still, he did not like the idea of Lobelia living next door.
This is our last meal in Bag End.
They left the dirty dishes for Lobelia. Pippin and Sam tied up their packs. They put them in the porch. Pippin went out for one last walk in the garden. Sam went away quietly. The sun went down. Bag End felt quiet, dark, and untidy. Frodo walked through the rooms he knew so well. He watched the sunset light fade from the walls. Shadows slowly filled the corners. The house grew dark. He went outside and walked down to the gate. Then he went a little way along the hill road. He almost expected to see Gandalf coming toward him in the evening light.
It will be a good night. That is a good start. I feel ready to walk. I cannot wait any longer. I will leave now. Gandalf can follow me later.
He turned back. Then he stopped. He heard voices near the end of Bagshot Row. One voice was the gaffer's. The other voice was strange and made Frodo feel uneasy. He could not hear the words clearly. He only heard the gaffer answering in a sharp voice. The old man sounded angry.
No, Mr. Baggins has gone. He left this morning. My Sam went with him. All the bags are gone. Yes, he sold the place and left. Why? That is not my business or yours. Where to? That is no secret. He moved to Bucklebury or somewhere like that, far away. Yes, it is a long way. I have never been there. The folk in Buckland are odd. No, I cannot take a message. Good night.
Footsteps went away down the hill. Frodo felt a strange relief that they did not come closer. I am tired of people asking about me, he thought. Everyone is so curious. For a moment, he wanted to ask the gaffer who the stranger was. Then he decided not to. He turned and walked quickly back to Bag End. Pippin was sitting on his pack in the porch. Sam was not there.
Sam! Sam! It is time.
Coming, sir.
Soon Sam appeared. He was wiping his mouth. He had been saying goodbye to the beer barrel in the cellar.
Ready to go, Sam?
Yes, sir. I'll stay for a bit now, sir.
Frodo closed and locked the round door. He gave the key to Sam.
Run home with this, Sam, then go along the row and meet us fast at the gate in the lane beyond the meadows. We will not walk through the village tonight. Too many people listen and watch.
Sam ran away as fast as he could. Well, now we are really going, said Frodo. They lifted their packs onto their backs and took their walking sticks. They went around the corner to the west side of Bag End.
Goodbye.
He looked at the dark windows. He waved his hand. Then he turned and hurried after Peregrine down the garden path. They jumped over the low place in the hedge and went into the fields. They moved quietly into the dark, like a soft sound in the grass. At the bottom of the hill on the west side, they reached a gate to a narrow lane. They stopped there and fixed the straps of their packs. Soon Sam came back, walking fast and breathing hard. His heavy pack sat high on his back. On his head he wore a tall, soft felt bag that he called a hat. In the dark, he looked a bit like a small dwarf.
I am sure you gave me all the heaviest things. I feel sorry for snails and others who carry their homes on their backs.
I could carry much more, sir. My pack is quite light.
No, you won't, Sam. This is good for him. He only has what he asked us to pack. He has been lazy lately, and walking will help him feel better.
Be kind to a poor old hobbit. I will be as thin as a stick before I reach Buckland. But really, Sam, I think you took more than your share. I will check it next time we pack. We all like walking at night. So let's walk a good distance before we sleep.
For a short time they followed the lane west. Then they left it and went quietly into the fields again. They walked one behind the other, close to hedges and small woods. Night grew dark around them. In their dark cloaks, they were hard to see. They moved very quietly. Even the animals in the fields and woods hardly noticed them. After a while they crossed the water west of Hobbiton by a narrow wooden bridge. The stream looked like a thin black line, with trees leaning over it. A mile or two later they crossed the great road from the Brandywine Bridge. Now they were in the Tookland. They turned to the southeast and walked toward the Green Hill country. As they started to climb the first hills, they looked back. Far away, they saw the lights of Hobbiton shining in the valley. Soon those lights disappeared. Then they saw Bywater by its grey pool, and that also faded away. When the light of the last farm was far behind them, Frodo turned and waved his hand.
I wonder if I will ever see that valley again.
After about 3 hours of walking, they stopped to rest. The night was clear, cool, and full of stars. Thin mist moved slowly up the hills from the streams and deep meadows. Slender birch trees moved in a light wind above them. Their dark branches made lines against the pale sky. They ate a very small supper, at least small for hobbits, and then walked on again. Soon they reached a narrow road. It went up and down and faded into the dark ahead. This was the road to Woodhall, Stock, and the Buckleberry Ferry. It climbed away from the main road in the Water Valley and curved around the green hills toward Woody End, a wild part of the East Farthing. After some time they went into a deep path between tall trees. Dry leaves moved softly in the night wind. It was very dark. At first they talked quietly or hummed a soft tune, since they were far from curious ears. Then they walked in silence. Pippin began to walk more slowly.
I am very sleepy. Soon I will fall down on the road. Are you planning to sleep while walking? It is almost midnight.
I thought you liked walking at night. But there is no rush. Mary expects us the day after tomorrow. That gives us almost 2 days. We will stop at the first good place.
The wind is from the west. If we get over this hill, we will find a safe and comfortable place, sir. There is a dry fir wood just ahead, if I remember right.
Sam knew the land well for 20 miles around Hobbiton, but not much farther than that. Just over the top of the hill, they reached the patch of fir trees. Leaving the road, they walked into the dark trees. The air smelled strong, like pine. They picked up dry sticks and cones to make a fire. Soon a small fire burned happily under a big fir tree. They sat around it for some time. After a while, their heads began to fall. Then each one lay down between the wide roots of the tree. They wrapped themselves in cloaks and blankets and fell asleep fast. They did not choose anyone to stay awake. Frodo did not feel afraid. They were still deep inside the Shire. Later, when the fire went out, a few animals came close and looked at them. A fox walked through the trees and stopped. He smelled the air for a long time.
Hobbits. What is happening now? I hear many strange things these days, but I almost never hear of hobbits sleeping outside under a tree. And there are 3 of them. Something very strange is going on.
He was right, but he never learned more. Morning came. The light was weak and the air felt cold and wet. Frodo woke up first. A hard root pressed into his back, and his neck hurt.
Walking for fun. Why did I not use a cart? And my soft beds are gone. The Sackville Bagginses can sleep on these roots. It would help them.
He stretched his arms and legs.
Wake up. It is a lovely morning.
What is lovely about it? Sam. Make breakfast for 9:30. Is the bath water ready?
No, sir, it isn't.
Frodo pulled the blankets off Pippin and rolled him over. Then Frodo walked to the edge of the wood. To the east, the sun rose red through thick mist. The autumn trees shone gold and red. They looked like they were floating in a grey sea. Below him, the road went down into a hollow and vanished. When Frodo came back, Sam and Pippin had made a good fire.
Water. Where is the water?
I don't carry water in my pockets.
We thought you went to get some. You should go now.
You can come with me. Bring all the bottles.
A small stream ran at the bottom of the hill. They filled the bottles and a small kettle near a little fall. The water ran over grey stone and was very cold. They washed their faces and hands and gasped from the cold. After breakfast, they packed everything again. It was after 10 o'clock. The day grew bright and warm. They walked down the hill, crossed the stream under the road, and climbed up again. Then they went up and down more hills. Their cloaks, blankets, food, and water felt heavy now. The walk promised to be long and tiring. After some miles, the road stopped going up and down. It climbed a steep bank in slow turns. Then it began its final way down. In front of them lay the lowlands. Small groups of trees stood here and there, fading into a brown mist far away. They looked across the woody end toward the Brandywine River. The road lay before them like a long thin line.
The road never ends. But I must stop now. It is time for lunch.
He sat on the bank and looked east into the mist. Beyond it was the river and the far edge of the Shire, where he had lived all his life. Sam stood beside him. His round eyes were wide. He was looking at land he had never seen before, to a new far line.
Do elves live in those woods?
Not that I know.
Frodo said nothing. He also looked east along the road as if it was new to him. Then he spoke slowly, half to himself.
The road always keeps going. It starts at your door and moves far away. You must follow it as best you can, even when your feet are tired. One day it joins a bigger road, where many paths meet. After that, you do not know where you will go.
That sounds like old Bilbo's poetry. Or did you make it yourself? It does not sound very cheerful.
I am not sure. It came to me just now, like I was making it. But maybe I heard it long ago. It reminds me of Bilbo in his last years, before he left. He often said there is only one road. He said it is like a great river. It starts at every door, and every path flows into it. He used to warn me. He said going out of your door is risky. Once you step onto the road, you must be careful, or you may be carried far away.
He often said this on the path near his front door at Bag End, mostly after a long walk. He warned that this road went through Mirkwood. He said the road could carry you far away, to the lonely mountain, or even to darker places.
Well, the road will not carry me anywhere for at least an hour, said Pippin.
He took off his pack. The others did the same. They put their packs by the bank and stretched their legs into the road. They rested for a while. Then they ate a good lunch. After that, they rested again. The sun was going down. The afternoon light lay soft on the land as they walked down the hill. They had not seen anyone on the road. Few people used this way. It was too rough for carts, and not many went toward the woody end. After walking again for more than an hour, Sam suddenly stopped. He listened closely. The land was flat now. The road, after many turns, went straight through green fields with tall trees. These trees stood near the edge of the woods.
I hear a pony or a horse behind us, said Sam.
They looked back. The bend in the road blocked their view.
Maybe it is Gandalf, said Frodo.
But at once he felt it was not Gandalf. A strong wish to hide filled him.
It may not matter, he said, trying to sound calm, but I do not want anyone to see me on the road. I am tired of people watching and talking about me. And if it is Gandalf, he added, we can surprise him for being late. Let's hide.
Sam and Pippin ran to the left. They went down into a small dip near the road and lay flat on the ground. Frodo waited for a moment. He felt torn between wanting to look and wanting to hide. The sound of hooves came closer. Just in time, he dropped into long grass behind a tree beside the road. He lifted his head a little and looked over a thick root. A black horse came around the corner. It was not a small pony, but a big horse. A large man sat on it. He bent low in the saddle. He wore a long black cloak with a hood. Only his boots showed below. Frodo could not see his face. When the horse reached the tree, it stopped. The rider stayed very still, with his head down, as if he was listening. A soft sound came from under the hood, like someone breathing in to catch a smell. The head moved slowly from one side of the road to the other. Fear suddenly filled Frodo. He thought about the ring. He was afraid to breathe. His hand moved toward his pocket without thinking. He felt that if he put the ring on, he would be safe. Gandalf's warning felt far away. Bilbo had used the ring before. I am still in the Shire, Frodo thought, as his fingers touched the chain. At that moment, the rider lifted his head and pulled the reins. The horse moved on. It walked slowly, then went faster and faster down the road. Frodo crawled closer to the road and watched until the rider was far away. He was not sure, but it seemed that just before disappearing, the horse turned off the road and went into the trees on the right.
That was very strange, and it troubles me, Frodo said to himself.
He went back to Sam and Pippin. They were still lying low and had seen nothing. Frodo told them about the rider and what he did.
I felt sure he was searching for me, Frodo said. I also felt sure I did not want him to find me. I have never felt anything like that before in the Shire.
But why would a big person care about us, said Pippin. And why is he here?
There are some men around, said Frodo. In the South Farthing, there have been problems with them. But I have never heard of anyone like this rider. I wonder where he came from.
Begging your pardon, said Sam suddenly, I know where he came from. That black rider came from Hobbiton, unless there is more than one. And I know where he is going.
What are you saying? Said Frodo sharply. He stared at Sam. Why did you not tell us before?
I just remembered, sir, said Sam. Yesterday evening, when I came home with the key, my dad spoke to me. He said, "Hello, Sam. I thought you went away with Mr. Frodo this morning. A strange person came asking for Mr. Baggins at Bag End. He only just left. I sent him toward Buckleberry. Dad said he did not like him. The man was angry when he heard Mr. Baggins had left his old home for good. He made a sharp sound at me. It gave me a cold feeling inside.
What sort of man was he? I asked the gaffer.
I don't know, he said. But he was not a hobbit. He was tall and dark. He bent down close to me. I think he was one of the big folk from far away. He spoke in a strange way. I could not stay long, sir, because you were waiting. I did not think much about it then. I am old now, and my eyes are not good. It was almost dark when this man came up the hill and found me outside our row. I hope he did not hurt anyone, sir. Not you and not me.
The gaffer did nothing wrong, said Frodo. I heard him speaking to a stranger. The man was asking about me. I almost went to speak to him. I wish I had. Or I wish you had told me sooner. Then I might have been more careful on the road.
But maybe this rider has nothing to do with that man, said Pippin. We left Hobbiton very quietly. I do not see how he could follow us.
What about the smelling, sir, said Sam. And the gaffer said the man was dressed in black.
I wish I had waited for Gandalf, Frodo said softly. But maybe that would have made things worse.
So you know something about this rider, asked Pippin, who heard Frodo speak.
I don't know, said Frodo. And I don't want to guess.
All right, Cousin Frodo, said Pippin. You can keep your secret for now. But what do we do next? I would like some food and drink. Still, I think we should leave this place. Your talk about sniffing riders makes me uneasy.
Yes, we should go on, said Frodo. But not on the road. If the rider comes back, or another follows us, the road is not safe. We should walk more today. Buckland is still far away.
The long shadows of the trees lay on the grass as they walked again. They stayed a short distance to the left of the road and tried not to be seen. This made walking hard. The grass was thick and rough. The ground was uneven. The trees grew closer and formed small groups. The sun went down red behind the hills. Evening came before they reached the road again, at the end of a long straight part. There the road turned left and went down into lowland toward Stock. Another small road went right, through old oak trees, toward Woodhall.
That is our way, said Frodo.
Near the meeting of the roads, they saw a very large tree. It was still alive. Small branches with leaves grew around broken old limbs. The tree was hollow inside. A big crack on the side away from the road led inside. The hobbits went in quietly and sat on old leaves and soft, rotten wood. They rested and ate a small meal. They spoke in low voices and stopped often to listen. As the light faded, they went back to the small road. A soft wind moved the branches. Leaves made quiet sounds. The road went slowly down into the dark. One star appeared above the trees in the east. They walked side by side and kept the same step to feel brave. After a while, more stars came out. Their fear slowly went away. They stopped listening for horses. They began to hum softly, as hobbits often do when they walk at night, especially when they feel close to home. This was not a supper song or a sleep song. It was a walking song. Bilbo Baggins had made the words long ago. He taught it to Frodo when they walked together and talked about adventure. The fire at home is warm and bright. A bed waits under a safe roof. But our feet are not tired yet. Around the next turn we may see a strange tree or a quiet stone. That only we will ever know. Tree and flower, grass and leaf. Go on past, go on past. Hill and river under the sky. Let them pass, let them pass. Around the next turn there may be a new road or a hidden door. We walk past it today, but we may come back tomorrow. Then we may take secret paths toward the moon or toward the sun. Apple tree, thorn, nut, and berry. Let them go, let them go. Sand and stone and pool and hill. Fare you well, fare you well. Home is behind us, the world ahead. Many roads wait for our feet. We walk through shadow into night, until the stars all shine bright. Then the world is behind again, and home is before us once more. Mist and shadow fade away. Go away, go away. Fire and lamp, food and bread. Then to bed, then to bed. The song ended.
And now to bed. And now to bed, sang Pippin in a high voice.
Hush! I hear horses again, said Frodo.
They stopped at once. They stood very still like shadows of trees and listened. They heard horses on the lane behind them. The sound came slowly and clearly with the wind. They moved fast and quiet off the path. They ran under the oak trees where it was darker.
Do not go too far, said Frodo. I do not want to be seen. But I want to look. I want to know if it is a black rider again.
All right, said Pippin. But remember the sniffing.
The sound came closer. They had no time to find a better place. Sam and Pippin bent down behind a big tree. Frodo moved back a little toward the lane. The lane looked pale and grey through the trees. Stars filled the sky, but there was no moon. The horses stopped. Frodo saw a dark shape cross the light between two trees. Then it stopped. It looked like a dark horse with a smaller dark shape near it. The smaller shape stood near the place where they left the path. It moved slowly from side to side. Frodo thought he heard a soft breathing sound. The dark shape bent down and moved slowly toward him. Again Frodo felt a strong wish to put on the ring. This time the wish was very strong. Before he could stop himself, his hand moved toward his pocket. Then he heard voices. They sounded like singing and gentle laughter. The voices were clear in the night air. The dark shape stood up at once and went back. It climbed onto the horse and passed across the lane. Then it disappeared into the dark. Frodo could breathe again.
Elves, whispered Sam with a rough voice. Elves, sir.
He tried to run toward the voices, but the others held him back.
Yes, elves, said Frodo. You can meet them sometimes here. They do not live in the Shire. They walk here in spring and autumn from lands far away beyond the Tower Hills. I am glad they come. You did not see it, but the Black Rider stopped very close. It was moving toward us. When the singing started, it went away at once.
What about the elves, said Sam. Can we go and see them?
Listen, said Frodo. They are coming this way. We only need to wait.
The singing came closer. One clear voice rose above the rest. It sang in the Elvish language. Frodo knew a little of it. The others knew nothing. Still, the sound made pictures and feelings in their minds. They understood only part of it. The song spoke of a bright lady and a queen across the sea. It spoke of white light and stars. It spoke of people who walk under trees far from home. They remembered her light on the western waters. The song was gentle and full of wonder.
When the song ended, Frodo spoke softly. These are high elves. They said the name of Elbereth. Very few of them come to the Shire. Not many still live in this land east of the Great Sea. This meeting is very strange.
The hobbit stayed hidden by the road. Soon the elves came down the lane toward the valley. They walked slowly. The starlight shone on their hair and in their eyes. They carried no lamps. Still, a soft light seemed to move around their feet, like moonlight before the moon rises. They were silent now. When the last elf passed, he turned and looked toward the hobbits. He laughed.
"Greetings, Frodo," he called. "You are out very late. Or are you lost?"
Then he called to the others. They all stopped and came back.
"This is very strange," they said. "3 hobbits in a wood at night. We have not seen this since Bilbo left. Why are you here?"
"The reason, fair folk," said Frodo, "is simple. We seem to be walking the same way as you. I like to walk under the stars. I would be glad to walk with you."
"But we do not need other friends," they laughed. "And hobbits are often very quiet and slow. How do you know we go the same way? You do not know where we are going."
"And how do you know my name?" Frodo asked.
"We know many things," they said. "We have seen you often with Bilbo. You may not have seen us."
"Who are you, and who is your lord?"
asked Frodo.
"I am Gilder," said their leader. He was the elf who spoke first. "My name is Gilder Inglorian, from the house of Finrod. We are exiles. Long ago, most of our people left this land. We are only staying here for a short time. Soon we will go back across the great sea. Some of our family still live in peace in Rivendell. Now tell us, Frodo, what are you doing here? We can see fear on your face."
"O wise people," said Pippin quickly. "Please tell us about the Black Riders."
"Black Riders," the elf said softly. "Why do you ask about Black Riders?"
"Because 2 Black Riders followed us today," said Pippin. "Or maybe 1 rider followed us twice. Not long ago, he went away when you came near."
The elves did not answer at once. They spoke quietly together in their own language. After a while, Gilder spoke again.
"We will not talk about this here," he said. "We think it is better if you come with us now. This is not our usual way, but tonight we will take you on our road. You may stay with us for the night, if you wish."
"O fair folk! This is luck greater than I hoped," said Pippin.
Sam could not speak at all.
"Thank you, Gilder Inglorian," said Frodo, and he bowed. "Ellen Sila Lyman Omenti Elvo," he added. "A star shines on the hour of our meeting."
"Be careful, friends," Gilder said with a laugh. "Do not share secrets. Here is a student of the old language. Bilbo was a good teacher. Greetings, elf friend." He bowed to Frodo. "Come with us now and walk with our group. Walk in the middle, so you do not get lost. You may feel tired before we stop."
"Why?" asked Frodo. "Where are you going?"
"Tonight we go to the woods on the hills above Woodhull," said Gilder. "It is a few miles. You will rest there, and it will make your journey shorter tomorrow."
They walked on in silence. They moved like quiet shadows and small lights. The elves could walk without making any sound. Soon Pippin felt very sleepy. He stumbled once or twice. Each time, a tall elf beside him reached out and kept him from falling. Sam walked next to Frodo. He felt like he was in a dream. His face showed fear and happy surprise at the same time. The woods grew thicker on both sides. The trees were younger and closer together. The path went down into the hills. There were many thick bushes along the slopes. At last, the elves left the path. A narrow green way lay hidden in the bushes to the right. They followed it as it turned and went up the wooded hill. Soon they reached the top of a wide hill shoulder. Suddenly they came out of the trees. Before them was a wide grassy place, grey in the night. Wood stood close on 3 sides. To the east, the ground fell steeply down. The tops of dark trees below were far under their feet. Beyond them lay the flat land under the stars. Closer by, a few small lights shone in the village of Woodhall. The elves sat on the grass and spoke softly together. They did not seem to notice the hobbits. Frodo and his friends wrapped themselves in cloaks and blankets. Sleep slowly came to them. The night passed on, and the lights in the valley went out. Pippin fell asleep, resting his head on a small grassy mound. High in the east, the netted stars moved across the sky. Then a red star rose and shone like fire. The mist slowly cleared away. Another bright shape climbed into the sky, with a shining belt. The elves began to sing together. Suddenly, under the trees, a fire appeared and glowed red.
"Come," the elves called. "Come. Now is the time for talk and joy."
Pippin sat up and rubbed his eyes. He felt cold.
An elf stood in front of him. "There is a fire and food for hungry guests," the elf said.
At the south end of the grass was an open place. The green ground went into the woods and formed a wide space like a hall. Tree branches made a roof above it. The large tree trunks stood like pillars on each side. In the middle, a fire burned brightly. Torches with gold and silver light shone on the trees. The elves sat around the fire on the grass or on cut tree rings. Some carried cups and poured drinks. Others brought plates full of food.
"This is simple food," the elves said. "We are far from our homes in the forest. If you visit us there one day, we will give you better things."
"It seems good enough for a birthday party," said Frodo.
Pippin later remembered almost nothing about the food or the drink. His mind was full of the light on the elf faces. The voices were many, and very beautiful. He felt like he was awake, but also dreaming. Still, he remembered some things. There was bread. It tasted better than any white bread to a very hungry person. There were fruits. They were sweeter than wild berries, and richer than garden fruit. He drank from a cup with a sweet smell. The drink was cool like clear water, and golden like a warm summer day. Sam could never explain what he felt that night. He could not find the right words. He only knew it was one of the most important nights of his life.
"If I could grow apples like that, I would be a real gardener. But the singing touched my heart more than anything."
Frodo sat and ate and drank with joy. He also talked with the elves. But his mind stayed on their words. He knew a little of their language and listened closely. Sometimes he spoke to the elves who helped him. He thanked them in their own tongue. They smiled and laughed.
"Here is a rare treasure among hobbit."
After some time, Pippin fell asleep. The elves lifted him gently and carried him away. They laid him on a soft bed under the trees. He slept there until morning. Sam would not leave Frodo. When Pippin was gone, Sam came and sat by Frodo's feet. He curled up and soon fell asleep too. Frodo stayed awake for a long time. He talked with Gilda. They spoke of many things, old times and new times. Frodo asked many questions about the world outside the Shire. The news was mostly sad. There was growing darkness. Men were fighting wars. The elves were leaving their homes. At last, Frodo asked the question closest to his heart.
"Tell me, Gilda, have you seen Bilbo since he left us?"
"Yes. Twice. He said goodbye to us here. I saw him once again far away from this place."
He said no more. Frodo became quiet.
"You do not speak much about yourself, Frodo. But I know a little already. I can see more in your face and in your questions. You are leaving the Shire. You are not sure you will find what you are looking for. You are not sure you will succeed. You even fear you may never return. Is that true?
It is. But I thought this was a secret. I thought only Gandalf and my good Sam knew. He looked at Sam, who was sleeping and breathing softly.
The secret will not reach the enemy from us.
The enemy? Then you know why I am leaving the Shire?
I do not know why the enemy follows you. But I can see that he does. This seems very strange to me. I warn you that danger is all around you. It is in front of you and behind you.
You mean the riders? I feared they served the enemy. What are the Black Riders?
Has Gandalf told you nothing?
Nothing about beings like that.
Then I should not say more. Too much fear might stop your journey. It seems you left at the last possible moment. You must move quickly now. Do not stop. Do not turn back. The Shire is no longer safe for you.
I cannot think of anything more frightening than what you have already said. I knew there was danger ahead. But I did not expect it here at home. Can a hobbit not walk in peace across the Shire?
This land is not only yours. Others lived here before hobbits. Others will live here after them. The wide world is around you. You can close yourselves in, but you cannot keep the world out forever.
I know. But it always felt safe and known. What should I do now? My plan was to leave quietly and go to Rivendell. But now I am followed before I even reach Buckland.
I think you should keep to that plan. I do not think the road will be too hard for your brave heart. But for clearer advice, you must speak to Gandalf. I do not know why you are being chased. I do not know how your enemies will act. Gandalf must know these things. Do you expect to see him before you leave the Shire?
I hope so. But that worries me too. I waited for Gandalf many days. He should have come to Hobbiton 2 nights ago. But he did not come. Now I fear something has happened. Should I wait for him?
I do not like this news.
That Gandalf is late is a bad sign. But people say this, do not interfere with wizards. They are clever and can get angry fast. The choice is yours. You can go now, or you can wait.
And people also say, Frodo answered, do not go to the elves for advice. They will say yes and no at the same time.
Is that so? Gilder said with a laugh. Elves are careful with advice. Advice can be dangerous, even from wise people. Any path can end badly. But what do you want me to do? You have not told me everything about yourself. How can I choose better than you? Still, because we are friends, I will give advice. I think you should leave at once. Do not wait. If Gandalf does not come before you go, then listen to this too. Do not travel alone. Take friends who are loyal and ready to help. Be thankful, because I do not give this advice easily. Elves have their own work and their own sadness. We do not think much about the lives of hobbits or other people in the world. Our paths meet rarely, by chance or for a reason. This meeting may not be by chance. But I do not understand the reason, and I am afraid to say more.
I thank you very much, said Frodo. But I wish you would tell me clearly what the Black Riders are. If I follow your advice, I may not see Gandalf for a long time. I should know what danger is following me.
Is it not enough to know they serve the enemy? Gilder answered. Run from them. Do not speak to them. They bring death. Ask me no more. But my heart tells me this. Before the end, you, Frodo son of Drogo, will know more about these dark things than I do. May Elbereth protect you.
But where can I find courage? Asked Frodo. That is what I need most.
Courage can be found in strange places, said Gilder. Have hope. Sleep now. In the morning we will be gone. But we will send word across the lands. The wandering groups will know about your journey. Those who can help will watch over you. I name you elf friend. May the stars shine at the end of your road. We do not often enjoy the company of strangers like this. It is good to hear the old language spoken by other travelers in the world.
Frodo felt very sleepy as Gilder finished speaking.
I will sleep now, he said.
The elf led him to a small shelter near Pippin. Frodo lay down on a soft bed and fell asleep at once, without dreams. Chapter 4. A short cut to mushrooms. In the morning, Frodo woke up feeling rested. He was lying in a small shelter made from a living tree. The branches bent down and formed walls. His bed was made of grass and ferns. It was soft and smelled fresh. Sunlight came through the moving leaves, still green on the tree. Frodo jumped up and went outside. Sam was sitting on the grass near the edge of the wood. Pippin was standing and looking at the sky, watching the weather. The elves were gone.
They left us fruit, drink, and bread, said Pippin. Come and eat breakfast. The bread still tastes very good. I wanted to eat it all, but Sam said we should save some for you.
Frodo sat down next to Sam and began to eat.
What is the plan for today? Asked Pippin.
We walk to Buckleberry as fast as we can, Frodo answered. He focused on his food.
Do you think we will see those riders again? Pippin asked.
In the bright morning light, the thought did not scare him much.
Yes, maybe, said Frodo. But I hope we can cross the river without them seeing us.
Did Gilder tell you anything about them?
Not much, said Frodo. Only small hints, nothing clear.
Did you ask about the sniffing?
We did not talk about that, said Frodo, speaking with his mouth full.
You should have asked. I am sure it is important.
If it was important, said Frodo quickly, Gilder would not have explained it anyway. Now please leave me alone for a while. I do not want to answer many questions while I eat. I need to think.
At breakfast, said Pippin in surprise.
He walked away toward the open grass. The bright morning did not take away Frodo's fear. To him, the light felt false and unsafe. He thought again about Gilder's words. He heard Pippin's happy voice nearby. Pippin was running on the grass and singing.
No, I cannot do it, Frodo said to himself. It is one thing to walk with my young friends in the Shire. We get tired, then food and beds are waiting. That is easy. But taking them far away is different. There may be hunger and tired days with no end. That is not right, even if they want to come. This burden belongs to me alone. I do not think I should even take Sam.
He looked at Sam Gamgee and saw that Sam was watching him closely.
Well, Sam, Frodo said. What do you think? I am leaving the Shire as soon as I can. I have decided not to stay even one day at Crick Hollow, if possible.
Very good, sir.
You still want to come with me?
Yes, I do.
It will be very dangerous, Sam. It is already dangerous. We may never come back.
If you do not come back, sir, then I will not come back either. People told me, do not leave him. I said I never would. I am going with him anywhere, even to the moon. And if the Black Riders try to stop him, they will meet Sam Gamgee. They laughed when I said that.
Who said this? What are you talking about?
The elves, sir. We talked last night. They seemed to know you were leaving, so I did not hide it. Elves are wonderful folk, sir. Truly wonderful.
They are. Do you still like them now that you have seen them close?
They are above what I like or do not like. What I think does not seem to matter. They are not what I expected. They feel old and young at the same time. They feel happy and sad too.
Frodo looked at Sam with surprise. He did not expect Sam to speak like that. It did not sound like the Sam he knew. But Sam looked the same, only more thoughtful than usual.
Do you still feel a need to leave the Shire? Now that you have already seen the elves?
Yes, sir. I cannot explain it well. After last night, I feel changed. I feel like I can see a little of what is ahead. The road will be very long and dark. But I know I cannot turn back. I do not want to see elves or dragons or mountains now. I do not know exactly what I want. But I know I have something to do before the end. It is not in the Shire. It is ahead of us. I must finish it, sir.
I do not fully understand. But I see that Gandalf chose me a good friend. I am glad. We will go together.
Frodo finished his breakfast without speaking. Then he stood up, looked over the land in front of them, and called Pippin.
Are you ready to go? We must leave at once. We slept late, and we have many miles to walk.
You slept late. I was up long ago. We were only waiting for you to finish eating and thinking.
I have finished both. I am going to Buckleberry Ferry as fast as I can. I will not go back to the road we left last night. I will go straight across the land from here.
Then you must be able to fly. You cannot walk straight in this country.
We can go straighter than the road. The ferry is east of Woodhall. The road bends far to the north. That is many miles longer. If we go straight from here, we can save a lot of distance.
Shortcuts often cause long delays. This land is rough. There are wet places and other problems in the marsh. And if you fear the Black Riders, meeting them on a road is no worse than meeting them in a field or wood.
It is harder to find people in fields and woods. If others expect us to be on the road, they may not look for us away from it.
All right. I will follow you through every wet hole and ditch. Still, it is sad. I hope to pass the Golden Perch at Stock before night. It has the best beer in the East Farthing. I have not had it in a long time.
That decides it. Shortcuts may slow us, but inns slow us even more. We must keep you away from the Golden Perch. We want to reach Buckleberry before dark. What do you say, Sam?
I will go with you, Mr. Frodo.
Though he felt unsure inside and felt sorry to miss the best beer in the East Farthing.
Then if we are going to struggle through wet ground and thorny bushes, let us start now,
said Pippin. The day was already very hot, almost like the day before. Dark clouds were rising in the west. It looked like rain was coming. The hobbits hurried down a steep green slope. They ran into the thick trees below. They chose a path that kept Woodhall on their left. They moved at an angle through the woods on the east side of the hills. Their plan was to reach the flat land beyond. From there, they could walk straight to the ferry. That land was open, with only a few ditches and fences. Frodo thought the distance was about 18 miles if they walked straight. Soon they saw the woods were much worse than they looked. The bushes were thick and twisted. There were no paths at all. They moved very slowly. When they reached the bottom of the slope, they found a stream. It ran down from the hills in a deep channel. The sides were steep, wet, and covered with thorny plants. The stream lay right across their chosen path. They could not jump over it. They could not cross without getting wet, scratched, and dirty. They stopped and did not know what to do.
First problem, said Pippin, with a tight smile.
Sam Gamgee looked back. Through a gap in the trees, he saw the top of the green slope they had climbed down.
Look, he said. He grabbed Frodo's arm.
They all looked up. On the edge of the slope, high above them, stood a horse. Next to it bent a dark figure. At once they forgot about going back. Frodo moved first and pushed into the thick bushes beside the stream.
Well, he said to Pippin. We were both right. The short way is already going the wrong way. But we hid just in time. Sam, you hear well. Can you hear anyone coming?
They stood very still and almost did not breathe. They listened closely. There was no sound behind them.
I don't think he will bring his horse down that slope, said Sam. But he likely knows we came this way. We should keep moving.
Moving was hard. They carried packs on their backs. The bushes and thorns caught at them and slowed them down. The hill behind blocked the wind. The air felt hot and heavy. When they finally reached more open ground, they were tired, scratched, and sweaty. They were also no longer sure which way they were going. The stream's banks grew lower as it reached the flat land. The water spread wider and shallower. It curved away toward the Marsh and the river.
Why, this is the Stockbrook, said Pippin. If we want to get back on our right path, we must cross now and turn right.
They walked through the stream. Then they hurried across a wide open area with tall grass and no trees. On the far side, they reached trees again. Most were tall oak trees, with a few elm and ash trees. The ground was mostly flat, and there were not many bushes. Still, the trees stood close together so they could not see far ahead. Strong wind suddenly lifted the leaves. Small drops of rain fell from the grey sky. Then the wind stopped, and heavy rain began to fall. They walked as fast as they could. They crossed grass and thick layers of old leaves. Rain fell all around them and ran down the ground. They did not speak. They kept looking back and to both sides. After half an hour, Pippin spoke.
I hope we did not turn too far south. I hope we are not walking along the length of this wood. It is not very wide. At the widest, it should be about a mile. We should be out by now.
It will not help to walk in sharp turns, said Frodo. That will not fix things. Let us keep going as we are. I am not sure I want to reach open land yet.
They walked on for about 2 more miles. Then the sun came out from the broken clouds. The rain became light. It was now after midday, and they felt very hungry. They stopped under an elm tree. The leaves were turning yellow, but they were still thick. The ground under the tree was dry and safe from the rain. When they opened their food, they saw that the elves had filled their bottles. The drink was clear and like gold. It smelled sweet, like flower honey. It tasted fresh and made them feel good. Soon they were laughing. They made fun of the rain and forgot about the Black Riders. They felt the last part of the road would be easy. Frodo leaned his back against the tree and closed his eyes. Sam and Pippin sat close to him. They started to hum. Then they sang quietly.
Hey, hey, I go to my drink. It makes my heart feel strong again. Rain can fall and wind can blow. We still have far to go. But under a tall tree I will stay. And watch the clouds move away.
Hey, hey, they sang again, louder. Then they stopped at once. Frodo jumped up. A long sad cry came on the wind. It sounded lonely and bad. The sound went up and down, and ended in a sharp note. They stood very still, like stone. Then another cry answered it. This one was far away and weak, but it made them feel cold with fear. After that, all was quiet. Only the wind moved the leaves.
What do you think that was? If it was a bird, it was not one from the Shire.
He tried to sound calm, but his voice shook a little.
It was not a bird or an animal. It was a call. It was like a signal. I felt there were words in it, but I could not understand them. No hobbit has a voice like that.
No one spoke more about it. They were all thinking of the riders, but they said nothing. They did not want to stay, and they did not want to move on. But they had to cross the open land to reach the ferry. It was better to go now, while it was still light. Soon they put their packs on again and started walking. After a short time, the trees ended at once. Wide grassland lay in front of them. They saw they had gone too far south. Far away, across the flat land, they could see the low hill of Buckleberry across the river. It was now to their left. They moved carefully out of the trees and crossed the open land as fast as they could. At first they felt afraid without the trees. Behind them, far back, they could see the high place where they had eaten breakfast. Frodo almost expected to see a small rider on a horse on the hill, dark against the sky. But there was no one. The sun broke free of the clouds and shone bright again as it went down toward the hills behind them. Their fear slowly left them, though they still felt unsure. The land began to look friendly and well cared for. Soon they walked through neat fields and green meadows. There were hedges, gates, and small ditches for water. Everything looked calm and safe, like any normal part of the Shire. With every step, they felt happier. The river was getting closer. The black riders now felt like bad dreams from the woods far behind them. They walked past a large turnip field and came to a strong gate. Beyond it, a rough lane ran between low hedges toward a group of trees in the distance. Pippin stopped.
I know this place. These fields and this gate are Bam Furlong. This is Farmer Maggot's land. His farm is there, in the trees.
Oh no, not again.
He looked very worried, as if Pippin had said the road led to a monster. The others stared at him.
What is wrong with old Maggot? He is a good friend to the Brandybucks. Yes, he is very strict with people on his land, and he has big dogs. But people here live near the border. They must be careful.
I know. But I am still very afraid of him and his dogs. I stayed away from his farm for many years. When I was young at Brandy Hall, he caught me more than once when I went onto his land for mushrooms. The last time, he was very angry. He scared me badly and showed me to his dogs. He told them to chase me away if I came again. They ran after me all the way to the ferry. I never forgot how frightened I felt. Still, I think the dogs would not truly hurt me.
Well, now is the right time to make peace with him. That is even more important if you plan to live in Buckland again.
Old Maggot is a strong man if you do not touch his mushrooms.
Let us walk in the lane. Then we are not on his land. If we meet him, I will speak. He is a friend of Merry. I came here many times before.
They walked along the lane. Soon they saw a big house and farm buildings behind trees. The people of this wet land lived in houses, not holes. This farm was strong and made of brick. A high wall stood around it. A wide wooden gate opened to the lane. When they came closer, loud barking started at once.
Grip. Fang. Wolf. Come on.
Frodo and Sam stopped at once. Pippin walked a little forward. The gate opened. 3 very large dogs ran out fast. They barked loudly and ran toward the travelers. They did not look at Pippin. Sam moved close to the wall. 2 dogs came near him and smelled him. They made low angry sounds when he moved. The biggest dog stopped in front of Frodo. It showed its teeth and made a deep sound. Then a wide, strong hobbit came out of the gate. He had a round red face.
Hello. Who are you? And what do you want here?
Good afternoon, Mr. Maggot.
The farmer looked at him closely. Then his face changed.
Why, it is Master Pippin. Mr. Peregrine Took. I have not seen you for a long time. You are lucky I know you. I was ready to send my dogs at strangers. Strange things are happening today. We often see odd people here. We are close to the river. But this one was the strangest I ever saw. He will not cross my land again, if I can stop him.
What person do you mean?
So you did not see him? He went up the lane toward the causeway not long ago. He was strange and asked strange questions. But come inside. We can talk there. I have good ale, if you and your friends would like some.
They saw that the farmer would speak in his own way and time. So they agreed to go in.
What about the dogs?
Asked Frodo, feeling worried.
They will not hurt you. Not unless I tell them.
He called the dogs by name and told them to stay back. The dogs walked away. Frodo and Sam felt much better.
This is Mr. Frodo Baggins. He once lived at Brandy Hall.
When the farmer heard the name Baggins, he stopped and looked hard at Frodo. For a moment, Frodo feared the farmer remembered old troubles with mushrooms. He thought the dogs might be sent after him.
Well, this is stranger than all. Mr. Baggins, is it? Come inside. We need to talk.
They went into the kitchen and sat near the wide fire. Mrs. Maggot brought a large jug of beer. She filled 4 big mugs. The beer was very good. Pippin soon forgot about missing his favorite inn. Sam drank slowly and with care. He did not trust people from other parts of the Shire. He also did not like anyone who had hurt his master, even long ago. They spoke a little about the weather and the crops. Things were no worse than usual. Then Farmer Maggot put down his mug and looked at them one by one.
Now, Mr. Peregrine, where did you come from, and where are you going? Were you coming to see me? If so, you walked past my gate.
Well, no. To tell the truth, we came into the lane from the other end. We crossed your fields by accident. We lost our way in the woods near Woodhall. We wanted a short path to the ferry.
If you were in a hurry, the road was better. But that does not matter. You may walk on my land if you wish, Mr. Peregrine. And you too, Mr. Baggins, though you still like mushrooms, I think. Yes, I know the name. I remember young Frodo Baggins. He was a wild boy in Buckland. But I was not thinking about mushrooms just now. I heard the name Baggins before you came.
They waited, feeling tense.
What do you think that strange person asked me? He came riding a big black horse. My gate was open. He rode right up to my door.
All in black was the rider too. He wore a long cloak and a hood. It looked like he did not want anyone to know him. I thought to myself, what can he want here in the Shire? We do not see many big folk near the border. I had never seen anyone like this black rider before. Good day to you, I said, and I walked out to him. This path goes nowhere. If you are going somewhere, the fastest way is back to the road. I did not like the look of him. When Grip came out, the dog sniffed once and cried out loud. He dropped his tail and ran away fast, crying in fear. The black rider did not move at all.
I come from over there, he said in a slow, stiff voice. He pointed west, across my fields. Have you seen Baggins? He asked.
His voice sounded strange. He leaned down toward me. I could not see his face because his hood was too low. I felt cold fear on my back. I also felt angry that he rode over my land without care.
Go away, I said. There are no Bagginses here. You are in the wrong part of the Shire. You should go back west to Hobbiton. This time, use the road.
Baggins is gone, he whispered. He is coming. He is not far. I want to find him. If he comes past here, will you tell me? I will return with gold.
No, you will not, I said. You will go back where you came from, and fast. I give you 1 minute before I call all my dogs.
He made a soft, sharp sound. It could have been a laugh, or maybe not. Then he pushed his big horse straight at me. I jumped aside just in time. I called the dogs, but he turned away and rode through the gate. He went up the path toward the causeway very fast. What do you think of that? Frodo sat quiet for a while and looked into the fire. He only thought about how they could reach the ferry.
I do not know what to think, he said at last.
Then I will tell you what to think, said Maggot. You should never have mixed with the Hobbiton folk, Mr. Frodo. People there are strange.
Sam moved in his chair and looked at the farmer with cold eyes.
You were always a bold lad. When I heard you left the Brandybucks and went to live with old Mr. Bilbo, I knew trouble would come. Remember my words. This all comes from the strange things Mr. Bilbo did. People say his money came from far lands in odd ways. Maybe someone wants to know where the gold and jewels are. They say he hid them in his hill in Hobbiton.
Frodo said nothing. The farmer's guesses made him uneasy.
Well, Mr. Frodo, Maggot went on, I am glad you were wise enough to come back to Buckland. My advice is simple. Stay there. Do not get mixed up with these strange folk. You have friends here. If any of these Black Riders come again, I will deal with them. I can say you are dead, or that you left the Shire, or whatever you wish. That may even be true, for it is likely they want news of old Mr. Bilbo.
Maybe you are right, said Frodo. He did not look at the farmer. He kept staring at the fire.
I see you have your own plans, he said. It is clear that this rider and you did not come here by chance on the same day. Maybe my news was not new to you. I will not ask you to tell me things you want to keep secret. But I can see you are in trouble. Perhaps you think it will not be easy to reach the ferry without being seen.
Yes, I think so, said Frodo. But we must try to get there. We cannot stay here and only think. So we must go now. Thank you very much for your kindness. I have been afraid of you and your dogs for over 30 years, Farmer Maggot. You may laugh, but it is true. It is sad, because I lost a good friend. I am sorry to leave so soon. But maybe I will come back one day, if I can.
You will be welcome when you come, said Maggot. But listen to this. The sun is nearly down, and we are going to eat supper soon. We usually go to bed not long after sunset. If you and Mr. Peregrine and the others stay to eat with us, we would be happy.
We would like that very much, said Frodo. But we must go at once. It will be dark before we reach the ferry.
Ah, wait a moment, said Maggot. That is what I wanted to say. After a little food, I can bring out a small wagon. I will drive you to the ferry. That will save you a long walk. It may also save you from other trouble.
Frodo accepted the invitation with thanks. Pippin and Sam felt happy and calm. The sun had gone down behind the western hills, and the light was fading fast. 2 of Farmer Maggot's sons came in, and his 3 daughters came in too. A big supper was set on the long table. The kitchen was bright with candles, and the fire burned well. Mrs. Maggot moved quickly in and out. 1 or 2 other hobbits from the farm came in, and soon 14 people sat down to eat. There was plenty of beer, a large dish of mushrooms and bacon, and much other good farm food. The dogs lay by the fire, chewing scraps and old bones. After the meal, the farmer and his sons went outside with a lantern and got the wagon ready. It was dark in the yard when the guests came out. They threw their bags into the wagon and climbed in. The farmer sat in front and drove the 2 strong ponies, while his wife stood in the light of the open door.
"Be careful, Maggot," she called. "Do not argue with strangers. Come straight back home."
"I will," he said.
He drove out through the gate. The night was very still, with no wind at all. The air felt cold. They did not use any lights and moved slowly. After a mile or 2, the lane ended. It crossed a deep ditch, then went up a short slope onto a high road. Farmer Maggot got down and looked both ways, north and south. He could see nothing in the dark and heard no sound. Thin fog from the river hung over the ditches, moving slowly across the fields.
"It will get thick," said Maggot. "But I will not light the lanterns until I turn back. Tonight we will hear anything on the road before it comes close."
The ferry was 5 miles or more away. The hobbits wrapped themselves in their cloaks and listened hard for any sound. They heard only the wagon wheels and the slow steps of the ponies. The wagon felt very slow to Frodo. Pippin sat beside him and nearly fell asleep, while Sam looked ahead into the growing fog. At last they reached the ferry lane. 2 tall white posts stood there and appeared suddenly on the right. Farmer Maggot stopped the ponies, and the wagon halted with a loud creak. The hobbits began to climb out. Then they heard a sound they feared. Hoofs were coming along the road, drawing closer. Maggot jumped down, held the ponies, and looked into the dark fog. The hoof sounds came nearer and nearer, loud in the quiet night.
"You should hide, Mr. Frodo," said Sam in a worried voice. "Lie down in the wagon and cover yourself with blankets. We will deal with the rider."
Sam climbed down and stood by the farmer. No rider would reach the wagon without passing him. The hoof sounds were very close now.
"Hello there," called Farmer Maggot.
The hoof stopped at once. In the fog, they could just see a dark shape a short distance away.
"Stop," said the farmer. "Do not come closer. What do you want, and where are you going?"
"I am looking for Mr. Baggins. Have you seen him?"
The voice was low, but it was Merry Brandybuck's. A dark lantern opened, and its light shone on the farmer's surprised face.
"Mr. Merry," he cried.
"Yes, of course," said Merry.
As he rode forward out of the fog, everyone felt calm again. He looked like a normal hobbit, sitting on a pony with a scarf covering his neck and chin. Frodo jumped down from the wagon to greet him.
"So here you are at last," said Merry. "I was starting to think you would not come today. I was just going back to supper when the fog came, and I rode this way to see if you had fallen into a ditch. But I have no idea which way you came. Where did you find them, Mr. Maggot? In your duck pond?"
"No," said the farmer. "I caught them walking where they should not be. I nearly set my dogs on them. They can tell you the rest. Now, if you will excuse me, I should go home. Mrs. Maggot will be worried with the night so thick." "Good night to you all," he said. "It has been a strange day, but things ended well. Still, I will feel better when I reach my own door."
He lit the lanterns and climbed up. Then he took out a large basket from under the seat.
"I almost forgot," he said. "Mrs. Maggot sends this to Mr. Baggins."
He handed it down and drove away. The others called thanks and said good night. They watched the weak circles of light from his lanterns fade into the misty night. Then Frodo began to laugh. He was holding a covered basket. The smell of mushrooms came out of it. Chapter 5, A Conspiracy Unmasked.
Now we should go home too. Something feels strange to me. But we can talk about it later, when we are inside.
They turned into Ferry Lane. The road was straight and clean. Big white stones lined the sides. After a short walk, they reached the river. There was a wide wooden platform by the water. A large flat ferry boat waited there, tied to the platform. White posts near the water shone under two tall lamps. Behind them, fog covered the flat fields and rose above the hedges. The river in front of them was dark. Only small lines of mist moved near the reeds. The far side of the river looked clearer. Merry led the pony across a narrow board onto the ferry. The others followed him. Then Merry used a long pole and slowly pushed the boat away. The Brandywine River moved wide and slow under them. On the far side, the river bank was steep. A winding path went up from the landing place. Small lamps shone along the path. Behind the path stood Buck Hill. Through thin mist, many round windows glowed yellow and red. These were the windows of Brandy Hall, the old home of the Brandybuck family. Long ago, Gorhendad Old Buck crossed the river. At that time, the river marked the edge of the land. He built Brandy Hall into the hill and changed his name to Brandybuck. He became the leader of this land, which was almost its own small country. His family became larger over time, and Brandy Hall grew too. It filled the whole hill. It had 3 big front doors, many side doors, and about 100 windows. The Brandybucks and the people who worked for them began to dig homes and later build houses all around. This place became Backland. It lay between the river and the old forest. Many people lived there. The main village was Buckleberry, standing on the slopes behind Brandy Hall. The people of the Marish were friendly with the Backlanders. They still respected the master of the hall, the head of the Brandybuck family. Farmers between Stock and Rushy listened to him. But many people in the Shire thought the Backlanders were strange, almost like foreigners. In truth, they were not very different from other hobbits. There was one difference. They liked boats, and some of them could swim. Their land was open on the eastern side long ago. So they planted a long hedge called the High Hay. Many generations cared for it. It grew thick and tall. It ran from Brandywine Bridge to Hayes End, more than 20 miles. Still, it did not protect everything. The old forest came close to the hedge in many places. Because of this, Backlanders locked their doors at night. This was not common in the Shire. The ferry moved slowly across the river. The Backland shore came closer. Sam was the only one who had never crossed before. As the water moved past, he felt uneasy. His old life was behind him in the fog. Something unknown waited ahead. He scratched his head. For a moment, he wished Mr. Frodo could have stayed safely at Bag End. The 4 hobbits stepped off the ferry. Merry tied the boat. Pippin led the pony up the path. Sam stood still and looked back. He wanted to say goodbye to the Shire. Then he spoke in a low, rough voice.
Look back, Mr. Frodo. Do you see anything?
On the far platform, under the distant lamps, they saw a dark shape. It looked like a bundle left behind. Then it moved slowly from side to side, like it was searching. After that, it crept away into the darkness beyond the lights.
What is that?
Something is following us. But don't ask now. We must leave at once.
They hurried up the path to the top of the bank. When they looked back again, the far shore was hidden by fog. Nothing could be seen.
I'm glad there are no boats on the west side. Can horses cross the river?
They could go north to Brandywine Bridge. Or maybe swim. But I've never heard of a horse swimming this river. Why do you ask?
I'll explain later. Let's get inside first, and then we can talk.
All right.
You and Pippin know the way. So I will ride ahead. I will tell Fatty Bolger that you are coming. We will think about supper and other things.
We ate supper early with Farmer Maggot, said Frodo. But we can eat again.
You will eat again, said Merry. Give me that basket. He rode ahead into the dark.
The way from the Brandywine to Frodo's new house at Crickhollow was long. They rode past Buck Hill and Brandy Hall on their left. Near Buckleberry, they reached the main road of Buckland that went south from the bridge. They went north on this road for half a mile. Then they turned right into a small lane. They followed it for 2 miles. The lane went up and down through the land. At last they came to a small gate in a thick hedge. In the dark, they could not see the house. It stood far back from the lane. A wide green lawn was around it. Low trees stood inside the outer hedge. Frodo chose this house because it was quiet and hidden. No other houses were close. People could come and go without notice. The Brandybucks built the house long ago. They used it for guests or family who wanted peace away from busy Brandy Hall. It was an old country house, like a hobbit hole. It was long and low, with no upper floor. The roof was covered with grass. The windows were round, and the door was large and round. They walked up the green path from the gate. No light showed. The windows were dark and closed. Frodo knocked. Fatty Bolger opened the door. Warm light shone out. They went in quickly and shut the door behind them. Inside was a wide hall with doors on both sides. A long passage ran through the middle. Merry came up the passage.
Well, what do you think? He asked. We tried to make it feel like home. Fatty and I only arrived yesterday with the last cart.
Frodo looked around. It truly felt like home. Many of his own things were there. Some were Bilbo's old things. Seeing them made him think of Bilbo. They were placed almost the same as before. The house felt warm and friendly. Frodo wished he could really stay here in peace. He felt sorry that his friends worked so hard for him. He also wondered how to tell them the truth. He had to leave very soon. He must tell them that night, before sleep.
It's lovely, he said, trying to smile. I feel like I never moved.
They took off their cloaks and put their packs on the floor. Merry led them to a door at the end of the passage and opened it. Firelight came out, and warm steam.
A bath, cried Pippin. Thank you, Merry.
Who goes first? Said Frodo. The oldest or the fastest? Pippin, you will be last anyway.
I have a better plan, said Merry. We will not fight about baths. There are 3 tubs in that room. There is also a big pot of hot water. You will find towels, mats, and soap. Go in now, and be quick.
Merry and Fatty went into the kitchen on the other side. They worked to finish a late supper. From the bathroom came splashing sounds and bits of singing. Pippin's voice rose loud. He sang one of Bilbo's old bath songs about hot water and comfort. There was a very big splash. Frodo shouted in surprise. It seemed that water jumped high out of Pippin's bath.
What about supper and beer? Merry called from the door.
Frodo came out, rubbing his wet hair. There is water everywhere, he said. I will finish drying in the kitchen.
Merry looked into the bathroom. You should clean that before you eat, Pippin, he said. Hurry, or we will start without you.
They ate supper in the kitchen at a table near the fire. I guess you 3 do not want mushrooms again, said Fatty, sounding unsure.
Yes, we do, cried Pippin.
They are mine, said Frodo.
given to me by Mrs. Maggot, a queen among farmers' wives. Take your greedy hands away, and I'll serve them.
Hobbits love mushrooms more than almost anything. They love them even more than big people do. This love explains why young Frodo often walked far to the famous fields of the Marsh. It also explains why Farmer Maggot was sometimes very angry. This time, there was a lot of food. There was enough for everyone, even for hobbits. Many other dishes came after the mushrooms. When they finished eating, even Fatty Bolger gave a happy sigh. They moved the table away and pulled their chairs close to the fire.
We can clean up later, said Merry. Now tell me everything. I think you had adventures without me, and that is not fair. I want the whole story. Most of all, I want to know why old Maggot spoke to me like that. He sounded afraid, if that can be true.
We have all felt afraid, said Pippin after a short silence.
Frodo looked into the fire and said nothing.
You would feel afraid too if black riders followed you for 2 days.
And what are they? Asked Merry.
They are black shapes on black horses, said Pippin. If Frodo will not speak, I will tell you the story from the start.
Then he told the full story of their trip after they left Hobbiton. Sam nodded and added small comments. Frodo stayed quiet.
I would think this story is not true, said Merry. If I had not seen that black shape near the water. And I heard the strange fear in Maggot's voice. What do you think, Frodo?
Cousin Frodo almost spoke, said Pippin. But now he must speak clearly. All we know so far is Maggot's idea that this is about Bilbo's old treasure.
That was only an idea, Frodo said quickly. Maggot does not know the truth.
Old Maggot is a clever man, said Merry. He knows more than he says. I have heard that he once went into the old forest. People say he knows many strange things. At least tell us this, Frodo. Do you think his idea is right or wrong?
I think, Frodo said slowly, it is right in part. This is linked to Bilbo's old adventures. The riders are looking for him, or maybe for me. I am afraid this is very serious. I do not feel safe here, or anywhere.
He looked at the walls and windows, as if he feared something might come through them. The others stayed quiet and looked at each other.
It will come out soon, Pippin whispered to Merry.
Merry nodded.
Well, Frodo said at last. He sat up straight, as if he had decided something. I cannot keep this secret anymore. I have something to tell you. But I do not know how to start.
I think I can help, said Merry softly. I can tell part of it for you.
What do you mean? Frodo asked. He looked worried.
This is what I mean, dear Frodo, said Merry. You are unhappy because you do not know how to say goodbye. You planned to leave the Shire one day. But danger came sooner than you thought. Now you feel you must leave at once. And you do not want to leave. We feel very sorry for you.
Frodo opened his mouth, then closed it again. He looked so surprised that the others laughed.
Dear Frodo, said Pippin. Did you really think we did not see this? You were not careful enough. All this year, since April, you have acted like someone who plans to leave. We heard you speak to yourself, asking if you would see places again. You said you had no money left. You even sold your dear bag to the Sackville Bagginses. And you talked often with Gandalf.
Oh my, said Frodo. I thought I was very careful. What would Gandalf say? Does everyone in the Shire know I am leaving?
Oh no, said Merry. Do not worry. The secret will not stay hidden forever, but for now only we know. We are with you often. We know you well. I also knew Bilbo. To be honest, I watched you closely after he left. I thought you would follow him one day. I even thought you would go sooner. Lately, we were very worried. We feared you would leave suddenly, all alone, like Bilbo did. Since spring, we have watched and made our own plans. You will not escape us so easily.
But I must go, said Frodo.
It could not be helped, and Frodo felt it in his heart.
It cannot be helped, my dear friends. This is very sad for all of us. But you cannot stop me. You already know so much, so please help me. Do not stand in my way.
You do not understand, said Pippin. You must go. So we must go too. Merry and I will come with you. Sam is a good fellow. He would try to save you, even if he fell over his own feet. But this journey is dangerous. You need more than one friend.
My dear hobbits, said Frodo, very moved. I love you. But I cannot allow this. I decided that long ago. You talk about danger, but you do not see it clearly. This is not a fun journey. This is not a simple trip there and back. I am running from great danger to more great danger.
We do understand, said Merry in a strong voice. That is why we will come. We know the ring is very serious. It is not a joke. We want to help you against the enemy.
The ring, said Frodo.
He was shocked.
Yes, the ring, said Merry. My dear Frodo, friends are curious. I have known about the ring for many years. I knew before Bilbo went away. I kept it secret because Bilbo wanted it that way. I did not know Bilbo as well as I know you. I was young then, and he was more careful. But not careful enough. I can tell you how I found out.
Please go on, said Frodo softly.
It was because of the Sackville Bagginses, said Merry. One day, 1 year before the party, I was walking on the road. I saw Bilbo in front of me. Then I saw the Sackville Bagginses coming toward us. Bilbo walked more slowly. Then suddenly he disappeared. I was very surprised. I quickly hid in a normal way. I went through a hedge and walked in the field. I looked through the hedge at the road. After the Sackville Bagginses passed, Bilbo came back. I saw a flash of gold. He put something into his pocket. After that, I watched more closely. I admit it. I spied a little. I was young, and it was very interesting. I think I am the only one in the Shire, besides you, Frodo, who has seen Bilbo's secret book.
You read his book, cried Frodo. Is nothing safe?
Not very safe, said Merry. I only looked very quickly, and it was hard to do. He never left the book lying around. I wonder where it is now. I would like to see it again. Do you have it, Frodo?
No, said Frodo. It was not in Bag End. He must have taken it with him.
Well, Merry went on. I kept my secret until this spring. Then things became serious. So we made our plan together. We were serious too. We did not always act very carefully. You are not easy to understand, Frodo. Gandalf is even harder. But if you want to meet our main helper, I can show him to you.
Where is he? Said Frodo. He looked around, as if someone strange would appear.
Step forward, Sam, said Merry.
Sam stood up. His face was red with shame.
This is our collector of news, said Merry. He learned a lot before he was finally found out. After that, he stayed very quiet.
Sam, cried Frodo.
He felt completely shocked. He did not know if he was angry, amused, relieved, or just foolish.
Yes, sir, said Sam. I beg your pardon, Mr. Frodo. I meant no harm to you or to Mr. Gandalf. Mr. Gandalf has good sense. When you said you would go alone, he said no. He said you should take someone you can trust.
It seems I cannot trust anyone, said Frodo.
Sam looked sad.
It depends on what you want, said Merry. You can trust us to stay with you always, to the very end. You can trust us to keep your secrets better than you do yourself. But you cannot trust us to let you face danger alone. We are your friends, Frodo. That is the truth. We know much of what Gandalf told you. We know a lot about the ring. We are very afraid. But we are coming with you. Or we will follow you wherever you go.
And after all, sir, said Sam, you should listen to the elves. Gilder said you should take those who are willing. You cannot deny that.
I do not deny it, said Frodo. He looked at Sam, who was now smiling. But I will never believe you are asleep again, even if you snore. I will make sure. You are a group of tricky rascals.
He said this as he turned to the others.
But bless you, he laughed. He stood up and waved his arms. I give up. I will follow Gilder's advice. If the danger was not so dark, I would dance with joy. Still, I feel happy. I feel happier than I have felt for a long time. I was afraid of this evening.
Good. Then it is decided. 3 cheers for Captain Frodo and his friends, they shouted. They danced around him. Merry and Pippin started to sing. They had made the song before. It was like the old dwarf song that once sent Bilbo on his journey, and it used the same tune. They sang about saying goodbye to home. They sang about wind and rain. They sang about leaving before morning. They sang about going far over woods and high mountains. They sang about Rivendell, where elves still live. They sang about riding fast through empty lands. They did not know where they would go next. They sang about danger in front and fear behind. They sang about sleeping under the open sky. They sang about hard work until the journey ended. They ended by saying again and again that they must leave before daybreak.
Very good, said Frodo. But then we have many things to do before we sleep. At least tonight we still have a roof over our heads.
Oh? That was real poetry, said Pippin. Do you truly want to leave before morning?
I am not sure, said Frodo. I am afraid of the Black Riders. I do not think it is safe to stay in one place for long, especially a place where people know I am going. Gilder told me not to wait. But I really want to see Gandalf. Even Gilder looked worried when he heard Gandalf had not come. It depends on 2 things. How fast could the riders reach Buckleberry? And how fast could we leave? We need time to prepare.
The second answer is easy, said Merry. We could leave in 1 hour. I have almost everything ready. There are 5 ponies in a stable across the fields. The food and tools are packed. Only some clothes and fresh food are left.
This plan seems very well made, said Frodo. But what about the Black Riders? Would it be safe to wait 1 more day for Gandalf?
That depends on what the riders would do if they found you here, said Merry. They could already be here, unless they were stopped at the north gate near the bridge. The guards would not let them in at night, though the riders might try to force their way. In daylight, the guards would likely stop them too, at least until they could send a message to the master of the hall. The guards would fear the riders. But Buckland cannot stop a strong attack for long. And in the morning, if a Black Rider came quietly and asked for Mr. Baggins, he might be allowed in. Many people know you are coming back to live at Crick Hollow.
Frodo sat quietly and thought. At last he spoke.
I have decided. I will leave tomorrow, as soon as it is light. But I will not go by the road. That would be too dangerous. If I leave through the north gate, everyone will know at once. If I go another way, my leaving may stay secret for some days. Also, the bridge and the east road will surely be watched. We do not know how many riders there are. There are at least 2, maybe more. So we must go in a way they do not expect.
That can only mean the Old Forest, said Fredegar in fear. You cannot be serious. That place is just as dangerous as the Black Riders.
Not quite, said Merry. It sounds very risky, but I think Frodo is right. It is the only way to leave without being followed at once. If we are lucky, we can get a good start.
But there is no luck in the Old Forest, said Fredegar. No one ever has luck there. You will get lost. People do not go there.
Oh yes, they do, said Merry. The Brandybucks go there sometimes. We have a secret entrance. Frodo went there once, long ago. I have been there many times, mostly in daylight, when the trees are calm and quiet.
Well, do what you think is best, said Fredegar. I am more afraid of the Old Forest than of anything else I know. The stories about it are like bad dreams. But my opinion does not matter much, because I am not going with you. Still, I am glad that someone will stay behind. I can tell Gandalf what you did when he arrives, and I am sure he will come before long.
Fond as he was of Frodo, Fatty Bolger did not want to leave the Shire. He did not want to see the world outside it. His family came from the East Farthing, from Budgeford in Bridgefields. Even so, he had never crossed the Brandywine Bridge. In the first plan, his job was to stay behind. He had to talk to curious people. He also had to pretend that Mr. Baggins still lived at Crick Hollow. He brought some of Frodo's old clothes to help with this. They did not know how risky this job could become.
Excellent, said Frodo when he understood the plan. This is the only way to leave a sign for Gandalf. I do not know if these riders can read. Even so, I would not leave a written note. They might break in and search the house. But if Fatty is ready to stay here, and Gandalf can learn our path, then I am decided. Tomorrow morning, I will go into the Old Forest.
Well, that is settled, said Pippin. I think our task is better than Fatty's. I do not want to wait here for the Black Riders.
Wait until you are deep in the forest, said Fredegar. Before this time tomorrow, you will wish you were back here with me.
There is no point in arguing now, said Merry. We still must clean up and finish packing before bed. I will wake you all before sunrise.
When Frodo finally lay in bed, he could not sleep at once. His legs hurt. He felt glad he would ride in the morning. After some time, he fell into a strange dream. He felt as if he stood at a high window. Below him was a dark mass of trees. He heard soft sounds under the roots, like small creatures moving. He felt sure they would find him one day. Then he heard another sound far away. At first, he thought it was strong wind in leaves. Then he knew it was the sea. He had never heard it while awake, but it often came in his dreams. Suddenly, the trees were gone. He stood on open land under a dark sky. The air smelled of salt. Ahead of him stood a tall white tower on a high hill. He felt a strong wish to climb it and see the sea. He tried to walk up the hill. Then a bright light filled the sky, and he heard a loud crash. Chapter 6. The Old Forest. Frodo woke at once. The room was still dark. Merry stood by the door with a candle. He knocked loudly.
All right. What is it? Said Frodo. He felt confused.
What is it? Cried Merry. It is time to get up. It is 4:30, and there is thick fog. Come on. Sam is making breakfast. Even Pippin is awake. I am going to prepare the ponies and bring the one for the bags. Wake that sleepy Fatty. He must at least get up and see us leave.
Soon after 6 o'clock, all 5 hobbits were ready. Fatty Bolger was still yawning. They left the house quietly. Merry walked in front and led a pony with packs. He followed a small path behind the house, through a group of trees, and across open fields. The tree leaves shone with wet drops. Water fell from every branch. The grass was pale with cold dew. All was quiet. Far sound seemed close. They heard chickens in a yard and a door closing far away. In the shed, they found the ponies. They were strong and small, the kind hobbits loved. They were not fast, but they could travel far. The hobbits mounted and rode into the fog. The mist opened slowly before them and closed behind them. After about an hour of slow riding, without speaking, they saw the hedge ahead. It rose high and was covered with shining spider webs.
"How will we get through this?" asked Fredegar.
"Follow me," said Merry. "You will see."
He turned left along the hedge. Soon they reached a place where it bent inward, above a hollow. There was a cut in the ground some distance from the hedge. It sloped gently down. Brick walls stood on each side. These walls rose and then curved together, making a tunnel. The tunnel went under the hedge and came out in the hollow on the other side.
Here Fatty Bolger stopped. "Goodbye, Frodo," he said. "I wish you were not going into the forest. I hope you will not need help today. But good luck to you, today and always."
"If nothing worse lies ahead than the old forest, I will be lucky," said Frodo. "Tell Gandalf to hurry along the east road. We will soon return to it and move as fast as we can. Goodbye."
They shouted and rode down the slope. Soon they went into a tunnel, and Fredegar could not see them anymore. Inside the tunnel it was dark and wet. At the far end there was a strong gate with thick iron bars. Merry got off his pony and opened the gate. When everyone went through, he closed it again. The gate shut with a loud metal sound. The lock clicked. The noise felt scary.
"There. You are now outside the Shire. We are at the edge of the old forest."
"Are the stories about it true?"
"I am not sure which stories you mean. If you mean the old scary tales that nurses told Fatty, about goblins and wolves, I do not believe those. But the forest is strange. Everything feels more alive here. Things seem to know what is happening. The trees do not like strangers. They watch you. In the daytime, they mostly only watch and do little. Sometimes an unfriendly tree may drop a branch, push out a root, or try to touch you. At night it can feel very frightening, or so people say. I have only been here a few times after dark, and only near the hedge. I felt like the trees were talking to each other in a way I could not understand. The branches moved even when there was no wind. People say the trees can move and close in around strangers. Long ago they even came close to the hedge and leaned over it. The hobbits then cut down many trees. They made a big fire and burned a long strip of ground. After that, the trees stopped coming close, but they stayed angry. There is still an open empty place inside the forest where the fire was.
Are only the trees dangerous?
There are other strange things deep in the forest, and on the far side. At least, that is what I have heard. I have never seen them. But something makes paths here. When you enter, you often find open tracks. But they change and move in a strange way. Near this tunnel there was, for a long time, the start of a wide path. It led to the bonfire glade, and then more or less east and a little north. That is the path I want to find.
The hobbits left the tunnel gate and rode across a wide low area. On the other side, a faint path went up into the forest, far beyond the hedge. But the path disappeared as soon as they went under the trees. When they looked back, they could see the dark line of the hedge between the tree trunks. When they looked ahead, they saw only trees. There were many kinds. Some were straight, some bent, some twisted or leaning. Some were thick, some thin. The trunks were green or grey with moss and wet growth. Only Mary looked calm.
You should go first and find the path. Please do not let us get lost, and remember where the hedge is.
They moved carefully between the trees. The ponies walked slowly and stepped over many twisting roots. There were no bushes or plants on the ground. The land slowly went up. As they went on, the trees seemed taller, darker, and closer together. It was very quiet. Only sometimes they heard water drops falling from the leaves. There was no movement in the branches. Still, they all felt uneasy. It felt like they were being watched, and not kindly. The feeling grew stronger. They began to look up and behind them, as if they expected something to happen. They still could not see any path. The tree seemed to block their way. Pippin suddenly felt he could not take it anymore.
Oi! Oi! I am not here to cause trouble. Please let me pass.
The others stopped in surprise. The shout seemed to die quickly, as if a heavy cloth stopped it. There was no answer. The forest felt even more closed and watchful than before.
I would not shout if I were you. It only makes things worse.
Frodo began to wonder if they could really get through the forest. He also wondered if it was right to bring the others into this awful place. Merry looked left and right. He now seemed unsure of the way.
That did not take long.
But just then Merry smiled with relief and pointed ahead.
Well, the trees really do move. I think the bonfire glade is in front of us. But the path to it seems to have changed its place.
The light became stronger as they went on. Soon they came out of the trees. They stood in a wide, round open place. They could see the sky above them. It was blue and clear, which surprised them. Under the thick forest roof, they had not seen the morning come or the mist rise. The sun was still low. It did not shine into the open place yet. Its light touched only the tops of the trees. Around the edge of the open place, the leaves were thick and very green. They formed a strong wall of trees. No trees grew inside the open space. There was rough grass and many tall plants. There were pale hemlock plants, wild parsley, fireweed with soft white seeds, and many nettles and thistles. It was a sad and empty place. But after the dark forest, it felt like a bright and happy garden. The hobbits felt braver. They looked up at the brighter sky with hope. On the far side, there was a gap in the trees. A clear path went through it. They could see the path going on into the forest. In some places it was wide and open above. In other places, trees bent over it with dark branches. They rode along this path. The ground still went up, but only gently. They moved faster now and felt better. It seemed to them that the forest had grown kinder and would let them pass. After some time, the air grew warm and heavy. The trees came close again on both sides. They could not see far ahead. Once more they felt the bad feeling of the forest around them. It was very quiet. The sound of the ponies' hooves felt loud in their ears. The hooves moved through dead leaves and sometimes hit hidden roots. Frodo tried to sing to give them hope. But his voice grew soft and weak. He sang about woods ending at last and the sun rising and setting. When he said the word fail, his voice stopped. The air felt thick. Speaking felt hard. Then a big branch fell behind them from an old tree and crashed onto the path. The tree seemed to press closer in front of them.
They do not like songs about ending, said Mary. You should stop singing for now. When we reach the edge, we can sing loudly then.
He spoke in a bright voice. If he felt afraid, he did not show it. The others did not answer. They felt low and tired. A heavy feeling grew in Frodo's heart. With every step, he wished he had never dared to face the forest. He was about to stop and suggest going back, if that was still possible. Then things changed. The path stopped going up and became almost flat. The dark trees moved apart. Ahead, they could see the path going almost straight. Farther on, they saw a green hill. No trees grew on it. It rose from the forest like a smooth head. The path seemed to lead straight to it. They hurried forward again. They were happy to think of rising above the forest for a while. The path went down, then climbed again. At last it brought them to the bottom of the steep hill. There the path left the trees and disappeared into the grass. The forest stood around the hill like thick hair, ending in a clear circle around a bare head. The hobbits led their ponies up the hill. They walked around and around until they reached the top. There they stopped and looked around. The air was bright with sunlight, but also hazy. They could not see very far. Nearby, the mist was almost gone. In some low places in the forest, it still lay thick. To the south, from a deep cut through the forest, fog rose like white smoke.
That, said Merry, pointing, is the line of the Withywindle. It comes from the downs and flows southwest through the middle of the forest. It joins the Brandywine near Hayes End. We do not want to go that way. People say the Withywindle Valley is the strangest part of the forest. It is the place where all the strangeness begins.
The others looked where Merry pointed. They saw only mist over a deep and wet valley. Beyond it, the southern part of the forest faded from sight. The sun on the hilltop felt hot now. It was about 11 o'clock. Still, the autumn haze blocked their view. In the west, they could not see the hedge or the Brandywine Valley. In the north, where they hoped most, they could not see anything that looked like the Great East Road they were trying to find. They were on a hill that felt like an island, with trees all around. They could not see the far distance clearly. On the southeast side, the ground went down very steeply. It felt like the side of a mountain going deep under the trees. They sat on the green edge of the hill and ate their midday meal. Below them, they saw a wide sea of woods. As the sun climbed high and past noon, they saw something far away in the east. There were long grey-green hills beyond the old forest. This made them feel happier. It was good to see land outside the forest. They did not want to go there if they could avoid it. The Barrow Downs had a bad name in old Hobbit stories, like the forest itself. After a while, they decided to move on. The path they had used came back on the north side of the hill. They followed it for a short time. Then they noticed it slowly turning to the right. Soon the path went down fast. They guessed it was leading to the Withywindle Valley. This was not where they wanted to go. They talked and made a choice. They left the path and walked straight north. They believed the road was in that direction. It could not be very far away. Also, the land to the north looked drier and more open. The trees were fewer there. Pines and fir trees stood where thick oaks and other strange trees had been before. At first, this choice seemed good. They moved at a fair speed. But whenever they saw the sun in an open place, they somehow turned more to the east. After some time, the trees closed in again. From far away, the land had looked open, but now it was thick and tangled. Then they met deep cuts in the ground without warning. These were like old wide ditches or sunken roads, filled with thorny plants. Most of them crossed their way. To pass them, they had to climb down and then climb up again. This was slow and hard with their ponies. Each time they went down, the hollow was full of thick bushes. The plants would not let them go left. They only opened when they turned right. They had to walk some distance along the bottom before they could climb out. Each time they climbed up, the forest felt darker and deeper. To the left and uphill, the way was always blocked. They were pushed to the right and downhill instead. After an hour or two, they no longer knew their direction. They were sure they were not going north anymore. They felt they were being guided without choice. They were moving east and south, deeper into the forest, not out of it. The afternoon was almost over when they fell into a hollow that was wider and deeper than the others. The sides were so steep that they could not climb out. They could not go forward or back unless they left their ponies and bags. So they followed the hollow downward. The ground became soft and wet. In some places it was muddy. Water came out of the banks. Soon they were walking beside a small stream that made gentle sounds as it flowed. Then the land dropped fast. The stream grew louder and faster. It rushed downhill. They were now in a deep, dark gully. Tall trees bent over them high above. After walking along the stream for some time, they suddenly came out of the dark. It was like stepping through a door. Bright sunlight lay ahead. They reached an opening where the gully ended in a steep bank, almost like a cliff. At the bottom, there was a wide space of grass and reeds. Far away, they could see another steep bank. Warm afternoon light rested on the hidden valley. It felt calm and sleepy. In the middle of the land, a dark brown river moved slowly. Old willow trees stood along its sides. Some bent over the water. Some had fallen into it. Many pale willow leaves floated on the surface. The air was full of them, falling gently from the trees. A soft warm wind moved through the valley. The reeds whispered, and the willow branches made quiet sounds.
"Well, now I know where we are," said Mary. "We came almost the opposite way we planned. This is the river Withywindle. I will go ahead and look around."
He walked into the sunlight and disappeared into the tall grass. After some time, he came back. He said there was firm ground between the cliff and the river. In some places, strong grass reached all the way to the water. "What is more," he said, "there looks like a small path on this side of the river. It goes along the bank. If we turn left and follow it, we should come out on the east side of the forest one day."
"I think so," said Pippin. "But only if the path really goes that far. It may lead us into a wet place and stop there. Who made this path? And why? I am sure it was not made for us. This forest makes me uneasy. I start to believe all the old stories. Do you know how far east we must go?"
"No," said Mary. "I do not know at all. I do not know how far we are along the river. I also do not know who comes here often enough to make a path. But I see no other way out."
There was no better choice, so they went on. Mary led them to the path he had found. Tall reeds and grass grew everywhere. In some places they were higher than their heads. But once they found the path, it was easy to follow. It turned and curved and chose the firmer ground between wet pools. Sometimes it crossed small streams that ran down to the river. At these places, logs or bundles of sticks lay across the water. Soon the hobbits felt very hot. Many flies buzzed around their ears. The afternoon sun burned their backs. At last they came into a place with light shade. Large grey branches stretched over the path. Each step felt harder than the one before. A heavy tired feeling seemed to rise from the ground and move into their legs. It also fell softly from the air onto their heads and eyes. Frodo felt his head sink. His eyes closed and opened. Just ahead, Pippin fell down on his knees. Frodo stopped.
"It is no use," Mary said. "I cannot walk any more. We must rest. We need a short sleep." It is cool under the willows. There are fewer flies.
Frodo did not like this. "Come on," he said. "We cannot sleep yet. We must leave the forest first."
But the others did not care. Sam stood near them, yawning and blinking. Then Frodo also felt the sleep take him. His head felt light and slow. The air was very quiet. The flies were silent. Only a soft sound remained, like a low song in the branches above. Frodo lifted his heavy eyes. A huge willow tree bent over him. It looked very old and very large. Its long branches reached out like arms. Its thick trunk was twisted and cracked. The leaves moved gently against the bright sky. Frodo felt dizzy and fell onto the grass. Merry and Pippin crawled forward and lay down with their backs against the tree. Behind them, wide cracks in the trunk opened as the tree moved slowly. They looked up at the pale leaves moving in the light. A soft song filled the air. They closed their eyes. It felt as if cool words spoke about water and sleep. They gave in to the feeling and fell fast asleep at the foot of the great grey willow. Frodo lay still for a time and fought the sleep. At last he stood up with effort. He felt a strong wish for cool water.
"Wait for me, Sam," he said slowly. "I must cool my feet."
Half dreaming, he walked to the river side of the tree. Large roots reached into the water. He sat on one root and put his hot feet into the cool brown stream. There he leaned back against the tree and fell asleep. Sam sat down nearby. He scratched his head and gave a long yawn. He felt uneasy. The day was getting late, and this sudden sleep felt strange.
"This is not just sun and warm air," he said to himself. "I do not like this big tree. I do not trust it. Listen to it singing about sleep. This is not right."
He stood up and walked away to look for the ponies. 2 of them had gone some way down the path. He caught them and led them back. Then he heard 2 sounds. One was loud. The other was soft but clear. One sounded like something heavy falling into water. The other sounded like a quiet click, as if something closed. Sam ran back to the river. Frodo was in the water near the edge. A large tree root lay over him and pressed him down, but he did not move. Sam grabbed Frodo's jacket and pulled him free. With effort, he dragged him onto the bank. Frodo woke at once and began to cough and breathe again. "Do you know, Sam," he said after some time, "that horrible tree pushed me in. I felt it. A big root moved and threw me inside."
"I think you were dreaming, Mr. Frodo," said Sam. "You should not sit in a place like this when you feel sleepy."
"What about the others?" Frodo asked. "I wonder what they are dreaming."
They walked to the other side of the tree. Then Sam understood the clicking sound he heard before. Pippin was gone. The narrow opening where he lay was now closed. There was no space to see inside. Merry was stuck. Another opening had closed around his body. His legs were outside, but his upper body was trapped in a dark hole. The edges held him tight, like strong hands. Frodo and Sam hit the tree where Pippin had been. Then they tried hard to pull open the gap holding poor Merry. They could not move it at all.
"What a terrible thing," cried Frodo in fear. "Why did we ever come into this awful forest? I wish we were all back at Crick Hollow."
He kicked the tree with great force and did not care about his own feet. The tree shook a little. The branches moved. The leaves whispered with a strange sound, like quiet and far laughter.
"I don't suppose we have an axe with us, Mr. Frodo?" Sam asked.
"I brought a small hatchet for firewood," said Frodo. "But it is not strong enough."
"Wait," cried Sam, as he got an idea. We can use fire.
Maybe, said Frodo slowly. But we could burn Pippin inside.
We can try to scare or hurt this tree first, said Sam angrily. If it does not let them go, I will bring it down somehow.
He ran to the ponies and soon came back with 2 fire boxes and the hatchet. They quickly gathered dry grass, leaves, bark, and small sticks. They made a pile and placed it against the tree, away from where Merry and Pippin were trapped. Sam struck a spark. The dry grass caught fire at once. Flames and smoke rose up. The sticks made sharp sounds as they burned. Small flames touched the dry bark of the old tree and burned it. The whole tree shook. The leaves above hissed with pain and anger.
Merry screamed loudly.
From deep inside the tree, they heard Pippin cry out.
"Put it out! Put it out!" shouted Merry. "He will crush me if you don't." "He says he will."
Who? What? Cried Frodo, running to the other side.
"Put it out! Please," begged Merry.
The branches of the tree began to move wildly. A strong sound spread through the forest, like a rising wind. It seemed to wake all the other trees and fill them with anger. Sam kicked the fire and stamped on it until the sparks died. Frodo, without knowing why, ran down the path shouting for help. His voice sounded small. The wind and the leaves swallowed his cries. He felt lost and helpless. Suddenly he stopped. He thought he heard an answer. It came from behind him, far back along the path. He turned and listened. Soon he was sure. Someone was singing. It was a deep, happy voice. The song sounded playful and full of strange words. "Hey Dole! Merry Dole! Ring a dong dillo! Ring a dong! Hop along! Foul lal the W!" With one more jump, a man came into view. At first, they were not sure what he was. He was too big and heavy to be a hobbit, but he was not tall enough to be one of the big people. He made a lot of noise as he walked. He wore big yellow boots on his thick legs. He walked through the grass and reeds like a cow going to drink. He had a blue coat and a long brown beard. His eyes were bright blue. His face was red like an apple and full of deep laugh lines. In his hands, he carried a big leaf. On it lay several white water flowers.
"Help!
Help!"
They ran toward him with their hands reaching out.
"Whoa! Whoa! Slow down! Now, little friends, where are you running so fast? You sound out of breath. What is wrong? Do you know who I am? I'm Tom Bombadil. Tell me your trouble. But be careful. Do not crush my flowers."
Frodo and Sam stopped at once, as if frozen.
"Our friends are trapped in the willow tree,"
Frodo said. He was breathing hard.
"Master Merry is stuck in a crack."
"What? Old Man Willow? That is bad, but not too bad. I can fix that. I know how to deal with him."
He spoke fast and loud, but his voice did not sound cruel. Tom carefully put his flowers down on the grass. Then he ran to the tree. He saw Merry's feet sticking out. The rest of Merry was already pulled inside. Tom put his mouth close to the crack. He began to sing softly into it. Frodo and Sam could not hear the words. Soon Merry's legs began to move and kick. Tom stepped back. He broke off a hanging branch. He hit the side of the tree with it.
"Let them go, Old Man Willow. Stop this at once. Go back to sleep. Listen to me."
Then Tom grabbed Merry's feet and pulled. The crack opened wide, and Merry came out. At the same time, another crack opened. Pippin fell out onto the ground. Both cracks then closed with a loud snap. The tree shook once and became still. Everything was quiet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well then, little friends, you will come home with me. There is fresh cream, honey, and white bread waiting. Goldberry is there too. We can talk later, at supper. Follow me as fast as you can.
He picked up his flowers again. He waved his hand and skipped away along the path to the east. He sang in a happy, silly voice. The hobbits were too shocked and too relieved to speak. They followed him as fast as they could. But they were not fast enough. Tom soon went far ahead. His singing grew softer and then faded. Suddenly, his voice came back to them, calling loudly. He sang about going ahead and waiting for them. His voice floated away again. After that, they heard nothing more. The sun began to sink behind the trees. Evening came quickly. Long shadows fell across the path. The trees looked dark and heavy above them. White mist rose from the river and moved around the tree roots. A thin fog seemed to rise from the ground itself. It grew hard to see the path. The hobbits were very tired. Their legs felt heavy. They heard quiet sounds in the bushes and reeds on both sides. When they looked up, the shapes of trees looked like strange faces in the half-light. The forest felt unreal, like a bad dream. They felt slow and weak, as if they could not go on. Then the ground began to rise gently. They heard the sound of water nearby. In the dark, they saw white foam where the river ran over a small fall. All at once, the trees ended. The mist stayed behind them. They stepped out of the forest. Before them lay a wide stretch of open grass, rising softly in the fading light. The river was now narrow and fast. It ran down toward them with happy movement. The stars were already bright in the sky, and their light shone on the water. The grass under their feet was short and smooth, like it had been cut with care. The edge of the forest behind them looked neat, like a trimmed hedge. The path in front of them was clear and clean, with stones along the sides. It went up to the top of a small grassy hill. The hill looked grey under the soft starlight. Higher still, on another slope, they saw small lights from a house shining in the dark. The path went down again, then climbed up once more. It led up a long, smooth hill of grass toward the lights. Suddenly, a wide yellow light poured out from an open door. They saw Tom Bombadil's house before them, standing among hills that rose and fell around it. Behind the house, the land went up steeply and bare. Farther away, the dark shapes of the Barrow Downs reached into the night. The hobbits and the ponies hurried forward together. Much of their tiredness was gone. All their fear had left them. A loud, happy song came out to welcome them.
Hey! Come merry dole. Hey! Come derry dole. Hop along, my friends. Hobbits and ponies all. We love good gatherings. Now the joy begins. Let us sing together.
Then another voice joined in. It was clear and bright. It sounded young and old at the same time. It was like fresh water running in the night.
Now let the song begin. Let us sing together of sun and stars, of moon and mist, of rain and cloudy days, of light on new leaves, and dew on feathers, of wind on open hills, and bells on wild plants, of reeds by quiet pools, and lilies on the water, old Tom Bombadil and the river daughter.
With this song, the hobbits reached the door. Warm golden light surrounded them. The four hobbits stepped over the wide stone doorway and stopped. They blinked at the light. They were in a long, low room. Lamps hung from the wooden beams above. They swung gently and filled the room with light. On a dark wooden table stood many tall yellow candles, burning strong and bright. At the far end of the room, facing the door, sat a woman. Her long golden hair fell over her shoulders. She wore a green dress, the color of fresh river plants, with a small silver shine like morning drops of water. Around her waist was a gold belt shaped like flowers. At her feet stood wide bowls of green and brown clay. White water lilies floated in them, so she looked as if she sat in the middle of a quiet pool.
Come in, dear guests.
When she spoke, they knew it was her voice from the song. The hobbits walked a few shy steps forward. They began to bow, feeling unsure and surprised. It felt like they had come to ask for simple help and met someone far more wonderful than they expected.
Come, dear friends. Be happy and laugh. I am Goldberry, daughter of the river.
She moved past them and closed the door. She stood with her back to it and spread her white arms wide.
Let us keep the night outside. You may still fear mist, dark trees, and deep water. Do not fear now. Tonight you are safe under the roof of Tom Bombadil.
The hobbits looked at her in wonder. She looked at each of them and smiled. At last Frodo spoke.
Fair Lady Goldberry.
His heart felt full of joy he did not understand. He felt moved, as he had sometimes felt when hearing elvish songs, but this feeling was warmer and closer.
Fair Lady Goldberry. Now I understand the joy in the songs we heard. You are slender like a young tree, clear like fresh water, a reed by a living pool. Fair daughter of the river. You are spring and summer, and spring again. You are wind by falling water, and laughter in the leaves.
Suddenly Frodo stopped. He was surprised to hear such words from himself. He began to stumble over his speech. But Goldberry laughed.
Welcome. I did not know folk from the Shire spoke so kindly. But I see you are a friend of the elves. I can hear it in your voice and see it in your eyes. This is a happy meeting. Sit now and rest. Wait for the master of the house. He will come soon. He is caring for your tired animals.
The hobbits sat down with happy hearts on low chairs made of reeds. Goldberry moved around the table and worked quickly. They watched her, because her gentle movements made them feel calm and glad. From behind the house, they heard singing. From time to time, they heard the same words again and again among the song. Old Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow.
Fair lady, Frodo said again after a short time. Please tell me, if my question is not silly, who is Tom Bombadil?
He is, said Goldberry. She stopped her quick work and smiled.
Frodo looked at her, waiting.
He is just as you see him, she said. He is the master of the woods, the water, and the hills.
Then does all this strange land belong to him? Frodo asked.
No, not at all, she said, and her smile grew softer. That would be too heavy a task, she said quietly. The trees, the grass, and all living things belong to themselves. Tom Bombadil is the master. No one has ever seen old Tom trapped by forest, water, or hill. He walks anywhere without fear. Tom Bombadil is master.
A door opened, and Tom Bombadil came in. He was not wearing his hat now. Autumn leaves lay in his thick brown hair. He laughed and went to Goldberry. He took her hand.
Here is my pretty lady, he said, and bowed to the hobbits. Here is my Goldberry, dressed in silver green with flowers at her waist. Is the table ready? I see cream and honey, white bread and butter, milk and cheese, green herbs and ripe berries. Is that enough for us? Is supper ready?
It is, said Goldberry. But maybe the guests are not ready.
Tom clapped his hands and laughed. Tom, your guests are tired, and you almost forgot. Come, my happy friends. Tom will help you feel fresh again. Wash your dirty hands and tired faces. Take off your muddy coats and fix your messy hair.
He opened the door, and they followed him down a short hallway and around a sharp corner. They came to a low room with a sloping roof. It was built onto the north side of the house. The walls were clean stone, mostly covered with green mats and yellow curtains. The floor was stone, with fresh green reed spread over it. Along one wall were 4 soft beds on the floor, each with white blankets. On the other wall stood a long bench with wide bowls. Beside it were brown jugs full of water, some cold and some hot. Soft green slippers waited near each bed. Soon the hobbits were clean and felt new again. They sat at the table, 2 on each side. Goldberry sat at one end, and Tom sat at the other. The meal was long and cheerful. The hobbits ate with great hunger, but there was always enough food. The drink looked like clear cold water, but it warmed their hearts and made them feel joyful. Before they knew it, they were singing happily. Singing felt easier than talking. At last, Tom and Goldberry stood up and cleared the table quickly. The guests were asked to sit quietly. They sat in chairs, each with a small stool for tired feet. A fire burned in the wide fireplace, with a sweet smell, like applewood. When everything was ready, all the lights were put out except one lamp and 2 candles on the shelf above the fire. Then Goldberry came and stood before them, holding a candle. She wished each of them a good night and a deep sleep.
Rest in peace now, she said, until morning. Do not worry about sounds in the night. Nothing comes through door or window here, except moonlight, starlight, and the wind from the hill. Good night.
She left the room softly, with a light sound. Her footsteps were like a small stream flowing gently away over cool stones in the quiet night. Tom sat with them for a while in silence. Each hobbit wanted to ask many questions, but sleep slowly closed their eyes. At last, Frodo spoke.
Did you hear me calling, Master, or was it only chance that brought you then?
Tom moved like a man waking from a nice dream. Eh? What? He said. Did I hear you calling? No, I did not hear you. I was busy singing. If you call it chance, then chance brought me. I did not plan it, though I was waiting for you. We heard news about you and knew you were walking around. We guessed you would come down to the water soon. All paths lead there, to the Witherwingle. Old Grey Willow is a strong singer, and small folk can feel confused near him. But Tom had work to do there, and he could not stay away.
Tom nodded, as if he was falling asleep again. But he kept speaking in a low, gentle singing voice. He said he had gone on a task. He went to gather water lilies. He picked green leaves and white flowers for his pretty lady. These were the last flowers before winter. He wanted them to stay fresh by her feet until the snow was gone. Every year, at the end of summer, he went to get them for her. He found them in a wide pool. The water there was deep and clear. It was far down the Witherwindle stream. The flowers opened there first in spring. They stayed there longer than anywhere else. By that pool, long ago, he met the river daughter. She was young and fair. Goldberry sat among the tall water plants. Her singing was sweet then. Her heart was full of life. He opened his eyes and looked at them. His blue eyes shone for a moment. He said this was good for them. Now he would not go deep along the forest river again. Not while the year was still old. He would not pass Old Man Willow's home before spring. He would wait until happy spring came. Then the river daughter would dance down the path to bathe in the water. He stopped speaking. Frodo still had one question. It was the one he most wanted to ask.
Tell us, Master, Frodo said. Please tell us about the Willow Man. What is he? I have never heard of him before.
No, don't.
Not now. Not until morning.
That is right, said the old man. Now is the time to rest. Some things are not good to hear at night. Sleep until the morning light. Rest well. Do not listen to night sounds. Do not fear the grey willow.
He took down the lamp and blew it out. He held a candle in each hand and led them out of the room. Their beds were very soft. The pillows felt like feathers. The blankets were white and warm. They lay down and pulled the light covers over them. Very soon, they were asleep. In the deep night, Frodo dreamed. There was no light at first. Then he saw a young moon rise. Under its thin light, he saw a dark wall of rock. There was a large dark opening in it, like a great gate. Frodo felt lifted up. He passed over it. He saw that the rock wall was a ring of hills. Inside was a wide flat land. In the middle stood a tall stone tower. It was not made by people. On top stood a man. The moon seemed to rest above his head. Its light shone on his white hair as the wind moved it. From the dark land below came sad cries. He heard many wolves calling. Then a shadow passed over the moon like great wings. The man lifted his arms. A bright light flashed from the staff in his hand. A huge eagle came down and carried him away. The voices cried out. The wolves called again. Frodo heard a sound like strong wind. In it, he heard horses running fast from the east.
Black riders, Frodo thought as he woke.
The sound of hooves was still in his mind. He wondered if he would ever feel brave enough to leave these safe stone walls again. He lay still and listened. Everything was quiet. At last, he turned over and fell asleep again, or went into another dream he could not remember. Beside him, Pippin slept happily at first. Then his dream changed. He turned and made a small sound. Suddenly he woke, or thought he woke. In the dark, he still heard the sound from his dream. It was a light tapping and squeaking. It sounded like branches moving in the wind. It was like small twigs touching the wall and window. Creak, creak, creak. He wondered if willow trees were close to the house. Then a bad feeling came over him. He felt as if he was not in a normal house. He felt as if he was inside a willow tree. The dry creaking sound seemed to laugh at him. He sat up. He felt the soft pillows under his hands. Then he lay down again and felt calmer. He seemed to hear words in his ears.
Fear nothing. Be calm until morning. Do not listen to night sounds.
Then he fell asleep again. Merry heard water in his sleep. He dreamed of water flowing gently. Then it spread all around the house. It became a dark pool with no edge. He heard it moving under the walls. It was rising slowly.
I will drown, he thought. The water will come in.
He felt as if he was lying in wet mud. He jumped up and put his foot on a cold hard stone. Then he remembered where he was. He lay down again. He seemed to hear, or remember hearing, words.
Nothing can come through doors or windows, except moonlight, starlight, and the wind from the hill.
A small breath of sweet air moved the curtain. He took a deep breath and fell asleep again. As far as anyone knew, Sam slept through the night in quiet comfort, like a heavy log. In the morning light, all four woke up at the same time. Tom was already moving around the room. He was whistling like a small bird. When he heard them move, he clapped his hands and called out in a loud, happy voice. He pulled back the yellow curtains. The hobbits saw two windows, one at each end of the room. One faced east and the other faced west. They jumped up and felt fresh and rested. Frodo ran to the east window. He looked out at a small kitchen garden. Everything was grey with morning dew. He had thought he might see grass right up to the walls, with marks from animals. Instead, tall bin plants stood in rows with poles. Far behind them, the top of a hill rose against the morning sky. The morning light was soft and pale. In the east, long clouds lay across the sky. Their edges were red, and behind them shone a weak yellow light. It looked like rain would come later. Still, the light grew stronger. Red flowers on the bin plants began to shine against the wet green leaves. Pippin looked out of the west window. Below him was a deep pool of mist. The forest was hidden under thick fog. It looked like a roof of cloud below the house. In one place, the mist broke into moving shapes. This was the valley of the Withywindle. The stream ran down the hill on the left and disappeared into the white fog. Near the house was a flower garden and a neat hedge, shining with drops of water. Beyond that lay short grey grass, pale with dew. No willow tree could be seen.
Good morning, merry friends. The sun will not show herself much today, I think. I have been walking since early morning. I walked over hills and wet grass. The sky was wet above me. I woke Goldberry with my singing. But hobbits do not wake early. They wake at night and sleep after the light comes. Wake up now, my friends. Forget the night sounds. Come soon and you will find breakfast ready. Come late and you will get grass and rain water.
So the hobbits came quickly. They stayed at the table for a long time and left only when little food was left. Tom and Goldberry were not there. Tom could be heard moving around the house. He sang as he went up and down the stairs and worked in the kitchen. The room looked west over the misty valley. The window was open. Water dropped from the roof above. Before breakfast ended, the clouds joined into one grey cover. Soft rain began to fall straight down. The forest was hidden behind the rain. While they looked out the window, they heard Goldberry singing above them. Her clear voice seemed to fall with the rain. They could not hear many words. Still, they felt it was a song about rain. It was gentle and sweet. It told of a river, from its spring in the hills to the far sea. The hobbits listened with joy. Frodo felt glad in his heart. He welcomed the rainy weather because it stopped them from leaving. The thought of going had felt heavy when he woke. Now he felt sure they would not travel that day. Darker clouds came from the west and brought more rain to the hills. Nothing could be seen around the house except falling water. Frodo stood by the open door. He watched the white path turn into a small stream and run down into the valley. Tom Bombadil came around the corner of the house. He waved his arms as if pushing the rain away. When he jumped inside, he was almost dry, except for his boots. He took them off and put them by the fire. Then he sat in the biggest chair and called the hobbits to sit near him.
This is Goldberry's washing day, and her autumn cleaning, he said. It is too wet for hobbits. Let them rest while they can. This is a good day for long stories, and for questions and answers. So Tom will begin.
He told them many strange and wonderful stories. Sometimes he spoke as if to himself. Sometimes he looked at them with bright blue eyes. Often his voice turned into song. He would stand up and dance around the room. He spoke of bees and flowers, of trees and how they live. He told of the forest and its strange creatures. He spoke of good things and bad things, of kind ones and unfriendly ones, and of secrets hidden under thorny plants. As they listened, the hobbits began to understand the forest better. They felt that the forest had its own life. They felt like strangers there, while all other things belonged. Moving in and out of his story was Old Man Willow. Frodo soon learned enough about him. It was more than enough. The story was not pleasant. Tom spoke about what trees feel and think. Their thoughts were often dark and strange. Many trees hated things that move freely on the earth. They hated those who cut, burn, and break. They saw them as destroyers who take what is not theirs. The forest was called the Old Forest for a reason. It was very old. It was what was left of great woods from long ago. Some trees were as old as the hills. They were the fathers of trees. They remembered a time when they ruled the land. Many long years filled them with pride and deep knowledge. They also filled them with unkind feelings. The most dangerous tree was the great willow. His heart was bad, but his body was still strong. He was clever. He could use the wind. His thoughts and songs moved through the woods on both sides of the river. His dry spirit took strength from the ground. It spread like thin roots under the earth and like unseen fingers in the air. In this way, he had power over almost all the trees in the forest, from the hedge to the downs. Then Tom's story suddenly left the forest. It followed the young river upward. It jumped over small falls. It moved past stones and smooth rocks. It passed tiny flowers in wet grass and narrow spaces. At last, it reached the downs. They heard about the great barrows. There were green hills and stone circles on high ground and in low places. Sheep cried in groups. Green walls and white walls stood there. Strong places rose on the hills. Kings of small lands fought each other. The young sun shone bright on their new red swords. There were wins and losses. Towers fell. Strong places burned. Fire went up into the sky. Gold was placed beside dead kings and queens. Earth hills covered them. Stone doors were closed. Grass grew over everything. For a time, sheep walked there and ate the grass. Soon the hills were empty again. Then a dark fear came from far away places. Bones moved inside the hills. Spirits walked in the low ground. Rings made small sounds on cold fingers. Gold chains moved in the wind. Stone circles looked up from the ground like broken teeth under the moon. The hobbits felt afraid. Even in the Shire, people had heard stories about these spirits beyond the forest. No hobbit liked to hear such stories, not even by a warm fire. The four friends now remembered something they had forgotten. The joy of this house had pushed it from their minds. Tom Bombadil's house stood very near those feared hills. They lost track of his story. They moved in their seats and looked at each other. When they listened again, Tom was speaking of strange places. He spoke of times they could not remember and could not imagine. The world was wider then. The seas ran straight to the western shore. Tom's song went back and back into very old times. Stars shone, and only the elves were awake. Then Tom stopped. He nodded, as if he might fall asleep. The hobbit stayed quiet. They felt caught by his words. It seemed the wind had stopped. The clouds were gone. Day had faded away. Darkness came from east and west. The whole sky was full of white stars. Frodo could not tell how much time had passed. It might be one day or many. He was not hungry or tired. He felt full of wonder. The stars shone through the window. The great quiet of the sky felt close to him. At last he spoke, from wonder and a small fear of the silence.
"Who are you, master?" he asked.
"Eh? What?" said Tom, sitting up. His eyes shone in the dark. "Do you not know my name yet? That is the only answer. But tell me, who are you, alone and without a name? You are young and I am old. Eldest, that is what I am. Listen well, my friends. Tom was here before the river and the trees. Tom remembers the first rain and the first acorn. He made paths before the big people came. He saw the little people arrive. He was here before kings, before graves, before the spirits in the hills. When the elves went west, Tom was already here. He knew the dark under the stars, when there was no fear, before the Dark Lord came.
A shadow passed by the window. The hobbits quickly looked that way. When they turned back, Goldberry stood in the doorway. Light framed her shape. She held a candle and protected its flame with her hand. The light shone softly, like sunlight through a pale shell.
The rain has stopped, she said. New water is running downhill under the stars. Let us laugh and be happy.
And let us eat and drink, cried Tom. Long stories make one thirsty.
And long listening was hungry work, morning, noon, and night. With that, he jumped up from his chair. He quickly took a candle from the shelf. He lit it from the flame that Goldberry held. Then he danced around the table. Suddenly he jumped through the door and was gone. He soon came back with a big tray full of food. Tom and Goldberry set the table together. The hobbits watched with wide eyes and happy laughs. Goldberry moved with quiet beauty. Tom moved with funny and joyful steps. Still, they worked together like one dance. They went in and out of the room and around the table. Very fast, they put food, dishes, and lights in place. Many candles burned on the table, white and yellow. Tom bowed to his guests.
Supper is ready, said Goldberry.
Now the hobbit saw her clothes clearly. She wore shining silver with a white belt. Her shoes looked like fish scales. Tom wore clean blue clothes, blue like fresh rain. He had green stockings. The supper was even better than before. The hobbits felt very hungry. They did not know how long it had been since they last ate. It felt like many days. For a while, they did not sing or talk. They only ate. Later, their joy came back. They laughed and spoke loudly again. After the meal, Goldberry sang many songs. Some songs were happy like the hills. Some became soft and quiet. In the quiet moments, the hobbits saw pictures in their minds. They saw deep pools of water, wider than any they knew. In the water, they saw the sky and stars like bright stones. Then Goldberry wished them good night. She left them by the fire. Tom did not look tired at all. He asked them many questions. He seemed to know much already. He knew about them and their families. He knew old stories of the Shire that even the hobbits had almost forgotten. This did not surprise them now. He said he learned much from Farmer Maggot. He spoke of him with great respect.
He knows the earth, said Tom. He has wisdom in his body, and his eyes see well.
It was clear that Tom also spoke with the elves. News had reached him from Gilder about Frodo's journey. Tom knew so much and asked so well that Frodo told him more than ever before. He spoke about Bilbo. He spoke about his hopes and fears. He had not even told Gandalf this much. Tom nodded as he listened. When he heard about the riders, his eyes shone.
Show me the precious ring, Tom said suddenly.
Frodo was surprised by himself. He pulled out the chain from his pocket. He took off the ring and gave it to Tom at once. The ring seemed to look bigger in Tom's large brown hand. Tom lifted it to his eye and laughed. For a moment, the hobbits saw a strange sight. They saw Tom's bright blue eye through the gold circle. It was funny and a little scary. Then Tom put the ring on his little finger. He held it up to the candlelight. At first, nothing seemed strange. Then the hobbits gasped. Tom did not disappear. Tom laughed again. He tossed the ring in the air, and it vanished in a flash. Frodo cried out. Tom leaned forward and gave the ring back with a smile. Frodo looked at it carefully. He felt unsure, like someone who gives a small thing to a trick worker. The ring looked the same. It felt the same. It was always heavy in his hand. Still, Frodo wanted to be sure. He felt a little upset. Tom seemed to treat the ring as a joke, though Gandalf said it was very dangerous. When Tom began a silly story about badgers, Frodo took his chance. He quietly put the ring on. Merry turned to speak to him. He stopped suddenly. He stared at Frodo's chair. Frodo felt glad in a strange way. Merry could not see him. Frodo stood up. He moved quietly away from the fire toward the door.
"Hey there," cried Tom. He looked straight at Frodo with sharp eyes. "Hey! Come here, Frodo. Where are you going?" Old Tom Bombadil can still see well. "Take off your gold ring. Your hand looks better without it. Come back. Stop your game and sit by me. We must talk more. We must think about the morning. Tom must show the right road and keep your feet from going astray."
Frodo laughed and tried to feel happy. He took off the ring and sat down again. Tom said he thought the sun would shine tomorrow. He said it would be a good morning, and the journey would feel hopeful. But he told them to start early. He said the weather in that land could change fast. Even he could not know it for long. He said he was not a master of the weather, and no walking creature was. Tom gave them advice about the road. He said they should go almost straight north from his house. They should walk over the lower western hills of the Downs. If they did this, they might reach the east road in one day. This way, they could stay away from the barrows. He told them not to be afraid, but to mind their own business. He said they should stay on the green grass. He warned them not to touch old stones. He told them not to go near cold spirits or look inside their homes, unless they were very strong and brave. He said this more than once. He also said that if they came near a barrow, they should pass it on the west side. Then Tom taught them a short song. He said they should sing it if they were in danger or trouble the next day. They sang the song together after him. Tom laughed and tapped each of them on the shoulder. Then he took candles and led them back to their bedroom. That night they heard no strange sounds. Frodo later could not tell if he was dreaming or awake. He heard a gentle song in his mind. The song felt soft and calm. It was like light coming through rain. The light grew stronger. At last, it felt like a curtain opened. Frodo saw a far green land under a far sunrise. Then the picture faded. He woke up and heard Tom whistling. It sounded like many birds in a tree. The sun was already shining through the open window. Outside, everything looked green and pale gold. After breakfast, which they ate alone again, they got ready to leave. They felt a little sad, even on such a fine morning. The day was cool, bright, and clean. The sky was light blue after the rain. Fresh air came from the northwest. Their quiet ponies felt lively. They moved and sniffed the air. Tom came out of the house. He waved his hat and danced on the step. He told the hobbits to hurry and go with good speed. They rode along a path that went behind the house. The path climbed up toward the north side of the hill. When they reached the last steep part, they got off their ponies to lead them. Suddenly Frodo stopped. He cried out Goldberry's name. He said they had not said goodbye to her. He was upset and turned back. At that moment, they heard a clear call. Goldberry stood on the hilltop and waved to them. Her hair was loose and shone in the sun. Light flashed under her feet as she danced. The hobbits hurried up the slope. They stood beside her, breathing hard. They bowed. She waved her arm and asked them to look around. They looked out from the hilltop over the land in the morning light. Everything was clear and open. To the west, they saw the forest rising pale and green beyond dark trees. Beyond that lay the hidden valley of the Brandywine. To the south, they saw a faint shine where the Brandywine River curved through the low land and flowed away. To the north, the land stretched out flat and gentle, in grey and green colors, until it faded into the distance. To the east, the Barrow Downs rose in lines, one behind another. They faded into blue and white shapes near the sky. These shapes made them think of old stories and far mountains. They breathed in the fresh air. They felt strong and full of life. It seemed easy to go anywhere they wished. For a moment, it felt dull to turn aside toward the road. It felt better to run straight over the hills toward the mountains. Then Goldberry spoke and brought their thoughts back. She told them to hurry and go on their way.
Hold to your plan. Go north. Let the wind be on your left eye. May good luck follow your steps. Go fast while the sun is bright. Then she spoke to Frodo. Goodbye, elf friend. This was a happy meeting.
Frodo could not speak. He bowed low. He climbed onto his pony. His friends followed him. They moved slowly down the soft slope behind the hill. Soon they could not see Tom Bombadil's house, the valley, or the forest. The air became warm between the green sides of the hills. The smell of grass rose strong and sweet. When they reached the bottom of the hollow, they looked back. They saw Goldberry far away. She looked small and bright, like a flower in the sun. She stood still and watched them. Her hands reached out toward them. She called to them with a clear voice. Then she lifted her hand, turned, and went behind the hill. Their path followed the floor of the hollow. It went around the green base of a steep hill. Then it led into a deeper and wider valley. After that, they crossed more hills. They went down long slopes and up smooth sides. They reached new hilltops and new valleys again and again. There were no trees and no water to see. The land was covered with grass and short springy turf. It was quiet. Only the wind whispered over the land. Strange birds cried high and lonely in the air. As they traveled, the sun climbed higher. It became hot. Each time they went up a ridge, the wind felt weaker. When they looked west, they saw the forest far away. It looked as if it was smoking. The rain seemed to rise again from the wet ground. A dark haze lay around the edge of their sight. Above it, the sky was blue, hot, and heavy. Around midday they reached a hill with a wide, flat top. It looked like a shallow bowl with a green rim. Inside, the air did not move. The sky felt very close above their heads. They rode across it and looked north. Their hearts felt lighter. They had come farther than they expected. The distances were unclear, but one thing was sure. The downs were ending. Below them lay a long valley going north. It ran to an opening between two steep sides. Beyond that, there seemed to be no more hills. Far to the north they saw a long dark line.
That is a line of trees, said Mary. That must be the road. Trees grow along it for many miles east of the bridge. Some people say they were planted long ago.
Wonderful, said Frodo. If we travel as well this afternoon as we did this morning, we will leave the downs before sunset. Then we can look for a place to camp.
As he spoke, he looked east. There the hills were higher. They seemed to look down on them. Each hill had green mounds on top. On some stood stones pointing upward, like rough teeth. The sight made them uneasy. They turned away and went down into the round hollow. In the middle stood one tall stone. It stood under the sun and made no shadow at that hour. It had no clear shape, but it felt important. It seemed like a sign or a warning. They were hungry, and the sun was still high. So they sat with their backs against the east side of the stone. It felt cool, as if the sun could not warm it. At that time, this felt good. They ate and drank there. They had a good midday meal under the open sky. The food came from under the hill. Tom had given them plenty for the day. Their ponies, free of their loads, walked and ate the grass. Riding over hills, eating well, feeling the warm sun, smelling the grass, lying down too long, stretching their legs, and looking at the sky above their faces. These things may explain what happened. They woke suddenly and felt uneasy. They had not planned to sleep. The stone was cold now. It cast a long pale shadow to the east over them. The sun looked weak and yellow. It shone through mist just above the west side of the hollow. To the north, south, and east, the fog was thick, cold, and white. The air was still, heavy, and cold. Their ponies stood close together with their heads low. The hobbits jumped to their feet in fear. They ran to the west edge. They saw that they stood on an island of land in the fog. As they watched the setting sun, it sank into a white sea before their eyes. Behind them in the east, a cold grey darkness rose. The fog rolled up to the walls and climbed higher. It bent over their heads like a roof. They were trapped inside a hall of mist, and the standing stone stood in the center like a pillar. They felt like danger was closing around them. Still, they did not give up hope. They remembered the road they had seen before. They knew the right direction. They also hated the empty hollow near the stone. They did not want to stay there. They packed their things fast, though their fingers were cold and stiff. Soon they led their ponies one by one over the edge of the hill. They went down the long slope to the north. Below them was a sea of fog. As they went down, the fog became colder and wetter. Their hair hung wet on their faces. When they reached the bottom, the cold was very sharp. They stopped and put on cloaks and hoods. Grey drops soon covered the cloth. Then they got back on their ponies and moved on slowly. They felt the ground rise and fall under them. They tried to aim for the narrow opening at the far north end of the valley. They had seen it that morning. If they could pass through it, they believed they would find the road. They did not think much beyond that. They only hoped that maybe there was no fog beyond the hills. They moved very slowly. To stay together, they went in a line. Frodo went first. Sam followed him. Then came Pippin, and Merry last. The valley felt very long. Then Frodo saw something that gave him hope. Ahead, dark shapes showed on both sides through the fog. He thought they were near the gap in the hills, the north gate of the Downs. If they passed it, they would be safe.
Come on. Follow me. He called, and he hurried forward.
But his hope quickly turned to fear. The dark shapes grew darker, but also closer. Suddenly he saw two huge standing stones. They stood tall and leaned toward each other like a doorway with no top. He did not remember seeing them before. Before he knew it, he had passed between them. At once, deep darkness seemed to fall around him. His pony jumped in fear, and Frodo fell to the ground. He looked back. He was alone. The others had not followed him.
Sam. Pippin. Merry. Come on. Why are you not here?
There was no answer. Fear filled him. He ran back past the stones and shouted loudly.
Sam! Sam! Merry! Pippin!
His pony ran off into the fog and disappeared. After a moment, he thought he heard a voice far away.
Hoy! Frodo! Hoy!
The sound came from the east, to his left. He stood under the tall stones and looked into the dark. Then he rushed toward the sound. The ground rose steeply. He climbed and called again and again, his voice full of panic. For a long time there was no answer. Then he heard voices again, faint and far above him.
Frodo! Hoy!
Then came calls that sounded like pleas for help. The cries repeated and ended in one long call that stopped suddenly. Frodo pushed forward as fast as he could. But the light was gone. Night pressed close around him. He could not tell which way to go. He felt like he was always climbing higher. Only the ground under his feet told him when he reached the top of a ridge. He was very tired. He was sweating, but also cold. It was fully dark.
Where are you?
There was no answer. He stood still and listened. He felt the air grow colder. A cold wind began to blow. The weather was changing. The fog started to break apart and move past him. His breath showed white in the air. The darkness felt thinner. He looked up and saw faint stars above him through fast-moving clouds. The wind whispered over the grass. He thought he heard another weak cry. He moved toward it. As he did, the fog was pushed away. The sky full of stars opened above him. He saw that he was standing on the top of a round hill. He was facing south and had climbed up from the north. A sharp wind blew from the east. To his right, against the stars in the west, stood a dark shape. A large burial mound rose there.
Where are you?
Here. I am waiting for you.
No.
He did not run. His legs became weak, and he fell down. Nothing happened. There was no sound. He shook with fear and looked up. He saw a tall dark shape, like a shadow under the stars. It bent over him. He thought he saw two eyes. They looked cold and pale, as if the light came from far away. Then something grabbed him. The grip was stronger and colder than metal. The cold went deep into his body. After that, he remembered nothing. When he woke again, he felt only fear. For a moment, he did not know where he was. Then he understood. He was trapped and could not escape. He was inside a barrow. A Barrow-wight had taken him. He knew the old scary stories about these beings. He believed their dark magic was already working on him. He did not move. He lay still, flat on his back, on a cold stone. His hands rested on his chest. Fear filled him, like the darkness around him. Still, as he lay there, his mind went to Bilbo Baggins. He remembered Bilbo's stories. He thought about walking with him on the roads of the Shire. They talked about travels and small adventures. Even the most quiet and scared hobbit has a small seed of courage inside. It waits for a great danger to wake it. Frodo was not very fat or very shy. He did not know it, but Bilbo and Gandalf thought he was the best hobbit in the Shire. Frodo believed his journey was ending here, and in a terrible way. This thought made him stronger. His body felt firm now, not weak like an animal waiting to die. As he lay there and tried to stay calm, he saw the darkness begin to change. A weak green light slowly grew around him. At first, he could not see the place clearly. The light seemed to come from his own body and from the floor near him. It had not yet reached the walls or the roof. He turned his head. In the cold green light, he saw Sam, Pippin, and Merry lying beside him. They lay on their backs. Their faces were very pale. They wore white clothes. Around them were many objects that looked like gold, but in this light they looked cold and sad. They had gold bands on their heads. Gold chains lay on their waists. Many rings were on their fingers. Swords lay at their sides, and shields were near their feet. One long bare sword lay across all three of their necks. Then a sound began. It was like a cold song. It rose and fell. The voice sounded far away and full of sadness. Sometimes it came from above. Sometimes it felt like it came from the ground. From the dark sounds, words slowly formed. The words were hard, cold, and without kindness. The night spoke in anger about the coming morning. The cold spoke with hate about the warmth it wanted. Frodo felt cold deep inside his body. After some time, the song became clear. With fear in his heart, he knew it was now a spell. The words spoke of cold hands and cold hearts. They spoke of sleep under stone. They spoke of never waking again. They spoke of the sun and moon ending. They spoke of darkness covering the land while the dead stayed with their gold. Then Frodo heard a sound behind his head. It was a slow scraping noise. He lifted himself on one arm and looked. He saw that they were in a narrow passage. Behind them, the passage turned a corner. From around the corner, a long arm reached out. It moved on its fingers. It crawled toward Sam, who lay closest. It moved toward the sword resting on Sam. At first, Frodo felt frozen, as if the spell had turned him to stone. Then a wild idea came to him. He thought about putting on the ring. Maybe the Barrow-wight would not see him. Maybe he could escape. He imagined himself running free over the grass. He would be sad for Merry, Sam, and Pippin, but he would be alive. He thought Gandalf would understand that there was no other choice. But the courage inside him was too strong now. He could not leave his friends. He hesitated. His hand moved to his pocket. He fought with himself. While he did, the arm crept closer. Then his choice became clear. He grabbed a short sword lying near him. He knelt and bent over his friends. With all his strength, he struck at the arm near the wrist. The hand broke off. At the same time, his sword broke into pieces up to the handle. A sharp cry filled the air. The green light went out. Darkness returned. In the dark, he heard an angry, animal-like sound. Frodo fell forward onto Merry. Merry's face felt cold. Suddenly, a memory came back to Frodo. He remembered the house under the hill. He remembered Tom singing. He remembered the rhyme Tom had taught them.
In a small and desperate voice, Frodo began to speak. Ho! Tom Bombadil.
When Frodo said the name, his voice became strong and clear. It filled the dark room. The walls seemed to answer like drums. He called out loudly for Tom Bombadil and asked him to come and help them. Then everything became very quiet. Frodo could hear his own heart. After a long time, he heard a voice far away. It sounded like it came through earth or thick stone. The voice was singing about Tom Bombadil. It spoke of his bright clothes, his happy nature, and his strong songs. Soon there was a deep sound, like stones moving. Light suddenly came into the room. It was real daylight. A small door opened near Frodo's feet. Tom's head appeared in the opening. He wore his hat with the feather. The red sun was rising behind him. Light fell on the floor and on the faces of the 3 hobbits beside Frodo. They did not move, but their sick color was gone. They looked like they were sleeping very deeply.
Tom bent down, took off his hat, and stepped inside. He sang again. He told the dark spirit to leave. He ordered it to go away into the empty lands and never come back.
After his words, there was a loud cry. Part of the room broke with a crash. A long, thin scream followed and slowly disappeared far away. Then all was quiet.
Come, Frodo. Let us go out into the fresh grass. Help me carry them.
Together they carried Merry, Pippin, and Sam outside. As Frodo left the mound, he thought he saw something dark still moving in the fallen earth. He quickly looked away. Tom went back inside. Frodo heard heavy steps and loud knocks. When Tom came out again, he carried many old treasures. There were things of gold and silver and other metals. There were chains, beads, and bright stones. He climbed the green hill and put everything on top in the sunlight. Tom stood there with his hat in his hand. The wind moved his hair. He looked down at the 3 hobbits. They lay on their backs on the grass. Tom lifted his hand and spoke in a strong, clear voice. He told them to wake up. He said the cold and darkness were gone, and the way was open. To Frodo's great happiness, the hobbits moved. They stretched and rubbed their eyes. Then they jumped up. They looked at Frodo, then at Tom standing above them, and then at themselves. They wore thin white clothes with pale gold around them. Small treasures made soft sounds as they moved.
What is this? He touched the gold ring on his head. Now I remember. Men attacked us at night, and we lost. He held his chest. No. That was a dream. Where were you, Frodo?
I thought I was lost. I do not want to talk about it. Let us think about what to do next. Let us go on.
Like this? Where are my clothes? He threw the gold things onto the grass. He looked around, hoping to see his jacket and trousers nearby.
You will not find them.
He jumped down from the hill and laughed as he danced in the sun. It seemed like nothing bad had happened. The fear slowly left their hearts as they looked at his happy eyes.
What do you mean? Why not?
You have yourselves again. Clothes are not important when you escape danger. Be happy, my friends. Let the warm sun touch you. Throw away those cold clothes. Run free on the grass while Tom goes hunting.
Then he ran down the hill. He whistled and called out happily. Frodo watched him go south along the green valley, still singing as he ran. Sharp ears, wise nose, swishtail, and bumpkin, white socks, my little lad, and old fatty lumpkin. Tom sang these names as he ran away. He ran fast. He threw his hat in the air and caught it again. Soon the hill hid him from sight. For a while, his happy shouts came back on the wind. The wind now blew from the south. The air became warm again. The hobbits ran and played on the grass, just as Tom had told them. After that, they lay down in the sunshine. They felt very happy and calm. It was like moving from cold winter to warm weather. It was also like being sick for a long time and then feeling well again. When Tom came back, they felt strong again. They were also hungry. Tom appeared at the top of the hill. His hat came first. Behind him walked 6 ponies in a neat line. 5 were their own ponies. The last one was old Fatty Lumpkin. He was bigger, older, and fatter than the others. The ponies belonged to Merry, and he had never given them these names. But they answered to the names Tom gave them for the rest of their lives. Tom called each pony by name. They climbed up the hill and stood in a row. Tom bowed to the hobbits.
"Here are your ponies," he said. "They are wiser than you in some ways. Their noses can smell danger. You walk into danger without knowing. When they run to save themselves, they choose the right way. Do not be angry with them. They are loyal, but facing the fear of the Barrow-wights is not their task. Look, they have come back and brought all your packs."
Merry, Sam, and Pippin put on clean clothes from their bags. Soon they felt too hot. They had to wear thick and warm clothes that they had brought for winter.
"Where does that other pony come from, the old fatty lumpkin?"
"He is mine," said Tom. "He is my friend. I do not ride him often. He walks free on the hills. When your ponies stayed with me, they met Lumpkin. They smelled him at night and ran to him. I hoped he would calm them and take away their fear. Now I will ride him. He will come with you for a short way, to guide you. It is hard to talk to hobbits on ponies when you walk beside them."
The hobbits were very glad to hear this. They thanked Tom many times. Tom laughed. He said they were very good at getting lost. He would not feel easy until he saw them safely leave his land.
"I have many things to do," he said. "I make things and sing. I walk and watch the land. I cannot always be near to help. I must care for my house, and Goldberry is waiting."
The sun showed it was still early, between 9 and 10. The hobbits thought about food. Their last meal had been lunch the day before. Now they ate breakfast. They used the food Tom had given them before, and Tom added more. It was not a big meal, but it helped them feel better. While they ate, Tom walked up the mound. He looked at the treasure there. He put most of it in a shining pile on the grass. He said it was free for anyone to find. Birds, animals, elves, and men could take it. This would break the power of the mound, so no evil spirit would return. Tom chose one thing for himself. It was a brooch with blue stones. The stones had many shades of blue, like flowers or butterfly wings. He looked at it for a long time. He seemed to remember something old. At last he spoke.
"This is a fine gift for me and my lady. Long ago, a fair woman wore this. Now Goldberry will wear it, and we will remember the past."
Then Tom chose a knife for each hobbit. The knives were long and shaped like leaves. They were very sharp and well made. Red and gold shapes shone on the blades. The black cases were light and strong, with bright stones set in them. The knives looked new and bright, as if time had not touched them.
"Old knives are like swords for hobbits," Tom said. "It is good to have sharp blades when Shire folk travel far, into danger and dark places."
He told them the knives were made long ago by men of the West. These men fought against a dark power. They lost their war to an evil king in the north. Few people remember them now, Tom said softly.
"Still, some walk alone. They are sons of old kings. They guard careless people from bad things."
The hobbits did not understand him. But as he spoke, they saw something in their minds. They saw many years behind them, like a wide dark land. Tall men walked there. They looked strong and serious. They carried bright swords. At the end came one man with a star on his head. Then the picture went away. They were back in the bright world. It was time to move again. They got ready and packed their bags. They put loads on their ponies. They hung their new weapons on their belts under their coats. The weapons felt strange and heavy. They wondered if they would ever need them. They had never thought about fighting before. It was not part of the adventure they expected. At last they left. They led their ponies down the hill. Then they climbed on and moved fast along the valley. They looked back and saw the top of the old mound. Sunlight shone on the gold and looked like a yellow fire. Then they turned around the hill, and the mound was gone from sight. Frodo looked all around, but he did not see the tall stones that stood like a gate. Soon they reached the northern opening and rode through it quickly. The land opened wide in front of them. The journey felt happy. Tom Bombadil walked or rode near them. He rode Fatty Lumpkin, who moved faster than he looked. Tom sang most of the time. His songs were silly, or maybe in a strange old language. The hobbits did not know the words. The songs sounded full of joy. They kept moving, but they saw that the road was farther away than they thought. Even without the fog, their rest at midday would have stopped them from reaching it before night. The dark line they saw before was not trees. It was bushes along a deep ditch. On the other side was a high wall.
Tom said it was once the border of a kingdom. Long ago. He seemed sad and did not explain more.
They climbed down into the ditch and up the other side, through a break in the wall. Then Tom turned north, because before they had gone a little west. The land was open and flat. They moved faster. But the sun was already low when they finally saw tall trees ahead. They knew they had reached the road again, after many strange adventures. They rode their ponies fast for the last part and stopped under the long shadows of the trees. They stood on a sloping bank. Below them, the road ran away into the evening light. It went from the southwest to the northeast. On the right side, it went down into a wide hollow. The road was rough and wet from heavy rain. There were deep marks and many pools of water. They rode down and looked both ways. Nothing was there.
Well, we are back at last. I think we lost only 2 days by my short way through the forest. Maybe the delay helped us. Maybe it confused those who follow us.
The others looked at him. Fear came back to them. They remembered the Black Riders. In the forest, they only thought about reaching the road again. Now that they were here, they remembered the danger waiting on the road. They looked back toward the setting sun. The road was empty and brown.
Do you think someone may follow us tonight?
I hope not tonight. Maybe not tomorrow either. But I cannot be sure. My knowledge does not reach far east. Tom does not rule the riders from the Black Land beyond my land.
All the same, the hobbits wished that Tom was going with them. They felt safer with him. They believed he knew how to deal with the Black Riders. Now they were going into places they did not know at all. These lands were far from the Shire and far from its old stories. The light was fading, and they missed their home deeply. They felt very lonely and sad. They stood quietly and did not want to say goodbye. Slowly, they understood that Tom was already saying farewell. He told them to be brave and to ride on until night without stopping.
Tom will give you good advice until this day ends. After that, your own luck must help you. Ride 4 miles along the road. You will reach a village called Bree, under Bree Hill, with doors facing west. There you will find an old inn named the Prancing Pony. Barliman Butterbur keeps it. You can stay there for the night. In the morning, you can continue your journey. Be brave, but careful. Keep your spirits high, and ride on to meet what comes next.
They asked Tom to come with them at least to the inn. They wanted to drink with him one more time. He laughed and said no. He said his land ended here. He would not cross the borders. He had his house to care for, and Goldberry was waiting for him. Then he turned, threw his hat into the air, jumped onto Lumpkin's back, and rode away. He went up the bank and disappeared into the evening, singing as he went. The hobbits climbed up and watched until he was gone.
I am sorry to say goodbye to Master Bombadil. He is very special, that's for sure. I don't think we will meet anyone better or stranger for a long time. Still, I will be glad to see this prancing pony. I hope it is like the green dragon back home. What kind of people live in Bree?
There are hobbits in Bree. And also big folk. I think it will feel quite friendly. The Prancing Pony is known as a good inn. People from my family go there sometimes.
It may be pleasant, but it is still outside the Shire. Do not feel too comfortable. Please remember that the name Baggins must not be used. If we need a name, I am Mr. Underhill.
They got onto their ponies and rode on in silence. Evening turned quickly into night. They went slowly down the road and then up again. At last, they saw small lights shining far ahead. Bree Hill rose in front of them, dark against the cloudy stars. At its western side lay a large village. They hurried toward it, wanting only warmth, a fire, and a door to shut out the night. Chapter 9. At the sign of the Prancing Pony. Bree was the main village of the Bree land. This land was small and lived in, like an island surrounded by empty country. Besides Bree, there was Still on the other side of the hill. There was Coombe in a deep valley to the east. There was also Arkit at the edge of the Chetwood. Around Bree Hill and these villages were fields and managed woods. This land was only a few miles wide. The men of Bree were brown-haired and strong. They were not very tall. They were cheerful and liked to live their own way. They did not serve any lord. They were more open and friendly with hobbits, dwarfs, elves, and others than most big people were. In their own stories, they said they were the first men to live in the west of Middle-earth. They were the children of the first men who came there long ago. Very few men had survived the hard times of the ancient days. When the kings returned from over the Great Sea, they found the Bree men still living there. They were still there even now, though the memory of the old kings had faded. In those days, no other men lived so far west, or so close to the Shire. Beyond Bree were wild lands. There lived strange travelers called rangers. The Bree folk did not know where they came from. They were taller and darker than the men of Bree. People believed they could see and hear very well. Some said they could understand animals and birds. They traveled freely to the south and east, even to the Misty Mountains. But there were not many of them, and they were seldom seen. When they came, they brought news from far away. They told old and strange stories, and people listened with great interest. Still, the Bree folk did not become close friends with them. There were also many hobbit families in the Bree land. They said this was the oldest home of hobbits in the world. It was founded long before hobbits crossed the Brandywine and made the Shire. Most hobbits lived in Still. Some lived in Bree itself, especially higher up on the hill, above the houses of men. The big folk and the little folk, as they called each other, lived in peace. Each minded their own work and way of life. Both believed they were important parts of the Bree folk. This special way of life did not exist anywhere else. The people of Bree, both big folk and little folk, did not travel much. They mostly cared about the 4 villages near them. Sometimes the hobbits of Bree went to Backland or the East Farthing. But the Shire was not far away, only 1 day on a horse, and still Shire hobbits almost never came. Once in a while, a Backlander or a curious took stayed at the inn for a short time. But even this happened less and less. The Shire hobbits called the people of Bree, and all who lived outside the Shire, outsiders. They did not care much about them. They thought they were boring and rough. But there were many outsiders in the western lands, more than the Shire people believed. Some were poor wanderers who stayed only a short time wherever they went. But in Bree land, the hobbits were honest and doing well. They were no more simple than their family inside the Shire. People still remembered a time when many travelers went between the Shire and Bree. The Brandybuck family had Bree blood, people said. The village of Bree had about 100 stone houses of the big folk. Most stood above the road on the hillside, with windows facing west. Around the hill was a deep ditch with a thick hedge inside it. The road crossed this by a raised path. Where the road cut through the hedge, there was a large gate. Another gate stood at the south end, where the road left the village. The gates closed at sunset. Near each gate was a small house for the gatekeeper. Down on the road, where it curved around the foot of the hill, stood a large inn. It was built long ago, when many people traveled the roads. Bree stood where old roads met. Another ancient road crossed the east road just outside the village. In the past, many kinds of people traveled there. The saying "strange news from Bree" was still known in the East Farthing. Long ago, news from the north, south, and east could be heard in the inn. Shire hobbits once came often to listen. But the northern lands were now empty, and few used the north road. Grass grew on it, and the Bree people called it the Greenway. The inn of Bree still stood, and the innkeeper was an important man. His house was a meeting place for people who liked to talk and listen. Both big folk and little folk came there. Rangers and other travelers also stayed there. Some dwarfs still used the east road to travel to and from the mountains. It was dark when Frodo and his friends reached the crossing of the Greenway. White stars shone above them. They came to the west gate of the village and found it closed. A man sat at the small house near the gate. He jumped up, took a lantern, and looked at them with surprise.
"What do you want, and where do you come from?"
"We are going to the inn," Frodo answered. "We are traveling east and cannot go on tonight."
"Hobbits," the man said softly. "For hobbits. And they sound like they come from the Shire." He looked at them for a moment. Then he slowly opened the gate and let them pass. "We do not often see Shire folk riding on the road at night," he said. "You will forgive me for asking why you are east of Bree. May I know your names?"
"Our names and reasons are our own," said Frodo. "This is not a good place to talk about such things."
"That may be," said the man. "But after dark it is my job to ask questions."
"We are hobbits from Buckland," Merry said. "We wish to travel and stay at the inn. I am Mr. Brandybuck. Is that enough? I thought the people of Bree were polite to travelers."
"All right," said the man. "I meant no harm. But others may ask you questions too. There are strange people about. At the pony, you will not be the only guests."
He wished them good night. They rode on without speaking more. Frodo saw in the lantern light that the man still watched them closely. Frodo felt glad when the gate closed behind them. He wondered why the man was so doubtful. He also wondered if anyone had been asking about hobbits. Could it have been Gandalf? He might have come while they were late in the forest and the downs. But the gatekeeper's face and voice made him feel worried. The man watched the hobbits for a short time. Then he went back into his house. When his back was turned, a dark shape climbed fast over the gate. It moved quietly into the dark street of the village. The hobbits rode up a small hill. They passed some houses that stood far apart. Then they stopped in front of the inn. The houses looked big and strange to them. Sam looked up at the inn. It had 3 floors and many windows. His heart felt heavy. He had thought he might meet very tall giants or other scary creatures one day. But now, at the end of a long and tired day, just seeing men and their tall houses felt like too much. He imagined dark horses standing in the yard. He imagined dark riders looking out from the upper windows.
"We are not going to stay here tonight, sir. If there are hobbits living near here, why don't we find some who will take us in?" That would feel more like home.
What is wrong with the inn? Tom Bombadil told us to come here. I think it will feel friendly enough inside.
From the outside, the inn looked pleasant to those who knew such places. It faced the road. 2 long sides went back into the hill. At the back, the second-floor windows were level with the ground. A wide arch led into a yard between the 2 sides. On the left, under the arch, was a big door. A few wide steps led up to it. The door stood open, and warm light came out. A lamp hung above the arch. Under it swung a large sign. It showed a fat white pony standing on its back legs. Over the door, white letters said, "The Prancing Pony" by Barlam and Butterbur. Many lower windows glowed with light behind thick curtains. They stood outside in the dark. Then they heard someone singing a happy song inside. Many voices joined in loudly. They listened for a moment. The sound made them feel better. Then they got down from their ponies. The song ended. People laughed and clapped. The hobbits led their ponies under the arch and left them in the yard. Then they walked up the steps. Frodo went first. He almost bumped into a short, fat man. The man had no hair on his head and a red face. He wore a white apron. He was moving fast from one door to another. He carried a tray full of mugs.
Can we?
Just a moment, please.
The man called back. He disappeared into loud voices and thick smoke. Soon he came back, wiping his hands on his apron.
Good evening, little master. What can I do for you?
We need 4 beds and a place for 5 ponies, if possible. Are you Mr. Butterbur?
That's right. Barlam and Butterbur, at your service. You're from the Shire, aren't you?
Then he suddenly touched his head. He looked like he was trying to remember something.
Hobbits. Now what does that make me think of? May I ask your names?
Mr. Took and Mr. Brandybuck. This is Sam Gamgee. My name is Underhill.
There. It's gone again. But it will come back when I have time. I am very busy tonight. But I will do what I can for you. We do not see many hobbits from the Shire these days, and I would like to make you welcome. But the inn is very full tonight. When things happen here, they all happen at once. Hey, Nob. Where are you, you slow fellow? Nob.
Coming, sir. Coming.
A cheerful hobbit came out of a door. When he saw the travelers, he stopped and stared at them with great interest.
Where is Bob? You don't know. Then go find him, quickly. I do not have enough hands for all this. Tell Bob there are 5 ponies that need space. He must find room somehow.
Nob ran off, smiling and winking.
Now, what was I saying? One thing pushes out another. My head is spinning tonight. A group came up the greenway from the south last night. That was strange enough. Then a group of dwarfs came in this evening, going west. And now there is you. If you were not hobbits, we could not fit you in. But we have 1 or 2 rooms made special for hobbits. They are in the north side of the inn. They are on the ground floor, with round windows, just as hobbits like. I hope you will be comfortable. You will want supper, I am sure. We will bring it as soon as we can. This way, please.
He walked with them a short way along the passage and opened a door.
Here is a nice little parlor. I hope you like it. Please excuse me now. I am very busy. I have no time to talk. I must hurry. It is hard work for my legs, but I never grow thin. I will come back later. If you need anything, ring the handbell and Nob will come. If he does not come, ring again and call out.
Then he went away at last. They felt a little tired from his fast talking. He seemed able to talk without stopping, even when busy. They looked around the room. It was small and warm. A bright fire burned in the fireplace. In front of it were low, soft chairs. There was a round table with a white cloth. A large handbell stood on it. They did not need to ring it. Nob, the hobbit servant, came in quickly. He brought candles and a tray with plates.
Would you like something to drink, masters? And shall I show you the bedrooms while supper is being made?
Soon they were clean and sitting with large mugs of beer. Then Mr. Butterbur and Nob came back. Very quickly they set the table. There was hot soup and cold meat. There was a blackberry tart. There were fresh loaves of bread and thick pieces of butter. There was also half a ripe cheese. It was simple, good food, like food from the Shire. It felt warm and friendly. Sam's last worries faded away, helped by the very good beer. The landlord stayed near them for a short time. Then he got ready to leave.
I don't know if you would like to join the company after supper, or perhaps you would rather go to bed. Still, the company would be glad to see you, if you wish. We do not often get outsiders, travelers from the Shire, and we enjoy hearing news, or a story, or a song. But it is your choice. Ring the bell if you need anything.
After supper, they felt strong and cheerful. They had eaten for a long time without much talking. Frodo, Pippin, and Sam decided to join the company. Merry did not want to go.
It will be too warm and crowded. I will sit here by the fire for a while. Later I may go outside for some fresh air. Be careful. Remember, you are meant to be traveling in secret. You are still on the main road and not far from the Shire.
All right. Take care of yourself. Don't get lost. And remember, it is safer inside.
The group was in the large common room of the inn. Many different people were there. At first, Frodo could not see well. Then his eyes adjusted to the light. Most of the light came from a big fire with burning logs. 3 lamps hung from the wooden beams, but they were weak and half hidden by smoke. Barlaam and Butterbur stood near the fire. He was talking with 2 dwarfs and 1 or 2 men who looked unusual. People sat on benches around the room. There were men from Bree, many local hobbits sitting and talking together, some more dwarfs, and other people hiding in dark corners and shadows. When the hobbits from the Shire came in, the people of Bree called out a warm welcome. The strangers, especially those who had walked along the greenway, looked at them with interest. The landlord introduced the new guests to the people of Bree. He spoke very fast. Frodo heard many names, but he could not remember who was who. The men of Bree had names that came from plants. To the Shire folk, these names sounded strange. There were names like Rushlight, Goatleaf, Heathertoes, Appledore, Thistlewool, and Ferny, and of course Butterbur. Some hobbits had names like this too. Many were called Mugwort. Most hobbits, however, had simple family names. These were names like Banks, Brockhouse, Longholes, Sandhever, and Tunnelly. These names were also used in the Shire. There were several hobbits called Underhill from the village of Still. They could not believe that people could share a name and not be family. So they quickly treated Frodo like a cousin they had lost long ago. The hobbits of Bree were friendly and very curious. Frodo soon saw that he needed to explain why he was there. He said he liked old stories and maps. People nodded, even though these words were not common in Bree. He said he wanted to write a book. This made everyone very quiet and surprised. He also said that he and his friends wanted to learn about hobbits who lived outside the Shire, especially in the east. At once, many people began to speak at the same time. If Frodo had really wanted to write a book, he could have learned enough for many pages in just a few minutes. They gave him many stories and many names. They told him to start with Old Barliman here if he wanted more details. After a while, when Frodo did not take out paper or start writing, the hobbits lost interest. They went back to asking about news from the Shire. Frodo did not say much. Soon he was sitting alone in a corner, listening and watching the room. The men and dwarfs talked about faraway places. They shared news that Frodo had heard before. There was trouble in the southern lands. Some men who had come by the Greenway were traveling north. They were looking for quiet places to live. The people of Bree felt sorry for them. Still, they did not want many strangers to settle in their small land. One traveler, a man with an unpleasant look and uneven eyes, spoke loudly. He said more people would soon come north. He said that if no place was given to them, they would take one. He said they had the same right to live as others. The people of Bree did not look happy when they heard this. The hobbits did not listen much to these talks. It did not seem important to them. Big people could not easily stay in hobbit holes. The hobbits were more interested in Sam and Pippin. These two now felt comfortable. They talked happily about life in the Shire. Pippin made everyone laugh when he told a story about the roof of the town hall in Michel Delving falling down. Will Whitfoot, the mayor, who was also the fattest hobbit in the West Farthing, had been covered in white dust. When he came out, he looked like food covered in flour. People laughed a lot. Still, some questions made Frodo feel worried. One man from Bree, who had visited the Shire before, asked where the Underhills lived and who their family was. Then Frodo noticed a strange man sitting near the wall, hidden in the shadows. The man looked rough and tired from travel. He was listening closely to the hobbits' talk. A tall mug stood in front of him. He smoked a long pipe with careful carvings. His legs were stretched out. He wore high leather boots that fit well but were old and dirty with mud. He had a dark green cloak pulled tightly around him. Even though the room was hot, he wore a hood that covered most of his face. Frodo could still see the shine of his eyes as he watched the hobbits.
Who is that? Frodo asked softly when he could speak to Mr. Butterbur. I don't think you introduced him.
Him. The landlord whispered back. He looked sideways without turning his head. I don't really know.
He is one of the wandering folk. People call them rangers. He does not talk much. But sometimes he can tell a very good story, if he wants to. He can leave for a month, or even a year. Then he comes back again. He came and went often last spring. But I have not seen him here for a while. I do not know his real name. Around here, people call him Strider. He walks very fast on his long legs. He never says why he is in such a hurry. But as we say in Bree, East and West are very different. By that, we mean the Rangers and the Shire folk. Sorry for saying so. It is funny that you ask about him. At that moment, Mr. Butterbur had to leave. Someone wanted more ale. So he did not explain his last words. Frodo saw that Strider was now looking at him. It felt like Strider had heard everything, or guessed it. After a moment, Strider waved his hand and nodded. He asked Frodo to come and sit with him. When Frodo came closer, Strider pushed back his hood. Frodo saw dark hair with some grey in it. He saw a pale, serious face and sharp grey eyes.
I am called Strider, he said quietly. I am pleased to meet you, Master Underhill, if old Butterbur gave your name right.
He did, said Frodo.
His voice was stiff. He did not feel easy under Strider's sharp look.
Well, Master Underhill, said Strider. If I were you, I would stop your young friends from talking so much. Drink fire and chance meetings are nice. But this is not the Shire. There are strange people here. He gave a small, crooked smile when he saw Frodo look at him. You may think I should not say that, he added, and there have been even stranger travelers in Bree lately.
He watched Frodo's face. Frodo looked back at him but said nothing. Strider then looked away. His eyes moved to Pippin. Frodo felt afraid. He saw that foolish young Took was now telling a funny story. Pippin felt brave after talking to the fat mayor. Now he was acting out Bilbo's farewell party. He was already copying the speech. He was getting close to the great disappearance. Frodo felt angry and worried. For most hobbits here, the story was only a joke. It was about strange people far away. But some people knew more. Old Butterbur, for example, knew a few things. He may have heard stories about Bilbo vanishing long ago. This would make people think of the name Baggins. That would be bad, especially if someone had asked about that name in Bree. Frodo moved nervously and did not know what to do. Pippin liked the attention too much. He forgot all about danger. Frodo suddenly felt scared. He feared that Pippin might even talk about the ring. That would be very bad.
You must do something now, Strider whispered to him.
Frodo jumped up onto a table and began to speak. Pippin's listeners turned and looked at Frodo instead. Some hobbits laughed and clapped. They thought Mr. Underhill had drunk too much ale. Frodo felt foolish. As he often did when speaking, his hand went to his pocket. He touched the ring on its chain. For no clear reason, he felt a strong wish to put it on and disappear from this silly moment. It felt as if the idea came from outside him, from someone or something in the room. He fought against the feeling. He held the ring tightly in his hand, as if to stop it from doing anything bad. It did not help him think of better words. He spoke a few polite sentences, like people do in the Shire. He thanked everyone for their kindness. He said he hoped his short visit would help friendship between the Shire and Bree. Then he stopped and coughed. Now everyone in the room was watching him.
A song, shouted one hobbit. A song. A song, shouted the others. Come on, master. Sing us something new.
Frodo stood there, surprised and unsure. Then he felt desperate. He began to sing a silly song that Bilbo liked very much. Bilbo was proud of it because he wrote it himself. It was about an inn. That is why Frodo thought of it then. Here is the whole song, though today people remember only a few lines. There is an inn, a happy old inn, under an old grey hill. They make a beer so dark and strong that even the man in the moon came down one night to drink his fill. The stable man has a drunk cat that plays a fiddle with 5 strings. It runs its bow up and down, now high, now low, now in between. The innkeeper has a small dog that loves to hear a joke. When guests are happy and laugh aloud, the dog laughs too, until it cannot breathe. They also keep a horned cow, proud like a queen. Music makes her silly, like drink does. She shakes her soft tail and dances on the green grass. Oh, and there are rows of silver plates and many silver spoons. For Sunday there is a special pair. They clean these with care on Saturday afternoons. The man in the moon drank a lot, and the cat began to cry. A plate and a spoon on the table seemed to dance. The cow in the garden jumped around wildly, and the little dog chased his own tail. The man in the moon drank another cup and fell under his chair. There he slept and dreamed of drink. He slept until the stars grew pale and morning came.
Then the stableman said to his drunk cat, "The moon's white horses are waiting. They bite their silver bits. But their master has lost his sense, and the sun will rise soon."
So the cat played his fiddle, hey diddle diddle, a lively dance tune. He played fast and loud.
The innkeeper shook the man in the moon and said, "It is after 3 o'clock."
They slowly rolled the man up the hill and pushed him into the moon. His horses ran behind him. The cow jumped like a deer, and the plate ran up with the spoon. The fiddle played faster and faster. The dog began to shout with joy. The cow and the horses stood on their heads. All the guests jumped out of bed and danced on the floor. Then the fiddle strings broke with sharp sounds. The cow jumped over the moon. The little dog laughed at the fun. The Saturday plate ran away with the silver Sunday spoon. The round moon rolled behind the hill as the sun lifted her head. She could hardly believe her bright eyes. Even though it was day, they all went back to bed. There was loud clapping and cheering. Frodo had a good singing voice, and everyone liked the song.
"Where is old Barley?" they shouted. "He should hear this. Bob should teach his cat to play the fiddle, and then we could dance." They asked for more drink and shouted, "Sing it again. Come on, once more."
They made Frodo drink again and sing the song a second time. Many people sang with him because they knew the tune well. Frodo felt proud and happy. He danced on the table. When he reached the part about the cow jumping over the moon, he jumped high into the air. He jumped too hard. He landed in a tray full of mugs, slipped, and fell off the table with a loud crash. Everyone opened their mouths to laugh, but then they stopped. Frodo was gone. He had vanished, as if he had fallen through the floor without a hole. The local hobbit stared in shock. Then they jumped up and shouted for Barliman. People moved away from Pippin and Sam. They were left alone in a corner. Others looked at them with fear and doubt. Many thought they were friends of a strange traveling wizard with unknown powers. One dark-faced man from Bree watched them with a knowing, half-smiling look. It made them feel uneasy. Soon he slipped out the door. The man with the squinting eye followed him. They had whispered together many times that evening. Frodo felt foolish. Not knowing what to do, he crawled under the tables to the dark corner near Strider. Strider sat still and showed no feeling. Frodo leaned against the wall and took the ring off his finger. He did not know how it got there. He thought he may have touched it in his pocket while singing. When he waved his hand to stop his fall, it may have slipped on. For a moment he wondered if the ring had acted by itself. Maybe it had answered some wish in the room. He did not like the look of the men who had left.
"Well," said Strider when Frodo came back, "why did you do that? It was worse than anything your friends said. You made a big mistake. Or should I say, your finger did."
"I don't know what you mean," said Frodo. He felt upset and afraid.
"Oh yes, you do," said Strider. "But we should wait until things are calm. Then I would like to speak with you quietly, Mr. Baggins."
"About what?" asked Frodo. He tried to ignore Strider using his real name.
"About something important for both of us," Strider said, looking straight at him. "It may help you."
"Very well," said Frodo, trying to stay calm. "I will talk later."
At the same time, people argued near the fire. Mr. Butterbur hurried in. He tried to listen to many different stories at once.
"I saw him, Mr.
Butterbur said, "I did not see him. Or at least, I did not see him leave. He just seemed to disappear."
"You don't say, Mr. Mugwort," said the landlord. He looked confused.
"Yes, I do," said Mugwort. "And I am sure about it."
"There must be a mistake," said Butterbur. He shook his head. "That Mr. Underhill is not the kind to disappear. This room is too full and too thick with people."
"Then where is he now?" many people asked at once.
"How should I know?" said Butterbur. He can go where he likes, as long as he pays in the morning. Look at Mr. Took. He is still here.
I know what I saw, said Mugwort. He would not change his mind.
And I say there is a mistake, Butterbur said again. He picked up the tray and collected the broken cups.
There is a mistake, said Frodo. I did not disappear. I am here. I was just talking with Strider in the corner.
Frodo stepped into the light from the fire. But most people moved back. They looked even more upset than before. They did not believe his story about crawling under the tables after he fell. Many hobbits and men from Bree left at once. They did not want more trouble that night. A few gave Frodo angry looks and left, speaking in low voices. The dwarfs and the strange men who stayed stood up and said good night to the landlord. They did not speak to Frodo or his friends. Soon only Strider was left. He sat quietly by the wall, and no one noticed him. Mr. Butterbur did not seem very worried. He thought his inn would soon be full again. People would talk about this strange event for many nights.
Now what were you doing, Mr. Underhill? He asked. You scared my guests and broke my dishes with your jumping about.
I am very sorry, said Frodo. I did not mean to cause trouble. It was an accident.
All right, said Butterbur. But if you plan to do strange things again, you should warn people first. And warn me. We do not like sudden strange events here. They make us uneasy.
I promise I will not do anything like that again, said Frodo. Now I think I will go to bed. We plan to leave early. Please make sure our ponies are ready by 8 o'clock.
Very good, said Butterbur. But before you go, I would like to speak with you in private. I remembered something important. I hope you will not be upset. After I finish my work, I will come to your room, if you agree.
Of course, said Frodo.
But his heart felt heavy. He wondered how many private talks he would have before sleeping. He feared what they might mean. He began to feel that everyone was against him. Even Butterbur's friendly face now seemed suspicious to him. Chapter 10. Strider. Frodo, Pippin, and Sam went back to the parlor. The room was dark. Merry was not there, and the fire was almost out. They blew on the hot ashes until the fire burned again. They added some wood. Then they saw that Strider was with them. He was sitting quietly in a chair by the door.
Hello, said Pippin. Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Strider, he said. Your friend promised to have a quiet talk with me.
You said you could help me, said Frodo. What do you know?
I know several things, said Strider. But I ask something in return.
What do you mean? Frodo asked quickly.
Do not worry, said Strider. I will tell you what I know and give you advice, but I want a reward.
And what is that? Asked Frodo. He now thought Strider might be a bad man. He had very little money with him. He could not give any away.
Nothing more than you can give, said Strider with a slow smile. You must let me travel with you until I choose to leave.
Oh really? Said Frodo. He was surprised and not happy. Even if I wanted another traveler, I would not agree yet. I need to know much more about you and your work.
Very good, said Strider. He leaned back and crossed his legs. You are thinking clearly again. You have been too careless before. I will tell you what I know first. Then you can decide about the reward. You may be glad to agree after you hear me.
Then speak, said Frodo.
What do you know?
Too much, and much of it is dark, said Strider in a hard voice. But about your matter.
He stood up and went to the door. He opened it fast and looked outside. Then he closed it softly and sat down again.
I hear well, he said more quietly. I cannot vanish, but I have hunted many careful animals. I can hide when I choose. This evening, I was behind a hedge on the road west of Bree. 4 hobbits came from the downs. I do not need to repeat all they said to old Bombadil or to each other. But one thing caught my ear. One of them said, "Please remember, the name Baggins must not be spoken. I am Mr. Underhill, if I must use a name." That made me curious, so I followed them here. I slipped over the gate just after them. Maybe Mr. Baggins has a good reason to hide his name, but if so, I advise him and his friends to be more careful.
"I do not see why my name matters to anyone in Bree," said Frodo. "And I still do not know why it matters to you. Mr. Strider may have a good reason for listening and watching. If so, he should tell us."
"Well said," Strider laughed. "The reason is simple. I was looking for a hobbit named Frodo Baggins. I wanted to find him quickly. I learned that he was leaving the Shire with a secret. That secret matters to me and to my friends."
He raised his hand as Frodo stood up and Sam jumped to his feet with a dark look.
"Do not misunderstand me," he said. "I will guard that secret better than you have, and it needs guarding."
He leaned closer to them.
"Watch every dark corner," he said softly. "Black riders have passed through Bree. On Monday, one came down the Greenway. Later, another came up from the south."
No one spoke for a while. At last Frodo spoke to Pippin and Sam.
"I should have known," he said. "The gatekeeper spoke to us in a strange way. And the innkeeper seems to know something. Why did he push us to join the others? And why did we act so foolishly? We should have stayed quiet in this room."
"It would have been wiser," said Strider. "I would have stopped you from going into the common room if I could, but the innkeeper would not let me see you or send you a message."
"Do you think Frodo began?"
"No," said Strider. "I think no harm of old Butterbur. He just does not like strange wanderers like me."
Frodo looked at him with doubt.
"Well, I do look like a rough fellow, do I not?" said Strider with a strange smile. "But I hope we will know each other better. Then I hope you will tell me what happened at the end of your song. That little trick."
"It was an accident," Frodo broke in.
"Perhaps," said Strider. "An accident, then. But it has made your place more dangerous."
"Not much more than before," said Frodo. "I knew the riders were following me. But now they seem to have missed me and gone away."
"You must not believe that," said Strider sharply. "They will come back. More are on the way. There are others. I know how many there are. I know these riders."
He stopped, and his eyes looked cold and firm.
"And some people in Bree cannot be trusted," he went on. "Bill Ferny, for example. He has a bad name here. Strange people visit his house. You saw him in the room. A dark man with a cruel smile. He spoke closely with one of the men from the south. They left together just after your accident. Not all those Southerners are friendly, and Ferny would sell anything to anyone, or he would cause trouble just for fun."
"What would Ferny sell?" said Frodo. "And what does my accident have to do with him?" He still tried not to see Strider's meaning.
"News of you," said Strider. "Your little show would interest certain people. After that, they would not need your true name. I fear they may hear of it before the night ends. That is enough said. You may decide about my payment. Take me as your guide, or do not. But I know all the lands between the Shire and the Misty Mountains. I have walked them for many years. I am older than I seem. I could help you. After tonight, you must leave the open road. The riders will watch it day and night. You may get out of Bree and walk by daylight, but you will not go far. They will find you in the wild, in some dark place with no help. Do you want that? They are very fearful."
The hobbit stared at him. They were surprised to see pain on his face. His hands held the arms of his chair tightly. The room was silent. The light seemed weaker than before. For some time, he sat very still. His eyes did not really see. It was like he was thinking of old memories or hearing sounds far away in the night. Then he moved his hand across his forehead.
There. I may know more about those who follow you than you think. You are afraid of them, but not afraid enough. Tomorrow you must run away, if you can. Strider can lead you on small paths that few people use. Will you take him with you?
No one spoke. The room felt heavy and quiet. Frodo did not answer. His head was full of fear and questions. Sam looked hard at Frodo and frowned. At last, he spoke.
With respect, Mr. Frodo, I say no. This Strider warns us to be careful, and I agree with that. But I say we should be careful of him too. He comes from the wild places, and I never heard good stories about people like that. He knows things, that is clear. He knows more than I like. That does not mean we should let him lead us far away into dark places, with no help near.
Pippin moved in his chair and looked uneasy. Strider did not answer Sam. He looked closely at Frodo instead. Frodo saw his eyes and looked away.
No, I do not agree. I think you are not really what you pretend to be. At first, you spoke like the people of Bree. Then your voice changed. Still, Sam is right about one thing. I do not understand why you warn us to be careful, but also ask us to trust you. Why do you hide who you are? Who are you? What do you know about my journey, and how do you know it?
You have learned to be careful, but being careful is not the same as stopping and doubting forever. You cannot reach Rivendell alone now. Trusting me is your only chance. You must choose. I can answer some of your questions if that helps. But if you do not trust me, why should you believe what I say? Still, I will tell you.
Just then, someone knocked at the door. Mr. Butterbur came in with candles. Behind him was Nob, carrying hot water. Strider moved quietly into a dark corner.
I came to wish you good night. Nob, take the water to the rooms.
Nob left. Mr. Butterbur shut the door and looked worried.
It's like this. If I caused trouble, I am truly sorry. I am a busy man, and one thing pushes out another. But this week, some things helped me remember. I hope it is not too late. You see, I was asked to watch for hobbits from the Shire. One of them was called Baggins.
And what does that have to do with me?
Well, you would know. I will not say too much. But I was told this Baggins would use the name Underhill. I was also given a description. It fits you quite well.
Really? Tell me.
A short, strong fellow with red cheeks.
Pippin laughed, but Sam looked angry.
That does not narrow it down. That fits most hobbits. But this one is taller than some, lighter in hair than most, and has a split in his chin. A lively young fellow with bright eyes. That is what he said, not me.
He said? Who is he?
That was Gandalf. You know who I mean. They say he is a wizard. He is a good friend of mine. But I do not know what he will say if I see him again. He may be very angry. He is quick to act. Still, what is done is done.
So what did you do?
He was growing impatient.
Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Gandalf. 3 months ago, he came into my room without knocking. Barley, he said, I leave in the morning. Will you do something for me? I said I would. He said he was in a hurry and wanted a message sent to the Shire. He asked if I could send someone he could trust. I said maybe the next day. He said it must be tomorrow. Then he gave me a letter. It is clearly addressed. Mr. Frodo Baggins, Bag End, Hobbiton in the Shire.
A letter for me from Gandalf.
Oh. So your real name is Baggins?
It is. Please give me that letter now. And tell me why you never sent it. That must be why you came.
You are right, sir. I am very sorry. I am truly afraid of what Gandalf will say if any harm comes from this.
I did not keep the letter on purpose. I put it in a safe place. Later, I could not find anyone to travel to the Shire the next day, or the day after. My own people were busy, and I could not send them. Then many other things happened, and I forgot about it. I am a busy man. I will try to put things right now. If I can help you, you only need to say so. I promised Gandalf that. He said a friend from the Shire might come this way soon. He might travel with another person. He would call himself Underhill. He told me to remember that name. He said not to ask questions. If Gandalf was not with him, the hobbit might be in danger and need help. He asked me to do what I could. And now you are here, and trouble feels close.
What do you mean?
The landlord spoke softly. These black men are looking for Baggins. If they truly know what they're doing, then I am a hobbit myself. It was Monday. All the dogs were barking. The geese were crying. Everything felt strange. Nob came to me and said 2 black men were at the door. They asked for a hobbit named Baggins. Nob was very afraid. His hair stood on end. I sent the men away and shut the door hard. But I heard they asked the same question all the way to Arkit. And the ranger called Strider asked questions too. He tried to come in to see you before supper.
He did?
And much trouble could have been stopped if you had let me in, Barlaman.
The landlord jumped in surprise. You are always appearing like this. What do you want now?
He is here because I allowed it. He came to help me.
The landlord looked at Strider with doubt. You know your own business. But if I were you, I would not trust a ranger.
Then who would you trust? A fat innkeeper who remembers his name only because people shouted all day? They cannot stay here forever. They cannot go home. A long road lies ahead. Will you go with them and keep the black men away?
Me? Leave Bree? I would not do that for any money. Why can you not stay here quietly for a short time? What do these black men want? Where do they come from?
I cannot explain everything. I am very tired and very worried. But if you wish to help me, I must warn you. You will be in danger while I stay here. I believe these black riders come from.
They come from Mordor.
Save us. This is the worst news Bree has heard in my time.
Will you still help me?
I will. More than ever. You may stay here tonight as Mr. Underhill. And I will forget the name Baggins.
We must leave at dawn. Breakfast at 6:30, please.
I will take care of it. Good night. At last Mr. Butterbur went out. He looked at Strider again. He shook his head. Then his steps went away down the hall. Well? When will you open that letter? Frodo looked at the seal very carefully. Then he broke it. It looked like Gandalf's seal. Inside was writing in Gandalf's strong and neat hand. This was the message. The Prancing Pony, Bree. Mid-year's Day, Shire Year, 1418. Dear Frodo, bad news has come to me here. I must leave at once. You should leave Bag End soon. You should go out of the Shire before the end of July. I will return as soon as I can. If I find you are gone, I will follow you. Leave a message for me here if you come through Bree. You can trust the landlord, Butterbur. You may meet a friend of mine on the road. He is a man. He is thin, dark, and tall. Some call him Strider. He knows our work and will help you. Go to Rivendell. I hope we will meet there again. If I do not come, Elrond will guide you. Yours in great haste, Gandalf. Postscript. Do not use it again. Do not use it for any reason. Do not travel at night. Postscript. Be sure he is the real Strider. There are many strange men on the roads. His true name is Aragorn. Not all gold shines bright. Not all who walk are lost. The old and strong still live. Their deep roots fear no cold. From ash a fire will rise. From dark a light will grow. The broken blade will heal. The king will come again. Postscript. I hope Butterbur sends this quickly. He is a good man, but his memory is very bad. If he forgets, I will be very angry. Farewell. Frodo read the letter quietly. Then he gave it to Pippin and Sam.
Poor old Butterbur has done very badly. He deserves strong words. If I had this letter sooner, we might be safe in Rivendell by now. But what has happened to Gandalf? He writes as if he is in great danger.
He has done that for many years. Frodo turned and looked at Strider with care. He thought about the last words in the letter.
Why did you not say you were Gandalf's friend before? It would have saved time.
Would it? Would you have believed me then? I did not know about this letter. I had to ask you to trust me without proof. I also did not want to tell you everything at once. I needed to watch you first and be sure of you. I have been caught in traps before. When I was sure, I was ready to answer your questions. But I hoped you would like me for myself. A man who is chased grows tired of doubt and wants friends. Still, my face does not help me.
It does not, at first, but what matters is what a person does. After hiding for days in fields and ditches, we will all look the same.
It would take much more than days or years to make you look like me. And you would not last long in the wild. Pippin fell silent. Sam did not. He still looked at Strider with doubt.
How do we know you are the Strider Gandalf means? You did not speak of Gandalf before this letter. You could be acting. You could be trying to trick us. You could even have taken the real Strider's clothes. What do you say to that?
You are brave to speak. But this is my answer. If I had hurt the real Strider, I could hurt you too. I would not need so many words. If I wanted the ring, I could take it now. He stood up. He seemed taller than before. His eyes were sharp and strong. He moved his cloak aside and put his hand on a hidden sword. No one moved. Sam stared at him, silent and wide-eyed. But I am the real Strider. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn. If I can save you, I will do it, by my life if needed. They were quiet for a long time. At last Frodo spoke, slowly.
I trusted you before the letter came. Or I wanted to. You scared me tonight, but not in the way an enemy would. I think an enemy would look nicer but feel worse.
I understand. I look rough but mean well. Not all gold shines bright, and not all who walk are lost.
Do the verses speak about you then?
Frodo asked the question. He said he did not understand the verses. He asked how the man knew they were in Gandalf's letter if he had never seen it.
The man said he did not know for sure. He said his name was Aragorn, and the verses belonged to that name. He pulled out his sword. They saw the blade was broken not far from the handle. He asked Sam if the sword was useful now. Then he said the time was coming when it would be made whole again.
Sam stayed silent.
Then Strider spoke again. He said that, if Sam agreed, they would accept him as their guide. He said it was time for them to sleep and rest. Tomorrow would be hard. Even if they could leave Bree without trouble, People would notice them. He said he would try to lose anyone who followed them. He knew some small paths out of Breeland, not only the main road. If they escaped, he would lead them to Weathertop.
Sam asked what Weathertop was.
Strider said it was a hill north of the road, about halfway to Rivendell. From there, you could see far in every direction. They could stop and look around. Gandalf would go there too, if he was following them. After Weathertop, the journey would be harder. They would need to choose between different dangers.
Frodo asked when Strider last saw Gandalf. He asked if he knew where Gandalf was now.
Strider looked serious. He said he did not know. He said he had traveled west with Gandalf in the spring. For many years, he had watched the borders of the Shire when Gandalf was busy elsewhere. Gandalf usually kept the Shire safe. They last met on the 1st of May at Sarn Ford. Gandalf said his work with Frodo had gone well. He said Frodo would leave for Rivendell near the end of September. Strider thought Gandalf was with them, so he went on his own journey. That was a bad choice. Something must have happened to Gandalf, and Strider was not there to help.
He said he was worried. Gandalf always sent messages, even if he could not come himself. When Strider returned some days ago, he heard bad news. People said Gandalf was missing, and strange riders had been seen. The elves of Gildor told him this. Later they said that Frodo had left his home, but they heard nothing about Buckland. Since then, Strider had been watching the East Road with care.
Frodo asked if the Black Riders were the reason Gandalf was gone.
Strider said he knew no other cause except the enemy, but he told Frodo not to lose hope. He said Gandalf was greater than the Shire folk understood. They mostly saw his jokes and tricks. This task was Gandalf's greatest work.
Pippin yawned. He said he was very tired. Even with danger and fear, he needed to sleep. He said he might fall asleep where he Saturday. He asked where Merry was. He said it would be too much if they had to search for him in the dark.
Just then, they heard a door slam. Feet ran along the passage. Merry rushed in, with Nob behind him. Merry shut the door fast and leaned on it. He was breathing hard. They looked at him in fear. Then he cried that he had seen them. He said he had seen Black Riders.
Frodo shouted and asked where.
Merry said they were in the village. He said he stayed inside for an hour. When the others did not return, he went for a short walk. He came back and stood near the lamp, looking at the stars. Suddenly he felt cold and afraid. He felt something evil nearby. He saw a darker shape among the shadows across the road, just beyond the light. It moved away at once, without sound. There was no horse.
Strider quickly asked which way it went.
Merry noticed him for the first time and was surprised. Frodo told Merry to go on. He said Strider was a friend of Gandalf and he would explain later.
Merry said the shape went up the road to the east. He tried to follow it. It disappeared almost at once. Still, he went around the corner and as far as the last house on the road.
Strider looked at Merry with surprise. He said Merry was brave, but also careless.
Merry said he was not sure. He said he did not feel brave or foolish. He felt pulled to follow. He said he heard voices near a hedge. One voice spoke low. The other sounded like a whisper or a hiss. He could not hear the words. He did not go closer because his body began to shake. He became very afraid and turned back. As he hurried home, something came up behind him and he fell down.
Nob spoke then. He said he was the one who found Merry.
Mr. Butterbur sent me out with a lantern. I walked down to the west gate. Then I walked back toward the south gate. Near Bill Furness' house, I thought I saw something on the road. I was not sure. It looked like two men bending over something. It looked like they were lifting it. I shouted. When I reached the place, no one was there. I only saw Mr. Brandybuck lying by the road. He looked asleep. When I shook him, he said, I thought I fell into deep water. He acted very strange. When he woke up, he jumped up and ran back here very fast.
I am afraid that is true, said Mary. I do not know what I said. I had a bad dream, but I cannot remember it. I lost control. I do not know why.
I know why, said Strider.
It was the Black Breath. The riders left their horses outside. They came back through the south gate in secret. Now they know all the news. They went to Bill Ferny. That southerner was likely a spy, too. Something may happen tonight before we leave Bree.
What will happen? Said Mary. Will they attack the inn?
No, I do not think so, said Strider. They are not all here yet. This is not how they act. They are strongest in dark and quiet places. They will not attack a house with lights and many people. Not unless they are desperate. They still have a long road ahead of us. Their power is fear. Some people in Bree are already under their control. They will push these poor people to do bad things. Ferny, some strangers, and maybe the gatekeeper too. They spoke with Harry at the West Gate on Monday. I watched them. When they left, he was pale and shaking.
We seem to have enemies everywhere, said Frodo. What should we do?
Stay here. Do not go to your rooms, said Strider. They know which rooms are yours. The Hobbit rooms have low windows facing north. We will stay together. We will block the door and the window. First, Nob and I will bring your bags.
While Strider was gone, Frodo quickly told Merry everything that happened after supper. Merry was still reading and thinking about Gandalf's letter when Strider and Nob came back.
Well, masters, said Nob. I messed up the beds. I put a long pillow in the middle of each one. I also made a fake head with a brown wool mat, Mr. Bag, Underhill, sir. He said with a smile.
Pippin laughed. It looks very real, he said. But what will happen when they see it is not real?
We will find out, said Strider. Let us hope we can stay safe until morning.
Good night, said Nob.
He went away to help watch the doors. They put their bags on the floor. They pushed a low chair against the door and closed the window. Frodo looked outside. The night was still clear. The stars were bright above Bree Hill. He then shut and locked the heavy inside shutters and closed the curtains. Strider made the fire stronger and put out all the candles. The hobbits lay on their blankets with their feet near the fire. Strider sat in the chair by the door. They talked for a short time. Merry still had some questions.
Jumped over the moon. Merry laughed as he wrapped himself in his blanket. That was very silly, Frodo. But I wish I had seen it. The people of Bree will talk about it for many years.
I hope so, said Strider.
Then they became quiet. One by one, the hobbits fell asleep. Chapter 2. A Knife in the Dark. While they were getting ready to sleep at the inn in Bree, darkness covered Buckland. Mist moved through the small valleys and along the river. The house at Crick Hollow was quiet. Fatty Bolger slowly opened the door and looked outside. Fear had been growing in him all day. He could not rest or go to bed. The night air felt heavy and full of danger. As he looked into the dark, a black shape moved under the trees. The gate seemed to open and close by itself, without a sound. Fear took hold of him. He stepped back and stood shaking in the hall. Then he closed and locked the door. The night grew deeper. He heard soft sounds of horses being led quietly along the lane. They stopped outside the gate. 3 dark figures entered. They moved slowly across the ground like shadows. One went to the door. One went to each corner of the house. They stood still and silent. The house and the tree seemed to wait. Leaves moved a little. Far away, a rooster crowed. The cold time before morning was passing. The figure at the door moved. In the deep dark, with no moon or stars, a knife caught a cold light. There was a dull, heavy hit. The door shook. "Open, in the name of Mordor," said a thin, dangerous voice. Someone hit the door again. This time the door broke. Wood cracked, and the lock fell apart. Dark shapes moved quickly into the house. At that same moment, a horn blew near the trees. The sound was loud and sharp. It cut through the night. It cried out to wake people and warn them of danger. Fatty Bulger did not waste time. When he saw the dark shapes come from the garden, he knew he must run or die. He ran out the back door. He crossed the garden and the fields. He did not stop. At last, he reached the nearest house, more than a mile away. He fell down at the door, weak and shaking.
No, no, no. Not me. I don't have it.
For a long time, no one understood his words. Slowly, they understood that enemies were in Buckland. They thought strange attackers had come from the old forest. Then they acted fast. Horns began to blow. The people of Buckland used their old warning call. It had not been used for many years, not since the cold winter when wolves came and the river froze. Horns answered from far away. The warning spread. The dark riders ran from the house. One dropped a hobbit cloak on the step as he fled. In the lane, horses' feet made loud sounds. The riders rode fast into the dark. All around Crick Hollow, horns blew, people shouted, and feet ran. But the black riders rode hard to the north gate. They did not care about the small folk. Sauron would deal with them later. The riders had another task. They now knew the house was empty. The ring was gone. They pushed past the guards at the gate and left the Shire. Early in the night, Frodo woke up suddenly. It felt like a sound or a presence had touched his sleep. He saw Strider sitting still in his chair. His eyes shone in the firelight. The fire was bright and warm. Strider did not move or speak. Frodo soon fell asleep again. But his dreams were full of wind and running horses. In his dream, the wind wrapped around the house and shook it. Far away, he heard a wild horn. He opened his eyes. A rooster was crowing loudly in the yard. Strider opened the curtains and pushed back the shutters with a loud noise. Pale morning light filled the room. Cold air came through the open window. Strider woke everyone and led them to their bedrooms. When they saw the rooms, they were glad they had listened to him. The windows were broken open and swinging. Curtains moved in the wind. The beds were torn and messy. Pillows were cut and thrown on the floor. The mat was ripped apart. Strider went at once to get the innkeeper. Poor Mr. Butterbur looked tired and scared. He said he had not slept all night, but he heard nothing.
This has never happened before. Guests cannot sleep, and good pillows are ruined. What is the world coming to?
Hard times, but you should be safe once we leave. We will go at once. No breakfast, just a drink and a small bite. We will be ready very soon.
Mr. Butterbur hurried away to prepare the ponies and bring food. But he came back quickly, full of worry. The ponies were gone. The stable doors were open. All the animals were missing, not only Merry's ponies, but every horse and beast there. Frodo felt heavy with fear. How could they walk to Rivendell while enemies rode horses? It felt impossible. Strider sat quietly and looked at the hobbits. He seemed to judge their strength and courage.
Ponies would not help us escape riders. We would not be much slower on foot, on the paths I plan to use. I meant to walk anyway. Food is the real problem. We cannot expect to find food on the way. We must carry what we need, and even more. We may be delayed or forced to take long paths. How much can you carry?
As much as we have to.
Though his heart felt heavy.
I can carry enough for two, said Sam, trying to sound brave.
Can nothing be done, Mr. Butterbur? Can we find ponies in the village? Even one for our packs. We might buy one.
He was not sure he had enough money.
I don't think so, said the innkeeper sadly.
The 2 or 3 riding ponies that were in Bree stayed in my yard, and now they are gone. As for other animals, horses or work ponies, there are very few in Bree, and people will not sell them. Still, I will try to help. I will find Bob and send him out as fast as I can.
Yes. You should do that. I think we must get at least one pony. But now we cannot leave early or quietly. Everyone will know we are going. It is like blowing a horn to tell the whole town. That was part of their plan, I think.
There is one small good thing. And maybe more than small. We can eat breakfast while we wait and sit down properly. Let us find Nob.
In the end, they waited more than 3 hours. Bob came back and said there was no horse or pony to buy anywhere nearby, no matter how much money they offered. There was only one. Bill Ferny had a pony that he might sell.
It is a poor and thin old animal. And Bill Ferny will not sell it cheap. He will ask 3 times its true price, because he knows you need it.
Bill Ferny? Is there some trick here? Will the pony run back to him with our bags? Or help him follow us?
I wonder. But I do not think any animal would want to go back to him. I believe this is only a way for Master Ferny to make more money. The biggest worry is that the poor pony is very weak. But we have no other choice. How much does he want?
Bill Ferny asked for 12 silver pennies. This was at least 3 times what the pony was worth in that land. The pony was thin, hungry, and very tired in spirit. Still, it did not look ready to die. Mr. Butterbur paid the money himself. He also gave Mary another 18 pennies to help make up for the lost ponies. Mr. Butterbur was an honest man and not poor by Bree standards. But losing 30 silver pennies hurt him a lot. Being cheated by Bill Ferny made it feel even worse. In truth, things turned out better for him later. Only one horse had truly been stolen. The others had run away in fear or had been driven off. They were later found walking around different parts of Breeland. Mary's ponies escaped fully. They were clever and went to the downs to look for Fatty Lumpkin. There they stayed with Tom Bombadil for a while and were well cared for. When Tom heard what happened in Bree, he sent the ponies back to Mr. Butterbur. So Mr. Butterbur ended up with 5 good animals at a fair price. They had to work harder in Bree, but Bob treated them kindly. In the end, they were lucky. They missed a dark and dangerous journey. But they never went to Rivendell. At that time, Mr. Butterbur did not know any of this. He thought his money was gone forever. He also had other problems. As soon as the other guests woke up and heard about the attack on the inn, there was great noise and anger. The travelers from the south had lost several horses. They shouted at the innkeeper and blamed him. Then people learned that one of their own group had vanished in the night. It was Bill Ferny's cross-eyed friend. At once, people grew suspicious of him.
If you travel with a horse thief and bring him into my house, you should pay for the damage yourselves. Do not shout at me. Go and ask Ferny where your fine friend is.
But it seemed that the man was nobody's friend. No one could even remember when he had joined their group. After breakfast, the hobbits had to pack again. They also gathered more food and supplies for a longer trip than they first planned. It was nearly 10 o'clock when they finally left. By then, all of Bree was full of talk and excitement. Frodo disappearing, the Black Riders, the stolen horses, and the news that Strider the Ranger was traveling with the strange hobbits. This story would be told for many quiet years. People from Bree and Still, and even some from Coombe and Arkit, filled the road to watch them leave. Other guests stood in doorways or leaned out of windows. Strider changed his plan and chose to leave by the main road. If they tried to go across fields at once, things would only get worse. Half the town would follow them. People would want to see what they were doing and stop them from crossing land. They said goodbye to Nob and Bob. They thanked Mr. Butterbur many times.
I hope we meet again one day, when life is happy again. I would like very much to stay in your house in peace for a while.
They walked away slowly. They felt worried and sad. Many people watched them. Some faces were kind, but others were not. Some people shouted rude words. Most people in Bree seemed afraid of Strider. When he looked at them, they stopped talking and moved back. Strider walked in front with Frodo. Merry and Pippin followed. Sam walked last and led the pony. The pony carried as much luggage as they could give it. It already looked happier, as if it liked its new life. Sam was eating an apple and thinking. His pockets were full of apples. Nob and Bob had given them to him as a goodbye gift.
Apples for walking, and a pipe for resting, he said. But I think I will miss both soon.
The hobbits did not look at the curious people who watched from doors, walls, and fences. But near the far gate, Frodo saw a dark, messy house behind a thick hedge. It was the last house in the village. In one window, he saw a pale face with narrow, clever eyes. The face disappeared at once. So that is where that southern man is hiding, Frodo thought. He looks almost like a goblin. Another man stood near the hedge and stared at them openly. He had thick black eyebrows and cold dark eyes. His mouth showed a mean smile. He was smoking a short black pipe. When they came closer, he took it out and spat on the ground.
Morning, Longshanks, he said. Leaving early? Found friends at last.
Strider nodded but said nothing.
Morning, little friends, the man said to the others. Do you know who you are walking with? That is Stick-at-Naught Strider. He has other names too, not nice ones. Be careful tonight. And you, Sam, be kind to my old pony. He made a rude sound again.
Sam turned quickly. And you, Fernie, he said. Hide your ugly face, or it may get hurt.
He threw an apple very fast. It hit Bill on the nose. Bill moved too late. Angry words came from behind the hedge.
Waste of a good apple, Sam said sadly, and walked on.
At last they left the village. Some children and other people followed them for a while, but they stopped at the south gate and went back. The hobbits walked on along the road for several miles. The road turned left around Bree Hill and then went down into a land full of trees. On the left, they could see houses and hobbit holes still on the side of the hill. Far away in a deep hollow, smoke showed where Coombe was. Arkit was hidden among the trees. After the road went down for some distance and Bree Hill stood behind them, they found a narrow path going north. This is where we leave the open road and hide, said Strider.
Not a shortcut, I hope, said Pippin. The last shortcut through woods almost ended very badly.
But I was not with you then, Strider said with a laugh. My paths do not lead to trouble. He looked up and down the road. No one was there. Then he led them quickly into the trees. His plan was hard to understand without knowing the land. First, they would go toward Arkit. Then they would turn right and pass it on the east. After that, they would travel straight across Wildland to Weathertop Hill. This way, they would miss a long bend in the road. That bend went south to avoid the Midgewater marshes. But they would still need to cross the marshes themselves. Strider's words about them did not sound pleasant. For now, walking was nice. If not for the frightening night before, they would have enjoyed this part more than any other. The sun shone brightly but was not too hot. The woods were green and full of color. They felt calm and healthy. Strider led them with ease through many crossing paths. Without him, they would soon have been lost. He chose a twisting path with many turns to confuse anyone who might follow them. "Bill Ferny will know where we left the road," he said. "But I do not think he will come himself. He knows this land, but he knows I am stronger in a wood. I fear more what he may tell others. I think they are not far away. If they believe we are going to Arkit, that is good for us." Because of Strider's skill, or for some other reason, they saw and heard nothing all day. They saw no people, only birds. They saw no animals, except one fox and a few squirrels. The next day, they walked steadily toward the east. Everything stayed quiet and peaceful. On the third day after they left Bree, they came out of the Chetwood. The land had gone down little by little since they left the road, and now they came to a wide, flat country that was hard to cross. They were far from Breeland, and deep in wild country, drawing close to the Midgewater marshes. The ground became wet, and in some places it was soft and muddy. They saw pools of water and long stretches of reeds and grass, where small birds sang from hidden places. They had to walk with care to keep their feet dry, and to stay on the right way. At first they went on well, but later the way became slow and dangerous. The marshes were confusing and unsafe. There was no clear path, not even for the rangers, for the ground changed all the time. Flies began to bother them, and the air was full of tiny midges that crept into their clothes and hair.
"I am being eaten alive. Midgewater. There are more midges than water."
What do they eat when there are no hobbits?
They spent a very unhappy day in that lonely place. Their camp was wet, cold, and uncomfortable, and the biting insects did not let them sleep. Strange small creatures lived in the reeds and grass. From the sounds they made, they seemed like bad cousins of crickets. There were many of them, and they made sharp, crying noises all night long. The hobbits almost lost their patience. The next day, the 4th, was not much better, and the night was hard again. The noisy insects, which Sam called Neekabreekers, were gone, but the midges still followed them. Frodo lay awake, tired and unable to sleep. Far away in the east, he thought he saw a light in the sky. It flashed and disappeared many times, and it was not yet morning.
"What is that light?"
I do not know. It is too far away. It looks like lightning on the tops of hills.
Frodo lay down again, but for a long while he could still see the white flashes far away. He also saw the tall, dark shape of Strider standing silent and watchful. At last, Frodo fell into a troubled sleep. On the 5th day they soon left the last pools and reeds of the marshes behind them. The land ahead began to rise again, and far to the east they could see a line of hills. One hill stood higher than the rest, a little apart, its top pointed, yet flat at the very crown.
That is Weathertop. The old road runs south of it. We left that road far away on our right. If we go straight toward the hill, we could reach it by noon tomorrow. I think we should do that.
What do you mean?
I mean that when we get there, we do not know what we will find. It is close to the road.
But we hope to meet Gandalf there.
Yes, but that hope is weak. If he comes this way, he may not go through Bree, and then he would not know our plans. Even if we both go there, we may miss each other. It is not safe for him or for us to wait there long. If the riders do not find us in the wild, they may go to Weathertop. From that hill they can see very far, and many birds and animals could watch us. Not all birds are friendly. There are other watchers that are worse.
The hobbits looked with worry toward the distant hills. Sam glanced up at the pale sky, half fearing he might see hawks or eagles with sharp, unfriendly eyes.
You make me feel uneasy and alone, Strider.
What do you think we should do?
I think the best plan is to go straight east, but not straight to Weathertop. We should aim for the line of hills. There is a path I know at their feet. It will lead us to Weathertop from the north in a quieter way. Then we will see what we find.
All that day they walked on, until the cold evening came early. The land grew dry and empty, and behind them mist lay over the marshes. A few sad birds made soft, crying sounds. The round red sun sank into the west, and then all became still and silent. The hobbits thought of the warm light of evening shining through the windows of Bag End, far away. At the end of the day they reached a small stream, flowing down from the hills and vanishing into the quiet marshes. While there was still light, they followed it along its banks. It was night when they finally stopped and made a camp. They rested under small alder trees near the stream. In front of them, they could see dark hills under the evening sky. The hills were empty and had no trees. That night they kept watch. Strider stayed awake all night. The moon was growing brighter. Its cold grey light covered the land. They started again early the next morning, soon after sunrise. The air was cold, and there was frost. The sky was clear and light blue. The hobbits felt strong and fresh. It felt like they had slept very well. They were now used to long walks with little food. They ate much less than they did in the Shire.
Pippin said that Frodo looked twice as strong as before.
Frodo laughed and pulled his belt tighter. He said it was strange, because he was thinner than before. He joked that he hoped he would not keep getting thinner, or he might disappear.
Strider spoke fast and seriously. He told Frodo not to say such things.
The hills came closer. They rose and fell like waves. Some parts were very high. Other parts had low gaps that led east. On the tops of the hills, the hobbits saw old broken walls covered with grass. In the low places, there were ruins of old stone buildings. By night they reached the western side of the hills and camped there. It was the night of October 5th. They had been away from Bree for 6 days. The next morning, they found a clear path for the first time in many days. They turned right and followed it south. The path was made in a careful way. It stayed hidden from the hilltops and the flat land to the west. It went down into small valleys and stayed close to steep banks. In open places, there were lines of big stones on both sides. These stones hid the walkers like a wall.
Merry said he wondered who made the path and why. He said he did not like it. It felt strange and old to him. He asked if there was a barrow on Weathertop.
Strider said there was no barrow on Weathertop or on these hills. He said the men of the West did not live here. Long ago, they guarded these hills for a short time against dark forces from Angmar. The path was made to help soldiers move between forts. Even earlier, in the first days of the North Kingdom, they built a tall watchtower on Weathertop. They called it Amorn Sul. It was burned and broken long ago. Now only a broken ring of stones remained on the hill. Long ago it was tall and beautiful. Strider said that Elendil once stood there and waited for Gil-galad to come from the west.
The hobbits looked at Strider with surprise. He knew many old stories, not only the wild lands.
Merry asked who Gil-galad was.
Strider did not answer. He looked quiet and lost in thought.
Then a soft voice began to speak.
Gil-galad was an elven king. People still sing sad songs about him. His land was fair and free, between the mountains and the sea. He had a long sword and a sharp spear. His bright helmet shone far away. The stars in the sky shone on his silver shield. Long ago he rode away. No one knows where he went. His star fell into darkness, in the land of shadows.
The others turned and looked in surprise. It was Sam who spoke.
Merry asked him to continue.
Sam said that was all he knew. He felt shy and his face turned red. He said he learned it from Mr. Bilbo when he was young. Mr. Bilbo loved stories, and Sam loved hearing about elves. Mr. Bilbo taught Sam how to read and write. He knew many books and wrote poems. Sam said Mr. Bilbo wrote the words he spoke.
Strider said Mr. Bilbo did not make the poem. It was part of a very old song called The Fall of Gil-galad. It was written in an ancient language. Strider said Bilbo must have translated it. He did not know that before.
Sam said there was much more of the poem, and it talked about Mordor. He said he did not learn that part because it scared him. He said he never thought he would go that way himself.
Pippin cried out and said he hoped they would not go to Mordor.
Strider spoke sharply and told him not to say that name so loudly.
Said Strider.
It was already the middle of the day when they came close to the south end of the path. In the soft, clear October light, they saw a grey-green rise of land. It went up like a bridge to the north side of the hill. They chose to climb to the top at once while there was still strong daylight. They could no longer hide. They could only hope that no enemy or watcher was looking at them. Nothing moved on the hill. If Gandalf was near, they saw no sign of him. On the west side of Weathertop, they found a quiet dip in the ground. At the bottom, there was a round hollow with green grass on the sides. They left Sam and Pippin there with the pony and all the bags. The other three went on alone. After half an hour of slow climbing, Strider reached the top. Frodo and Merry came after him. They were tired and breathing hard. The last part of the climb was steep and full of rocks. At the top, they saw what Strider had told them about. There was a wide circle of very old stones. Many were broken or covered with long-grown grass. In the middle, there was a pile of broken stones. They were dark, as if fire had touched them. The grass around them was burned down to the roots. Inside the stone circle, all the grass looked dry and dead, as if fire had passed over the hill. There was no sign of any living thing. They stood on the edge of the broken stone ring and looked out. They could see very far in all directions. Most of the land below was empty and plain. To the south, there were small areas of trees. Beyond them, they could sometimes see light shining on distant water. Below them on the south side, the old road ran like a long thin line. It came from the west and went up and down until it disappeared behind dark hills in the east. Nothing moved on the road. When they looked farther east, they saw the mountains. The closer hills were brown and dark. Behind them were taller grey shapes. Behind those, high white peaks shone faintly among the clouds.
Well, here we are. It looks very sad and cold. There is no water and no place to hide. And there is no sign of Gandalf. I do not blame him for not waiting here, if he ever came at all.
I wonder, said Strider, looking around with care. Even if he left Bree a day or two after us, he could still have come here first. He can ride very fast when he needs to. Suddenly he bent down and looked at a stone on top of the pile. It was flatter and wider than the others, as if fire had not touched it. He picked it up and turned it in his hand. Someone touched this not long ago, he said. What do you think these marks mean?
I see one line, one dot, and 3 more lines, he said.
The line on the left could be a G mark, said Strider. It could be a sign from Gandalf, but we cannot be sure. The cuts are thin and look new, but they might mean something else and have nothing to do with us. Rangers also use signs, and they come here sometimes.
But what would the marks mean, even if Gandalf made them? Asked Merry.
I think, said Strider, They stand for G and the number 3. That would mean Gandalf was here on October 3rd, which was 3 days ago. It would also show that he was in a hurry and in danger. He had no time, or it was not safe to write more. If this is true, we must be careful.
I wish we could be sure he made the marks, said Frodo. It would make me feel much better to know he was on the way, either ahead of us or behind us.
Perhaps, said Strider. For myself, I believe he was here and that he was in trouble. There are signs of burning here. Also, I remember the strange light we saw in the eastern sky 3 nights ago. I think he was attacked on this hill. What happened after that, I do not know. He is not here now. We must take care of ourselves and find our own way to Rivendell as best we can.
How far is Rivendell? Asked Merry, looking around with tired eyes. From Weathertop, the world looked wide and wild.
I do not know the distance in miles, said Strider. Beyond the Forsaken Inn, 1 day east of Bree, the road is not well measured. Some say it is very far, and some say it is not. It is a strange road. People are just glad when the journey ends, whether it is long or short. But I know how long it would take me on foot, with good weather and no bad luck. It would take 12 days from here to the ford of Bruinen, where the road crosses the river from Rivendell. For us, it will take at least 2 weeks. I do not think we can stay on the road.
2 weeks, said Frodo. Many things can happen in that time.
Yes, said Strider.
They stood in silence for a while on the top of the hill, near the south edge. In that lonely place, Frodo felt fully, for the first time, that he had no home and was in great danger. He wished with all his heart that luck had left him safe in the quiet Shire. He looked down at the road with anger. It went west to his home. Then he saw 2 small black dots moving slowly along it. They went west. When he looked again, he saw 3 more dots moving east to meet them. He cried out and grabbed Strider's arm.
Look, he said, and pointed down.
At once Strider dropped to the ground behind the broken stones. He pulled Frodo down with him. Merry lay down beside them.
What is it? Merry whispered.
I am not sure, but I am very afraid, Strider said. Slowly they crawled back to the edge of the stone ring. They looked through a gap between 2 sharp stones. The light was weaker now. The clear morning was gone. Clouds from the east covered the sun as it moved lower. They could all see the black dots. Frodo and Merry could not see their shapes clearly. Still, they felt sure that black riders were gathering on the road below the hill. Yes, said Strider, who could see better. Our enemies are here. Quickly they crawled away and went down the north side of the hill. They hurried to find the others. Sam and Pippin had been busy. They had searched the small hollow and the slopes around it. Not far away, they found a spring with clean water. Near it, they saw footprints that were very new. In the hollow, they found signs of a recent fire and a camp made in a hurry. Near the hill, some rocks had fallen. Behind them, Sam found a small pile of firewood stacked neatly.
I wonder if old Gandalf was here, Sam said to Pippin. Whoever put this wood here planned to come back.
Strider was very interested in all this. I wish I had checked this place myself, he said. He hurried to the spring to look at the footprints. When he returned, he looked worried. It is as I feared, he said. Sam and Pippin walked on the soft ground. Now the marks are mixed and unclear. Rangers were here not long ago. They left the firewood. But there are also newer tracks. They were not made by rangers. At least one set is from heavy boots. They were made only a day or 2 ago. There may have been many people. He stopped and thought in silence. Each hobbit imagined dark riders with cloaks and boots. If the horsemen had already found the hollow, it was better to leave soon. Sam now hated the place. After hearing that the enemies were on the road so close, the Hollow felt unsafe.
Shouldn't we leave fast, Mr. Strider? Sam asked. It is getting late. I don't like this place. It makes me feel afraid.
Yes, we must decide now, Strider said. He looked at the sky and the time. Sam, he said after a while. I don't like this place either. But I do not know a better place we can reach before night. For now, we are hidden. If we move, others may see us more easily. If we go north, the land is the same as here. The road is watched. If we try to go south, we must cross the road. Beyond the hills, north of the road, the land is open and flat for many miles.
Can the riders see us? Mary asked. I mean, they often seem to find us by smell, not by sight, at least in the day. But you made us lie flat when you saw them. Now you say we could be seen if we move.
I made a mistake on the hill, Strider said. I wanted badly to find signs of Gandalf. But it was wrong for us to stand there so long. The black horses can see. The riders also use people and other creatures to watch for them. We learned that in Bree. They do not see light as we do. But our shapes leave marks in their minds, except in bright noon sun. In the dark, they notice many things we cannot see. That is when they are most dangerous. They can always sense living things and are drawn to them. There are also senses beyond sight and smell. We felt them as soon as we came here. They feel us even more. And, he added softly, the ring pulls them.
Is there no way out? Frodo said. He looked around in fear. If I move, they will find me. If I stay, they will come to me.
Strider put his hand on Frodo's shoulder. There is still hope, he said.
You are not alone, he said. Look at this wood ready for a fire. There is little shelter here, but fire can help us. Fire can give us warmth and light. Sauron uses fire for bad things, but these riders do not like fire. They are afraid of people who use it. In the wild, fire is our friend.
Maybe, said Sam quietly. But it is also a clear way to say, here we are, without shouting.
They went down into the lowest and safest corner of the small valley. There they made a fire and cooked a meal. Evening came, and the air grew cold. They felt very hungry. They had eaten nothing since morning. Still, they only made a small supper. They were afraid to use too much food. The land ahead was empty. Only birds and wild animals lived there. No friendly people stayed in those places. Rangers sometimes walked beyond the hills, but there were few of them, and they did not stay long. Other travelers were rare and often dangerous. Trolls sometimes came down from the northern mountains. Most travelers stayed on the road. They were often dwarfs, walking fast with their own work to do. They did not stop to help strangers.
I do not see how our food will last, said Frodo. We have been careful these past days. This meal is small, not a feast. Still, we have used too much food if we have 2 weeks to go, or more.
There is food in the wild, said Strider. There are berries, roots, and plants. I can also hunt if needed. You will not starve before winter, but finding food takes time and hard work, and we must move quickly. So eat less now, and think with hope about the tables in Elrond's house.
The cold grew stronger as night came. From the edge of the valley they could see only grey land, slowly disappearing into darkness. The sky cleared, and stars began to shine. Frodo and the others sat close to the fire. They wore all their clothes and blankets. Strider wore only one cloak. He sat a little away from them and smoked his pipe in silence. As the fire burned bright, Strider began to tell stories. He wanted to keep their minds away from fear. He knew many old tales about elves and men. He spoke of good and bad deeds from long ago. They wondered how old he was and where he learned so much.
Tell us about Gil-galad, said Merry suddenly, when Strider stopped. Do you know more of that old song you spoke about?
Yes, I do, said Strider. Frodo knows some of it too, because it is important to us.
Merry and Pippin looked at Frodo. He was staring into the fire.
I only know a little, said Frodo slowly. Gandalf told me. Gil-galad was the last great elf king in Middle-earth. His name means starlight. With Elendil, the elf friend, he went to the land of...
No, said Strider, stopping him. This is not the right time for that tale. The enemy's servants may be near. If we reach Elrond's house, you can hear the full story there.
Then tell us another old tale, said Sam. A story about the elves before they begin to fade. I want to hear more about them. The dark feels very close tonight.
I will tell you the story of Tinuviel, said Strider. I will tell it short. It is a long tale, and few remember it clearly now. Only Elrond truly knows it, as it was told long ago. It is a beautiful story, but also a sad one, like all tales of Middle-earth. Still, it may give you comfort.
He was quiet for a while. Then he began to chant softly. He told of a green land with long grass and tall plants. Soft starlight filled a quiet forest place. There, Tinuviel danced. Gentle music followed her, though no one could see its source. Starlight shone in her hair and clothes. A man named Beren came from cold mountains. He was lost and tired. He walked alone with a heavy heart. Through the leaves, he saw her and was filled with wonder. Golden flowers shone on her cloak, and her dark hair moved like a shadow. Her beauty gave him new strength. He followed her quickly, reaching for her light. She ran lightly through the forest, and he followed but could not catch her. Soon he was alone again, listening in the quiet woods. Many times after that, he heard soft footsteps or distant music. Seasons changed. Leaves fell, and winter came. Still, he searched for her. He walked far and long, under moon and stars, never giving up hope. Her cloak shone in the moonlight. She danced alone on a high hill. Silver light lay around her feet and moved like water. When winter ended, she came back. Her song brought spring. Birds rose into the sky. Rain fell softly. Ice turned into running water. He saw bright elven flowers grow near her feet. He felt strong and whole again. He wanted to dance and sing with her on the green grass. Then she ran away, but he followed her quickly. She stopped and listened. She stood still for a short time. His voice held her like magic. Beren reached her, and fate changed her life. She lay shining in his arms. Beren looked into her eyes. He saw stars there, like the night sky. Her dark hair fell around him. Tinuviel was fair and wise. She held him with bright arms like silver. A long and hard road waited for them. They crossed cold grey mountains. They passed dark halls and deep forests with no morning light. Wide seas lay between them. After many years, they met again. Long ago, they left the world together, singing in the forest without sorrow.
That was a song. The elves call this kind of song En the Nath. It is hard to say in our common speech. This is only a weak form of it. The song tells the story of Beren, son of Barahir, and Luthien Tinuviel. Beren was a mortal man. Luthien was the daughter of Thingol, an elf king, long ago when the world was young. She was the most beautiful maiden ever born. Her beauty was like stars over northern lands. Light shone in her face. At that time, the great enemy lived in the north. Sauron was only his servant.
The elves of the West came back to Middle-earth and fought him to take back the Silmarils that he stole. The fathers of men helped the elves, but the enemy won the war. Barahir was killed. Beren escaped through great danger. He crossed the Mountains of Terror and came into Thingol's hidden kingdom in the forest of Neldoreth. There, Beren saw Luthien singing and dancing by a river with magic. He named her Tinuviel, which means nightingale. After that, they suffered many sad things. They were apart for a long time. Tinuviel saved Beren from the prison of Sauron. Together, they passed through great dangers. They even defeated the great enemy and took one Silmaril from his iron crown. This jewel was the gift Luthien gave her father so she could marry Beren. In the end, Beren was killed by a great wolf from Angband. He died in Tinuviel's arms. She chose to become mortal and leave the world so she could follow him. Songs say they met again beyond the wide seas. For a short time, they lived again in green woods. Long ago, they passed beyond this world together. So Luthien alone of all the elves truly died and left the world. The elves lost the one they loved most. From her came a line of elf lords among men. Some of her family still live today. It is said her line will never end. Elrond of Rivendell is from this family. From Beren and Luthien came Dior, Thingol's heir. From him came Elwing the White, who married Eärendil. Eärendil sailed into the sky with the Silmaril on his brow. From Eärendil came the kings of Númenor, also called Westernesse.
While Strider spoke, they watched his strange and eager face in the red light of the fire. His eyes shone, and his voice was deep and strong. Above him was a dark sky full of stars. Then a pale light appeared behind him on the hill. The growing moon rose slowly above Weathertop. The stars near the hill faded. The story was over. The hobbits moved and stretched.
Look! The moon is rising. It must be late.
The others looked up. On the top of the hill, they saw something small and dark in the moonlight. It might have been a big stone or a rock. Sam and Merry stood up and walked away from the fire. Frodo and Pippin stayed seated and said nothing. Strider watched the hill closely. Everything seemed quiet and still. Frodo felt fear move into his heart now that Strider was silent. He moved closer to the fire. At that moment, Sam ran back from the edge of the valley.
I don't know what it is, but I suddenly felt afraid. I did not dare to go outside the valley. I felt that something was moving up the hill.
Did you see anything?
No, sir. I saw nothing. I did not stop to look.
I saw something, said Merry. Or I thought I did. Far to the west, where the moon shone on the flat land, I saw 2 or 3 dark shapes. They looked like they were moving toward us.
Stay close to the fire. Face outward, cried Strider. Hold the long sticks in your hands.
They sat very still. They did not speak. Their backs were to the fire. Each one watched the dark all around them. Nothing moved. There was no sound in the night. Frodo shifted. He felt he must speak. He wanted to shout.
Hush, whispered Strider.
What is that? Gasped Pippin.
On the edge of the small hollow, away from the hill, they felt a shadow rise. It was one shadow, or maybe more. They stared hard. The shadow seemed to grow. Soon they knew for sure. 3 or 4 tall black figures stood on the slope and looked down at them. They were so black that they looked like empty holes in the darkness. Frodo thought he heard a soft hiss. He felt a cold fear touch him. Then the shapes moved closer. Pippin and Merry were filled with fear. They dropped flat on the ground. Sam moved close to Frodo. Frodo was also very afraid. His body shook like he was very cold. But another feeling grew stronger. He wanted to put on the ring. The wish filled his mind. He could think of nothing else. He remembered the barrow and Gandalf's warning. Still, something pushed him to forget all danger. He did not think it would save him. He just felt he must put the ring on his finger. He could not speak. He felt Sam looking at him. It was as if Sam knew Frodo was in trouble. Frodo could not turn his head. He closed his eyes and fought the feeling for a short time. Then it became too strong. Slowly, he pulled out the chain. He slipped the ring onto the first finger of his left hand. At once, the world stayed dark, but the shapes became clear. He could see under their black clothes. There were 5 tall figures. 2 stood at the edge of the hollow. 3 moved forward. Their faces were white. Their eyes were sharp and cold. They wore long grey robes. On their heads were silver helmets. In their thin hands were steel swords. Their eyes fixed on Frodo as they rushed at him. In fear, Frodo drew his own sword. It seemed to glow red, like fire. 2 of the figures stopped. The third was taller than the rest. He had long shining hair and a crown on his helmet. In one hand he held a long sword. In the other hand he held a knife. The knife in his hand gave off a pale light. He jumped forward toward Frodo. At that moment Frodo threw himself to the ground. He heard his own voice cry out strange words. At the same time he struck at the enemy's feet. A sharp cry cut through the night. Frodo felt a sudden pain in his left shoulder, cold and sharp. His strength left him. As he fell, he saw, through a blur, Strider leap from the dark. Strider held burning pieces of wood in both hands. With his last strength, Frodo dropped his sword. He pulled the ring from his finger. He closed his right hand tight around it. Chapter 12. Flight to the Ford. When Frodo woke, he still held the ring tightly. He lay by the fire. The fire was now high and bright. His 3 friends leaned over him.
What happened? Frodo cried. Where is the Pale King?
They were so happy to hear his voice that they could not answer at once. They did not understand his words. Later, Sam told him what they had seen. They had only seen dark shapes moving closer. Then, to Sam's fear, Frodo suddenly vanished. At that moment, a black shadow rushed past Sam, and Sam fell. He heard Frodo's voice far away, like it came from deep under the ground, crying strange words. After that, they saw nothing. Then they tripped over Frodo's body. He lay face down on the grass. His sword was under him. He looked dead. Strider told them to lift Frodo and lay him by the fire. Then Strider went away. That was some time ago. Sam began to feel unsure about Strider again. While they spoke, Strider returned from the dark without warning. They jumped. Sam pulled out his sword and stood over Frodo. Strider quickly knelt beside Frodo.
I am not a Black Rider, Sam, he said softly. I do not work with them.
I tried to learn where they went, but I found nothing. I do not know why they left and did not attack again. I feel no sign of them near us. When he heard Frodo's story, he looked very worried. He shook his head and sighed. Then he told Pippin and Merry to heat as much water as they could in their small pots. He told them to clean Frodo's wound with the warm water.
Keep the fire strong. Keep Frodo warm, he said.
Then he stood up and walked away. He called Sam to come with him.
I understand more now, he said quietly. There were only 5 enemies. I do not know why the others were not here. I think they did not expect us to fight back. They have moved away for now, but not far. I fear they will return another night if we do not escape. They are waiting because they think their plan is almost finished. They believe the ring cannot go much farther. I fear they think your master has a deep wound that will make him obey them. We will see.
Sam began to cry.
Do not lose hope, said Strider. You must trust me. Frodo is stronger than I thought, though Gandalf gave me a hint. He is alive. I believe he can fight the dark power of this wound longer than the enemies expect. I will do all I can to help him. Watch him carefully while I am gone.
Then he hurried away into the dark. Frodo slept lightly. The pain in his shoulder slowly grew. A cold feeling spread down his arm and side. His friend stayed close to him. They kept him warm and cleaned his wound. The night felt long and hard. At last the sky began to grow light. The small valley filled with grey morning light. Then Strider returned.
Look! He cried.
He bent down and picked up a black cloak from the ground. It had been hidden in the dark. There was a cut near the bottom.
This cut came from Frodo's sword, he said. I fear this was the only harm it did. The enemy was not hurt. All blades break when they strike that dark king. The name of Elbereth hurt him more, and this hurt Frodo more, he said.
He bent again and lifted a long, thin knife. It shone coldly. Near the end, the edge was damaged, and the tip was broken. As he held it up in the growing light, they stared in wonder. The blade seemed to fade and disappear like smoke. Only the handle stayed in his hand.
Alas, he said, this cursed knife made the wound. Few people now know how to heal wounds from such evil weapons. But I will try.
He sat on the ground and placed the knife handle on his knees. He sang a slow song in a strange language. Then he set it aside. He turned to Frodo and spoke softly in words the others could not hear. From his belt he took out long green leaves.
I walked far to find these leaves, he said. This plant does not grow on these bare hills. I found it south of the road, in thick bushes, in the dark, by its smell. He crushed a leaf in his fingers. It is good that I found it. This plant can help with healing. The men of the West brought it long ago. They called it Athelas. It grows only in a few places now. People in the north do not know it, except some who travel in wild lands. It has great power, but this wound is very dangerous. The plant may help only a little.
He put the leaves into boiling water and washed Frodo's shoulder. The steam smelled fresh and clean. Those who were not hurt felt calmer and clearer. The plant helped the wound a little. Frodo felt less pain. The cold feeling also grew weaker. But strength did not return to his arm. He could not lift or use his hand. He felt sorry and angry with himself. He thought he had been weak. He now understood that when he put on the ring, he did not follow his own wish. He followed the strong pull of his enemies. He wondered if his arm would stay weak forever. He wondered how they could continue their journey. He felt too weak to stand. The others were talking about this same problem. They soon decided to leave Weathertop as quickly as they could.
I think, said Strider, that the enemy has watched this place for many days. If Gandalf came here, he must have been forced to leave. He will not return. In any case, this place is very dangerous after dark, especially after last night. We are not likely to be in more danger if we travel on.
As soon as the sun was fully up, they ate quickly and packed their things. Frodo could not walk, so they shared most of the bags between the four of them. They put Frodo on the pony. In the last days the pony had become much better. It looked stronger and a little fatter. It also seemed to like its new owners, especially Sam. Its old life with Bill Ferny must have been very hard, because this rough journey now felt better than before. They walked south. This way meant they had to cross the road, but it was the fastest way to reach land with more trees. They needed wood for fire. Strider said Frodo must stay warm, most of all at night. Fire would also help protect them. Strider also wanted to make the journey shorter by cutting across a wide bend in the road. East of Weathertop, the road turned far north, and he wanted to avoid that. They moved slowly and carefully around the southwest side of the hill. Soon they reached the edge of the road. They saw no riders. But as they hurried across, they heard two distant cries. One cold voice called, and another cold voice answered. They shook with fear and ran toward the bushes ahead. The land sloped down to the south. There were no paths. Low bushes and small trees grew in thick groups, with empty spaces between them. The grass was thin, rough, and grey. The leaves were pale and falling. The land felt empty and sad. Their journey was slow and heavy. They spoke very little. Frodo felt sad as he watched the others walk beside him. Their heads were down, and their backs bent under the weight of their packs. Even Strider looked tired and full of worry. Before the first day ended, Frodo's pain began to return. He stayed silent about it for a long time. For days passed. The land did not change much. Weathertop slowly sank behind them. The far mountains ahead looked a little closer. Since the distant cries, they had seen and heard nothing of their enemies. They feared the night. Each night they kept watch in pairs. They expected to see dark shapes moving in the grey light of the moon. But they saw nothing. They heard only the soft sound of dry leaves and grass. They did not feel the strong fear that had come before the attack in the hollow. It seemed too hopeful to believe the riders had lost them again. Maybe the riders were waiting to trap them in a narrow place. At the end of the 5th day, the land began to rise again from the wide valley below. Strider turned them northeast. On the 6th day they reached the top of a long, gentle slope. Far ahead they saw a group of wooded hills. Below them, they could see the road curving around the feet of the hills. To their right, a grey river shone weakly in the pale sun. Far away, they also saw another river in a rocky valley, partly hidden by mist. "I am afraid we must return to the road for a short time," said Strider. "We are now near the River Horwell. The elves call it Mithythel. It flows from the Ettenmoors, north of Rivendell, and joins the Loudwater in the south. Some people then call it the Grey Flood. It becomes a great river before it reaches the sea. There is no way to cross it here, except by the last bridge where the road goes over it."
"What is that other river far away?" asked Merry.
"That is the Loudwater, called Bruinen in Rivendell," Strider said. "The road follows the hills for many miles from the bridge to the ford of Bruinen. I do not yet know how we will cross it. One river at a time. We will be lucky if the last bridge is not guarded." Early the next morning, they came down again to the edge of the road. Sam and Strider went ahead to look. They saw no people and no riders. Rain had fallen there under the hills. Strider thought it had rained 2 days earlier and had washed away all tracks. No horse had passed since then, as far as he could tell. They moved as fast as they could. After a mile or two, they saw the last bridge ahead, below a short steep slope. They feared they might see dark figures waiting there, but they saw none. Strider told the others to hide in bushes by the road while he went on alone to look. "I see no sign of the enemy," he said. "That worries me. But I have found something very strange." He held out his hand and showed one small, pale green jewel.
"I found it in the mud on the bridge," he said. "It is a beryl, an elf stone. I do not know if someone put it there or if it fell by accident. But it gives me hope. I will take it as a sign that we can cross the bridge. After that, I do not want to stay on the road without a clearer sign."
They started walking again at once. They crossed the bridge safely. They heard only the sound of water moving under its 3 large arches. After a mile, they reached a narrow valley that went north through the high land on the left side of the road. Here Strider turned away from the road. Soon they were in a dark land with thick trees and quiet, heavy hills. The hobbits were happy to leave the empty lands and the dangerous road behind them. But this new place felt dark and unwelcoming. As they walked, the hills around them slowly grew higher. On some high places, they saw old stone walls and broken towers. They looked dark and worrying. Frodo was not walking, so he had time to look around and think. He remembered Bilbo's story about his journey. Bilbo had spoken of dark towers on the hills north of the road near the Troll's Wood, where his first great danger had happened. Frodo thought they might be in the same land now. He wondered if they would pass near that place.
Who lives here? He asked. Who built these towers? Is this troll country?
No, said Strider. Trolls do not build. No one lives here now. Long ago, men lived in this land. But they are all gone. The stories say they became cruel when they fell under the power of Angmar. They were destroyed in the war that ended the North Kingdom. That was very long ago. The hills have almost forgotten them, but a dark feeling still stays here.
Where did you learn these stories, if the land is empty? Asked Peregrine. Birds and animals do not tell such tales.
The heirs of Elendil remember the past, said Strider. Many more things are remembered in Rivendell than I can tell.
Have you been to Rivendell many times? Asked Frodo.
Yes, said Strider. I lived there once, and I still go back when I can. My heart is there. But my life is not meant for rest, not even in Elrond's fair house.
The hills now closed in around them. The road behind them still went toward the river Bruinen, but both were hidden from sight. They entered a long, narrow valley. It was deep, dark, and very quiet. Old trees with twisted roots hung over the cliffs. Behind them, the land rose into thick pine forests. The hobbits became very tired. They moved slowly. There was no clear path, and fallen trees and loose stones blocked the way. They avoided climbing when they could, for Frodo's sake. Also, it was hard to find any way up from the narrow valleys. After 2 days in this land, the weather changed. A steady wind blew from the west and brought heavy rain from the far seas onto the hills. By night, they were all wet. Their camp felt cold and sad because they could not light a fire. The next day the hills grew even higher and steeper. They had to turn north, away from their planned way. Strider began to look worried. It had been almost 10 days since Weathertop, and their food was running low. The rain did not stop. That night they camped on a hard rock shelf. A rock wall stood behind them, with a small shallow cave in it. Frodo could not rest. The cold and wet made his wound hurt more than before. The pain and deep cold kept him awake. He turned again and again, listening to the night sounds. He heard wind in the cracks of the rocks, water dripping, and stones falling. He felt as if dark shapes were moving closer to him. When he sat up, he saw only Strider's back. Strider was sitting close, smoking his pipe, and watching. Frodo lay down again and fell into a troubled dream. He walked on the grass in his garden in the Shire, but everything looked weak and unclear. Dark shapes stood by the hedge and seemed more real than the garden. In the morning, the rain had stopped. Thick clouds still filled the sky, but they were breaking. Small lines of pale blue showed between them. The wind was changing again. They did not leave early. After a cold and unhappy breakfast, Strider went off alone. He told the others to stay under the cliff for shelter until he returned. He wanted to climb up and see the land around them. When he came back, his news did not bring comfort. "We have gone too far north," he said. We must find a way to go south again. If we keep going like this, we will reach the Etendales far north of Rivendell. That land is full of trolls, and I do not know it well. We could try to pass through it and come to Rivendell from the north. But it would take too much time. I do not know the paths, and our food is not enough. So we must find the ford of Bruinen somehow. They spent the rest of the day climbing over hard, rocky ground. They found a way between two hills. It led into a valley that went southeast, which was the way they wanted. But near the end of the day, another high ridge blocked their path. Its dark shape stood against the sky, with many sharp points like broken teeth. They could either turn back or climb over it. They chose to climb. The climb was very hard. Soon Frodo had to get off his pony and walk. Even then, they often felt hopeless. They could hardly find a path, and it was very hard to lead the pony while carrying their packs. The light was almost gone, and they were all very tired. At last, they reached the top. They stood on a narrow space between two higher peaks. A short way ahead, the land fell steeply down again. Frodo dropped to the ground and lay there, shaking with cold. His left arm felt weak and dead. His side and shoulder felt very cold and painful. The trees and rocks around him looked dark and unclear.
"We cannot go on," said Merry to Strider. "This is too much for Frodo. I am very worried about him. What should we do? If we reach Rivendell, do you think they can help him?"
"We will see," Strider said. "There is nothing more I can do out here. His wound is the main reason I want to move quickly. But I agree. We cannot go on tonight."
"What is wrong with my master?" Sam asked quietly. He looked at Strider with worry. The wound was small, and it is closed now. I can only see a cold white mark on his shoulder.
"Frodo was hurt by a weapon of the enemy," said Strider. "There is some bad power at work that I cannot remove. But do not lose hope, Sam."
Night was very cold on the high ridge. They made a small fire under the twisted roots of an old pine tree. The tree hung over a shallow hollow, like a place where stone was once taken. They sat close together for warmth. The wind blew cold through the pass. From below, they heard the tops of trees making low, sad sounds. Frodo lay half asleep. In his mind, he saw dark shapes like wings moving above him. He felt as if riders were searching for him in every valley. Morning came bright and clear. The air felt fresh, and the sky was pale after the rain. Their hearts felt lighter, but their bodies were cold and stiff, and they waited for the sun to warm them. As soon as it was light, Strider took Merry with him. They climbed to a high place east of the pass to look at the land. When Strider came back, the sun was already shining. He brought good news. They were now going in the right direction. If they went down the far side of the ridge, the mountains would stay on their left.
Strider had seen the Loudwater again in the distance. He knew that the road to the ford ran close to the river, on their side of it, even if they could not see it yet. "We must reach the road again," he said. "We cannot find a safe way through these hills. No matter what dangers are on it, the road is our only way to the ford."
After they ate, they set out once more. They went slowly down the southern side of the ridge. The way was easier than they expected. The slope was not very steep, and before long Frodo could ride again. Bill Furnace' old pony showed a surprising skill for choosing a good path and giving Frodo a smooth ride. Everyone felt more hopeful. Frodo also felt better in the morning light. But sometimes his sight became cloudy, and he rubbed his eyes. Pippin walked a little ahead. Suddenly he turned and called out,
"There is a path here."
When the others reached him, they saw he was right. A clear path began there. It climbed up from the woods below with many turns and then faded on the hill behind them. In some places it was weak and covered with plants. In other places, stones and fallen trees blocked it. But long ago, many people had used it. It was a path made by strong hands and heavy feet. Old trees had been cut or broken. Big rocks had been split or pushed aside to open the way. They followed the path for a long time because it was the easiest way down. Still, they moved slowly and carefully. They felt more worried when they entered the dark forest. The path became wider and clearer. Soon it went steeply down and turned left around the rocky part of the hill. When they reached the turn, they looked ahead. The path went across a flat area under a low cliff with trees above it. In the stone wall there was a door. It hung badly on one large hinge and stood partly open. They all stopped near the door. Behind it was a cave or rock room. Inside, it was very dark, and they could not see anything. Strider, Sam, and Merry pushed together and opened the door a bit more. Then Strider and Merry stepped inside. They did not go far. On the ground they saw many old bones. Near the door there were only big empty jars and broken pots.
"This must be a troll cave," said Pippin. "Come back out. Let us leave now. We know who made this path, and we should get away from it quickly."
"There is no need," said Strider as he came back out. "It is a troll cave, but no one has lived here for a long time. I do not think there is danger. Still, we should go on carefully and see what comes next."
The path went on past the door. It turned right across the flat ground and then went down into thick trees. Pippin did not want Strider to see that he was still afraid, so he walked in front with Merry. Sam and Strider walked behind, one on each side of Frodo's pony. The path was wide enough for them all. They had not gone far when Pippin ran back, with Merry close behind. They looked very scared.
"There are trolls," Pippin said, breathing hard. "In a small open place in the woods below. We saw them between the trees. They are very big."
"We will go and look," said Strider, picking up a stick.
Frodo said nothing, but Sam looked afraid. The sun was high in the sky. Light came through the thin branches and shone on the open place in the forest. They stopped at the edge and looked through the trees. They stayed very still. There were 3 trolls. They were very large. One bent forward, and the other 2 stood and looked at him. Strider walked forward calmly.
"Get up, old stone," he said. He hit the bent troll with his stick.
Nothing happened. The hobbits gasped in surprise. Then even Frodo laughed.
"Well," he said, "we forgot our family stories. These must be the same 3 trolls that Gandalf caught long ago. They were arguing about how to cook 13 dwarfs and 1 hobbit."
"I did not know we were near this place," said Pippin.
He knew the story well because Bilbo and Frodo had told it many times. But he had never fully believed it. Even now, he looked at the stone trolls carefully. He wondered if magic might make them move again.
"You have forgotten more than your family stories," said Strider. "You have forgotten what you know about trolls. It is bright daytime with strong sun, and you came back to scare me with a story about living trolls here. Also, look at that one. There is an old bird's nest behind his ear. A living troll would not have that."
They all laughed. Frodo felt better and more hopeful. Thinking about Bilbo's first brave adventure gave him courage. The sun felt warm and kind. The mist in his eyes seemed to fade. They rested for a while in the open place. They ate their midday meal under the shadow of the troll's long stone legs.
"Can someone sing a song while the sun is still high?" said Merry when they finished. "We have not had a song or a story for days."
"Not since Weathertop," said Frodo.
The others looked at him.
"Do not worry about me," he added. "I feel much better." But I cannot sing. Maybe Sam can remember something.
Come on, Sam, said Mary. You know more than you say.
I am not sure, said Sam. But I can try this. It is not fine poetry. It is just a silly song. These old stone shapes made me think of it.
He stood up straight with his hands behind his back, like a schoolboy. He sang to an old tune. He sang about a troll sitting alone on a stone seat. The troll chewed an old bone because he had no meat. He lived alone in a cave, and food was hard to find. Then a man named Tom came with big boots. He spoke to the troll and joked that the bone looked like a leg from his uncle. Long years had passed since Tim went away, and Tom thought he lay in the graveyard. "My boy," said the troll, "I took this bone. But bones that rest in a hole mean little to me. Your uncle was dead and still, before I found his leg bone. Shin bone, thin bone. He can spare one for a poor old troll. He does not need his leg bone." Said Tom, "I do not see why someone like you can take things without asking first. That leg came from my father's family. So give the old bone back. Over, Rover. Dead or not, it belongs to him. So give the old bone back." "For a few small coins," said the troll with a grin, "I could eat you too. Fresh meat would taste very good. I will try you now. See now. I am tired of old bones and dry skin. I want to eat you now." But just when he thought his meal was caught, he found his hands held nothing at all. Before he could think, Tom slipped behind him and kicked him to teach him a lesson. Tom believed a strong kick would make him learn. But a troll's body is hard and thick. It is like stone in the lonely hills. You could kick a mountain root, and it would feel the same. The troll laughed when Tom cried out, and knew Tom's foot felt the pain. Tom's leg was hurt when he came home. His bare foot stayed sore and weak. The troll did not care and stayed where he was, still holding the stolen bone. The troll's seat did not change, and he kept the bone he had taken.
Well, that is a warning to us all. Mary laughed. It is good you used a stick, not your hand, Strider.
"Where did you hear that, Sam?" asked Pippin. "I have never heard those words before."
Sam mumbled something no one could hear.
"It came from his own head," said Frodo. "I am learning much about Sam Gamgee. First he was part of a secret plan. Now he is a joker. Next he may be a wizard. Or even a fighter."
"I hope not," said Sam. "I do not want to be either."
In the afternoon they walked on through the woods. They were likely on the same path that Gandalf, Bilbo, and the dwarfs had used long ago. After some miles, they reached the top of a high bank above the road. The road ran close to the hills and turned east toward the ford and the mountains. Strider pointed to a stone in the grass below. Old dwarf signs were carved on it, worn by time.
"There," said Mary. "That must be the stone that marked the troll gold. How much of Bilbo's share is left, Frodo?"
Frodo looked at the stone and felt uneasy. He wished Bilbo had never taken that treasure. "None is left," he said. "Bilbo gave it all away. He said it was not truly his, because it came from thieves."
The road lay quiet in the long evening shadows. No other travelers were there. They climbed down the bank, turned left onto the road, and moved as fast as they could. The hills soon blocked the setting sun. A cold wind came down from the mountains. They looked for a place off the road to rest. Then they heard a sound behind them. Fear filled their hearts. They heard horses' feet. The road turned too much to see far. They hurried off the road and climbed into thick bushes and heather. They hid among small hazel trees and looked down at the road below. The sound of horses came closer. The steps were fast and light. Then they heard a soft ringing sound, like small bells in the wind.
That does not sound like a black rider's horse.
Frodo listened very carefully. The other hobbits hoped it was nothing bad, yet uneasiness lay on them all. For many days they had feared someone following them, and every sound behind them now felt dangerous. Strider leaned forward. He bent close to the ground and held his hand to his ear. Then joy showed on his face. The light grew weaker. Leaves moved softly in the bushes, and the sound of bells came nearer. They heard quick feet upon the road. Then a white horse appeared below them, running fast and shining in the dim light. The horse's gear flashed like small stars, and the rider's cloak flew behind him. His hood was thrown back, and his golden hair streamed in the wind. Frodo felt that a soft white light shone from the rider, as if through thin cloth. Strider sprang from hiding and ran toward the road, crying out as he leaped over the plants. Yet even before he moved, the rider halted his horse and looked up toward the bushes. Seeing Strider, he dismounted at once and ran to meet him. He called out in a clear voice, beautiful to hear, and they knew at once that he was an elf. But his words were urgent, and he spoke quickly, as though time itself pressed upon him. Soon Strider called to the others, and the hobbits came out of the bushes and hurried down to the road.
This is Glorfindel, who lives in the house of Elrond.
Greetings, and at last we meet. I was sent from Rivendell to find you. We feared you were in danger on the road.
Then Gandalf has reached Rivendell.
No. He had not arrived when I left, 9 days ago. Elrond heard troubling news. Some of my people were traveling in your land beyond the Barandaran, and they learned that something was amiss. They sent messages with all speed. They said the Nine were moving again. They said you were lost, carrying a heavy burden without help, for Gandalf had not returned. Few in Rivendell can ride openly against the Nine. Yet Elrond sent riders in many directions. We thought you might leave the road to hide, and then be lost in the wild lands. I was chosen to keep to the road. I came to the bridge of Mithithil and left a sign there almost 7 days ago. 3 servants of Sauron were on the bridge. They fled, and I followed them west. I met 2 others, but they turned south. Since then I have searched for your path. 2 days ago I found it and followed it over the bridge. Today I saw where you came down from the hills again. But we must not speak longer. There is no time. Since you are here, we must risk the road and go at once. 5 are behind us. When they find your trail upon the road, they will follow us with great speed. And they are not the only ones. I do not know where the other 4 may be. I fear the ford may already be held.
As Glorfindel spoke, evening deepened into darkness. Frodo felt very weary. When the sun sank, the world before his eyes grew dim. A shadow seemed to stand between him and his friends. Pain returned, and cold crept through him. He swayed and clutched Sam's arm.
My master is sick and hurt. He cannot ride when night falls. He needs rest.
Glorfindel caught Frodo as he fell and lifted him gently, looking with concern upon his face. Strider swiftly told of the attack near Weathertop, of the dangerous blade. He drew out the handle he had kept and placed it in the elf's hand. Glorfindel trembled as he held it and studied it closely.
Evil signs are written on this handle. You may not see them, but they are there. Keep it, Aragorn, until we reach the house of Elrond. Be careful. Touch it as little as you may. Sadly, the wound from this weapon is beyond my power to heal. I will aid him as much as I can. Yet I urge you to go on without rest.
He laid his fingers upon Frodo's wounded shoulder, and his face grew graver at what he felt. The cold within Frodo lessened. A gentle warmth flowed from his shoulder down his arm. The pain softened, and the darkness seemed to lift like a passing cloud. He saw his friends more clearly, and new hope and strength returned to him.
You will ride my horse.
I will make the stirrups very short, he said. Sit as tight as you can. Do not be afraid. My horse will not let a rider fall if I tell him to carry one. He moves softly and smoothly. If danger comes close, he can run very fast. Even the enemy's black horses cannot run faster than him.
No, he will not. Frodo said. I will not ride him if he takes me to Rivendell or anywhere else and leaves my friends behind in danger.
Glorfindel smiled. I do not think your friends would be in danger without you, he said. The enemies would follow you and leave us alone. You are the one they seek, Frodo. What you carry puts us all in danger.
Frodo had no answer. At last, he agreed and climbed onto Glorfindel's white horse. The pony now carried many of the others' packs. Because of this, they could walk more easily and move faster. Still, the hobbit soon found it hard to keep up with the elf's quick steps. Glorfindel led them on into deep darkness and through the night. There were no stars and no moon. He did not stop until the grey light of morning came. By then, Pippin, Merry, and Sam were almost asleep while walking. Even Strider looked tired, with his shoulders hanging low. Frodo sat on the horse like he was lost in a dark dream. They dropped down in the grass near the road and fell asleep at once. It felt like only a moment passed before Glorfindel woke them again. He had stayed awake to watch. The sun was already high, and the night clouds were gone.
Drink this, Glorfindel said.
He poured a little drink for each of them from a leather flask with silver marks. The drink was clear like spring water. It had no taste. It did not feel cold or warm. But when they drank it, they felt new strength in their bodies. After that, the dry bread and dried fruit tasted better. It filled them more than many good breakfasts at home. They rested less than 5 hours. Then they started on the road again. Glorfindel pushed them to keep going. He allowed only 2 short stops that day. By nightfall, they had walked almost 20 miles. The road then turned right and went down into a valley. It now led straight toward the river Bruinen. The hobbits saw no sign of enemies. They heard no sounds. Still, Glorfindel often stopped to listen when they fell behind. Worry showed on his face. Once or twice, he spoke softly to Strider in the elf language. Even so, it was clear that the hobbits could not walk any farther that night. They stumbled along, very tired. They could think only about their aching feet and legs. Frodo's pain grew worse. During the day, the world around him faded into pale grey shapes. When night came, he almost felt glad. In the dark, the world seemed less empty. Early the next morning, they started again, still very tired. Many miles still lay between them and the river crossing. They moved forward as well as they could.
Our danger will be greatest just before we reach the river, Glorfindel said. My heart tells me the enemy is close behind us now. More danger may be waiting at the crossing.
The road kept going downhill. In many places, grass grew beside it. The hobbits walked on the grass when they could, to rest their sore feet. Late in the day, they reached a place where tall pine trees cast deep shadows over the road. Then the road went into a narrow path with high, wet red stone walls. Their footsteps made loud echoes. It sounded as if many other feet were behind them. Suddenly, the road came out into the open light. At the bottom of a steep slope, they saw a long flat stretch of land. Beyond it was the river crossing of Rivendell. On the far side rose a steep brown bank with a winding path. Behind it stood tall mountains, one behind another, rising into the fading sky. The echo of following steps still sounded behind them in the narrow path. There was also a rushing noise, like strong wind moving through the pine trees. Glorfindel stopped and listened. Then he leaped forward and cried out loudly.
"Run!" he shouted. "Run! The enemy is here!"
The white horse jumped forward. The hobbits ran down the hill. Glorfindel and Strider stayed behind to guard them. They were only halfway across the open land when they heard fast horses. From the gate in the trees came a black rider. He stopped his horse and sat still. Then another came. Then another. Soon there were more riders.
"Ride forward! Ride!" Glorfindel shouted to Frodo.
Frodo did not move at once. A strange feeling held him. He slowed the horse and looked back. The riders sat on their big horses like dark shapes on a hill. The land around them seemed to fade away. Frodo felt that they were telling him to stop. Fear and anger rose inside him. He let go of the reins and held his sword. He pulled it out quickly.
"Ride on! Ride on!" Glorfindel cried. Then he spoke to the horse in the elf language and told it to run fast.
At once the white horse ran like the wind along the road. At the same time, the black horses ran down the hill after him. The riders gave a loud cry that filled Frodo with fear. More riders came out from the trees and rocks on the left. There were 4. 2 ran toward Frodo. 2 ran fast toward the river crossing to stop him. They seemed to grow bigger and darker as they came closer. Frodo looked back for a moment. He could not see his friends now. The riders behind were falling back. Even their strong horses could not run as fast as the white elf horse. Frodo looked ahead again, and his hope grew weak. He did not think he could reach the crossing in time. The other riders were too close. He could see them clearly. They wore pale clothes of white and grey. They held swords in their hands and wore helmets. Their eyes were cold, and they called to him in hard voices. Fear filled Frodo's mind. He forgot about his sword. He did not shout. He closed his eyes and held the horse's mane. The wind rushed past his ears. The bells on the horse rang loudly. A deep cold passed through him. With one last burst of speed, the white horse ran past the nearest rider. Frodo heard water splash. The river rose around his feet. The horse pushed forward and climbed the rocky path. They went up the steep bank. Frodo was across the river. But the riders were close. At the top, the horse stopped and turned, crying out. Below, at the water's edge, stood 9 riders. Frodo felt weak as he looked at them. He felt sure they could cross the river easily. He knew that running farther would not help if they crossed. He also felt a strong pull telling him to stop. Anger rose again, but he was too tired to fight it. Suddenly the first rider pushed his horse forward. The horse stopped at the water and lifted its front legs. Frodo forced himself to sit up and raised his sword.
"Go back," he cried. "Go back to Mordor and leave me."
His voice sounded small to him. The riders stopped. But Frodo did not have great power. The riders laughed in a cold way.
"Come back," they called. "We will take you to Mordor."
"Go back," Frodo whispered.
"The ring! The ring!" the rider shouted.
"By Elbereth and Luthien the Fair," Frodo said with his last strength, lifting his sword. "You will not have the ring or me."
The leader was now halfway across the river. He stood up and raised his hand. Frodo could not speak. His mouth felt dry, and his heart beat hard. His sword broke and fell from his shaking hand. The white horse lifted up and cried out. One black horse almost reached the shore. Then there was a loud sound of rushing water. Frodo saw the river rise. Great waves came down the river, rolling stones. White light shone on the tops of the waves. Frodo thought he saw white riders on white horses moving in the water. The 3 riders who were still in the middle of the river were lost. The wild water rose fast and covered them. They vanished under the white foam. The riders who stayed behind pulled back in fear. Frodo, with his weak senses, heard cries. He thought he saw something bright and white beyond the riders on the shore. Behind it, small dark shapes ran and waved flames. The flames burned red in the grey mist that was falling everywhere. The black horses became wild with fear. They jumped forward and carried their riders into the fast river. The sharp cries of the riders were lost in the loud noise of the water. The river took them away. Then Frodo felt himself falling. The noise and confusion rose around him. It felt like the river took him and his enemies together. After that, Frodo heard nothing and saw nothing. Book 2. Chapter 1. Many Meetings. Frodo woke up and saw that he was lying in a bed. At first, he thought he had slept too long. He thought he had a bad dream that was still close in his mind. Then he wondered if he had been sick. The ceiling looked strange. It was flat and had dark wooden beams with careful carvings. Frodo stayed still for a while. He watched sunlight on the wall. He listened to the sound of falling water nearby.
Where am I? What time is it?
You are in the house of Elrond. It is 10 in the morning. It is the morning of October the 24th.
Gandalf.
The old wizard was there. He sat in a chair near the open window.
Yes, I am here. And you are lucky to be here too, after all the foolish things you have done since you left home.
Frodo lay back down. He felt calm and warm. He did not want to argue. He knew he would not win. He was fully awake now. His journey came back to his mind. He remembered the dangerous path through the old forest. He remembered the trouble at the prancing pony. He remembered putting on the ring at Weathertop. As he thought about these things, he tried to remember how he reached Rivendell, but he could not. The room was quiet. Only Gandalf's pipe made soft sounds as white smoke went out of the window.
Where is Sam? Are the others safe?
Yes, they are all well. Sam was here. I sent him to rest about half an hour ago.
What happened at the ford? Everything feels unclear. It still does.
That is not strange. You were starting to fade away. Your wound was winning. A few more hours and we could not have helped you. But you are strong, my dear hobbit. You showed that in the barrow. That was very close and very dangerous. I wish you had stayed strong at Weathertop.
You know a lot already. I did not tell the others about the barrow. At first it was too terrible. Later, there were other worries. How do you know?
You spoke a lot in your sleep. It was easy for me to learn from your thoughts. Do not worry. When I said foolish, I did not truly mean it. I think well of you and the others. It is a great thing to come so far, through so much danger, and still carry the ring.
We could not have done it without Strider. But we needed you. I did not know what to do without you.
I was delayed. That almost destroyed our plans. Still, maybe it was meant to be so.
Please tell me what happened.
In time. Elrond says you must not worry or talk much today.
But if I do not talk, I will think too much. That is just as tiring. I am awake now. I have many questions. Why were you delayed? You can tell me that.
You will soon learn everything. We will have a council when you are stronger. For now, I will only say this. I was held as a prisoner.
You?
Yes. I, Gandalf the Grey. There are many powers in the world. Some are good. Some are evil. Some are stronger than I am. I have not yet faced them all. But my time will come. The Dark Lord of Morgul and his Black Riders are moving. War is coming.
Then you already knew about the riders before I met them?
Yes, I knew about them. I once spoke about them to you. The Black Riders are also called Ringwraiths. They are the 9 servants of the Lord of the Rings. But I did not know they had returned. If I had known, I would have run away with you at once. I only heard news after I left you in June. That story can wait. For now, Aragorn has saved us from great trouble.
Yes. Strider saved us. But at first, I was afraid of him. Sam did not trust him either. He trusted him only after we met Glorfindel.
I have heard all about Sam. He has no doubts now.
I am happy about that. I have grown very fond of Strider. That word is not quite right. He feels close to me. He is strange, and sometimes very serious. He often reminds me of you. I did not know that big people could be like that. I thought they were just big and not very smart. Some are kind but slow, like Butterbur. Some are mean and foolish, like Bill Ferny. We do not know much about men in the Shire, except maybe the people of Bree.
You do not even know them well. If you think Barliman is foolish, you are wrong. He is wise in his own place. He talks a lot and thinks slowly, but he understands things in time. There are very few people left like Aragorn, son of Arathorn. He comes from the old kings from across the sea. That line is almost finished. This war may be their last great task.
Do you really mean Strider is from the old kings? I thought they were all gone. I thought he was only a ranger.
Only a ranger? My dear Frodo, that is what rangers are. They are the last of the great people in the north, the men of the west. They have helped me before. I will need them again. We have reached Rivendell, but the ring is still not safe.
I see. Until now, I only wanted to get here. I hope I do not need to travel again. It is nice to rest. I have had a month of travel and danger. That is enough for me.
He became quiet and closed his eyes. After some time, he spoke again.
I have been counting the days. The date does not seem right. It should be October the 21st, not the 24th. We must have reached the ford by the 20th.
You have talked and counted too much. How do your side and shoulder feel now?
I am not sure. I do not feel them much. That is better than before. I can move my arm a little again. Yes, it is waking up. It is not cold.
Good. You are healing fast. You will soon be well. Elrond has healed you. He has cared for you since you arrived.
4 days?
Yes. 4 nights and 3 days. The elves brought you from the ford on the night of the 20th. That is when you lost count. We were very worried. Sam stayed by your side almost all the time. Elrond is a great healer, but the enemy's weapons are dangerous. To be honest, I had little hope at first. I thought a small piece of the blade was still inside the wound. It could not be found until last night. Then Elrond removed it. It was deep inside and slowly moving inward.
Frodo shivered as he remembered the strange knife that had disappeared in Strider's hands.
Do not worry. It is gone now. It has been destroyed. Hobbits are stronger than they seem. I have known strong men who would not have lasted so long. You carried that piece for 17 days.
What were they trying to do to me? What did the riders want?
They wanted to hurt your heart with a special knife. If they had succeeded, you would have slowly become like them. You would have lost yourself and followed their master. You would have been under the power of the Dark Lord. He would have made you suffer for keeping his ring.
I am glad I did not know how bad the danger was. I was very afraid, of course. But if I had known more, I would not have moved at all. It is amazing that I got away.
Yes, luck or fate helped you. Courage helped too. Your heart was not hurt. Only your shoulder was wounded. This happened because you fought until the end. But it was very close. You were in great danger while you wore the ring. At that time, you were partly in the shadow world. They could have taken you. You could see them. They could see you.
I know. They were very frightening. But why could we all see their horses?
Because the horses are real. The black clothes are real too. They wear them to give shape to their empty forms when they deal with living people.
Then why do these black horses accept such riders? All other animals are afraid when they come near. Even Glorfindel's elf horse feared them. Dogs cry, and geese scream.
These horses were born and trained to serve the Dark Lord in Mordor. Not all his servants are shadow beings. He has orcs and trolls. He has wild wolves and other beasts. There are also many men. Some are fighters. Some are kings. They walk in the sunlight, but they still obey him. Their number grows every day.
What about Rivendell and the elves? Is Rivendell safe?
Yes, for now. It will be safe until many other lands fall. The elves fear the Dark Lord, and they may run from him. But they will never serve him again. In Rivendell live some of his greatest enemies. They are wise elf lords from lands beyond the sea. They do not fear the ringwraiths. They have lived in the Blessed Realm. They live in both worlds at the same time. They have strong power in the seen world and the unseen world.
I thought I saw a white figure. It shone and did not fade like the others. Was that Glorfindel?
Yes. For a moment, you saw him as he truly is in the other world. He is one of the great firstborn. He is an elf lord from a noble house. There is power in Rivendell to stand against Mordor for a while. In other places there is power too. There is even a different kind of power in the Shire. But if things continue like this, all these places will soon stand alone and be surrounded. The Dark Lord is using all his strength. Still, we must stay brave. You will soon be well, if I do not talk too much. You are in Rivendell now. You do not need to worry about anything at this time.
I do not feel brave at all. But I am not worried right now. Please tell me about my friends. Tell me what happened at the ford. I keep asking, and I want to know. Then I will be happy for now. After that, I think I will sleep again. But I cannot sleep until you finish the story.
Gandalf moved his chair close to the bed and looked at Frodo carefully. Color had returned to Frodo's face. His eyes were clear and fully awake. He smiled, and he seemed mostly well. But to Gandalf's eyes, something was slightly different. Frodo looked a little thin and light, almost like glass. This was most clear in his left hand, which lay on the blanket. This is to be expected, Gandalf thought. He is not done yet. Even Elrond cannot see what he will become in the end. But I do not think it will be evil. He may become like clear glass filled with light, for those who can see it.
You look very well. I will tell a short story without asking Elrond. But only a short one. Then you must sleep again. This is what happened, as far as I know. The riders went straight after you as soon as you ran. They no longer needed their horses to guide them. You had become visible to them. You were already close to their world. The ring also pulled them to you. Your friends jumped off the road. If they had not, the riders would have knocked them down. They knew that nothing could save you unless the white horse could. The riders were too fast to catch. There were too many to fight. Even Glorfindel and Aragorn together could not stand against all 9 riders at once.
When the dark riders passed by, your friends came quickly from behind. Near the ford, there is a small dip in the ground next to the road. A few small trees hide it. Your friends lit a fire there in great hurry. Glorfindel knew a strong river wave would come if the riders tried to cross. After that, he would need to face any riders left on this side. As soon as the water rose, he ran forward. Aragorn and the others followed him with burning sticks. The riders were trapped between fire and water. They also saw the elf lord in his anger, and this filled them with fear. Their horses lost control and panicked. 3 riders were swept away by the first rush of water. The other horses threw their riders into the river. All of them were taken by the flood.
Is that the end of the Black Riders?
No. Their horses are gone, and without horses they are weak. But the riders themselves are not easy to destroy. Still, you do not need to fear them now. After the water went down, your friends crossed the river. They found you lying face down at the top of the bank. Your sword was broken under you. Your horse stood next to you, watching over you. You were pale and cold. They feared you were dead, or something worse. People from Owen met them and carried you slowly to Rivendell.
Who made the flood?
Elrond did. This river obeys him. When he needs to block the ford, the water rises in anger. The moment the leader of the riders entered the river, the flood was set free. I added a few small things myself. You may not have seen it, but some waves looked like great white horses with shining riders. Big stones also rolled and crashed in the water. For a moment, I feared the flood was too strong and might carry everyone away. The water from the snowy mountains has great power.
Yes, I remember now. The loud noise. I thought I was drowning, with friends and enemies together. But now we are safe.
Yes, you are safe for now. Soon there will be food and joy to celebrate the victory at the fort of Brunnen. You will all sit in places of honor.
Wonderful. It is amazing that Elrond and Glorfindel and other great lords, and also Strider, care so much for me.
There are good reasons. I am one reason. The ring is another. You carry it. And you are Bilbo's heir.
Dear Bilbo. I wonder where he is. I wish he were here to hear this story. He would laugh. The cow jumped over the moon. And the poor old troll.
Then he fell into a deep sleep. Frodo was now safe in the last homely house east of the sea. As Bilbo once said, it was a perfect place. It was good for food, sleep, stories, songs, or quiet thinking. Just being there took away tiredness, fear, and sadness. When evening came, Frodo woke again. He no longer felt tired. He felt ready for food and drink, and maybe songs and stories later. He got out of bed and saw that his arm was almost back to normal. Clean green clothes were ready for him, and they fit him well. He looked in the mirror and was surprised. He looked much thinner than before. He looked like the young nephew of Bilbo who once walked the Shire roads with him. But his eyes looked more thoughtful.
Yes. You have seen many things since you last looked in a mirror. Now it is time to meet everyone.
He stretched his arms and whistled. At that moment, someone knocked. Sam came in. He ran to Frodo and took his left hand, clumsy and shy. He touched it gently, then turned away, red in the face.
Hello, Sam.
It's warm. Your hand, Mr. Frodo. It felt so cold for many nights. But joy and cheer. It's so good to see you up and yourself again. Gandalf told me to check if you were ready. I thought he was joking.
I am ready for the party.
I can take you to them, sir. This is a very big house, and it is strange, said Sam. There is always something new to see. You never know what is around the corner. And there are elves, sir. Elves are everywhere. Some look like kings. They are grand and serious. Others are happy like children. There is music and singing too, but I have not listened much since we came here. Still, I am starting to learn how this place works.
I know what you have been doing, Sam, said Frodo. He took Sam's arm. Tonight you will be happy. You will listen as much as you like. Come on. Show me around the corners. Let's go and find the others.
Sam led Frodo through many long halls and down many steps. They came out into a high garden above the river. The river ran fast and far below them. Sam saw their friend sitting in a covered place by the house. They were looking east. The valley below was already dark, but the high mountains still had light on them. The air felt warm. Frodo heard the sound of water falling and running. The evening smelled of trees and flowers. It felt like summer was still alive in Elrond's gardens.
Hurrah! Cried Pippin. He jumped up. Here is our great cousin. Make room for Frodo, Lord of the Ring.
Hush, said Gandalf from the dark place at the back. Bad things do not come into this valley. But still, we should not speak their names. Frodo is not the Lord of the Ring. That name belongs to the Dark Ruler in Mordor. His power is growing again. We are safe here in a strong place. But outside, night is coming.
Gandalf keeps saying things like that, said Pippin. He thinks I need watching. But it is hard to feel sad in this place. I feel like singing, if I knew the right song.
I feel like singing too, Frodo laughed. But right now, I want food and drink even more.
That feeling will pass soon, said Pippin. You woke up at the perfect time for a meal, as always.
Not just a meal, said Merry. A feast. As soon as Gandalf said you were well, everyone started to prepare.
Just then, many bells began to ring. They were called to the great hall. The hall was full of people, mostly elves. There were also a few guests of other kinds. At the end of a long table, Elrond sat in a great chair on a raised floor. On one side of him sat Glorfindel. On the other side sat Gandalf. Frodo looked at them with wide eyes. He had never seen Elrond before, though he had heard many stories about him. Sitting there, Elrond, Glorfindel, and even Gandalf looked different to Frodo. They looked strong and noble. Gandalf was shorter than the other two. But his long white hair and silver beard made him look like a wise king from old stories. His shoulders were wide. His face was old, but his dark eyes were bright and full of life. Glorfindel was tall and straight. His hair was golden and shining. His face looked young and brave, and full of joy. His eyes were sharp and bright. His voice sounded like music. He looked wise and strong at the same time. Elrond's face did not look young or old. It showed that he had seen many happy and sad times. His hair was dark like evening shadows, and he wore a thin silver band on his head. His eyes were grey and clear, like the evening sky, with a light like stars inside them. He looked like a king who had ruled for many years, and also like a strong warrior. He was the Lord of Rivendell, respected by elves and by men. In the middle of the table, under a rich cloth and a small canopy, sat a beautiful lady. She looked very much like Elrond, so Frodo guessed she was his close family. She looked young, but also not young. Her dark hair was braided and smooth. Her arms and face were fair and perfect. Her grey eyes shone like stars in the night. She looked calm and noble, and her eyes showed deep thought and long knowledge. She wore a soft grey dress. It had no jewels, only a silver belt shaped like leaves. On her head was a fine silver cap with small white gems. This was Arwen, the daughter of Elrond. Few people had ever seen her. People said she looked like Luthien of old stories. She was called Undomiel, the evening star of her people. She had lived for a long time in the land beyond the mountains. Only recently had she returned to her father's home in Rivendell. Her brothers, Elladan and Elrohir, were not there. They often rode far away with the rangers of the north. They never forgot the pain their mother suffered in the dark places of the orcs. Frodo had never seen people so beautiful before. He had not even dreamed of it. He felt surprised and shy to sit at Elrond's table with such great and noble folk. He had a chair made for him, with many cushions to raise him higher. Still, he felt small and not in the right place. This feeling soon went away. The feast was happy, and the food filled his hunger well. For a long time, Frodo only ate and enjoyed himself. He did not look around or speak to those near him. At last, he looked for his friends. Sam had asked to serve Frodo, but others told him he must sit as a guest of honor. Frodo saw Sam now, sitting with Pippin and Merry at a side table near the high seat. Frodo could not see Strider anywhere. On Frodo's right sat a dwarf who looked very important. He wore rich clothes. His beard was very long and split in two, and it was white, almost like his bright white clothes. He wore a silver belt. Around his neck was a chain of silver and shining stones. Frodo stopped eating and looked at him.
"Welcome," said the dwarf, turning to Frodo. He stood up and bowed. "I am Gloin," he said, and bowed again.
Frodo stood up in surprise. His cushions fell to the floor. "I am Frodo Baggins," he said politely. "I am at your service and at the service of your family. Are you Gloin, one of the 12 who traveled with Thorin Oakenshield?"
"You are right," said the dwarf kindly. He picked up the cushions and helped Frodo sit again. "I already know who you are. You are family to our friend Bilbo, the famous one. I am glad you are well again."
"Thank you," said Frodo.
"I hear you have had strange adventures," said Gloin. "I wonder why 4 hobbits came so far from home. Nothing like this has happened since Bilbo traveled with us. But maybe I should not ask. Elrond and Gandalf do not wish to speak of it."
"I think we should not speak of it yet," Frodo said gently. He felt the matter of the ring was not for easy talk, even here. He also wanted to rest his mind. "But I am curious," he added, "to know why such an important dwarf has come so far from the lonely mountain."
Gloin looked at him. "If you have not heard, then we will not speak of that yet either. Master Elrond will soon call us all together. Then we will hear many things. But there are other stories I can tell."
They talked for the rest of the meal. Frodo listened more than he spoke. News from the Shire, except for the ring, felt small and far away. Gloin had many stories from the wild lands in the north. Frodo learned that Grimben the Old, son of Bin, was now leader of many strong men. No orc or wild wolf dared to enter their land between the mountains and Mirkwood.
"Without the Beornings," said Gloin, "the road from Dale to Rivendell would be closed by now. They are brave and guard the high pass and the ford of Carrock. But they ask much payment," he added with a slow shake of his head. "And they do not like dwarves very much. Still, they are honest, and that matters these days." He went on, "The men of Dale are our best friends. They are good people, the Bardings. Bard the bowman's grandson rules them now. His name is Brand, son of Bane, son of Bard. He is a strong king. His land now reaches far to the south and east of the lake."
"And what about your own people?" Frodo asked.
"There is much to tell," said Gloin. "Some good, some bad, but mostly good. We have been lucky so far, though dark times touch us too. If you wish to hear more, I will gladly tell you. Just stop me if you grow tired. Dwarves talk a lot when they speak of their work.
Gloin then started to speak for a long time about the life of the dwarf kingdom. He was happy because Frodo listened with care. Frodo did not look tired and did not try to stop the talk. Soon, Frodo felt confused by many strange names of people and places, for he had never heard them before. Still, he listened with interest. He was glad to hear that Dain was still king under the mountain. Dain was now very old. He was over 250 years old, wise and very rich. Of the 10 companions who lived after the Battle of 5 Armies, 7 were still with him. They were Dwalin, Gloin, Dori, Nori, Bifur, Bofur, and Bomber. Bomber was now very large. He could not move by himself from his bed to his chair. 6 young dwarfs had to lift him.
And what happened to Balin and Ori and Oin?
We do not know, he said. I came here mainly to ask the wise people of Rivendell about Balin. But tonight we should talk about happier things.
Gloin then spoke about the work of his people. He told Frodo about their great work in Dale and under the mountain.
We have done much, he said. But we are not as good as our fathers in metal work. Many old secrets are lost. We still make strong armor and sharp swords. But we cannot make them as fine as before the dragon came. In mining and building, we are better than in the old days. You should see the waterways of Dale. You should see the fountains and pools. You should see the stone roads with many colors. You should see the halls and long streets under the ground. Their arches look like trees. You should see the terraces and towers on the sides of the mountain. Then you would know that we have worked hard.
I will come and see them one day, if I can. Bilbo would have been very surprised to see all the changes in the land of Smaug.
You cared a lot for Bilbo, did you not?
Yes. I would rather see him than all the towers and palaces in the world.
At last, the feast ended. Elrond and Arwen stood up and walked down the hall. The others followed them in order. The doors opened wide. They walked through a broad passage and through more doors. Then they came to another hall. There were no tables inside. A bright fire burned in a large hearth between carved pillars on both sides.
This is the Hall of Fire, said the wizard. Here you will hear many songs and stories, if you can stay awake. On most days it is quiet and empty. People come here when they want peace and time to think. There is always a fire here, all year. But there is little other light.
When Elrond entered and walked to his seat, elvish singers began to play gentle music. Slowly the hall filled with people. Frodo looked around with joy at the many fair faces. The golden firelight shone on them and glittered in their hair. Then Frodo saw something else. Near the far end of the fire, a small dark figure sat on a stool. His back rested against a pillar. A cup and some bread lay on the ground beside him. Frodo wondered if the person was ill. He did not know if people became ill in Rivendell. The figure's head rested on his chest, as if asleep. Part of his dark cloak covered his face.
Wake up, little master, he said with a smile. At last, the time you wished for has come, Frodo. Here is a friend you have missed for a long time.
The dark figure lifted his head and showed his face.
Bilbo.
Hello, Frodo, my boy. So you have come at last. I hoped you would. I hear this feast is for you. I hope you enjoyed it.
Why were you not there? And why could I not see you before?
Because you were asleep. I have seen you many times. Sam, and I sat by you every day. I do not enjoy big feasts much now, and I had something else to do.
What were you doing?
Sitting and thinking. I do that a lot now. This is the best place for it. Wake up, indeed. I was not asleep, Master Elrond. You all came in too early and disturbed me. I was trying to finish a song. I was stuck on a few lines and thinking hard. Now I fear I will never fix them. There will be so much singing that all my ideas will fly away.
I must ask my friend, the Dunnodon, to help me. Where is he?
Elrond laughed. We will find him, he said. Then you two can sit together and finish your work. We will listen and decide before the party ends.
People were sent to look for Bilbo's friend. No one knew where he was or why he was not at the feast. While they waited, Frodo and Bilbo sat next to each other. Sam came and sat close to them. They spoke in quiet voices. They did not notice the songs and laughter in the hall. Bilbo did not talk much about himself. After he left Hobbiton, he walked without a clear plan. He followed the road or went into the fields. Still, he slowly came toward Rivendell.
I came here without much trouble, he said. After I rested, I traveled with the dwarves to Dale. That was my last trip. I will not travel again. Balin had already left. Then I came back here and I stayed. I do small things. I write more in my book. I also make some songs. They sing them sometimes to make me happy. They are not very good for Rivendell. I listen and I think, time feels strange here. It does not seem to move. This place is very special. I hear news from far away, from the mountains and the south. I hear almost nothing from the Shire. I did hear about the ring. Gandalf comes here often. He does not tell me much now. He is more quiet than before. The Dunnodon tells me more. I never thought my ring would cause so much trouble. I wish Gandalf had learned the truth sooner. I could have brought it here long ago. I thought many times about going back to Hobbiton to get it, but I am old. Gandalf and Elrond would not allow it. They thought the enemy was searching for me. They feared I would be hurt if I traveled alone.
And Gandalf said, "The ring has moved on, Bilbo. It would not help anyone if you touched it again." That sounds like Gandalf. He said he was watching over you, so I stayed here. I am very happy to see you safe.
Bilbo stopped and looked at Frodo with worry.
Do you have it with you? He asked softly. I feel curious after all I heard. I would like to see it once more.
Yes, I have it, Frodo said. It looks the same as before.
I only want to see it for a moment, Bilbo said.
When Frodo woke earlier, he found the ring on a new chain around his neck. It was light and strong. Now he slowly pulled it out. Bilbo reached out his hand. Frodo quickly pulled the ring back. To his shock, he felt a change. For a moment, Bilbo did not look like himself. He seemed small and old, with sharp hands reaching forward. Frodo felt a sudden fear and anger. The music nearby grew weak, and everything felt still. Bilbo saw Frodo's face and rubbed his eyes.
I understand, he said. Put away. I am sorry. I am sorry you must carry this weight. I am sorry about it all. Do adventures ever end? I think they do not. Someone else must always continue the story. There is no help for it. I wonder if I should finish my book. But let us not think about that now. Tell me real news. Tell me about the Shire.
Frodo hid the ring again. The strange feeling passed. The light and music of Rivendell returned. Bilbo smiled and laughed with joy. Every small piece of news from the Shire made him happy. Sam helped sometimes with details. Bilbo cared about everything, from a single tree being cut to a child's small joke in Hobbiton. They were so busy talking that they did not see a man in dark green clothes arrive. He stood there for a while, smiling at them. At last Bilbo looked up.
There you are, Dunnodon, he said.
Strider. Frodo cried. You have many names.
Strider is new to me, Bilbo said. Why do you call him that?
They call me that in Bree, Strider said with a laugh. That is how he met me.
And why do you call him Dunnodon? Frodo asked.
The Dunnodon, said Bilbo. That is his name here. You know some Elvish, so you should know it means man of the West. But this is not the time for lessons. He turned to Strider. Where were you, my friend? Why did you miss the feast? Lady Arwen was there.
Strider looked at Bilbo with a serious face. I know, he said.
But often I must stop being cheerful. Eladan and Elrohir have come back from the wild places without warning. They brought news that I needed to hear at once.
Well, my dear friend, said Bilbo, now you know the news. Can you give me a little time? I need help with something important. Elrond says I must finish my song before the night ends, but I cannot do it alone. Let us go to a quiet corner and work on it.
Strider smiled. All right, he said. Come with me. I want to hear the song.
Frodo was alone for a while because Sam had fallen asleep. Frodo felt lonely, even though many people of Rivendell were near him. The people around him were quiet. They listened closely to the music and did not look at anything else. Frodo began to listen too. The music was very beautiful. The words were in the Elvish language, and he understood only a little. Still, the sound held his mind. Soon, he felt as if the words became pictures. He saw far lands and bright things he had never thought of before. The hall with its firelight seemed to change. It felt like golden mist above wide seas with soft waves. The feeling became more like a dream. Frodo felt as if gold and silver light flowed over him. It was too much to understand. The music filled the air and wrapped around him. Slowly, he fell into a deep sleep. In his sleep, he walked in a long dream of music. The music turned into the sound of running water. Then it became a voice. It was Bilbo's voice, singing. At first it was soft, then clearer. These were the words Frodo heard.
Idrendil was a sailor who stayed for a time in Arvernian. He built a strong boat from trees cut in Nimberthil. He made it ready for a long journey. The sails were silver. The lamps were silver too. The front of the boat looked like a swan, and bright banners flew above it. He wore armor like the kings of old times. Rings of metal covered his body. His bright shield had signs cut into it to keep him safe. His bow was made from dragon horn. His arrows were dark and hard. His coat of mail was silver. His sword case was made of smooth stone. His sword was strong steel. His tall helmet was very hard. An eagle feather stood on it, and a green jewel shone on his chest. Under the moon and the stars, he traveled far from the northern lands. He walked strange paths, far beyond the world of normal people. He came from icy places with dark shadows, and from hot lands with burning ground. He kept moving and did not stay long. He sailed on dark waters with no stars to guide him. At last, he reached a place with no light at all. He saw no bright shore and no lamp to follow. Strong winds pushed him. Lost in the waves, he fled from west to east with no clear goal. Then Elwing came flying to him, and a bright fire shone in the dark. It was brighter than diamond light. She carried the Silmaril, a living jewel. She tied it to him and placed it on him like a crown. Filled with courage, he turned his boat again and sailed on through the night. From lands beyond the sea, a great storm rose. A powerful wind drove his boat along paths that few people ever travel. The wind was cold and strong. It carried him over gray, empty seas. From east to west he went, far away. Through endless night he was carried back on loud, black waves. They passed over old shores that sank long before the first days. At last, he heard music on pale beaches where the world ends. Golden light and jewels shone in the foam of the waves. He saw a silent mountain rise. Soft light lay on the lands of Valinor. Far beyond the sea, he saw Eldamar. He had escaped the night and came at last to a white harbor. He reached the fair home of the elves, where the air was clear and cool. Below the hill of Ilmarin, in a deep valley. The bright towers of Tirion shone and reflected in the still water. He stayed there after his long travels. They taught him music and songs. Wise elders told him of wonders. They brought him harps made of gold. They dressed him in white clothes. 7 lights went before him as he passed through a narrow way into a hidden land. He came to timeless halls where the years shine and never end. There the elder king rules forever on the high mountain. Words were spoken that few have ever heard. Visions were shown of elves and men. These sights were beyond the world, and not allowed to those who live there.
They built a new ship for him. It was made of mithril and clear elven glass. The front of the ship shone brightly. There were no oars and no sail. A silver mast stood tall. The Silmaril shone like a bright lamp. It burned like living fire. Elbereth herself placed it there. She came to him and gave him wings that would never die. She gave him a fate that would not end. He had to sail the endless sky. He would travel behind the sun and the light of the moon. From the high hills of Evereven, where soft silver water fell, his wings carried him. He became a moving light in the sky. He went beyond the great mountain wall. At the edge of the world, he turned back. He wished to find his home again. He traveled through dark skies. He burned like a bright star alone in the night. High above the mist, he appeared like a far flame before the sun. He was a wonder before the early morning. Below him, grey northern waters flowed. He passed over Middle-earth. At last, he heard the sad crying of women and elder maids from long ago. A strong fate lay on him. Until the moon fades, he must never stop. He must not stay on the lands where mortals live. Forever he must be a messenger. He must carry his bright light far away. He was the flame-bearer of the West. The song ended. Frodo opened his eyes. He saw Bilbo sitting on a small stool. People sat around him in a circle. They smiled and clapped their hands.
We should hear it again.
Thank you, Linder. But I am too tired to say it all again.
You are not too tired. You love to speak your own poems. But truly, we cannot answer your question after hearing it only once.
What? You cannot tell which parts were mine, and which were the Dunedain's?
It is hard for us to see the difference between two mortals.
That is silly, Linder. If you cannot see the difference between a man and a hobbit, your judgment is very poor. They are very different.
Maybe. Sheep look the same to other sheep. Mortals are not our main interest. We have other things to study.
I will not argue. I feel sleepy after all this music. I will let you guess if you want. Well, it is finished. It went better than I thought. People do not often ask me to say it again. What did you think?
I will not try to guess.
You did not need to. It was all mine. Only Aragorn asked me to add a green stone. He said it was important. I do not know why. He seemed to think the poem was too high for me. He said that if I dared to write about Rivendell here, it was my choice. Maybe he was right.
I am not sure. It felt right to me. I was half asleep when you began. It felt like part of a dream. I did not know it was you until near the end.
It is easy to feel sleepy here, at least until you get used to it. Hobbits will never love music and stories like elves do. Elves love them as much as food, or even more. They will sing for a long time tonight. Shall we leave and talk somewhere quiet?
Can we?
Yes. This is a party, not work. Come and go quietly.
They stood up and walked softly into the shadows toward the doors. They left Sam behind. He was still asleep, smiling. Frodo felt a small sadness as they left the Hall of Fire. As they stepped outside, one clear voice began to sing. Frodo stopped and looked back. Elrond sat in his chair. Firelight touched his face like warm summer light on trees. Lady Arwen sat near him. Frodo was surprised to see Aragorn standing beside her. His dark cloak was open. He wore elven armor, and a star shone on his chest. They spoke together. Then Arwen turned her eyes toward Frodo. The light in her eyes reached him and touched his heart. He stood still, filled with wonder. The elvish song sounded clear and beautiful.
It is a song to Elbereth. They will sing it many times tonight, and other songs too. Come on.
He led Frodo to his small room. The room opened to the gardens. It looked south across the deep valley of the Bruinen River. There they sat for a long time. They looked through the window at the bright stars above the steep woods. They spoke in quiet voices. They did not talk about the small news from the Shire far away. They did not talk about the dark dangers around them. They spoke about the good and beautiful things they had seen together. They talked about the elves, the stars, and the trees. They talked about the soft change of the seasons in the woods. At last, someone knocked on the door.
Sorry to bother you, he put his head inside. I was just wondering if you needed anything.
And sorry to you too, Sam Gamgee. I think you mean it is time for your master to go to bed.
Well, sir, I hear there is a council early tomorrow. And he only got up today for the first time.
You are right, Sam, he said with a laugh. You can go and tell Gandalf that he has gone to bed. Good night, Frodo. It has been very good to see you again. Hobbits are the best people for a good talk. I am getting very old. I began to wonder if I would live to see your part of our story. Good night. I think I will take a short walk and look at the stars of Elbereth in the garden. Sleep well.
Chapter 2. The Council of Elrond. The next day Frodo woke up early. He felt rested and healthy. He walked along the stone paths above the fast river Bruinen. He watched the pale morning sun rise over the far mountains. The light shone through thin silver mist. Dew shone on the yellow leaves. Fine spider web sparkled on every bush. Sam walked next to him. He said nothing. He smelled the air and looked again and again at the high mountains in the east. Wonder filled his eyes. Snow lay white on their peaks. They came to a stone seat by a bend in the path. Gandalf and Bilbo were there, deep in talk.
Hello. Good morning. Do you feel ready for the Great Council?
I feel ready for anything. But most of all, I want to go walking today and see the valley. I want to go into those pine woods up there.
You may have time later. But we cannot plan yet. There is much to hear and decide today.
Suddenly a clear bell rang once.
That is the warning bell for the Council of Elrond. Come now. Both you and Bilbo are needed.
Frodo and Bilbo followed Gandalf quickly along the winding path back to the house. Behind them, not invited and soon forgotten, Sam hurried after them. Gandalf led them to the porch where Frodo had met his friends the night before. The clear autumn light now filled the valley. The sound of rushing water rose from the river below. Birds were singing. A calm peace lay over the land. To Frodo, his dangerous journey and the dark stories from the outside world felt like a bad dream. But the faces that looked at them were serious. Elrond was there. Several others sat quietly around him. Frodo saw Glorfindel and Gloin. In a corner, sitting alone, was Strider. He wore his old travel clothes again.
Here, my friends, is the hobbit Frodo, son of Drogo. Few have come here through greater danger or with a more urgent task.
Then Elrond showed Frodo the people he had not met before. Beside Gloin sat a younger dwarf. He was his son, Gimli. Near Glorfindel were other wise folk from Elrond's house. Eristor was their leader. With him was Guldur, an elf from the Grey Havens. He had come with a message from Círdan the shipwright. There was also a strange elf dressed in green and brown. His name was Legolas. He was a messenger from his father, Thranduil, the king of the elves of northern Mirkwood. A little apart sat a tall man. He had a noble face and a proud, serious look. His hair was dark, and his eyes were grey. He wore a cloak and boots ready for travel. His clothes were rich but marked by long journeys. He wore a silver collar with one white stone. A large horn with silver ends rested on his knees. He looked at Frodo and Bilbo with sudden interest.
This is Boromir, a man from the south. He arrived this morning and seeks advice. I asked him to be here, because his questions will be answered today.
Not everything said at the council needs to be told now. Many spoke about events in the outside world. They talked especially about the south and the lands east of the mountains. Frodo had heard some of these stories before. But Gloin's tale was new to him. When the dwarf spoke, Frodo listened with great care. Even while the dwarfs made many beautiful things, their hearts were not calm. Gloin spoke and said that many years ago a feeling of fear came to their people. At first, they did not know why. People began to speak in secret. They said the lonely mountain was too small for them. They believed more riches and glory waited in a wider world. Some talked about Moria. They spoke of the great halls their fathers built there, called Khazad-dûm in their own language. They said the dwarfs were now strong enough to return. Gloin sighed. He spoke of Moria with mixed feelings. He called it a great wonder of the north. But he said the dwarfs had dug too deep there and had woken a terrible danger. For a long time, the great halls had been empty after the people of Durin fled. Still, the dwarfs began to speak of Moria again. They felt both hope and fear. No dwarf had entered the doors of Khazad-dûm for many generations. Only Thror had gone, and he did not come back. In the end, Balin listened to the quiet voices. He decided to go. Dain did not agree easily, but Balin went anyway. Ori and Oin went with him, and many others. They traveled south. That was almost 30 years ago. For some time, news came back, and it was good. Messages said that Moria was entered and work had begun again. Then the messages stopped. Since then, no word has come from Moria. About a year ago, another message came to Dain. It did not come from Moria. It came from Mordor. A rider came at night and spoke at Dain's gate. He said that the great Lord Sauron wanted friendship with the dwarfs. He said Sauron would give rings, like in old times. He also asked many questions about hobbits. He asked what they were like and where they lived. He said Sauron knew that one hobbit was once known to the dwarfs. This troubled them deeply, and they gave no answer. Then the rider changed his voice and tried to sound kind. He said Sauron asked for only a small sign of friendship. He wanted the dwarfs to find a thief. That was his word. He wanted them to take from this thief, by choice or by force, a small ring. He said it was the smallest of rings and meant little to Sauron. If they found it, 3 old rings of the dwarf lords would be returned. Moria would belong to them forever. If they could only bring news of the thief, alive or not, they would receive great gifts and friendship. If they refused, life would not be easy. He asked them to choose. When he said this, his voice sounded cold and sharp, and all who heard him felt afraid. But Dain answered that he would not say yes or no. He said he must think about the message and the sweet words that hid its true meaning. The rider told him to think carefully, but not too long. Dain replied that his time to think was his own. Then the rider said no more and rode away into the dark. Since that night, the leaders of the dwarfs have felt heavy in their hearts. They did not need the rider's cold voice to know his words carried danger and lies. They already knew that the power in Mordor was the same as before and had always betrayed them. The rider came back twice more, and each time he received no answer. He said he would come a third and final time before the end of the year. So Dain sent Gloin to warn Bilbo. He was sent to say that the enemy was looking for him. He was also sent to learn, if possible, why this ring was so important. The dwarfs also wanted the advice of Elrond. The shadow was growing stronger and closer. They had learned that messengers also came to King Brand in Dale, and that he was afraid. They feared he might give in. War was already rising on his eastern borders. If the dwarfs gave no answer, the enemy might send his men to attack King Brand and Dain as well. Elrond said they had done well to come. He said they would hear everything they needed to understand the enemy's plans. He said there was nothing to do but resist, with hope or without it. He told them they were not alone. Their trouble was part of the trouble of all the Western world. Then he spoke of the ring. He asked what should be done with this small ring that Sauron wanted so much. He said this was the hard choice they now had to make. He said this was why they were all called to that place. He said they were called, even if he himself had not summoned them. People from far lands had come together at that exact time. It might seem like chance, but it was not. He asked them to believe that it was meant to be so. Those who sat there, and no others, had to find a plan for the danger facing the world. Everyone listened as Elrond spoke in a calm, clear voice. He told them about Sauron and the Rings of Power. He spoke about their making long ago, in the Second Age of the world. Some people knew parts of this story, but no one knew all of it. Many people watched Elrond with fear and surprise. Elrond spoke about the elves of Eregion. He told of their friendship with Moria and their strong wish to learn new skills. Because of this wish, Sauron was able to trick them. At that time, he did not look evil. The elves accepted his help and became very skilled. But Sauron learned all their secrets. Then he turned against them. In secret, he made the One Ring in the Mountain of Fire, to rule all the others. Celebrimbor saw the danger. He hid the 3 rings that he had made. War followed. Many lands were damaged. The Gate of Moria was closed. After that, Sauron searched for the ring for many years. This long history is written in other books by Elrond, so it was not told again now. Even so, Elrond spoke for a long time. The sun rose higher, and the morning almost passed before he stopped. He spoke about Numenor, its great beauty, and its fall. He told how the kings of men returned to Middle-earth from the sea during great storms. Elendil the Tall and his sons, Isildur and Anarion, became powerful leaders. They made 2 kingdoms. The North Kingdom was in Orna. The South Kingdom was in Gondor, near the river Anduin. Then Sauron from Mordor attacked them. Elves and men joined together in the last alliance. The armies of Gil-galad and Elendil gathered in Orna. Elrond stopped for a moment and sighed.
I remember their bright banners, he said. They reminded me of older times, when many great leaders stood together. But even then, there were more and fairer hosts in the elder days. The elves once thought all evil was ended forever. They were wrong.
You remember? Frodo said in surprise. But I thought the fall of Gil-galad was very long ago.
It was, Elrond said slowly. But my memory is long. My father was Rivendell, born before Gondolin fell. My mother was Elwing, from the line of Lúthien. I have lived through 3 ages in the West. I have seen many losses and many victories that did not last. I served Gil-galad and went to war with him. I was at the great battle before the Black Gate of Mordor, where we were strong. The weapons of Gil-galad and Elendil could not be stopped. I saw the last fight near the Mountain of Fire. Gil-galad died there. Elendil fell. His sword broke. Sauron was defeated, and Isildur cut the ring from Sauron's hand with a broken piece of his father's sword. He kept the ring for himself.
So that is what happened to the ring. At this, Boromir spoke loudly. In the south, this story is forgotten. We thought the ring was lost forever when Sauron fell. Isildur took it? That is great news.
Yes, said Elrond sadly. Isildur took it, but he should not have done so. The ring should have been thrown into the fire at once, where it was made. Few people saw what Isildur did. He stood alone beside his father. Only Círdan and I stood near Gil-galad. We warned Isildur, but he would not listen. He said he would keep the ring as payment for his father and brother. So he took it, even though we did not agree. Soon the ring led him to his death. In the north, it is called Isildur's Bane. His death may have been kinder than what else could have happened to him. Only a few people in the north heard this story. It is no surprise that you did not know it, Boromir. After Isildur died near the Gladden Fields, only 3 men returned over the mountains after long travel. One of them was Odur, Isildur's servant. He carried the broken pieces of Elendil's sword. He brought them to Valinor, Isildur's heir, who was still a child and lived here in Rivendell. The sword was broken, and its light was gone. It has not been made again. I said the victory of the last alliance was not complete. It was not useless, but it did not finish the task. Sauron was weakened, but not destroyed. The ring was lost, but it was not ended.
The Dark Tower was broken, but its base was still there. It was made with the power of the ring. While the ring exists, the base will last. Many elves and many strong men died in the war. Many of their friends also died. Anarion died, and Isildur died. Gil-galad and Elendil also died. Never again will elves and men stand together like that. Men grow in number, but the elves grow fewer. The two peoples are now far apart. Since that time, the people of Numenor have grown weaker. Their lives have become shorter. In the north, after the war and the battle at the Gladden Fields, the men of Westeros became fewer. Their city, Anam Enas, near Lake Evendim, fell into ruin. The heirs of Valandil moved away. They lived at Fornost on the high North Downs. That place is now empty too. People now call it Deadman's Dyke. They are afraid to walk there. The people of Honor grew few in number. Their enemies slowly destroyed them. Their rule ended. Only green hills remain in the grassy land. In the south, the kingdom of Gondor lasted for a long time. For a while, its glory grew. It reminded people of the old strength of Numenor before it fell. The people built tall towers, strong forts, and harbors with many ships. The winged crown of the kings of men was respected by many lands and peoples. Their main city was Osgiliath, the city of stars. The great river flowed through its middle. They also built Minas Ithil, the tower of the rising moon. It stood to the east, near the mountains of shadow. To the west, at the feet of the White Mountains, they built Minas Anna, the tower of the setting sun. In the king's courts there grew a white tree. Its seed came from a tree that Isildur had saved across the sea. That tree came from an older land in the far west, from a very early time when the world was young. As many years passed in Middle-earth, the line of Meneldyl, son of Anarion, came to an end. The white tree died. The blood of the Númenóreans mixed with that of weaker men. The guards on the borders of Mordor grew careless. Dark things slowly returned to the land of Gorgoroth. After a time, evil forces came out. They took Minas Ithil and stayed there. They turned it into a place of fear. It is now called Minas Morgul, the Tower of Dark Arts. Minas Anna was given a new name, Minas Tirith, the Tower of Guard. These two cities were always in conflict. Osgiliath stood between them, but it was empty. Its broken streets were silent and dark. This has been so for many generations of men. But the lords of Minas Tirith still fight. They stand against their enemies. They guard the river from the Argonath to the sea. Now this part of the story comes to an end. In the days of Isildur, the ruling ring was lost. No one knew where it was. The three rings were free from its power. But now, in these later days, they are in danger again. Sadly, the One Ring has been found. Others will tell how it was found. I had little part in that matter. He stopped speaking. At once, Boromir stood up before them. He was tall and proud.
Allow me to speak, Master Elrond. I have come from Gondor, and I wish to speak of my land. It is good for all to know what happens there. Few people know of our work. Because of this, they do not see the danger if we should fall. Do not believe that the blood of Númenor is gone in Gondor. Our pride and honor are not lost. By our courage, we still hold back the wild peoples of the East. We also keep the fear of Morgul away. In this way, peace and freedom remain in the lands behind us. We are the strong wall of the West. But if the crossings of the river are taken, what will happen then? That time may be near. The enemy without a name has risen again. Smoke rises once more from Oradruin, which we call Mount Doom. The power of the Black Land grows, and we are under great pressure. When the enemy returned, our people were driven from Ithilien, our fair land east of the river. We held some ground there for a while, with strong fighters. But this very year, in June, sudden war came out of Mordor. We were pushed back. We were fewer in number. Mordor had joined with the Easterlings and the Harsh Haradrim. But it was not only their numbers that defeated us. There was a force we had not felt before. Some said they saw it like a great dark rider unto moon. Where he went, our enemies became wild and fierce. But fear fell on our bravest men. Horses and riders turned back and fled. Only a small part of our eastern army returned. They destroyed the last bridge that still stood in the ruins of Osgiliath. I was with the group that held that bridge until it fell behind us. Only 4 of us survived by swimming. My brother and I lived, and 2 others. Still, we continue the fight. We hold all the western banks of the Anduin. Those who live safely behind us may praise us if they even know our name. They give us much praise, but very little help.
Only riders from Rohan will come to help us now when we ask. In this dark time, I have come on a long task to see Elrond. I travelled for 110 days, and I came alone. The roads were dangerous. But I do not ask for help in war. People say Elrond is strong in wisdom, not in weapons. I came to ask for advice and help with strange words. Before a sudden attack, my brother had a dream while he slept badly. After that, the same dream came to him many times. I also had it once. In the dream, I saw the sky in the east grow dark. I heard loud thunder. But in the west, a weak light stayed. From that light, I heard a voice. It was far away, but clear. The voice said,
"Look for the broken sword. It is in Imladris. There, people will give advice stronger than dark spells. A sign will be shown that danger is close. Isildur's bane will wake, and the halfling will stand."
We did not understand these words. So we spoke to our father, Denethor, the Lord of Minas Tirith. He knows much old history. He told us only this. Imladris is an old elvish name. It is a valley far in the north. Elrond Half-Elven lives there, and he knows great wisdom. My brother saw how great our need was. He wanted to follow the dream and go to Imladri's. But the way was full of danger. So I chose to go instead. My father did not wish to let me go. For a long time, I walked on old and forgotten roads. I searched for the house of Elrond. Many had heard of it, but few knew where it was.
And now, in the house of Elrond, more will become clear, said Aragorn as he stood up. He put his sword on the table before Elrond. The blade was broken into 2 parts. Here is the broken sword.
Who are you? And what do you have to do with Minas Tirith? He looked with surprise at the thin man with the worn cloak.
He is Aragorn, son of Arathorn. He comes from the line of Isildur, son of Elendil of Minas Ithil. He is the leader of the Dúnedain in the north. Only a few of his people remain.
Then the ring belongs to you, not to me, cried Frodo in shock. He jumped to his feet, thinking the ring would be taken at once.
It belongs to neither of us. It was decided that you should keep it for a short time.
Show the ring, Frodo. The right time has come. Hold it up. Then Boromir will understand the rest of his puzzle.
The room became very quiet. Everyone looked at Frodo. He felt shame and fear. He did not want to show the ring. He hated the feel of it. He wished he could be far away. With a shaking hand, he held it up. The ring shone with a soft light.
Look. This is Isildur's bane.
The halfling, he said quietly, has the fate of Minas Tirith come at last? But why do we need a broken sword?
The words did not speak of the end of Minas Tirith, but great events are close. The broken sword is the sword of Elendil. It broke when he fell. His family kept it safe when all other treasures were lost. Long ago it was said that the sword would be made whole again when the ring was found. You have now seen the sword you looked for. What do you ask next? Do you wish the house of Elendil to return to Gondor?
I was not sent to ask for gifts. I only came to learn the meaning of the dream. But we are in great trouble. The sword of Elendil would help us more than we can hope if it could truly return from the past. He looked at Aragorn again. Doubt was in his eyes.
Frodo felt Bilbo move beside him. Bilbo was clearly upset for his friend. He suddenly stood up and spoke loudly.
Not all gold shines. Not all who travel are lost. Strong old things do not fade. Deep roots are safe from cold. From ashes, fire will rise. Light will come from dark places. The broken sword will be made new. The king without a crown will be king again. Maybe it is not perfect, but it says enough if you need more than Elrond's word. If that is worth a journey of 110 days, then you should listen. He sat down with a short sound of annoyance. I made it myself. He whispered to Frodo. I wrote it long ago for Aragorn when he first told me who he was. I almost wish my adventures were not finished. I wish I could go with him when his time comes.
Aragorn smiled at Bilbo. Then he looked again at Boromir.
I forgive your doubt. I do not look like Elendil or Isildur, as they stand in stone in Denethor's halls. I am only the heir of Isildur, not Isildur himself.
I have lived a long life, and it has not been easy. I have traveled far. The long roads to Gondor are only a small part of my journeys. I have crossed many mountains and rivers. I have walked over wide plains. I have even been to far lands like Run and Harad, where the stars look strange. But my home, such as it is, lies in the north. There the heirs of Valandil have always lived. The line has gone from father to son for many generations. Our people have grown fewer, and our days have become darker. Still, the sword has always passed to a new keeper. I say this to you, Boromir, before I finish. We are lonely people. We are rangers who live in the wild. We hunt, but not for sport. We hunt the servants of the enemy. They are found in many places, not only in Mordor. If Gondor has stood strong like a tall tower, then we have done another kind of work. There are many evil things that your walls and bright swords cannot stop. You do not know much about the lands outside your borders. You speak of peace and freedom. The North would have known little of these without us. Fear would have destroyed it. When dark creatures come from empty hills or move out of dark forests, they run from us. What roads could people use? What safety would there be in quiet lands, or in the homes of simple people at night, if the Dunedain were asleep, or if they were all dead? And yet we receive little thanks. Travelers look at us with dislike. Country people call us cruel names. One fat man calls me Strider. He lives only a day away from enemies that would break his heart or destroy his small town if we did not guard him all the time. Still, we do not wish for things to be different. If simple people live free from fear, they will stay simple. We must stay hidden to keep them safe. This has been the work of my people for many long years. But now the world is changing again. A new time is coming. Isildur's bane has been found. War is near. The sword will be made again. I will go to Minas Tirith.
Isildur's bane is found, you say? I have seen a bright ring on the halfling's hand. But Isildur died long before this age, or so we are told. How do the wise know this ring is his? And how did it last through the years and come here with such a strange bearer?
That story will be told.
But not yet, please, master. The sun is almost at noon, and I feel I need something to eat.
I did not call on you. But I do now. Come and tell us your story. If you have not made it into a poem yet, you may speak in plain words. The shorter the tale, the sooner you may eat.
Very well. I will do as you ask. This time I will tell the true story. If some here have heard me tell it differently before, I ask them to forget it and forgive me. In those days, I wanted to claim the treasure as my own and lose the name of thief. I think I understand things better now. This is what really happened.
For some there, Bilbo's story was completely new. They listened in wonder as the old hobbit, clearly pleased, told of his meeting with Gollum. He told it in full detail and did not leave out a single riddle. He would also have spoken about his party and his leaving the Shire, but Elrond raised his hand.
Well told, my friend. But that is enough for now. It is enough to know that the ring passed to Frodo, your heir. Let him speak next.
Frodo spoke after that, though he was less eager than Bilbo. He told of all his dealings with the ring from the day it came to him. Every step of his journey from Hobbiton to the ford of Bruinen was asked about and discussed. All that he could remember about the Black Riders was carefully examined. At last, he sat down again.
Not bad. You could have made a fine story, if they had not kept stopping you. I tried to take some notes, but we will have to go through it all again someday if I am to write it properly. There are whole chapters before you even arrived here. Yes, it turned into a long tale. But it still feels unfinished to me. There is much I still want to know, especially about Gandalf.
The questions you ask, Galdr, are closely linked.
I did not forget these matters, and they will be answered. But Gandalf must explain them. I speak to him last, because he has the place of honor. In this whole matter, he has done the most work.
Some people, Galdr, said Gandalf, think that the news from Gloin, and the chase after Frodo, are enough to show that the small ring is very important to the enemy. It is a ring, yes. But what kind of ring? The 9 rings belong to the Nazgul. The 7 rings are taken or destroyed.
Gloin moved at this, but he did not speak.
We know where the 3 rings are. So what is this ring that the enemy wants so badly? There was a long time between the loss of the ring and its finding. It lay far away, between the river and the mountain. For many years, even the wise did not know the truth. Now we know, but we learned too late. The enemy was closer than I thought. It is good that he learned the full truth only this year, this summer. Some of you remember that many years ago I went to the stronghold of the necromancer in Dol Guldur. I went there in secret. I learned that our fears were true. The necromancer was Sauron, our old enemy, growing strong again. You may also remember that Saruman told us not to act against him. For a long time, we only watched. At last, when his power grew, Saruman agreed to act. The council joined together and drove the evil out of Mirkwood. This happened in the same year that the ring was found. It was a strange chance, if it was chance at all. But we were too late, as Elrond had feared. Sauron had been watching us. He prepared for our attack. He ruled Mordor from far away, through Minas Morgul, where his 9 servants lived. When we attacked, he pretended to run away. Soon after, he returned to the Dark Tower, and showed his power openly. Then the council met for the last time. We learned that he was searching hard for the One Ring. We feared that he knew something we did not. But Saruman said no. He said again what he had told us before: the One Ring would never be found again in Middle-earth. He said, at worst, our enemy knows that we do not have it, and that it is still lost. But what was lost may be found again, he thinks. Do not fear, he said. His hope will fail. I have studied this well. The ring fell into the great river Anduin. Long ago, while Sauron slept, it was carried down the river to the sea. There it will stay until the end.
Gandalf stopped speaking. He looked east, from the porch, toward the high misty mountains. At their roots, the danger of the world had long been hidden. He sighed.
I was wrong, he said. I trusted the words of Saruman the Wise. I should have searched for the truth sooner. Then our danger would be smaller now.
We were all wrong, said Elrond. Without your care, the darkness might already be here. But go on.
From the beginning, my heart felt uneasy, said Gandalf. I did not know why, but I feared this thing. I wanted to learn how Gollum got the ring, and how long he had it. I set guards to watch for him. I thought he would leave his dark home to look for his treasure. He did come out, but he escaped us. We did not find him. Then, sadly, I stopped the search. I only watched and waited, as we have done too often. Time passed, full of trouble. Then my doubts returned, and they turned into fear. Where did the hobbit's ring come from? If my fear was true, what should be done with it? I had to decide these things. But I told no one of my fear. A careless word can bring great danger. In all our long wars with the Dark Tower, betrayal has always been our worst enemy. That was 17 years ago. Soon I saw that many spies were near the Shire. Even animals and birds were watching. My fear grew stronger. I asked the Dunedain for help, and they watched more closely. I also spoke openly to Aragorn, the heir of Isildur.
And I, said Aragorn, advised that we should also search for Gollum, even if it seemed too late. Since Isildur's heir should try to mend Isildur's mistake, I went with Gandalf on the long and hopeless search.
Then Gandalf told how they had traveled across all of Wilderland, even as far as the Mountains of Shadow and the borders of Mordor. We heard stories about him. We thought he lived for a long time in the Dark Hills. But we never found him. At last, I lost hope. Then I thought of another way. Maybe we did not need to find Gollum. The ring itself could show if it was the One Ring. I remembered words from the council. Saruman said them. I did not listen well at that time. Now I heard the words clearly in my mind. The 9, the 7, and the 3, he said, each had its own jewel. But not the one. The one was round and plain. It looked like a small ring. But the maker put signs on it. A skilled person might still see and read them. He did not say what the signs were. Who could know now? Only the maker. Maybe Saruman knew. But even his knowledge must come from somewhere. Who held the ring before it was lost? Only Sauron. And then Isildur. With this thought, I stopped the hunt. I went quickly to Gondor. Long ago, my order was welcome there. Saruman was welcome most of all. He often stayed with the lords of the city. But now Lord Denethor did not welcome me as before. He allowed me to look at his old books and scrolls, but not gladly.
If you only look for old records and the early days of the city, then read, he said. For me, the future worries me more than the past. But unless you are wiser than Saruman, who studied here for many years, you will find nothing new. I know the learning of this city well.
So said Denethor. But in his stores there are many records. Few people can read them now. Their writing and languages are old and hard. And Boromir, in Minas Tirith there is still a scroll. I think no one has read it since the kings ended, except Saruman and me. Isildur wrote it himself. Isildur did not leave straight after the war in Mordor, as some say.
Some people in the north may say that Boromir said, but in Gondor, we all know he went first to Minas Aenir. He stayed there, with his nephew Meneldyl. He taught him before giving him rule of the South Kingdom. At that time, he planted the last white tree to remember his brother.
Yes, said Gandalf. But at that same time he wrote this scroll. It seems Gondor does not remember this. The scroll is about the ring. Isildur wrote this.
The great ring will now belong to the North Kingdom. But records of it will stay in Gondor, where the heirs of Elendil live. This is in case people forget these great events. After this, Isildur described the ring as he found it. When I first took it, it was hot, like burning coal. My hand was hurt, and I think the pain may never fully leave me. But even as I write, it has cooled. It seems smaller, but it keeps its beauty and shape. The writing on it was once clear like red fire. Now it is fading and is hard to read. The letters are elvish from Eregion, for Mordor has no letters for such fine work. But the language is unknown to me. I believe it is from the Black Land, for it is dark and ugly. I do not know what evil words it says. I copy it here, in case it fades forever. Maybe the ring misses the heat of Sauron's hand, which was black and burned like fire. That heat destroyed Gil-galad. Maybe if the gold were heated again, the writing would return. But I will not risk harm to this thing. Of all Sauron's works, it is the only one that looks fair. It is precious to me, though it has cost me great pain. When I read these words, my search was over. The writing was truly in the language of Mordor, as Isildur guessed. The meaning was already known. When Sauron first wore the One Ring, Celebrimbor, maker of the Three Rings, felt it. From far away, he heard Sauron speak these words. So Sauron's evil plans were made clear. I left Denethor at once. As I travelled north, messages came from Lorien. They said Aragorn had passed through. They said he had found the creature called Gollum. So I went first to meet him and hear his story. I did not dare to think about the great dangers he faced alone.
There is little need to tell them, said Aragorn.
If a man must walk near the Black Gate, or cross the deadly plants of Morgul Vale, he will face danger. I also lost hope in the end, and I started to go home. Then, by luck, I found what I was looking for. I saw marks of soft feet near a muddy pool. The trail was new and fast. It did not go to Mordor, but away from it. I followed it along the edge of the dead marshes. At last, I found him. He was hiding by a still pool of dirty water. He looked into the water as night came. I caught him there. It was Gollum. Green dirt covered his body. I fear he will never like me. He bit me, and I was not kind to him. I learned nothing more from him than the marks of his teeth. The worst part of my journey was the way back. I had to watch him all the time, day and night. I made him walk in front of me with a rope around his neck. I kept his mouth covered. He grew weak because he had little food and water. I pushed him on toward Mirkwood. At last, I brought him there and gave him to the elves, as we had planned. I was glad to leave him. He smelled very bad. I hope I never see him again. But Gandalf came and spoke with him for a long time.
Yes, it was long and tiring, said Gandalf. But it was useful. First, the story he told about losing the ring matched what Bilbo has now said in public for the first time. That did not matter much, because I had already guessed it. But I learned something new. Gollum's ring came from the great river near the Gladden Fields. I also learned that he had owned it for a very long time. For many lifetimes of his kind. The ring made his life much longer than normal. Only the great rings have such power. And if that is not enough proof, Galder, there is another test I spoke about. On this ring, which you have seen held up here, plain and round, the letters that Isildur wrote about can still be read. But first, someone must have strong will and place the ring in fire for a short time. I did this, and I read these words. Ashnaz der Bachalik, Ashnaz Jimbadal, Ashnaz Thrakatulik ak Burzamishi Krimpidal.
The wizard's voice changed in a shocking way. It became dark, strong, and hard, like stone. For a moment, it felt as if a shadow crossed the bright sun. The porch grew dark. Everyone shook with fear. The elves covered their ears.
No voice has ever dared to speak that language in Imladris before, Gandalf the Grey, said Elrond. As the shadow passed and people could breathe again.
Let us hope no one will ever speak it here again, Gandalf answered. Still, I do not ask your pardon, Master Elrond. If that language is not soon heard everywhere in the West, then let no one doubt what this thing truly is. It is the treasure of the enemy, full of his evil. A great part of his old power lives in it. From the dark years come the words that the smiths of Eregion heard, and then they knew they were betrayed. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them. One ring to bring them all and in the darkness bind them. Also, my friends, I learned more from Gollum. He did not want to speak, and his story was hard to follow. But there is no doubt that he went to Mordor. There, everything he knew was forced out of him. So now the enemy knows that the One Ring has been found. He knows it was in the Shire for a long time. His servants have chased it almost to our door. Soon he will know, or he may already know, even as I speak, that we have it here.
Everyone sat in silence for a long time. At last, Boromir spoke.
You say this Gollum is small? Small, but full of trouble. What happened to him? What fate did you give him?
He is kept in prison, but not treated badly, said Aragorn. He has suffered much. There is no doubt he was greatly harmed, and the fear of Sauron is deep in his heart. Still, I am glad he is safely guarded by the careful elves of Mirkwood. His evil nature is strong, and gives him power beyond what one would expect from such a thin and broken creature. If he were free, he could still cause great harm. I also believe he was allowed to leave Mordor for some dark purpose.
Alas! Alas! Cried Legolas. I must now tell the news I was sent to bring. It is bad news. Only now do I see how terrible it is for this group. Smeagol, who is now called Gollum, has escaped.
Escaped? Cried Aragorn.
That is very bad news. I fear we will all be sorry about this. How did the people of Thranduil fail to keep their promise?
It was not because we were careless. It was because we were too kind. We fear the prisoner had help from others. We also fear that our plans are known more than we wish. We guarded this creature day and night, as Gandalf asked us. We grew very tired of this work. But Gandalf told us to hope that the creature could still change. We did not want to keep him always in dark rooms under the ground. There his mind would return to evil thoughts.
You were not so kind to me.
His eyes flashed as he remembered his time as a prisoner in the deep halls of the Elven King.
Come now. Please do not interrupt, my good Gloin. That was an old mistake, and it was fixed long ago. If we bring up every old anger between elves and dwarves, this meeting will fail.
Gloin stood up and bowed. Legolas then went on.
In the warm days we walked with Gollum in the forest. There was a tall tree standing alone, far from the others. He liked to climb it. We often let him climb to the top branches so he could feel the wind. We always kept guards at the bottom of the tree. One day he would not come down. The guards did not want to climb after him. He had learned how to hold the branches with his feet and his hands. So they waited by the tree until late at night. That same night, in summer, the sky was dark with no moon and no stars. Orcs attacked us without warning. After some time we drove them away. There were many of them and they fought hard. But they came from beyond the mountains and did not know the forest well. When the fight ended, we saw that Gollum was gone. His guards were dead or taken away. Then we understood that the attack was made to free him. We also believed that he knew about it before it happened. We do not know how this plan was made. But Gollum is clever, and the enemy has many spies. The dark creatures that were driven out when the dragon fell have returned in greater numbers. Mirkwood is evil again except where our people still rule. We tried to catch Gollum again. We found his tracks among many orc tracks. They went deep into the forest going south. After a while we lost the trail. We did not dare to follow. We were getting too close to Dol Guldur. That place is still very evil and we do not go there.
Well, he is gone. We do not have time to look for him again. He will do as he chooses. But he may still have a part to play. Neither he nor Sauron may see it coming. Now I will answer Galdur's other questions. What about Saruman? What advice does he give us now? I must tell this story fully. Only Elrond has heard it before, and only a short version. It matters to all the choices we must make. This is the latest part of the story of the ring. At the end of June I was in the Shire. I felt worried and uneasy. I rode to the southern edges of the land. I felt that some danger was coming, though I could not see it clearly. There I received messages about war and loss in Gondor. When I heard about the Black Shadow, fear touched my heart. Still, I found nothing except a few people fleeing from the south. They carried a fear they would not speak about. I then turned east and north and traveled along the Greenway. Near Bree I saw a traveler sitting by the road. His horse was eating grass beside him. It was Radagast the Brown. He once lived at Roscommon, near Mirkwood. He is one of my order. I had not seen him for many years.
Gandalf. I was looking for you. But I am a stranger here. I only knew you might be found in a wild place with the strange name of Shire.
You were told correctly. But do not speak like that if you meet the people who live there. You are close to the Shire now. Why do you need me? It must be important. You do not travel unless you must.
I have an urgent task. My news is bad. The Nazgul. The Nine are moving again. They crossed the river in secret and are going west. They are riding as black horsemen.
Then I understood the fear I had felt.
The enemy must have a great reason. But I do not know why he looks to these far and empty lands.
What do you mean? I have heard that wherever these riders go, they ask about a place called the Shire.
The Shire, I said, but I felt afraid inside. Even the wise could fear the Nine when they stand together with their dark leader. He was once a great king and a magic user. Now he uses strong fear as a weapon.
Who told you this, and who sent you?
Saruman the White, Radagast answered. He told me to say that he will help you if you ask. But you must go to him at once, or it will be too late.
This message gave me hope. Saruman the White is the greatest of our order. Radagast is a good wizard too. He understands animals, plants, and changes in nature. Birds are his close friends. But Saruman has studied the enemy for a long time. Because of this, we have often stopped the enemy's plans. It was Saruman's work that drove the enemy from Dol Guldur. I thought he might have found a way to push back the Nine.
I will go to Saruman, I said.
Then you must go now, said Radagast. I lost much time trying to find you, and the days are almost gone. I was told to find you before midsummer, and midsummer is here. Even if you leave now, you may not reach Saruman before the Nine find the land they are looking for. I must turn back at once.
With that, he climbed onto his horse and started to ride away.
Wait, I said. We will need your help, and the help of all who are willing. Send messages to the animals and birds who are your friends. Tell them to bring any news about this danger to Saruman and to me. Let messages go to Orthanc.
I will do that, he said. Then he rode away very fast, as if the Nine were close behind him.
I could not follow him right away. I had ridden a long distance that day. I was very tired, and so was my horse. I also needed time to think. I stayed the night in Bree. I decided I did not have time to return to the Shire. This was a very bad mistake. Still, I wrote a message to Frodo and trusted the innkeeper to send it to him. At dawn, I rode on. At last, I reached the home of Saruman. It lies far south in Isengard, at the end of the Misty Mountains, near the Gap of Rohan. Boromir will tell you that this land is a wide open valley between the Misty Mountains and the northern hills of the White Mountains. But Isengard itself is different. It is a ring of high stone cliffs that close in a valley like a wall. In the middle of that valley stands a tall stone tower called Orthanc. Saruman did not build it. Men of Numenor built it long ago. It is very tall and holds many secrets. It does not look like a normal building. You can only reach it by passing through the circle of Isengard, and there is only one gate. Late one evening, I came to that gate. It was like a great stone arch and was well guarded. The guards were waiting for me. They said Saruman expected me. I rode under the arch. The gate closed quietly behind me. At once, I felt afraid, though I did not know why. I rode on to the foot of Orthanc and came to Saruman's stair. He met me there and led me up to his high room. I saw that he wore a ring on his finger.
So you have come, Gandalf, he said in a serious voice. In his eyes, I saw a cold white light, like hidden laughter.
Yes, I have come, I said. I have come for your help, Saruman the White.
This name seemed to make him angry.
Have you indeed, Gandalf the Grey? He said with a sharp laugh. For help? It is rare to hear that Gandalf the Grey asks for help. You are known as clever and wise, always walking the lands and putting yourself into every matter, even those that are not yours.
I looked at him with surprise.
But if I am not mistaken, I said, great events are starting. We will need all our strength together.
That may be true, he said. But you come late to this thought. How long, I wonder, have you hidden a matter of great importance from me, the head of the council? Why do you come now from your hiding place in the Shire?
The 9 have returned, I said. They have crossed the river. That is what Radagast told me.
Radagast the Brown. Saruman laughed. He no longer hid his dislike. Radagast the Bird Lover. Radagast the Simple One. Radagast the Fool. Still, he was clever enough to play the part one gave him. You have come here, and that was all I wanted. Now you will stay here, Gandalf the Grey, and rest from your travels. For I am Saruman the Wise, Saruman the Ringmaker, Saruman of many colors.
I looked at his clothes more closely. They had seemed white before, but they were not. They were made of many colors. When he moved, the colors changed and shone, and it hurt the eyes to watch.
I liked white better, I said.
White, he said with a cold smile. White is only a beginning. White cloth can be dyed.
The white page can be changed, and the white light can be broken.
If it is broken, it is no longer white, I said. A person who breaks things to understand them leaves the way of wisdom.
You do not need to speak to me as if I am a fool, he said. I did not bring you here to learn from you. I brought you here to give you a choice.
He stood tall and began to speak like someone giving a speech he had practiced many times.
The old days are finished. The middle days are ending. New days are starting. The time of the elves is over. The time of men is coming. This world belongs to men, and we must rule it. But to rule, we need power. We need power to put everything in order, as we decide. Only the wise can see what is truly good.
He came closer and spoke in a softer voice.
Listen, Gandalf, my old friend. I say we because it can be you and me together. A new power is growing. The old friends and old plans cannot stop it. There is no hope left in the elves or in the dying kingdoms of men. This is your choice. We can join this new power. That would be the wise way. It will win soon. Those who help it will get great rewards. As it grows stronger, its true friends will grow stronger too. In time, the wise, like you and me, can guide it and control it. We can wait and keep our true thoughts hidden. We may feel sad about some bad things done on the way, but we can agree with the final goal: knowledge, rule, and order. These are the things we have tried to do before, but failed, because our friends were weak or lazy. Our plans do not need to change. Only our methods need to change.
Saruman, I said, I have heard words like this before. They came from messengers sent by Mordor to trick simple people. I do not believe you brought me all this way just to tire my ears.
He looked at me from the side and stopped for a moment.
Well, he said, I see this wise plan does not please you. Not yet? Not even if we find a better way?
He stepped closer and put his long hand on my arm.
And why not, Gandalf, he whispered. Why not the ruling ring? If we could control it, then the power would be ours. That is why I brought you here. I have many eyes watching for me, and I believe you know where this precious thing is. Is that not true? Why else do the Nine ask about the Shire? And why do you go there so often?
As he spoke, a strong desire showed in his eyes.
Saruman, I said, stepping away, only one hand can use the one ring. You know that, so do not say we. I would not give it to you. I would not even tell you news of it now that I know your true thoughts. You were once the leader of the council, but now you have shown who you are. So the choices are clear, to serve Sauron or to serve you. I choose neither. Do you have any other choice to offer?
His voice became cold and dangerous.
Yes, he said. I did not expect you to be wise, even for your own good. I gave you the chance to help me freely, and so save yourself much trouble and pain. The third choice is to stay here until the end.
Until what end? I asked.
Until you tell me where the One Ring is. I may find ways to change your mind. Or until it is found without your help, and the ruler has time to think about other matters. He may choose a suitable reward for the pride and rudeness of Gandalf the Grey.
That may not be a small matter, I said.
He laughed, because he knew my words had no power. They took me and left me alone on the top of Orthanc, where Saruman used to watch the stars. There was no way down except a narrow stair with many thousands of steps. The valley below looked very far away. I saw that it was no longer green and fair. It was full of deep holes and burning workshops. Wolves and orcs lived in Isengard now. Saruman was gathering a great army for himself. He was not serving Sauron, but he was not fighting him either. Dark smoke covered all his works and wrapped around the tower. I stood alone, like on an island in the clouds. I had no way to escape. My days were hard and bitter. I was very cold. I had little space to walk back and forth. I spent my time thinking with worry about the riders going north. I knew that the Nine had truly risen, even without Saruman's words, which could be lies. Long before I came to Isengard, I had heard clear signs on the road. I was always afraid for my friends in the Shire, but I still had some hope. I hoped that Frodo had left at once, as my letter asked, and that he had reached Rivendell before the deadly chase began. But both my fear and my hope were wrong. For my hope rested on a fat man in Bree. My fear rested on the clever plans of Sauron. The fat man sold beer and had many people to serve. Sauron's power was not as strong as fear made it seem. Still, in Isengard, I was trapped and alone. It was hard to believe that such great enemies would fail far away in the Shire.
I saw you, cried Frodo. You were walking back and forth. The moon was shining on your hair.
Gandalf stopped and looked at him in surprise.
It was only a dream, said Frodo. But it came back to me just now. I had forgotten it. I think it came after I left the Shire.
Then it came late, said Gandalf. You will understand soon. I was in great trouble. Those who know me will agree that I am not often in such danger, and I do not take it well. Gandalf the Grey caught like a fly in a spider's web. Still, even clever spiders can leave a weak thread. At first I feared that Radagast had also been turned bad, just as Saruman wished. But when I met Radagast, I saw nothing wrong in his voice or his eyes. If I had seen it, I would not have gone to Isengard, or I would have been more careful. Saruman hid his true thoughts and fooled his own messenger. He could not turn honest Radagast to evil. Radagast came to me in good faith, and I trusted him. This broke Saruman's plan. Radagast saw no reason not to help me. He rode toward Mirkwood, where he had many old friends. The eagles of the mountains flew far and wide. They saw many things. They saw wolves gathering and orcs preparing. They saw the 9 riders moving through the lands. They heard news that Gollum had escaped. They sent a message to me. So, near the end of summer, on a moonlit night, Gwaihir the Wind Lord came to Orthanc. He was the fastest of the great eagles. He found me standing on the top of the tower. I spoke to him, and he carried me away before Saruman knew. I was far from Isengard before wolves and orcs came out to follow me. How far can you carry me? I asked Gwaihir.
Many long miles, he said, but not to the ends of the world. I was sent to bring news, not to carry heavy loads.
Then I must find a horse, I said. I need a very fast one. I have never needed such speed before.
Then I will carry you to Edoras, he said. The Lord of Rohan lives there. It is not very far.
I was glad to hear this. In Rohan live the Rohirrim, the horse lords. No horses are like theirs. They are raised in the wide land between the Misty Mountains and the White Mountains.
Can the men of Rohan still be trusted? I asked Gwaihir. Saruman's betrayal had shaken my trust.
They send horses as gifts, he answered. Some say they even send them to Mordor, but they are not yet under dark rule. Still, if Saruman has truly turned evil, their danger will soon come.
He set me down in Rohan before dawn. I have spoken too long, so I will be brief now. In Rohan, I found evil already at work. Saruman's lies were spreading. The king would not listen to my warnings. He told me to take a horse and leave. I chose a horse I liked very much, but he did not. I took the best horse in his land. I have never seen another like him.
Then he must be a great horse, said Aragorn. It pains me more than many dark news to hear that Sauron takes such gifts. It was not so when I last went there.
It is not so now, said Boromir. That story is a lie from the enemy. I know the men of Rohan. They are brave and true, our allies. They still live in the lands we gave them long ago.
The shadow from Mordor reaches far, said Aragorn. Saruman has fallen under it. Rohan is in danger. Who knows what you would find there if you returned?
At least this would not be true, said Boromir. They would not trade their lives for horses. They love their horses almost as much as their families, and with good reason. The horses of Rohan come from northern fields, far from the shadow. Both horses and riders come from the free days of old.
That is true, said Gandalf. And one horse among them seemed born at the start of the world. Even the horses of the Nine could not match him. He never tired. He was fast as the wind. They called him Shadowfax. By day his coat shone like silver. By night he was dark and hard to see. His steps were light and quiet.
No man had ever ridden him before. I took him and trained him. He learned very fast. He carried me so quickly that I reached the Shire when Frodo was on the Barrow Downs. I left Rohan only when Frodo left Hobbiton. But as I rode north, fear grew in my heart. Everywhere I went, I heard news about the riders. Each day I got closer to them, but they stayed ahead of me. I learned that they had split into groups. Some stayed near the eastern borders, close to the Greenway. Others went into the Shire from the south. I reached Hobbiton, but Frodo was already gone. I spoke with old Gamgee. He talked a lot, but not about useful things. He complained about the new owners of Bag End. He said he did not like change, especially bad change. He repeated this many times. I told him that worst was a very strong word. I said I hoped he would never see real trouble. From his long talk, I finally understood that Frodo had left less than a week before. I also learned that a black rider had come to the hill the same evening. Then I rode on with fear in my heart. I came to Buckland and found it in chaos. Everyone was busy and upset, like ants after someone breaks their nest. I went to the house at Crick Hollow. It was broken open and empty. On the doorstep lay a cloak that had belonged to Frodo. For a short time, I lost hope. I did not stay to ask questions, though that might have helped me. Instead, I followed the trail of the riders. The trail was hard to follow. It went in many directions, and I felt confused. But I thought that one or two riders had gone toward Bree. So I went that way. I thought about what I might say to the innkeeper. His name was Butterbur. I felt angry and ready to shout at him if the delay was his fault. When he saw my face, he fell down in fear and began to shake.
What did you do to him? He was kind to us and tried to help.
Gandalf laughed. He told Frodo not to worry. He said he did not hurt Butterbur, and hardly spoke harshly.
When Butterbur calmed down, Gandalf got good news from him. Gandalf was so happy that he even hugged the old man. At that time, he did not understand how it all happened. But he learned that Frodo had been in Bree the night before. Frodo had left that morning with Strider.
Strider,
Butterbur answered in fear. He thought Gandalf was angry with him. He said that Strider had joined them even though Butterbur tried to stop it. He said the hobbits acted strange and did not listen much.
Gandalf called Butterbur a fool, but with love. He said it was the best news he had heard in a long time. He even gave Butterbur a blessing for his beer. Gandalf said he could finally sleep well, for the first time in many days.
So I stayed there that night. I wondered where the riders were. In Bree, people had only heard of 2 of them. But during the night, we learned more. At least 5 came from the west. They broke the gates and rushed through Bree like a wild storm. The people of Bree were very frightened and still are. I left before sunrise and followed them. I believe this is what happened. Their leader stayed hidden south of Bree. 2 riders went through the village first. 4 went into the Shire. When these failed in Bree and at Crick Hollow, they went back to their leader with news. For a short time, the road was left open, watched only by spies. Then the leader sent some riders east across the land. He himself rode along the road with the others, full of anger. I rode very fast to Weathertop. I reached it before sunset on the 2nd day after leaving Bree. The riders were there before me. They moved away from me during the day. They felt my power and did not dare face me while the sun was up. But at night they came back. They surrounded the hilltop. I was trapped on the old ring of Amon Sul. It was a hard fight. There was bright light and fire on the hill, like nothing seen there for a very long time. At sunrise, I escaped and rode north. I could not do more. I could not hope to find you, Frodo, in the wildlands. With all 9 riders after me, it would have been foolish to try. So I had to trust Aragorn. I hoped to pull some riders away from you. I also hoped to reach Rivendell before you and send help. For riders did follow me for a time. Then they turned back and went toward the ford. That helped a little. Only 5 riders, not 9, were there when your camp was attacked. I finally arrived after a long and hard journey. I traveled up the Horwell, across the Ettenmoors, and down from the north. The trip took almost 15 days from Weathertop. I could not ride through the rocky hills where the trolls once lived. Shadowfax left me there. I sent him back to his master. Still, a strong friendship grew between us. If I need him, he will come when I call. I reached Rivendell only 2 days before the ring arrived. News of its danger was already here, and that was a good thing. Frodo, this is the end of my story. I hope Elrond and the others forgive me for speaking so long. This has never happened before. Gandalf did not keep his promise and did not come when he said he would. I felt I must explain this strange event to the ring-bearer. Now the whole story is told, from start to end. We are all here, and the ring is here too. But we are no closer to our goal. What should we do with it? Everyone was quiet. After a while, Elrond spoke again.
This is very sad news about Saruman. We trusted him, and he shared all our plans. It is dangerous to study the enemy's ways for too long, even with good purpose. Sadly, such betrayals have happened before. Of all the stories we heard today, Frodo's story surprised me the most. I have known few hobbits, except Bilbo. Now I see that hobbits are not as small or simple as I once thought. The world has changed greatly since I last traveled the western roads. We know the spirits of the barrows by many names. Many stories are told about the old forest. What remains now is only a small part of what it once was. Long ago, a squirrel could travel from tree to tree from the Shire to Dunland near Isengard. I once walked those lands and saw many strange and wild things. But I had forgotten Bombadil, if this is the same one who walked the woods and hills long ago, even then very old. That was not his name at the time. We called him Iarwain Ben-Adar, the oldest and without a father. Other peoples gave him many names later. The dwarves called him Forn. Northern men called him Orald. He is a strange being. Perhaps I should have asked him to come to our council.
He would not have come.
Could we still send him messages and ask for his help? It seems the ring does not affect him.
I would say it another way. The ring has no power over him. He rules himself. But he cannot change the ring, and he cannot stop its power over others. He now stays in a small land of his own. He set its borders himself, though no one can see them. He waits there and will not leave that land.
But inside that land, nothing seems to trouble him. Could he not take the ring and keep it there forever, safe and harmless?
No. Not by choice. He might take it if everyone begged him, but he would not understand why it mattered. If he had the ring, he would soon forget about it, or throw it away. Such things do not hold his attention. He would be a very unsafe keeper, and that is reason enough.
Even so, sending the ring to him would only delay the danger. He is far away. We could not take the ring to him now without being seen or followed. Even if we could, the Lord of the Rings would learn where it was in time. He would then turn all his power toward it. Could Bombadil stand against that power alone? I do not think so. In the end, if everything else falls, Bombadil would fall too. He was first and he would be last. Then darkness would cover the world.
I know little of Iarwain except his name. But I agree with Glorfindel. The power to stand against our enemy is not in him, unless it lies in the earth itself. Yet we see that Sauron can harm even the land and the hills. The strength that remains is with us here in Imladris, or with Círdan at the Havens, or in Lothlorien. But do they have enough strength? Do we have enough strength here to resist Sauron in the end, when everything else has fallen?
I do not have that strength. Nor do they.
Then if the ring cannot be kept from him forever by force, only two choices remain. We must send it across the sea, or we must destroy it.
But Gandalf has shown us that we cannot destroy it with any skill we have here.
And those who live beyond the sea will not take it, he said. Good or bad, it belongs to Middle-earth. We who still live here must deal with it.
Then, said Glorfindel, let us throw it into the deep sea. That would make Saruman's lies seem true. Now we see that even at the council he had already chosen a wrong path. He knew the ring was not lost forever. He wanted us to believe it was gone. He wanted the ring for himself. Still, even lies can hold some truth. In the sea, the ring might be safe.
Not safe forever, said Gandalf. Many strange things live in deep water. Seas and lands can change. We should not think only about a short time, or only about a few lives of men. We must try to end this danger forever, even if that seems hard.
And we will not find that end on the road to the sea, said Golda. If going back to Iarwain is too dangerous, then going to the sea is even more dangerous now. I feel that Sauron will expect us to go west when he learns what has happened. And he will learn soon. The 9 riders have lost their horses, but only for a short time. They will find new and faster ones. Only Gondor now stands between Sauron and a strong attack along the coasts to the north. If he comes and attacks the White Towers and the Havens, then the elves may have no way to escape the growing darkness of Middle-earth.
That attack will not happen soon, said Boromir. You say Gondor is weaker. But Gondor still stands. Even at its weakest, it is still strong.
And yet its watch can no longer stop the 9, said Golda. And Sauron may find other roads that Gondor does not guard.
Then, said Eristor, there are only 2 choices, as Glorfindel has said. We can hide the ring forever, or we can destroy it. But both are beyond our strength. Who can solve this problem for us?
No one here can do that, said Elrond in a calm voice. No one can see the future if we choose one road or another. But now it seems clear to me which road we must take. The road to the west looks easy. So we must not take it. It will be watched. Too often the elves have gone that way. Now, at the end, we must take a hard road, a road no one expects. There lies our hope, if hope still lives. We must walk into danger, to Mordor. We must send the ring to the fire.
Silence came again. Frodo sat in that beautiful house and looked out at the bright valley and the clear sounds of water. Yet his heart felt heavy and dark. Boromir moved, and Frodo looked at him. Boromir was touching his great horn and frowning. At last, he spoke.
I do not understand all this, he said. Saruman is a traitor, but did he not see something true? Why do you speak only of hiding and destroying? Why should we not think that the great ring has come to us to help us in our time of need? If we use it, the free lords can surely defeat the enemy. I think that is what he fears most. The men of Gondor are brave, and they will never give up, but they can be beaten. Courage needs strength, and it needs a weapon. Let the ring be that weapon, if it has such power. Take it and go to victory.
No, said Elrond. We cannot use the ruling ring. We know that now. It belongs to Sauron alone, and he made it. It is completely evil. Its power is too great for anyone to control, unless they already have great power. But for them, it is even more dangerous. The wish to have it harms the heart. Think of Saruman. If one of the wise used the ring to defeat Sauron, he would take Sauron's place. Another Dark Lord would rise. That is another reason the ring must be destroyed. As long as it exists, it is a danger, even to the wise. Nothing is evil at the start. Even Sauron was not always so. I am afraid to take the ring to hide it. I will not take it to use it.
Nor will I, said Gandalf.
Boromir looked unsure, but he lowered his head.
So be it, he said. Then Gondor must trust the weapons it has. At least, while the wise guard the ring, we will keep fighting. Perhaps the sword that was broken can still hold back the enemy, if the one who holds it has not only the sword of kings, but also their strength.
Who knows, said Aragorn. One day we will see.
May that day come soon, said Boromir. For even if I do not ask for help, we need it. It would give us hope to know that others are also fighting with all they have.
Then take heart, said Elrond. There are other powers and lands that you do not know. They are hidden from you. The great river Anduin flows past many lands before it reaches the pillars and the gates of Gondor.
Still, it may be good for everyone, said Gloin the dwarf, if we join all our strength and work together. There may be other rings. They may be less dangerous. We could use them in our need. The 7 rings are lost to us unless Balin has found Thror's ring. That was the last one. No one has heard of it since Thror died in Moria. I can now say this, Balin went away partly because he hoped to find that ring.
Balin will not find any ring in Moria. Thror gave the ring to his son Thrain. But Thrain did not give it to Thorin. The ring was taken from Thrain with great pain in the dark prison of Dol Guldur. I arrived too late.
Oh, how sad, cried Gloin. When will the day of our payback come? But there are still the 3 rings. What about the 3 rings of the elves? People say they are very strong. Do the elf lords keep them? They were also made long ago by the Dark Lord, were they not? Are they doing nothing? I see elf lords here. Will they speak? The elves did not answer. Did you hear me, Gloin? The 3 rings were not made by Sauron. He never touched them. But we are not allowed to speak freely about them. Still, in this dark hour, I will say this much. They are not useless. But they were not made for war or for ruling others. That is not their power. Those who made them did not want control or great riches. They wanted understanding, skill, and healing. They wanted to keep things clean and good. The elves of Middle-earth have gained some of this, but with much sadness. Yet all that is done with the three will turn against them if Sauron gets the One Ring again. Then their thoughts and hearts will be open to him. It would be better if the three had never been made. That is what he wants. But what would happen, asked Gloin, if the ruling ring were destroyed, as you advise? We do not know for sure. Some people hope that the three rings, which Sauron never touched, would then be free. Their keepers might heal the damage he has caused. But it may be that when the One Ring is gone, the three will lose their power. Many beautiful things may fade and be forgotten. That is what I believe.
Still, all the elves are ready to accept this risk, if it can break Sauron's power and remove the fear of his rule forever.
So we come back again to destroying the ring. But we are no closer to an answer. What power do we have to find the fire where it was made? That road feels full of hopelessness. I would even call it foolish, if Elrond's long wisdom did not stop me.
Hopelessness, or foolishness? It is not hopelessness. Hopelessness is for those who see a clear end with no chance. We do not see that. It is wisdom to see what must be done, after all other paths are tested. It may look foolish to those who hold on to false hope. Let foolishness be our cover, hiding us from the enemy. He is very clever and measures all things with care and cruelty. But he knows only one measure, desire for power. He judges all hearts by that. He cannot imagine that anyone would refuse the ring. He cannot imagine that someone would try to destroy it. If we choose this path, he will not expect it.
At least for a short time. The road must be taken, but it will be very hard. Strength and wisdom will not take us far on it. This task can be tried by the weak as much as by the strong. Often this is how great things happen in the world. Small hands do the work because they must, while the great are looking elsewhere.
Very well, Master Elrond. Say no more. I can see what you mean. Bilbo the foolish hobbit started all this, and Bilbo should finish it or die trying. I was very comfortable here, working on my book. I am writing the ending now. If you want to know, I plan to write. And he lived happily ever after until the end of his days. It is a good ending. Many people have used it before. Now I must change it. It does not look like it will come true. And clearly there must be many more chapters, if I live long enough to write them. It is a terrible bother. When should I begin?
Boromir looked at Bilbo in surprise. He began to laugh, but stopped when he saw that everyone else looked at the old hobbit with deep respect. Only Gloin smiled, and his smile came from old memories.
Of course, my dear Bilbo.
If you had truly begun this task, people might think you should finish it. But you know now that no one can really begin such a great thing alone. No hero does much by himself in great deeds. You do not need to bow. We know your words were kind, and we believe your offer is brave. But this task is beyond your strength, Bilbo. You cannot take it back. It has already moved on. If you want my advice, I think your part is finished, except as a writer. Finish your book, and do not change the ending. There is still hope. But be ready to write another story when they return.
Bilbo laughed. You have never given me nice advice, he said. But your bad advice has always been right. So maybe this advice is wrong. Still, I do not think I have the strength or the luck to deal with the ring now. It has grown stronger, and I have grown weaker. But tell me, who do you mean by they?
The messengers who will carry the ring.
Yes, exactly. And who will they be? That is what this council must decide. Elves can live on words, and dwarves can walk until they drop. But I am only an old hobbit, and I need my lunch. Can we choose some names now, or wait until after dinner?"
No one answered. The noon bell rang. Still no one spoke. Frodo looked at the faces around him. No one looked back. Everyone sat with their eyes down, deep in thought. A heavy fear came over him. He felt like he was waiting to hear a sad choice he had always feared. He wished with all his heart to rest in Rivendell, safe beside Bilbo. At last he made himself speak. He was surprised by his own voice, as if it did not belong to him.
"I will take the ring," he said. "I do not know the way."
Elrond lifted his eyes and looked at Frodo. The look was sharp and clear, and Frodo felt it deeply.
"From all I have heard, this task is meant for you, Frodo. If you do not find a way, no one will. This is the time for the people of the Shire. They rise from quiet lands to change the plans of the great powers. Who could have known this before now? Even the wise cannot see everything before the moment comes. But this task is very heavy. So heavy that no one can force it on another. I do not force it on you. But if you choose it freely, then your choice is right. And even if all the great elf friends of old were here together, your place would be among them."
"But you won't send him alone, sir,"
cried Sam. He jumped up from the corner where he had been sitting quietly on the floor.
"No, of course not," said Elrond with a smile. "You will go with him. It is almost impossible to keep you apart, even when he is called to secret meetings and you are not."
Sam sat down again, his face red. He shook his head.
"This is a fine mess, Mr. Frodo," he said softly.
Chapter 3. The Ring Goes South. Later that day, the hobbits met together in Bilbo's room. Merry and Pippin were very angry when they heard that Sam had slipped into the council and had been chosen to go with Frodo.
"It's not fair," said Pippin. "Instead of throwing him out and locking him up, Elrond rewards him for being rude."
"Rewards?" said Frodo. "I cannot think of a worse punishment. You are not thinking clearly. To be sent on this dangerous journey is a reward? Just yesterday I dreamed my work was finished, and I could rest here for a long time, maybe forever."
"I understand," said Merry. "I wish you could stay. But we are jealous of Sam, not of you. If you must go, then it will hurt any of us to stay behind, even here in Rivendell. We have come far with you and faced hard times together. We want to go on."
"That's what I mean," said Pippin. "Hobbits should stay together, and we will. I will go, unless they tie me up. Someone in the group must have some sense."
"Then you will surely not be chosen, Peregrine Took," said Gandalf. "But you are worrying too much. Nothing is decided yet."
"Nothing decided?" cried Pippin. "Then what were you doing all that time? You were closed in there for hours."
"Talking," said Bilbo. There was a lot of talk, and everyone learned something new, even Gandalf. I think Legolas's news about Gollum surprised him, though he did not show it.
"You are wrong," said Gandalf. "You were not paying attention. I had already heard about it from Gwaihir."
"If you want to know," he said, "the only real surprises were you and Frodo." I was not surprised at all.
"Well," said Bilbo, "nothing was decided, except choosing poor Frodo and Sam. I was afraid this would happen if I was not chosen. But I think Elrond will send many people when the news comes back. Have they started yet, Gandalf?"
"Yes," said the wizard. "Some scouts have already gone out. More will leave tomorrow. Elrond is sending elves. They will speak with the rangers and maybe with Thranduil's people in Mirkwood. Aragorn has gone with Elrond's sons. We must search many lands far away before we do anything else. So be happy, Frodo. You will likely stay here for a long time."
"Oh," said Sam sadly. "We will wait until winter comes."
That cannot be helped, said Bilbo. It is partly your fault, Frodo, my boy. You wanted to wait for my birthday. It is a strange way to honor it. It is not the day I would choose to let bad visitors into Bag End. But now it is done. You cannot wait until spring. And you cannot leave until the reports return. When winter starts, the nights grow very cold. Water freezes, and trees lose their leaves. It is not a good time to travel in the wild. But I fear that will be your luck.
I fear so too, said Gandalf. We cannot begin until we learn more about the riders.
I thought they all died in the flood, said Merry.
You cannot end Ringwraiths that way, said Gandalf. Their master gives them power. They rise or fall with him. We hope they lost their horses and their dark shape for a time, so they are less dangerous. But we must be sure. For now, try to forget your worries, Frodo. I do not know how I can help, but I will tell you something quietly. Someone said the group would need a clever mind. He was right. I think I will come with you.
Frodo was so happy to hear this that Gandalf stood up, took off his hat, and bowed.
I only said I think I will come. Do not be sure yet. Elrond must decide much in this, and your friend Strider too. That reminds me, I need to see Elrond. I must go now.
How long do you think I will stay here? Frodo asked Bilbo after Gandalf left.
Oh, I do not know, said Bilbo. Time feels strange in Rivendell. But I think it will be quite long. We can talk a lot. You can help me with my book. We can even start a new one. Have you thought about the ending?
Yes, said Frodo. I have thought of several. They are all dark and unhappy.
Oh, that is no good, said Bilbo. Books should have good endings. How about this one? They all stayed together and lived happily forever.
That would be good, if it ever happens, said Frodo.
Oh, said Sam. And where would they live? I often think about that.
For some time, the hobbits talked together. They remembered their long road and the dangers still ahead. But the land of Rivendell had a gentle power. Little by little, their fear and worry faded away. They did not forget the future, good or bad, but it no longer troubled them each day. Their bodies grew strong again. Hope filled their hearts. They felt happy with each new day. They enjoyed every meal, every kind word, and every song. The days passed quietly. Each morning was bright and clean. Each evening was cool and calm. But autumn was ending fast. The warm gold light changed to pale silver. The last leaves fell from the bare trees. Cold wind came from the misty mountains in the east. The hunter's moon grew full in the night sky and outshone the smaller stars. Low in the south, one red star could be seen. Each night, as the moon grew smaller again, the red star shone brighter. Frodo saw it from his window. It stood high in the sky, like a watching eye above the trees at the edge of the valley. The hobbit stayed in Elrond's house for almost 2 months. November passed with the last signs of autumn. December was already moving on when the scouts began to return. Some had gone far north into cold and empty lands. Others went west. With Aragorn and the rangers, they searched far along the Grey Flood River to Tharbad, where an old broken town stood. Many went east and south. Some crossed the mountains into Mirkwood. Others climbed a high pass near the Gladden River and came down into wide open lands. They crossed the Gladden fields and reached the old home of Radagast at Rosgobel. Radagast was not there. So they returned by the high pass called the Redhorn Gate. The last to return were Elrond's sons, Elladan and Elrohir. They had travelled far and entered strange lands. They came back by way of the Silver Lode. But they spoke of their journey only to Elrond. nowhere did the messengers find signs of the riders or other servants of the enemy. Even the eagles of the Misty Mountains had no new news. Gollum was not seen or heard. Wild wolves were still gathering and hunting near the great river. 3 black horses were found drowned in the flooded ford. Below, on the rocks by the fast water, searchers found 5 more horses and a torn black cloak. Of the black riders themselves, there was no sign. Their presence could not be felt anywhere. It seemed they had disappeared from the north.
At least 8 of the 9 are found. We should not be too sure, but we may hope the ringwraiths were scattered. They were forced to return to their master in Mordor, weak and empty. If this is true, it will take time before they hunt again. The enemy has other servants, of course. But they must travel far before they can follow our path. If we are careful, they will not find us easily. Still, we must wait no longer.
Elrond called the hobbits to him. He looked seriously at Frodo.
The time has come. If the ring is to go on its journey, it must leave soon. Those who go with it cannot hope for help from war or strength. They must walk into the enemy's land without aid. Frodo, do you still keep your promise to bear the ring?
I do. I will go with Sam.
Then I cannot guide you much, not even with advice. I can see very little of your path. I do not know how your task will end. Darkness now reaches the feet of the mountains and spreads even to the